Failure is the main theme of life, isn't it? I raised my head and drank the last bottle of wine, staring at the dark night sky with empty eyes. The fatal backstab of my company's partner. The company I worked so hard for went bankrupt in one day. The goddess I pursued for 20 years, but I can no longer call her after the bankruptcy. I had nothing. My consciousness gradually blurred. My head became dizzy, and my body lost consciousness. Dying from alcohol poisoning might be a relief. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, a woman's panic scream pulled me back from the chaos. I opened my eyes suddenly, and what I saw was a thrilling scene. A man was stopping a woman in a black slim suit. She has a voluptuous figure with clear curves, and her trousers outline her mature charm, exuding a breath of competence and sexiness. No man can resist such a queen-like style. But why does she look familiar? Su Qingshue's mother. I was stunned, and my mind was a little confused. No, why is her mother so young? His mind was in a mess, and the next second, a crisp slap sounded. Su Yun slapped the greasy man hard, and the other party was obviously enraged and cursed with a ferocious face. Su Yun, don't you want to give me face? I'll kill you. Help, she shouted in panic, her eyes suddenly falling on me, her beautiful eyes full of pleading. My heart tightened. Su Qingxue was not a good person, but her mother had always been nice to me. Later, she started her own business and was successful. She was considered an amazing woman. I didn't expect that she would be bullied like this now. I frowned and picked up a brick from the roadside. The greasy man noticed something was wrong, looked back, and his eyes paused for a second on my cold face and the brick in my hand. His expression changed slightly. We are a couple quarreling. It's none of your business. He tried to fool her. A couple? You must be kidding. Su Yun has always been single, and there are countless men around her, but none of them can win her heart. I know this very well. Chen Montak. Su Yun finally recognized me, her voice full of surprise. Yeah. I nodded and raised the brick in my hand. The greasy man panicked, swore, and ran away, saying viciously before leaving, Su Yun, you are fired. Stop pretending to be so noble. Fuck. Bang. I threw the brick in my hand at him, interrupting the second half of his sentence. He ran very fast and disappeared in an instant. I turned to look at Su Yun. Aunt Su, are you okay? Her eyes were slightly red. She shook her head and whispered, It's okay. Thank you, Chen Mo. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly tilted her body and groaned. Aunt Su? I hurriedly supported her. My ankle is sprained. She frowned and took a deep breath. I looked down and saw that she was wearing a pair of black high heels. Although they were not too high, she was obviously not used to them. She walked too fast and probably hurt her ankle. Can you still walk? Su Yun tried to move a step, then immediately frowned in pain and shook her head. No. I looked around and saw that there was almost no one on the road at night. I thought for a moment and squatted down. Come on, I'll carry you back. Su Yun was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, I am still myself. Before she finished her words, her legs went soft and she fell directly on my back. Ahem. She was too close, and the faint scent of a mature woman filled my nose. Without thinking anymore, I carried her on my back and walked quickly forward. The distance to her home was about 3 kilometers. The two of them were silent, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Aunt Su, how old are you this year? I asked casually, breaking the silence, and also wanting to clarify the current timeline. Su Yun was stunned for a moment. You want to ask how old Qingxue is? She obviously misunderstood, but her next sentence shocked me. Qingxue is 18 years old this year. You're classmates, so you should be the same age, right? 18 years old. My mind exploded. This year was 2005. This was the turning point in my life. This year, Lao Chan passed away. The family's old store was sold at a low price. I was admitted to university, and my confession of love to Su Qingxue failed. Everything became muddy from this year. But now I am reborn. If I live again, will I take the same path? I want to stay away from Su Qingxue and those who stabbed me in the back. Since God has given me a chance to start over, this time, I will live the way I want. I suddenly heard a clear, prompt sound in my mind and was stunned. Employee system? I thought to myself, employee system, a system that helps the host recruit employees, dominate the business world, and reach the pinnacle of life. Recruit employees? I couldn't help but ask myself. Yes, the host only needs to recruit excellent employees to get rich rewards. Hearing the system's answer, I was moved. I felt that this thing seemed to be able to directly answer all my questions. The system and the host are connected in mind. This is its basic function. I was speechless for a moment. Next, introduced to the host the criteria for recruiting employees of different levels to get rewards. Different levels? The system continues to explain. Employees will be scored based on appearance, figure, temperament, ability, and potential. No reward below 60 points. 60 to 69 points are bronze-level employees. 70 to 79 points are silver-level employees. 8084 points for gold-level employees. 8589 points for diamond-level employees. 9094 points for master-level employees. 9599 points for grandmaster-level employees. 100 points for king-level employees. Listening to these level divisions, I inexplicably recalled the excitement of playing 101 in King of Glory. What kind of perfect secretary would be able to get 100 points? I couldn't help but feel excited. Just as I was immersed in the excitement brought by this strange system, Su Yun's voice brought me back to reality. Xiao Chun, Auntie is here. I took a look at the dilapidated building and asked, Aunt Su, you live on the 4th floor, right? Yes, Xiao Chun, I'd better go by myself. There was some reluctance in her tone. I didn't say much. I carried Su Yun on my back and walked upstairs. There were few people on the street at night. I could feel the warmth of the mature body on my back. It made me feel like I was back to when I was 18. Not long after going upstairs, when I stopped at the door of the first household on the 4th floor, the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Life mainline task. Please recruit the first secretary in your life. The secretary score must be above 60 points and reward 10,000 points. Then a string of data jumped into my sight. Glancing at my own information, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. With a net worth of only 1 yuan, I was ranked tens of thousands behind in the county. The system then popped up an achievement task. Ding! Achievement task. Become the richest man in Qingyang County. Reward points 10,000 points title. The richest man in Qingyang County. Charm plus 50. Points can also be exchanged for any product in the mall. After basically understanding this strange system, I suddenly became full of expectations for the future. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Su Yun's gentle call. Xiao Chun, thank you for your hard work. She took out the key from her bag and opened the door. The living room of the house was brightly lit and someone was home. No need, Aunt Su. I'll go home first. I wanted to refuse, but Su Yun kept persuading me. You're sweating. Come in, wipe your face and drink some water. If I leave now, how can I not feel distressed by her lonely and helpless look? After entering the house, Su Yun called out a name. Qingxue, come and pour Chinamo a glass of water. The atmosphere outside the door suddenly became tense. When Su Qingxue came out, she frowned and said in a cold tone, Chinamo, what do you want to do in my house? I told you we can't. She became more and more excited and even shouted, Can you stop being so shameless and get out? Listening to her scolding, I smiled calmly. In the past, I always humble myself in front of her, but now I am no longer willing to be bound by such constraints. When I turned around and left, I said nothing more and calmly said goodbye to this quarrelsome room. When I walked out the door and looked back, I saw Su Yun looking at my back, her eyes full of helplessness and loneliness. At that moment, I suddenly realized I will no longer repeat my past humiliation and cowardice, but will rely on this system, recruit outstanding employees, and create a new situation of my own. After leaving Su Qingxue's house, I walked into the dim, old alley where the shadows under the streetlights were stretched out. After turning 2 corners, the familiar old street came into view, with a few small shops still lighting up with dim lights. In the center of the street, the 3-story old building stood quietly, and the sign at the door was still eye-catching, Old Street Supermarket. 18 years ago, Lao Chun and Yishu Wei opened the door of this store for the first time, and I was abandoned at their door on the same day. They picked me up and raised me. After Lao Chun left, Yishu Wei no longer cared about the store, and the decision to sell the store was almost expected. But in her previous life, she sold the store at a low price, and then regretted it so much that she couldn't sleep all night. But now, I won't let her make the same mistake again. Just as I walked downstairs, a familiar figure came down from the 2nd floor. Hey, Xiao Mo, you're back so late. Your mother has been waiting for you. Fu Limin looked honest, but his eyes showed his shrewdness. He was the person that Lao Chan trusted the most during his lifetime. He was in charge of purchasing goods for the store and made a lot of money. In the end, he even sold the store at a low price. I found out too late in my previous life that he had underestimated a lot of inventory when he was taking inventory, and the accounts didn't match at all. But at the time, I was only concerned with how to please Su Qingxue and didn't take it to heart at all. Now that he has a second chance to live, he can't take advantage of me again. I ignored him and went upstairs. I rushed to the third floor in a few steps. The door of my house was ajar, and a familiar figure was standing at the door. It was her, Yishu Wei, still the mother who would open the door and wait for me every night when she heard the footsteps. In an instant, memories flooded back. After graduating from college in my previous life, she died of illness, and I never had the chance to see this familiar figure again. At this moment, she was still standing there, waiting for me to come home. My throat tightened, and I quickly stepped forward, hugged her tightly, and whispered, "Mom." She was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just want to hug you." "Silly boy. Come in quickly. The food is still hot." She kept nagging me while picking up food for me. When she saw my admission letter, she hugged me in surprise and said, "Son, Shanghai University. That's great." I smiled and nodded, but I had already made a decision in my heart. "Mom, let's eat first." I buried my head in my food, feeling warm in my stomach. Yishui looked at me with a gentle smile on her face. She tapped my chopsticks and said, "Eat slowly, don't choke." After taking a sip of water, I asked casually, "Mom, I met Fu Limin downstairs. Why'd he come to our house?" Her face darkened a little, and she whispered, "Mom wants to sell the store to him." I put down my chopsticks and looked at her seriously. "Mom, why do you want to sell it?" She was silent for a moment and said softly, "First, it's because of your dad, and second, the business in the store is getting harder and harder, and I'm tired too." I nodded and said firmly, "Mom, please don't sell this store yet. I still have 2 months of summer vacation. Can I try it during this time?" She looked at me in surprise. "You want to try?" I nodded. In my previous life, I didn't care about anything in the store, but this time, I won't let regrets happen again. She thought for a moment and finally smiled. "Okay, let you try." I grinned. "Mom, then it's a deal." That night, I went to bed very late, fearing that all this was just a dream. The next morning, I woke up and saw the familiar room, and I finally felt at ease. Yes, I was really reborn. At 7 o'clock, after quickly washing up, I said to Yishui, "Mom, take me to meet some people today." "Okay." She agreed straightforwardly, and also wanted to see how I could turn around the store. When we went downstairs, the shop was not open yet. After a while, the employees arrived one after another. There are 7 people in the store, 2 cashiers, 4 waiters, and a manager, Fu Limin. "Sister Yi, you are here." Wang Tsuaping, a simple and honest middle-aged woman, greeted with a smile. "Oh, Xiao Mo is here too. What do you want to eat?" I ignored her. Yishui stood in front of the cashier and said directly, "I am here to talk to you today because I have something to announce. You don't need to look for me for matters related to the store in the future." Everyone was stunned, and then they began to talk. "Sister Yi, what do you mean?" "Boss, we must work hard. Don't fire us." Fu Limin smiled with a calculating look in his eyes. He obviously thought Yi Shuhui was going to announce the closing of the store. But her next words stunned everyone. From now on, all matters in the store will be handed over to Chen Mo. In an instant, everyone looked at me, stunned. Fu Limin's face changed slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. A young boy who is still wet behind the ears, taking over the store? This is simply a great thing for him. This kid doesn't know anything, so he can just let him do whatever he wants, right? But what I said next made his face darken instantly. I looked at everyone calmly and said slowly, "After I take over, I will only do 3 things, dash." I stood in front of the cashier, looking at everyone, and said calmly, "First, all accounts must be submitted to me for verification. Second, the prices of all purchases must go through me. Third, all commodity prices are finally determined by me." Before he finished speaking, Fu Limin's face suddenly changed, and he stood up with his neck flushed. "Xiao Mo, what do you mean?" I glanced at him calmly. "It's not interesting, just operate in a standardized manner. Regulate business operations? I think you are targeting me." He glared at me angrily. "I've been working here for many years. Doesn't your mother know who I am?" He looked at Yishu Hui, as if to seek support. However, she just smiled and said nothing. I remained calm and said, "No matter who you are, you have to follow the rules. There are no exceptions." Fu Limin smiled coldly and threw down the purchase order in his hand fiercely. "Oh, okay. Since you are so capable, then I will quit." After saying that, he turned around and left. I whispered, "Uncle Fu, wait a minute." He stopped, turned back and sneered. "Why, do you want me to stay?" "No." I looked at him calmly. "I'll have someone come and settle your account." His smile froze instantly, his eyes darkened for a moment, And then he sneered, "Oh, come on, I'll be waiting." After saying that, he fiercely kicked over the trash can next to him and strode away. At this point, the atmosphere in the store changed significantly. When other people looked at me again, their eyes no longer showed the casual attitude towards the younger generation, but instead a hint of fear and respect. Wang Suiping stepped forward first and said with a smile, "Xiaomo, no, boss, if you have anything to do, just tell us. We promise to do it beautifully." I coughed lightly and said seriously, "Then please write a recruitment notice and post it at the door." "Recruitment? Our store is still hiring." Everyone looked curious. I nodded. "Secretary." "Secretary? Why does our store need a secretary?" Although they were confused, who would care as long as the salary and benefits were good? "What are the requirements?" Wang Suiping asked tentatively. "First, education, high school graduation." This time, the group of ants were all a loss. In their era, it was considered good to be able to finish junior high school, and there were very few high school students. Second, they must be at least 1.65 meters tall. That's all. I thought about it and added, the most important point, they must be female. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This request eliminated most of the people around them. "What about the salary?" And Zhang asked cautiously. 2,000 during the probation period, 3,000 after the probation period. The air suddenly became quiet for a second. And then, what? The crowd suddenly exploded, staring at each other in shock. 3,000 yuan. In this county town, many people only make a little over 1,000 yuan a month. Even a store manager like Fu Limin only makes 15,000 yuan. I added seriously, "If you are capable, there will be bonuses." Wang Suiping took a breath and said, "Xiao Mo, are you looking for a secretary or a wife?" Yishui next to me didn't say much, just looked at me quietly. "Okay, everyone, help me promote it and introduce someone suitable to me." After that, I wrote a recruitment notice, moved a table, and sat directly in front of the store. On-site recruitment is the most efficient. Within half an hour, more than a dozen women were lined up in front of me. There were girls who had just graduated and were 17 or 18 years old, new employees in their 20s, mature sisters in their 30s, and even a few aunts in their early 40s who still had charm. Money is indeed the most effective driving force in the world. I was about to start the interview when I heard a clear voice. Chinamo, what are you writing?" I looked up and saw several girls in school uniforms standing nearby. One of them was particularly eye-catching. She had a delicate appearance, a well-proportioned and tall figure, and a cold and proud look between her eyebrows. Even in the crowd, she was still dazzling. Su King Sui, my goddess in my previous life. She looked at the job posting, narrowed her eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Recruiting a secretary? Are you kidding? Qing Xue, it's really Chun Mo who's hiring. Didn't he say he was looking for a summer job? Let's go and take a look. Lulu, didn't your mom just say the salary was 2,000 yuan? 2,000 yuan during the probation period, 3,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. 3,000 yuan? No, I want to give it a try. I heard that the height requirement is over 165 centimeters. Then, only Lulu and Qingxue meet the requirements. Qingxue, go ahead. Once you go, Chinamo will definitely accept you immediately." "That's right. Who doesn't know how much Chinamo likes you?" Hearing this, Su Qingxue's mouth corners could not help but slightly raise, revealing a faint smile. But then she thought of what happened last night, her face slightly cold, and her tone was indifferent. "He wants to recruit me, but I don't want to go yet. Qingxue, it's such a good opportunity. It would be a waste if you don't go." "Yes, Chun Mo is giving you money openly, and you don't want it? Besides, your mother just resigned. How are you going to pay for college?" Su Qingxue frowned slightly, feeling a little shaken. "Tuition. This secretary earns 2,000 a month, and after 2 months of work, the tuition and living expenses will be settled. If you don't go, then this secretary will most likely be lose." This sentence made Su Qingxue unable to hold back. Her heart tightened. Lilu. She didn't want to give such a good opportunity to someone else. "Qingxue, give it a try." The girl next to her took her arm and walked directly into the crowd. At this time, I was concentrating on the interview, and the pen in my hand quickly recorded the interviewee's information. Test, name, Zhang Hui, age, 28. Score, appearance, 65, figure, 75, temperament, 70, ability, 64, potential, 66. Overall score, 68 points, bronze level secretary. I wrote 68, bronze behind her name. So far, Zhang Hui has the highest score. Among the dozen or so people before her, only 3 scored over 60 points, and the highest was only 64. Xiao Mo, our Lulu is here. Antley came over with a smile. I looked up and smiled slightly. Oh, there are a lot of people. Okay, I'll go get in line. Lilu nodded and walked to the back of the line with her long legs. Why doesn't Lulu go directly to Chun Mo? The girl next to her looked at Li Lu in confusion. Li Lu glanced at Su Qingxue and chuckled. There are so many people, so let's line up in order. Let's line up together. Su Qingxue glanced coldly at the people in line, then glanced at me who was busy taking notes, and a hint of arrogance flashed in her eyes. Who are these people? As long as she said she was willing to give it a try, Chen Mo would definitely offer her the position immediately. This is not her arrogance, but Chen Mo's attitude towards her over the years, completely obedient and without any bottom line. But she was also a little wary. Would Chen Mo take advantage of the secretary position to have evil thoughts about her? However, she was confident that Chen Mo would not dare to think too much if she just gave him a look. She raised her chin slightly and walked towards me slowly like a proud swan. I was smiling as I saw off an interviewee, and when I looked up I saw Su Qingxue, but I just glanced at her briefly and then continued to lower my head to register the next person's information. Su Qingxue stopped in front of me and waited for a moment. Seeing that I had no reaction, she finally couldn't help but speak. Chen Mo. I stopped writing, but didn't look up. I said calmly, if it's an interview, please line up. What did you say? She couldn't believe what she heard, and her tone was a little angry. I looked up and looked at her calmly, saying word by word, if you are here for an interview, please line up at the back. Su Qingxue's face changed slightly, and anger suddenly surged in her heart. She never thought that this licking dog who used to be humble and fawning in front of her would dare to make her queue up. Huh. She sneered and said through gritted teeth, Chen Mo, didn't I just say a few words to you last night? I didn't expect you to be so petty. It's really disgusting. After saying that, she turned around and left without looking back. Hey, Qingxue, why are you leaving? Did Chen Mo agree to hire you? Disgusting. Who would be a slut to be Chun Mo's secretary? She said disdainfully and left the crowd. The remaining girls looked at each other, not understanding what happened between the two. Li Lu looked at Su Qingxue's cold and arrogant back with a slightly complicated look in her eyes. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Su Qingxue's score is so high. Test. Name. Su Qingxue. Age. 18. Score. Appearance. 91. Figure. 88. Temperament. 90. Ability. 80. Potential. 82. Overall score. 86.2 points. Diamond level secretary. Hint. There is still room for improvement. Diamond level secretary. I have to admit that she is indeed excellent. In this county, she is simply a favored daughter of heaven. But I want to stay away from her, no matter now or in the future. I looked away and continued the interview. Finally, it was Li Lu's turn. She smiled gently and called softly, Chen Mo. I smiled and nodded, then asked casually, name? Li Lu, 18 years old, height 172 centimeters, education, high school graduate, 1.72 meters. I couldn't help but glance at her figure. Her legs were indeed long and very straight. Test. Name. Li Lu. Age. 18. Score. Appearance. 78. Figure. 82. Temperament. 79. Ability. 76. Potential. 85. Overall score. 79.8 points. Silver level secretary. Hint. There is still room for improvement. She was only 0.2 points away from reaching the gold level. What a pity. But fortunately, she had great potential. With a little training, she should be able to break through 80 points soon. I nodded secretly in my heart. Yes, she's indeed worth training. Okay, I'll go home and wait for news. After registering Li Lu's information, I looked up at the time. It was already noon. Time flies so fast. Luckily, there's a canopy here to block the scorching sun. There's still a few people left in the line, and I don't want to end it right now. After all, they have been waiting in line for so long. However, the scores of the following people were not very good, with the highest being only 62 points. Have some water. A voice suddenly sounded. I was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw it was Li Lu. The bottle of water she handed over had the cap already unscrewed. I was slightly surprised, took the water, and asked with a smile, Sister Lu, you are not trying to take the back door, are you? Li Lu's face suddenly turned red, and she waved her hands hastily. Who wants to go through the back door? My mom asked me to give it to you. I smiled and nodded without saying anything. In fact, I looked carefully at all the interviewees. Comprehensively speaking, you're the best one at the moment. Li Lu pursed her lips tightly, as if she was afraid that the corners of her mouth would rise. She looked at me with her bright eyes, waiting for what would happen next. Let's see if there are any suitable people this afternoon. I'll let you know the result as soon as possible. After saying that, I raised the water bottle in my hand and said, "Thank you for the water." Li Lu's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she also understood that I couldn't make a decision so quickly. After all, it was too hasty to decide on a candidate in just one morning. She also began to hesitate. Was she qualified for this position? The probation period was only 2,000 yuan, so the job must not be easy, right? On the other side, Yi Shuhui's voice came from upstairs. "Chen Montak, come upstairs to eat." Li Lu heard Chen Mo go upstairs and immediately walked to her mother. Aunt Li asked anxiously, "How is it?" Li Lu shook her head gently. "Didn't they want you?" Aunt Li's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, as if her daughter's engagement had been broken off. You're such a spendthrift. You didn't even make the interview, but you insisted on buying water for people. You're just trying to please someone. Go home and cook for your brother." I was standing in the corridor on the second floor, watching this scene, and the clear and bright look in Li Lu's eyes when she handed me the water just now came to my mind. Her tall back slowly disappeared into the alley, and her ponytail swayed gently, which was particularly lively and beautiful. "What are you looking at? Let's go upstairs to eat." Yishuhui's voice came. I retracted my gaze, smiled, and agreed. Okay. As soon as I entered the room, the aroma of food on the table filled my nose, and I couldn't help but reach out to pick up some food. "Go wash your hands first, you little greedy guy." Yishui slapped me in annoyance. After washing my hands, I sat down and started to eat heartily. "How was the interview today?" she asked casually. In fact, she had been watching upstairs all morning, so she probably wanted to ask a question a long time ago. I took a sip of soup, looked up and asked, "Mom, what is the biggest problem in our supermarket right now?" She thought for a moment and said, "Business isn't as good as before, probably because 2 new supermarkets have opened nearby, as well as a number of small retail stores." "Then what's the solution?" I continued to ask. Yishui frowned slightly and shook her head. "Your father used to be honest and sold it at a low price, and he never thought of any business strategy." I burped and smiled confidently. "Then let's see how I can turn things around." She looked at me suspiciously. "Hiring a secretary can turn things around?" This is actually true. After dinner, I started thinking about how to revitalize the supermarket business. To make people willing to come to the store, the most important thing is to attract traffic. The simplest and most direct way is to hold discount activities. This is the most effective short-term means. Secondly, membership and points cards are also a long-term strategy. Although there is no computer system yet, paper points cards can be used, which is a bit troublesome but absolutely effective. Finally, joint management. For example, in the large shopping malls of later generations, shopping, food, and entertainment complement each other. When someone comes to eat, they will go shopping. When someone comes to shop, they may consume other items. If these models are applied to supermarkets, the effect should be good. Thinking about it, I fell asleep unknowingly. When I woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. I just put on my shoes and was about to go downstairs when I heard Yi Shuhui's low voice coming from outside the door. "Xiao Mo is still resting. You can ask them to come for the interview tomorrow." I felt warm inside and pushed open the door and called out, "Mom." Yi Shui turned around and saw that I was awake. She smiled and said, "Are you awake?" A clerk next to me saw me coming out and immediately came up to me and said, "Hey, boss, you're finally awake. There have been people waiting for interviews downstairs, and we've been running around several times." Seeing how enthusiastic she was, I guess her relatives also wanted to apply for the job. "Okay, I'll go down." Just before going downstairs, Yi Shui suddenly handed me a bank card and whispered, "This card was opened with your ID card. There is 50,000 yuan in it for you to run the supermarket. Mom is going on a trip with her bestie, and it's just right for you to take over, so you can handle it." She smiled easily, but I was shocked. In her previous life, she had never really let go of the supermarket, but this time, she really let go. I took the bank card solemnly, and when I went downstairs, I found a large group of people gathered at the door. It seemed that the news of the prodigal son recruiting a secretary had spread all over the streets. "Don't be impatient, come one by one." I sped up the interview process, but still found that very few people met the requirements. Those without a high school diploma or under 165 centimeters tall, don't have to queue. Thank you, everyone. As I finished my words, many people in the line dispersed in disappointment. However, it is worth noting that since the news of recruiting secretary spread, there are many more people shopping in the store today than usual. The increase in traffic is the most direct effect. The sun gradually set and the sky darkened. I finally finished interviewing the last person and breathed a sigh of relief. Still, interview? A gentle voice came from the table. I said casually, "Sorry, the interview is over today." As soon as I said this, I suddenly looked up and saw the woman in front of me. She had a beautiful oval face, delicate features, a pair of bright eyes, and exuded the gentleness of a mature woman. She was wearing a slim-fitting black suit and tight trousers that outlined her slender waist and plump curves. Her exquisite figure was perfectly set off by the suit. She looked at me with a gentle smile. It was her, Su Qingshue's mother, Su Yun. Aunt Su. I looked at Su Yun, who was a little embarrassed with a little surprise. She was fired by the bald boss last night and is now unemployed. At present, Su Qingxue is about to go to college, and the tuition and living expenses are not a small amount. She is out of work, so the pressure is naturally not small. Today, she looked for a job outside, but the salary was too low or the work was too hard. She originally just came to the supermarket to buy groceries and visit me. After all, Su Qingshue's attitude last night was indeed excessive, and she wanted to apologize to me on behalf of her daughter. As a result, she heard that we were hiring secretaries here, and the salary was very high. Out of curiosity, she came over to take a look, only to find that it was me who was hiring. So this opening scene happened. I put down the materials in my hand and looked at her. "Auntie Su, are you here for an interview?" Su Yun was slightly stunned, then waved her hand and said softly, "Since you don't want to hire anyone, forget it. By the way, Annie has something to say. Don't take Qingshue's words last night to heart. I apologize to you on her behalf." "Aunt Su, you don't have to apologize." I glanced at her ankle, frowned, and asked, "How is your foot?" "Much better." Su Yun smiled slightly and said softly, "Thank you so much for last night." "It's okay." She looked at the women's watch on her wrist and seemed to realize that it was getting late. So she said, "Then Annie won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. I looked at her back, my eyes slightly fixed. When Su Yun walked, her steps were elegant. Her slender and well-proportioned legs and her body swayed slightly as she walked, all of which exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. With such temperament, it's no wonder that she is doing well in the workplace. When I thought of this, I suddenly said, "Auntie Su, wait a minute." Su Yun turned around and looked at me with a pair of autumn water eyes with doubt. I coughed lightly and smiled. "Aunt Su, please leave your contact information." She raised her pretty oval face slightly, with a hint of smile in her eyes. "Still hiring? Don't force yourself." "No." The corners of my mouth rose slightly. The system's scoring gave me no reason to hesitate. "Oh, Ning, Su Yun, Dinat." Score, appearance, 94, figure, 95, temperament, 90, ability, 89, potential, 90. Overall score, 91.6 points. Master level secretary. Hint, there is still room for improvement. This score directly crushed Su Qingxue, especially in terms of ability and figure, even higher than I expected. She is not only excellent in appearance, but also outstanding in workability. I looked up at her and asked tentatively, "Auntie Su, what did you do before?" "Mainly doing sales and sometimes taking care of after sales. After all, if you want to be a good salesperson, you have to know a little bit about everything." She looked a little helpless when she said this. My eyes lit up. "Do you know a company that makes elevators?" "Elevators?" She was slightly startled. "Are you talking about the escalators that are common in big cities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen?" "Yes." Su Yun frowned slightly and thought seriously for a moment. "We don't have it here. But when I was doing business, I met a boss who was engaged in this kind of new industry." "Why? Do you want to install an elevator?" "Yes." I nodded. "Also, please help me contact the decoration team." Su Yun was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. "You really treat your aunt as your secretary?" Although she said so, she had already taken out a pen and paper from her bag and started taking notes. "What do you want the renovation team to do?" "I want to transform the second floor of our supermarket into a leisure area where we can eat and play." Su Yun's eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately realized. So the elevator is used to connect the supermarket on the first floor and the leisure area on the second floor? "Yes." I extended my hand and smiled. Aunt Sue, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Su Yun was stunned for a moment, with a flash of surprise in her eyes, but she still hesitantly reached out her hand and gently held my hand. Xiao Mo, are you going to recruit me as a secretary? Well, Aunt Sue, when can you start work? I casually put away the notebook that recorded a bunch of interviewees' information without any hesitation. Su Yun was obviously stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, I can do it now. Don't worry, I'll tell you about the salary first. Okay, you tell me. Your position is secretary, and you are only responsible to me. The probation period is 1 month, the salary is 2,000, and after becoming a regular employee, it will be 3,000, and you will have 2 days off a week. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Su Yun blinked and looked at me oddly. Isn't this a bit? Is there a problem? She said seriously. Of course there is a problem. I frowned slightly. What aspect? She said seriously. I think the working hours are too short. You are really not. Spendthrift. I smiled and said calmly. Aunt Sue, don't think this job is easy. You'll be busy later. Su Yun nodded and smiled. That's good. Ding. The host completes the main task, the first secretary. Reward, 10,000 points. Master level treasure chest. Do you want to open the master treasure chest? I chose okay without hesitation. Open the master level treasure chest and get a monetary reward of 1 million. Get lucky with love. The chance of an excellent secretary appearing plus 90%. Get a master level physical enhancement and a master level business bonus. Popularity bonus plus 90%. 1 million. My heart skipped a beat. 1 million in this era is definitely a huge sum of money. Not to mention the physical enhancement. The sensitivity of my facial features has greatly increased, allowing me to instantly notice a tall figure quietly slipping past me. Li Lu. She paused and said softly, She was in a very low mood. She had actually been here for a while and had heard the whole process of my hiring Su Yun. She suddenly realized that she was really naive. She thought Shin Mo was just playing around and recruiting people for fun, but he actually wanted to change this supermarket. She thought to herself, could she do this job? I looked at her and suddenly smiled and said, Oh, I have good news for you. Come to work tomorrow. Li Lu was stunned. What did you say? I said, tomorrow, you'll be my secretary. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then she shook her head bleakly. I can't. Today, her mother's hurtful words still echo in her mind. What's the point of studying? After you go to college, you can still get married? Get married early and save some money for the family. She murmured in a low voice. I can't do it. I am useless. I stared at her and said firmly, if I say you can do it, you can do it. Her body trembled slightly, and a glimmer of light seemed to rekindle in her dim eyes. Ding! Main mission updated. Recruit 3 employees, rated silver level and above. Reward points, 10,000 points. The task has been updated. I already have 2 silver level secretaries, and I just need to recruit 1 more. I glanced at Li Lu standing next to me and said calmly, let's get to work now. I just happen to have something for you to record. She was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the pile of interview materials I handed over, as if she had not yet fully recovered from the shock. First thing, notify everyone of a meeting half an hour before the end of get off work. Second thing, starting tomorrow, everyone's working hours will be adjusted to 10 a.m., and the end of get off work time will remain unchanged. Third thing, prepare for the store upgrade, and all employees must wear uniform work clothes. That's all for now, I said, and turned to look at her. Did you remember it? Li Lu raised her head and showed the small notebook in her hand. I've remembered it all. I nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, see, it's not difficult, right? Li Lu nodded slightly, as if she had finally regained some confidence. However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded. Lulu, what are you still doing here after delivering the meal? I frowned and looked up. It was indeed Aunt Li. Li Lu's shoulders shrank immediately, as if she had a subconscious stress reaction, and she whispered, I'm remembering. What do you want to remember? Aunt Li was very quick-witted and sneered. What does this have to do with you? Li Lu bit her lip and whispered, I'm working. Huh? What? Aunt Li's voice was full of sarcasm. I couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so I said calmly, Li Lu is my secretary, helping me record my work. Is there any problem? As soon as these words came out, Aunt Li's originally aggressive expression froze instantly. She opened her eyes wide and looked at me in surprise. Shout and Mo. No, little boss, what did you say? You want our Lulu to be your secretary? Yes. I was too lazy to explain and just turned and walked into the supermarket. Behind her, Aunt Lee's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. Lulu, are you really hired? Lulu responded in a low voice. Yeah. That's great, that's great. Aunt Lee was so surprised that she kept muttering. 2,000 you want a month? No, it's 3,000 a month if you become a regular employee. Lulu, you're my baby. You must work hard and follow the boss. You should do whatever he tells you to do, okay? Lulu's ears turned red, and she whispered, I know. I'm going to work for Chun. Chinmoji. Go quickly. Aunt Lee urged immediately, smiling from ear to ear. I heard it all clearly, and I felt helpless. I had just been sarcastic to my daughter, but now, when I heard about the salary, my expression changed immediately. Lilu quickly followed me and whispered, Thank you, Chinimo. I glanced at her, waved my hand, and said calmly, Don't thank me too soon. If you don't do well, not only will you not be able to get a permanent job, I may fire you at any time. Lilu, her expression suddenly became tense, and she even had a sense of crisis. Somehow, she suddenly thought of Su Yun. In comparison, she was not as good as Su Yun in every aspect. She didn't even know if she was qualified for the job of secretary. She bit her lip lightly and asked softly, Boss Chun, I'll call you this from now on, okay? Call Mr. Chun. I pointed to the water dispenser next to me and said, Go get me a glass of water first. Li Lu was stunned for a moment and looked at me with some confusion. This is what a secretary should do, I said seriously. After listening to me, Li Lu immediately turned around to pour a glass of water and handed it to me carefully. Then, she whispered, Is the secretary just here to serve you tea? I took a sip of water and said casually, You are right to understand it this way. It can be summed up in 5 words. There is something for the secretary to do. Li Lu fell silent for a moment, as if she had completely understood what her mother had said before. 2 hours later, I finally explained tomorrow's plan clearly. Li Lu's comprehension ability was good, but compared to Su Yun, she was still far behind. You will be the one to talk about it when the meeting starts. I will. Li Lu's eyes widened suddenly, her face full of panic. Of course. I took a sip of water without caring and motioned her to go and call someone to the meeting. Li Lu hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the aunt who was sorting the shelves. Aunt Lin, the meeting is about to start. After saying that, she lowered her head and walked towards the cashier. Auntie Wong, the meeting is about to start. Mom, Li Fong, the meeting is about to start. Aunt Li was stunned, then frowned and looked at Li Lu. What did you call me? Wang, swiping at the side, couldn't help laughing. Haha. But daughter calls you Li Fong. The employees around also smiled. Lulu, why did you ask us to have a meeting? Didn't your mother ask you to teach us? Sister Li wants to be a manager. Go away, what do you know? Our Lulu is the secretary of the young boss now. Aunt Li raised her head with pride. Others were immediately surprised. Really? Haven't you hired a secretary yet? Lulu, is it okay? I said seriously, I hired 2 secretaries today. Everyone gasped. Wow, a secretary only earns 2,000 yuan a month, and this loser hired 2. The Chun family has been building a business for more than a decade, and this kid is going to squander it all. Can this supermarket survive? They have worked here for many years and have some feelings for me. Now that they see me messing around like this, they're naturally worried. I said calmly, Li Lu is one of them. She will be responsible for everyone's daily work from now on. Everyone was stunned by this announcement. A daughter is in charge of her own mother? Aunt Li was also panicked and asked hurriedly, Mr. Chimbas, do you mean that we will all be under the care of Li Lu from now on? Well, let Li Lu tell you about tomorrow's matter. After saying that, I turned around and left. Li Lu was left alone, facing her own mother and a group of aunts who usually called her Little Lulu. Li Lu took a deep breath, looked down at the notebook in her hand, and tried to calm her voice. Everyone listen to me first. Tomorrow, Li Fong, you'll be in charge of the cash register. The smile on Aunt Li's face froze instantly, and she clenched her fists. Li Lu seemed not to notice and continued. Aunt Wong, you are responsible. The supermarket suddenly fell into a subtle silence. Su Yin turned her face slightly. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she lowered her head to clean up the dishes to cover it up. She chuckled in an unnatural tone and said, Child, when did you become so talkative? Chinamo looked at her with a frank look in his eyes. Tell the truth. Su Yun's heartbeat quickened a little. She was not a little girl, so she naturally understood what was in Chinmo's eyes. But she also knew that Chinmo was still an 18-year-old young man, and it might just be a momentary impulse of teenager, so she didn't need to care too much. Okay, Now that you're full, go to bed early. She put away the dishes, turned, and went into the kitchen to wash them. Chen Mo watched her skillfully clean up the dishes, feeling a little emotional. Someone like Su Yun, who has excellent work ability, a gentle personality, and can do housework, is simply a perfect secretary. It can even be said that she is a candidate for a life partner. But Su Yun is more than 10 years older than herself. In her previous life, she was also independent in her career. In the end, she did not get married. Instead, she relied on her own abilities to establish herself and thrived in the business world. Chen Mo didn't think much about it. He just smiled and said, "Aunt Sue, if you don't have dinner in the future, come to my place." Su Yun paused, then looked up at him with a complicated look in her eyes. "Are you bribing me? You are my secretary, so I have to be responsible for you so that you don't faint from hunger in the middle of your work." Su Yun laughed and shook her head. She washed the dishes, dried her hands, and cleaned up before saying to Chen Mo, "Okay, it's getting late. I'll go home first. I'll take you there." "No need, it's just a few steps away. How can I let the secretary go back by herself?" Su Yun glanced at him and sighed softly. "You kid." In the end, she did not refuse, and they went out together. After seeing Su Yun off, Chen Mo returned to his room and checked his system panel again. The increase in wealth gave him more confidence. The next focus was how to upgrade and transform the supermarket and truly turn it into a commercial center in the county. There's a lot to do, and tomorrow is the beginning. The next morning, the supermarket officially started a new round of changes. Chen Mo stood on the second floor, watching Li Lu standing in front of the employees, holding a notebook, announcing new rules and regulations with a nervous look on her face. Starting today, everyone's working hours will be adjusted to 10 a.m., and the off-get-off work time will remain unchanged. In addition, the supermarket will be upgraded and renovated soon, and all employees must wear uniform work clothes. Starting today, we will implement a membership point system. A specific plan. Li Lu's voice was trembling a little, but she spoke more and more fluently, and gradually, even she felt her confidence increased. The employees were all a little shocked after hearing this. Point system? What is this? It needs to be changed? Are we not going to be laid off? Changed to work uniforms? Isn't this too formal? Just as the employees were discussing, Chen Mo walked down, glanced around, and said calmly, "Does anyone have any opinions about the supermarket reform?" Everyone fell silent. Aunt Lee swallowed her saliva and asked weakly, "Young boss, do you really want to make our supermarket like a big shopping mall?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "Not only will it become a big shopping mall, we will become the most profitable place in the county in the future." Everyone, Li Lu stood aside, looking at Chen Mo's profile, with a hint of surprise and longing in her eyes. She vaguely felt that she seemed to be witnessing the birth of a business miracle. In the morning, Chen Mo arrived at the supermarket early. Li Lu was already at the front desk sorting out yesterday's interview materials. When she saw Chen Mo coming in, she immediately stood up and greeted him. "Mr. Chen, good morning." Chen Mo looked at Li Lu's formal attitude and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. You are becoming more and more like a secretary." Li Lu's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly lowered her head to organize the documents in her hands. The focus today is to inform all employees that our supermarket will be fully upgraded soon. At the same time, Ansu will also be responsible for communicating with the elevator manufacturer and the decoration team. It is expected that the decoration of the second floor will be fully launched within a week. Li Lu listened and quickly took out her notebook to write it down. "Also, I thought about it yesterday. The supermarket's cash register system is too old. I contacted several suppliers to see if I could upgrade to a more modern cash register equipment." "Okay," Li Lu asked in a low voice while taking notes. "By the way, Aunt Sue, will she come today?" "Of course, she is our Secretary General, and there are many important things that need her deal with today." Li Lu felt a little nervous and expectant. After all, it was her first time to work officially, and Su Yun had much more work experience than her. She wanted to see how Aunt Sue handled these things. Su Yun arrived, and the full staff meeting began. Just after 9 in the morning, Su Yun walked into the supermarket in a neat business suit, with an upright posture and delicate makeup. Her aura instantly stunned the entire scene. The employees in the store were a little worried about the supermarket reform, but after seeing Su Yun, they felt inexplicably relieved. "Is everyone here?" Su Yun looked around and glanced at the time. "It's 9:15. Let's officially start the meeting." As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. Today's meeting is divided into 3 parts. First, adjusting working hours and salary structure. Second, arrangements during the supermarket upgrade and renovation period. Third, future development plans. Soo-yeon's voice was gentle yet firm and clear so that everyone could hear it clearly. Chun Mo stood aside, watching Soo-yeon's performance, and became more and more certain that he had chosen the right person. Li Lu stood behind Soo-yeon, studying and nervously looking through her notes, fearing that she would miss something important. First, about the adjustment of working hours dash. Second, about the decoration of the second floor and the installation of the elevator dash. Finally, about the long-term development of the supermarket dash. Soo-yeon explained everything in an orderly manner from beginning to end, and everyone listened very carefully. After the meeting, the employees were no longer as worried as they were yesterday, but were full of expectations. After all, judging from Soo-yeon's description, this supermarket is not just a supermarket, but will become the most influential commercial complex in the county. Su Qingxue was shocked when she heard the news. At the same time, while Su Qingxue was busy at her new job, she heard her classmates discussing the matter of the Old Street supermarket. Have you heard? Chunmo's supermarket is going to install an elevator. Elevator? Really? Why would a supermarket install an elevator? That's right. I heard that he's going to turn the second floor into an entertainment area, and he's also going to implement a membership point system and even have a special secretary team. Secretary team? Isn't there only one, Li Lu? I heard there is another one, named Soo-yeon, Chunmo's chief secretary. Su Qingxue was stunned when she heard this. Soo-yeon, her mother, became Chunmo's secretary? Her expression instantly became complicated. 11. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Chun Mo was still asleep when he was awakened by a knock on the door. Chun Mo opened the door in a daze. A tall young girl was standing at the door. Behind her, there was a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance and a mature and plump figure. Li Lu, Aunt Sue, why are you here so early? And they came together. Aunt Sue and I met him on the road. Li Lu knew that Soo-yeon was also Chun Mo's secretary, but Soo-yeon didn't know. So, when Soo-yeon met Li Lu and learned that she was also Chun Mo's secretary, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Well, I came here to tell you that I have to contact the decoration team and the elevator company now, so I will probably not be in the company during the day. Soo-yeon had a lot of things to do, and she needs to run around everywhere. However, this is different from her previous job, where she had to look at other people's faces. Now it's Party A who is the financial sponsor holding the money. The roles are exchanged, but the most important thing is to ensure quality and efficiency. Aunt Sue, don't worry, I'll go with you. Chunmo still needs to withdraw money as he wants to buy a car. Li Lu, what do you want? That is, when should we start the promotion? After a week, you need to explain all the promotional activities to them. Good. Sort out all the promotional items and their prices, and remember to ask the advertising shop that's making the promotional signs to hurry up and do it. Li Lu prepared a notebook in which she recorded everything clearly. And Sue, wait for me. Let's go together. Good. Chun Mo turned and went into the house. Soo-yeon and Li Lu were the only ones left at the door. Li Lu smiled at Soo-yeon. Aunt Sue, I'll go get busy first. Soo-yeon also smiled and nodded. Well, go ahead. She looked at Li Lu's back as she left and couldn't help but think of her own daughter. But considering Su Qingxue's personality, I decided to forget it. Aunt Sue, let's go. Chun Mo put on a short t-shirt and walked out. Soo-yeon looked at him with a smile. When your business gets bigger, you can change into more mature clothes. Chun Mo looked down at his clothes, which indeed looked youthful. I don't know how to pick clothes. Aunt Sue, please help me choose when you have time. Okay, isn't it the job of a secretary to help the boss deal with these things? Soo-yeon walked in front with a smile on her face. Her curvy waist and hips exuded a strong, mature charm and was extremely seductive. Right, where should we go first? Get some money. Chun Mo raised the bank card in his hand. Soo-yeon admired Yi Shui a little for being able to entrust such a big thing to Chun Mo. But thinking back, she was not surprised by Chun Mo's creative ideas in doing business. The two went downstairs and left. The store isn't open yet, and other people won't be coming to work until after 9 o'clock. This is the new working hour that Chun Mo said himself. The two walked together to the nearest bank, only to find out the bank wasn't open yet. It doesn't open until 9. Then I'll go find the decoration team first. Soo-yeon didn't want to waste time. After all, Chun Mo asked her to finish everything within half a month. Okay then. By the way, remember to call me if you have anything. Good. Chun Mo watched Soo-yeon's back as she left, thinking that he should assign a new phone number and a work phone to each of her and Lilu. Chinamo went to have breakfast, and by the way, found a one-stop catering giant he wanted in the system store in his mind. This is a catering giant that combines the advantages of KFC and McDonald's. Not only is it cheaper, but it also tastes better than the two giants. Unfortunately, the domestic fast food industry appeared too late in the past, and the market share had been divided up, leaving little room for development. But it's different now. The domestic market is still blank. You need to be the first to open the door to this world. The first crab you eat is always the tastiest. However, this cost a total of 8,800 secretary points. The original 10,000 points were reduced to only 1,200 in an instant. Chinamo felt that he had to give Su Yun some more tasks. Collect instant food making machines. It would be a shame if Chinamo didn't use the instant food recipe in his hand. Chinmo's idea is to start with the entity first. Of course, there's one path that entities cannot avoid, and that is real estate. However, Chinamo doesn't plan to spend his money in the county. After breakfast, Chinamo went to the bank to withdraw money. I felt a little nervous. However, when the teller saw the amount in the account, he looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. How much money do you want to withdraw? Let's take 500,000 first. 500,000? We need to prepare for this. The female teller didn't know how to handle the situation. After all, this was the first time she faced such a large amount of withdrawal. Okay, please hurry up. Chinamo felt much more at ease. After a while, the bank president personally invited him to his office. After some polling, Chinamo took the money and left the bank. 500,000 is a lot of money. In this era, there's still a lot of hooligans on the streets, and non-mainstream people are still very rampant. Their hair is colorful, and they walk with their noses up in the air. If you don't like someone, conflicts may occur. However, Chunmo's physical strength has reached its limit, so he doesn't care. In fact, I really want to see how many non-mainstream people I can knock down with one punch. Unfortunately, the journey was uneventful. Chinamo took a taxi to the nearest 4S store. I found that all the cars were Japanese, and there were almost no domestic cars. In addition to Japanese cars, there are also German cars. Moreover, cars of this era are not cheap at all, and are even more expensive than they will be a decade later, especially luxury brands. Chinamo couldn't help but wonder if there was a one-stop service for the automotive industry in his system. Don't be too hasty now. Take it one step at a time. Buy a car first. Solve the transportation problem. Chinamo first ruled out cars made in Japanese countries because he simply didn't like them. I turned around and went to a German 4S store, but I met an acquaintance. Su Qingxue. She actually works here during the summer vacation. I didn't expect that the 4S store was recruiting summer workers. Maybe it's because of her outstanding appearance? Wait, there seems to be other reasons. The boy next to her with acne on his face is their classmate, Lin Hao, a rich second generation. If I remember correctly, his family drives a German Mercedes-Benz 4S car. He is Su Qingxue's most loyal bootlicker besides Chun Mo. With Chun Mo's awakening, it can now be said that he is the #1 bootlicker. It was probably he who introduced Su Qingxue to this job. Hey, isn't this Chun Mo? Qingxue, come here. When Lin Hao shouted, Su Qingxue immediately saw Chun Mo. She couldn't help but frown slightly. What's Chun Mo doing here? The haunting. Is he chasing me again? Su Qingxue's subconscious thoughts were the inertial thinking that had been developed by the suck-ups over the years. Lin Hao, what a coincidence. This isn't your store, is it? Oh yeah, what are you doing here? To look at the car. Lin Hao had a smug look on his face and looked at Chun Mo with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Su Qingxue stood aside without saying a word. Chun Mo smiled and said, Yes, let's see, old classmate, are there any discounts on your car? Lin Hao puffed out his chest and said with a bit of disdain, Of course, we are old classmates. I will give you the biggest discount, but even if I give you a 50% discount, you still can't afford it. Really 50% off? Boss Lin, are you serious? If you buy it, I'll definitely give you a 50% discount. Lin Hao said this with a dignified look on his face and did not forget to glance at Su Qingxue. At this moment, he was like a male peacock showing off his colorful tail feathers in front of a female peacock. Chun Mo looked embarrassed. What? No money? How much money can your supermarket make? Why buy this car? Lin Hao had a smug expression on his face, as if he was going to kill you for having no money. This car costs 540,000. Even with a 50% discount, it's still 270,000. Is your supermarket worth that much? Chun Mo sighed softly. I can't compare to you. This car is so beautiful. If it's 40% off, I'll sell my supermarket and buy this. Lin Hao glanced at Chun Mo and said, selling the supermarket? You have the final say. Chun Mo quietly approached Lin Hao and whispered, my mother is out traveling, so I'm in charge of the supermarket now. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Holding back his inner joy, he urged, then sell it. I'll give you a 40% discount on the car. Chun Mo took a deep breath and said with a hint of doubt, can you really make the decision? Lin Hao said angrily, Chun Mo, who are you looking down on? Can I still lie to you? Chun Mo was confused. It's not that I don't trust you, the big boss, but nowadays we all focus on contracts. If I sell the store, you won't give me a discount on this car. Lin Hao thought about it for a moment, and his brain worked very quickly. Chun Mo's supermarket sold at most tens of thousands of items. I sold him this car for $216,000, plus landing fees, insurance, and taxes. It was almost $250,000. Then he is given 1 day to collect the money. Otherwise, the price will be restored to the original price. Lin Hao had been working in the store since he was a child and had already learned some petty tricks of stealing. Contract? You still don't believe me, okay? I'll get someone to get a contract. Lin Hao walked quickly towards the manager's office. After about 10 minutes, he came out with a contract in his hand and handed it to Chun Mo. Here, I beg for this with great difficulty. It's stamped with the store's official seal. Chun Mo took the contract and glanced at it. Having experienced the silence of various contract traps in his previous life, how could he not see the trick in this contract? After reading it, he showed an innocent smile. Thank you, old classmate. I will go home and sell supermarket goods to collect money. You wait. Lin Hao smiled amiably and nodded repeatedly. Okay, hurry up. I'll wait for you to pick up the car. When you sell the supermarket, your mother will come back and she will be so pissed off that she will die. 012 Royal Sister Lawyer. Su Qingxue watched coldly the entire process of Lin Hao selling the car to Chun Mo. Are you really going to sell the car to Chun Mo at a 40% discount? Yeah, I'm just worried that he won't be able to afford it in the end. Although Su Qingxue didn't know the tricks in the contract, but she knew Lin Hao's intentions and would never give Chun Mo such a big advantage. Chun Mo is in trouble, but Su Qingxue would not tell him. This is the result of his sin against himself. Just as the two were talking, Chun Mo came back. Su Qingxue and Lin Hao looked at each other. Lin Hao smiled. Chun Mo, why are you back again? Chun Mo held the bag in his hand and smiled innocently. The money has been collected. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. What do you mean? Chun Mo opened the bag in his hand. Buy a car. I have enough money. Lin Hao looked at Chun Mo's serious expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he snatched the bag from his hand, which was full of bundles of money. Here, the original price of this car is $540,000, right? With a 60% discount, that's $216,000. Come on, your finance department will give you some. Chun Mo greeted the people around him with a smile, many of whom were customers who came to buy cars. Lin Hao immediately covered his mouth and dragged Chun Mo to the manager's office. Chun Mo, I was just kidding you. This car can't be sold. Lin Hao, what do you mean? I have a contract. Chun Mo took out the contract and questioned. Lin Hao looked at the contract, his face livid. He smiled and said, this is all a joke. I'm just teasing you. Chun Mo's eyes turned cold. Are you kidding me? Okay. Then don't blame me for asking people to do a good job of publicity for you. Besides, I've already hired a lawyer. If you don't admit it, we can see you in court. Lin Hao's face suddenly turned red. The manager who was called by Su Qingxue looked at the scene and felt that something was wrong. Our young master dug a hole for others and ended up digging his own leg. This boy is so sophisticated and a tough guy. The manager with a fat face came in with a smile. Little brother, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Tell me if you have any problem. I will help you solve it. Chun Mo glanced at him and asked, can you make the decision? The manager smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm the manager of our store. If you have any questions, please tell me. Chun Mo showed him the contract, took a look at it, and then immediately put it away. Do you understand? The manager nodded with a fake smile. I understand, but I really can't afford this car at a 40% discount. Chun Mo smiled slightly. No, that's okay. I'll have someone publicize it for you, and the court and the Industry and Commerce Bureau will come to you. The fat manager chuckled and said, don't scare me. I'm not afraid of being scared. Your contract will be invalid after today. Chun Mo, so I brought the money within 1 day, but you breached the contract, right? The fat manager spread his hands and acted a little rogue, which he was best at. After today, your contract will be useless. Who would know if you brought the money today? Okay, okay, then don't blame me for being rude. Chun Mo smiled and nodded, then took out his hand and pressed the play button. A familiar voice came from the phone. Your contract is useless after today. Who would know if you brought the money today? The fat man's face instantly turned red like liver. You kid, you're playing dirty tricks. The fat manager was so angry that he tried to snatch Chun Mo's phone. Chun Mo's reaction ability was far beyond that of ordinary people. He dodged to the side, and the fat man fell directly to the ground. I don't like to force people. Since you don't want to sell it, let's go to court. Chun Mo, who are you trying to scare? See you in court. Can you afford a lawyer? Lin Hao stopped pretending at this time and glared at Chun Mo with a red face. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. A woman wearing a professional suit and a hip skirt, with a slender figure and exquisite curves. The white hip skirt tightly wraps her perky buttocks. Her long and beautiful legs are covered with flesh-colored stockings, and she is wearing a pair of black high heels. The woman was very beautiful, exuding the aura of a queen. Her beautiful eyes glanced around the office. Her red lips parted as she spoke. Who is Chun Mo? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment and said, Me. The royal sister raised her eyebrows slightly, walked to Chun Mo's side, opened the document in her hand, and said, I am your lawyer. Regarding the contract fraud in your car purchase, I will go to the court to sue in the afternoon. Please confirm it. Chun Mo took the document, on which were written a few words in a flourish. Do you have any evidence? Chun Mo smiled and wrote, There is a recording and a contract. The royal sister looked at Chun Mo with a surprised look, then revealed a confident aura and spoke lightly. Oh, by the way, according to the industrial and commercial management law, if there is contract fraud, the store will be closed in serious cases. Please be informed. After the royal sister lawyer finished speaking, she turned around, pushed the door, and left. Lose money or close the store. The fat manager who had fallen to the ground immediately got up after weighing the pros and cons and said through gritted teeth, Wait a minute. Chun Mo and the royal sister lawyer looked at each other, and they both saw a fox-like smile in each other's eyes. Less than an hour. Completed all vehicle pickup procedures. Hey, Lin Hao, doesn't this car come with maintenance? Get out, get out, get out. TSK. This is my attitude when I do business for you. I won't come next time. Chun Mo waved his hand with a gloomy look on his face. Mad. Lin Hao was so angry that he clenched his fist and kicked the wall hard. His heart bleeds as he sells this car. I'll probably be scolded by my mom when I get home. The royal lawyer drove the 8th-generation Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan and left with Chun Mo under the angry glares of all the employees of the 4S store. Lin Hao could never have imagined this result. He thought he was very smart, and he couldn't understand why Chun Mo was so cunning and treacherous. He saw the loopholes in his contract at a glance, recorded the conversation perfectly, and finally hired a lawyer. This is like an elaborate conspiracy. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel horrified when he thought of this. Chun Mo, this bastard, is so scary. At this time, the royal sister lawyer who was driving stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car increased sharply. Fisk, it's worthy of being a Mercedes-Benz. It's so fun to drive. I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? Chun Mo looked at the royal lawyer who was driving. You're welcome, Shun Bing. Shun Bing stretched out her hand towards Chun Mo in a heroic manner. Chun Mo said as he shook her hand. Shun Bing, I heard that you were Aunt Sue's boss. Chun Mo coughed lightly and said, I guess so. The reason why Chun Mo left the 4S store was to ask Su Yun to find a lawyer for him. This Shun Bing looks pretty good. Okay, now that I'm done, I'll be leaving now. Shun Bing stopped the car on the side of the road and prepared to leave. Chun Mo looked at her surging breasts and said, Wait, Lawyer Shun, I haven't paid you the appearance fee yet. Shun Bing raised her eyebrows slightly and waved her hand. No need. I didn't do anything. Just ask Aunt Sue to treat me to a meal when you have time. You could drive, right? Meeting. Chun Mo just happened to find a skill product in the system, an A1 level driver's license, and 1,000 points. Okay, bye. Shun Bing waved her hand and walked away from the car with her long, beautiful legs. Her back is heroic and her whole body is full of the charm of a queen. 013, such a beauty. After Shun Bing left, Chun Mo sat in the driver's seat. The system's driver's license directly brought Chun Mo's driving skills to the maximum level. Chun Mo drove to buy 2 mobile phones for Su Yun and Li Lu to use for work. I don't know how Su Yun is doing now. Chun Mo called Su Yun. The phone rang for a long time before it was slowly connected. Hello, Mr. Chun. Is Shun Bing here? Su Yun's mature and pleasant voice came. This time, Mr. Chun was also invited. I'm here. The work is done. She didn't take my money and asked me to treat her to a meal when I have time. It'll be fine once it's done. I've already asked the decorators to go to the store. I'm going to come back now. Where are you? I'm here to pick you up. Huh? You really bought a car? Su Yun was a little surprised. She thought Chen Mo was just talking nonsense. I didn't expect that I actually bought a car. I'm at the bus stop on Baifu Street. Okay, wait. After Chun Mo hung up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz of this era was still particularly eye-catching. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Yun's delicate oval face. After entering June, the weather in this small southern city has become exceptionally hot. Su Yun ran around again. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. There was also a lot of sweat on her thighs. It's just not noticeable because of the black trousers. Su Yun is always dressed conservatively, probably because her appearance, both her face and figure, are too eye-catching, so she has to wrap herself up tightly. But she actually didn't know that her tight clothes actually showed off her mature and plump figure more vividly. Many men nearby couldn't help but look at her. A woman like Su Yun is the center of attention wherever she goes. Su Yun waved her hand beside her face. She saw a brand new black Mercedes-Benz, which was dazzling in the sun, driving towards her quickly. This Mercedes-Benz instantly attracted a group of passers-by waiting for the bus. The car stopped steadily in front of Su Yun. At this time, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Such a woman was indeed not worthy of ordinary people. A good woman goes with a good saddle. Su Yun looked at the car and hesitated. She didn't know if it was Chen Mo. It was not until the car window slowly rolled down and she saw Chen Mo that she walked forward and opened the car door a little awkwardly. She stepped into the car first with her long and plump legs and then sat on the passenger seat. Fasten your seatbelts. Chen Mo pointed to the seat belt next to her. Su Yun pulled out the seatbelt and buckled it. I found 3 decoration teams and compared their prices. The one with the surname Zhang at the South Station is the cheapest. They will come over this afternoon, and you can negotiate the specific price. As soon as Su Yun got in the car, she began to report her work. She had hardly stopped this morning, but she had to continue in the afternoon. Whether it was buying an elevator or the various machines that Chen Mo wanted to buy, she would not have any rest time in the past half month. Chen Mo was very glad that he chose Su Yun as his secretary. She is indeed very capable. Annie Su, you can use this phone from now on. Also, all your travel expenses for work, meals, and accommodation expenses can be reimbursed if you go out of town. Su Yun looked at her phone. It was fine to use it for work. After all, she had to contact a lot of people every day, and the phone bill was indeed a considerable expense. Add to that the transportation and meals, it really costs a lot of money. Chen Mo drove and parked in front of the supermarket. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. Aunt Lee and Aunt Wong in the supermarket immediately poked their heads out to look. When Chen Mo and Su Yun got out of the car, they couldn't help but ask in surprise, "It's the young boss. And who is that woman?" They didn't know yet that Su Yun was also Chen Mo's secretary. Li Lu said calmly, "She's also the boss's secretary. She is in charge of the decoration in the back of our store." TSK, this woman. Aunt Lee hesitated to speak. As a woman, I am more or less jealous and envious of Su Yun's figure and appearance. Li Lu quickly walked towards Chen Mo and Su Yun. Chen Mo handed her the phone. "Use this to contact me about work in the future." Li Lu was slightly stunned when she took the phone. Everyone else around looked at him with envy. The treatment of this secretary is indeed different from theirs. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Secretary Su. She will be in charge of all matters in our supermarket from now on. Su Yun was the most surprised by Chen Mo's introduction. "Didn't you say that you are in charge of business? How come? I put myself in a position where I am second to none and above everyone else." The next period of time, Su Yun, Li Lu, and even Chen Mo himself were all working at high speed. Su Yun first settled the decoration matters and then prepared to buy the elevator. Chen Mo plans the decoration layout and makes changes at any time. Li Lu is responsible for the supermarket's activities. The 3 people each have their own duties. Over the next 7 days, the supermarket underwent visible changes. It's almost different every day. After 7 days, Chen Mo looked at the changes in the supermarket and couldn't help but sigh. The renovation of the supermarket involved 3 teams working simultaneously. A separate store similar to the later KFC store was renovated on the first floor. The big GKD sign has been hung up and is very conspicuous. Specializing in fast food, hamburgers, and cola are new things in this era. Although they are similar in type, GKD, a fast food secret recipe that has undergone systematic improvements, has more advantages than KFC in terms of taste and price. At the same time, the decoration of the second floor is also in full swing, just waiting for the escalator to be in place. Batches of specially customized machines were delivered to the supermarket entrance. These were all custom-made by Chun Mo and Su Yun. For example, there are claw machines, independent KTVs, and some trendy game consoles. The grand display on Chun Mo's side naturally attracted a lot of attention. For example, the former supermarket manager, Fu Limin, who resigned. He would pass by the supermarket 800 times a day, and every time he passed by, his eyes were sinister. A prodigal son who does all kinds of things. If you keep doing all these fancy things, you will be doomed sooner or later. Fu Limin has said this to many people. He was waiting to see Chun Mo make a fool of himself. At the same time, Chun Mo recruited 4 more employees to be responsible for GKD services. Of course, the most important thing is that Chun Mo wants to complete the second main task. Now the money is almost gone, with only more than 200,000 left, and the secretary points have also been used up. Recruiting 3 employees, at least silver level or above. Unfortunately, Chun Mo didn't wait even a single day to reach a silver rating or above, or to find a third employee. The face of the domineering lawyer, Shun Bing, subconsciously appeared in Chun Mo's mind. She is beautiful both in appearance and ability. Shun Bing's score is definitely far beyond the silver level. The point is, would she be willing to be his secretary? 014 frightened Su Yun. But as a lawyer, would Shun Bing be willing to be her own secretary? Legal secretary? Su Yun is not just a secretary. She is in charge of a lot of things. Chun Mo made up his mind to wait and see when Su Yun would be free to ask Shun Bing out. But there is definitely no time now. During this period, Su Yun was the busiest person as she had too many things to be responsible for. Complete the training of newly hired GKD waiters. Chun Mo, Su Yun, Li Lu, and 6 other employees in the supermarket. Let everyone experience what GKD is like and see if it needs any improvement. After all, we will officially open for business tomorrow. For dinner tonight, the boss invited us to eat at GKD next door. Li Lu conveyed Chun Mo's meaning. Everyone was happy and curious. They have always been curious about what Chun Mo is doing next door. He said he's going to cook, but they didn't see him recruiting a chef. Otherwise, they all wanted to interview the chef. Now everyone knows that Chun Mo is a prodigal son who is very generous to his employees. Walk. Led by Chun Mo, everyone walked into the GKD store. 4 waiters were on standby. Hello, welcome to GKD. The 4 waiters said in unison with a smile. This made Aunt Lee and the others flattered. When will I still get this kind of treatment? Chun Mo did not go ahead to order food. After all, no one here knew how to order. Other guests did not have this experience. This is where the waiter's guidance comes into play. Hello, what can I order? We can also recommend some delicious food for you. The girl in charge of the cashier is just 18 years old. Her name is Lin Yu. She's been working outside since she graduated from junior high school. She is very smart. She was most serious when learning this set of services. Lin Yu smiled and handed the order form to Aunt Lee, who was sitting at the front. Would you like to take a look? Aunt Lee took the list, looked at it, and found that she couldn't understand it either. Please recommend something that will fill you up. If you want to fill up, we recommend our best chicken burger. Aunt Lee and her friends don't know what a hamburger is, but they know what chicken is. Then have one. Let's have one too. Several aunts ordered a hamburger each. Aunt Lee, the cashier, asked perceptively, how much is this burger? Lin Yu smiled and said, a chicken burger is 7 yuan. The price is not cheap, but it is definitely not expensive either. However, it may be a bit difficult to get Aunt Lee and others to come and consume. Of course, this fast food is not originally targeted at them, but at young people like Li Lu and Su Yun or people who are busy with work. Besides burgers, do you need anything else? We also have delicious iced drinks here, as well as chicken nuggets, potatoes, chicken wings, and chicken drumsticks. Just a burger. Aunt Lee and the others spoke frankly. They didn't order anything random just because Chun Mo was treating them. 1 more cup of Coke per person and some chicken nuggets, potatoes, and chicken wings. Chun Mo spoke. Okay, boss. When Lin Yu heard Chun Mo's words, he agreed and started printing the list immediately. They served the food very quickly. This is still very important. Hello. Please come and pick up your meal. Aunt Lee and her friends looked at the hamburgers, Coke, and napkins on the plates. They felt a sense of class and comfort when they saw everything available. Aunt Lee and the others sat down with their food and curiously opened the hamburger wrappers. They smell good. After taking a bite, it tastes pretty good. The flavor has been systematically improved to be more suitable for the Chinese taste. Aunt Lee and the others couldn't help but nod repeatedly. It's delicious. There's actually chicken here. Well, this ice cola is so cool that it feels so good. Aunt Lee and the others discussed the matter with excitement and curiosity. Li Lu and Suyin also became interested at this time. I was already hungry, and after hearing what they said, I became even hungrier. Chun Mo smiled and said, Auntie Sue, Li Lu, just order whatever you want to eat. Li Lu took the list and looked around, then said, I want a spicy burger, chicken wings, and a Coke. Okay, please wait a moment and take the order number. Linyu became a little more familiar with it and handed the printed form to Li Lu. Suyin looked at Chun Mo and said, Can you order some for me? Naturally, the one who knows best what's delicious here is Chun Mo. Suyin has some fox attributes. It's not delicious, you can't blame me. Suyin nodded crisply, trusting him quite a bit. 2 chicken burgers, 2 orders of fries, 1 order of chicken wings, 1 order of chicken nuggets, and 2 Cokes. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. Your order numbers. Is this the order number? Suyin took the order number and looked at Chun Mo. Yes, if your order number is on the display, it means you can come and pick up your meal. Well, that's quite convenient. Li Lu, who was standing by, felt envious when she saw Su Yun and Chun Mo chatting and laughing freely. She actually admires Su Yun very much now and has learned a lot from her. Meals for number 7 and 8 are ready. Okay, Li Lu and Su Yun were finally able to eat. They're indeed greedy. Try it now. Chun Mo watched the two of them open the packages and take bites of the burgers. Su Yun took a bite, her eyes lit up slightly, and she nodded affirmatively. Well, not bad. Li Lu nodded repeatedly. It's delicious. Chun Mo squeezed ketchup onto the paper, dipped a French fry in it, and handed it to Su Yun. Try it. Su Yun raised her eyebrows slightly, then took the fries with a smile and ate them generously. This tastes better. Lulu, try it. Li Lu was immediately attracted and dipped the French fries in ketchup. Wow, this is delicious. The two girls seemed to have discovered a new world. They took turns eating one and finished a serving of French fries. Sure enough, French fries are still very attractive to girls. Aunt Lee and the others were immediately attracted by the French fries that Li Lu and the others were eating. None of them ordered fries. Lulu, give Mom one. Aunt Lee extended her hand to Li Lu. Chun Mo smiled and said, Give me 8 more fries and 8 more hamburgers. You can take them home and eat them. Everyone couldn't help but clap their hands happily. People at this time are still very easy to satisfy. Everyone happily packed up their burgers and French fries and took them home for their families to try. We are preparing to officially open tomorrow. Everyone should be at work on time tomorrow. Good. Everyone agreed with a smile and waved goodbye. Chun Mo came out of the store, closed the door, and found that Su Yun had not left yet. Aunt Sue, why haven't you left yet? Su Yun took out a stack of 100 yuan in cash from her bag. This is the money left after buying the machine. Chun Mo took the money and smiled. Aunt Sue, you've been working hard these past few days. I have something I want to tell you. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo in confusion. What's the matter? Chun Mo opened the car door. Get in first. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo getting into the car, hesitated for a moment, and followed him in. What's the matter? Why do you want me to get in the car and talk about it? Su Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of curiosity. It's not a big deal. I just congratulate you on becoming a regular employee ahead of schedule. Your salary this month is 3,000. Isn't the probation period a month? Rules are dead, but people are alive. I am very satisfied with your performance, so I will make you a regular employee in advance. Oh, thanks. I thought. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Mo, what? Do you think I'm going to fire you? Su Yun's smile revealed a hint of bitterness. A little bit. After all, I've experienced it many times before. Those men couldn't see her abilities. They could only see her appearance. But when they can't possess it, they become angry and humiliated. For example, the greasy bald guy before. It's normal for Su Yun to be a little sensitive. It feels good to have your abilities recognized. She whispered softly, Thank you, Chun Mo. Chun Mo didn't expect that his affirmation was so important to her, and smiled slightly. Auntie Sue, it's getting dark. I'll take you home. 0:15 the role of a good secretary. Chun Mo drove Su Yun home. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. There were almost no pedestrians on the roadside. There are indeed few entertainment activities in this small county town at night. The car drove smoothly all the way to the downstairs of Su Yun's house. Aunt Su, Chun Mo, turned around and found that Su Yun had fallen asleep in her seat at some point. Her plump upper body rose and fell slowly with her breathing, and the charm of the mature beauty permeated the car. Chun Mo looked at her beautiful profile and didn't want to wake her up for a moment. After all, Su Yun had been really busy during this period. She completed all the tasks assigned by Chun Mo very well. Chun Mo made a good deal by hiring her as his secretary. A strand of black hair fell on the side of Su Yun's face, giving her a messy beauty. Su Yun snorted softly and turned her body slightly towards Chun Mo. She had more hair on her face. Chun Mo hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand towards her, preparing to brush the messy hair away from her face. But just when his hand was about to touch Su Yun, as if she had sensed something, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Chun Mo's outstretched hand in surprise. Chun Mo's hand couldn't help but stop in midair, and he said awkwardly, "Aunt Su, don't get me wrong, I just want to help you with your hair." Su Yun also felt that her hair was a little messy, so she gathered her hair with her jade fingers and tucked it behind her ear. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Oh. Then she realized that the car had stopped. "Are we there yet?" Thanks." After Su Yun finished speaking, she opened the car door, got out of the car with her long, beautiful legs, and walked straight upstairs. It was not until she reached the second floor that she slowly stopped, listened to the roar of cars downstairs, and could not help looking down. Until the car disappeared. Chun Mo drove back home, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. View your own information. Host, Chun Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 6 points, normal. Skills, none. Reputation, 101, obtained the title, business rookie. Assets, 1.118 million yuan, ranked 25th in Qingyang County. Obtained title, millionaire. Business popularity, bonus 10%. Business rookie. Business popularity, bonus 3%. Secretaries, 2, Su Yun, master secretary, and Li Lu, silver level employee. Reputation rose. Also got a new title. Although I only have about 200,000 yuan in cash flow now, the total value of my assets is over tens of thousands of yuan. It rose 3 places in the county ranking. If this continues, capital accumulation will still be too slow. Chun Mo was wondering whether to move into real estate or the internet next. These two have their own advantages. It's hard to choose, so I'll take both. But now, we still have to recruit a secretary first. Completing the main task of the system can ensure smooth development in the future. A woman's face appeared in Chun Mo's mind. Shun Bing. A night passed. The next day, Chun Mo was sleeping soundly when there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Mo woke up slowly, put on a short t-shirt, and walked out to open the door. As the door opened, a scream was heard. The scream woke Chun Mo up instantly. Su Yun's face was red, with one hand covering her eyes. Chun Mo looked puzzled. "Aunt Su, what's wrong?" Su Yun's heart beat wildly, and her mind was filled with the scene of Chun Mo opening the door. "Young man, are you so angry so early in the morning?" She was frightened and bit her red lips lightly. Her voice was a little weak. "You are not dressed properly. How is it possible that he is not properly dressed? I clearly came out wearing clothes." Chun Mo glanced down and immediately came to his senses. "Depend on. Just where the bitter tea seeds and stand tall. Normal men will experience this situation in the morning. What's more, I am at the age when I'm most irritable." Chun Mo turned around and ran away embarrassedly. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo's back as he left and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The scene of Chun Mo opening the door just now appeared in her mind again, and her pretty face blushed. After a while, Chun Mo finished washing up and walked out. Chun Mo has a tall and straight figure and exudes a youthful and sunny aura. "Aunt Su, why are you here? What's the matter? Isn't GKD opening today? It's almost 9 o'clock. I overslept." Chun Mo tapped his forehead lightly and immediately went downstairs with Su Yun. Fortunately, Su Yun is now at the helm, and Li Lu is careful and takes care of other chores. At this time, there are already quite a few people outside the GKD store. Not only is GKD opening today, but there are also supermarket promotions. Yesterday's flyers had a pretty good effect. A lot of people gathered in front of the store early this morning. Most of them come here for supermarket promotions. The system's popularity bonus should also be useful for this. As the supermarket door opened, people rushed in. Today, everyone is busy. Most people went into the supermarket, and among them, a few young people went into the GKD next door out of curiosity. That's how popularity is driven. GKD now needs the popularity of supermarkets to drive its business. In the future, the popularity of the supermarket may need to be driven by GKD and the entertainment projects on the second and third floors. This is a virtuous cycle that promotes each other. Chun Mo himself also went into GKD to read the feedback from the first batch of customers after they had finished eating. There were probably nearly 30 guests throughout the morning. Many of them originally came for supermarket promotions. Out of curiosity, I entered GKD. Everyone's feedback is pretty good. Some even packed a portion to go. Chun Mo had a feeling that GKD should be stable. As the afternoon and evening approached, GKD is not only stable, but there are even more people coming than in the morning. Word of mouth spreads quite quickly. Among them are repeat customers who ate there in the morning and came back again in the evening. This degree was beyond Chun Mo's expectations. He thought GKD could be successful, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. The first day is over. Everyone looked tired, but they were all shocked when they saw the accounts. The supermarket's turnover is 10 times what it used to be. On the first day of opening, GKD's sales exceeded 1,000 yuan. The total was 1,258 yuan. After deducting costs and labor, the net profit is still close to 40%. That's about $500. This profit is quite amazing. However, this is also due to the popularity of supermarket promotions. But Chun Mo felt that as long as word of mouth continued to grow, the turnover in the future will never be lower than today. Chun Mo gathered everyone together before leaving get off work and announced, "Everyone has worked hard today, so everyone will get a bonus of 100 yuan this month." Really? $100? That's great. You are indeed a prodigal son. No, you are indeed our best boss. Long live the boss. The boss will never die. 016, it's late at night. Aunt Sue, would you like to have a drink? Everyone was ecstatic about the 100 yuan bonus. Chun Mo couldn't help laughing as he watched them shouting that the boss would never die. Although everyone is tired today, they are full of energy because of the 100 yuan bonus from Chun Mo. Everyone go back and be safe. Everyone left with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun, who had not left yet. "Aunt Sue, where is the elevator?" "It should be here tomorrow. The stairs will be almost finished tomorrow, so it can be installed in the next few days." Are all the other machines here?" "Almost everyone is here. They are all in the warehouse now. Want to go take a look?" "Good." Chun Mo and Su Yun came to the warehouse behind the supermarket. This place is usually used to store goods, and the empty space is now packed with people. "Open the warehouse door. It's a little dark inside. Where's the light?" Su Yun's voice contained a hint of fear. "It seems to be on the left." Chun Mo walked to the left, but before he turned on the light, he heard a scream from behind him. Su Yun saw a big rat running past her feet from the dim street lights outside. She screamed and subconsciously ran towards Chun Mo. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun running towards him and subconsciously hugged her. The two of them were stunned at this time and looked at each other. Feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. Didi. The sudden sound of a car horn coming from the road outside instantly broke the ambiguous atmosphere. The two of them couldn't help but wake up, especially Su Yun, who immediately broke away from Chun Mo's arms and whispered, "You, go turn on the light." Chun Mo also came to his senses at this time and turned on the lights in the warehouse. As the lights came on, the atmosphere between the two became slightly awkward. Su Yun calmed herself down first and showed Chun Mo the machines that had been delivered in the past few days. "This is the claw machine that was delivered today. This one was delivered yesterday, and those were also delivered today. Tomorrow there will be an elevator and some games and singing machines. Do we need to rent a warehouse?" After looking at the machine, the two walked out of the warehouse. "Pull down the warehouse door together and lock it." Su Yun looked at Chun Mo and said softly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." "Aunt Sue, let me take you there." "No. Didn't you hear Aunt Lee and the others say that a girl was robbed when she returned home last night?" "Robbery?" Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Chun Mo with a little suspicion. "Yes, I heard that if you meet someone prettier, it might be possible." "Aunt Sue, think about it. If it was you." Chun Mo looked at her seriously. Su Yun. She was indeed a little scared. It's not that she is narcissistic, but it would be very dangerous if she really met someone with bad intentions. Let's go, Aunt Sue. Suyin still got into Chinmo's car. The car sped all the way, and in less than 10 minutes, it arrived downstairs of Suyun's house. Thank you. You've worked hard, Suyin said softly and opened the car door. Before getting out of the car, she turned back to look at Chun Mo and gave him a warning. Drive back and be safe. Well, bye. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he drove home. I'm really tired every day. I came home, washed up, and laid down on the bed. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Chun Mo picked up his phone and saw a text message reminder. Suyun, this is all the expenses for purchasing the elevator this time. All the invoices will be given to Li Lu for verification later. Chun Mo took a quick look and saw that the total price of the two elevators was a little over 280,000 yuan. This was the price that Suyun had negotiated for a long time. Received. After reading it, Chun Mo sent a message back. Suyun, okay, you're still asleep? Chun Mo, I just finished washing up and lay down. After a while, Chun Mo's phone vibrated again. Suyun, then you should go to bed early. Good night. Chun Mo, good night. Chun Mo put down his phone and fell asleep soon after. At the same time, at Suyun's home, she looked at Chun Mo's last message of good night on her phone, and for a moment she couldn't sleep. The scene that happened in the warehouse tonight kept appearing in my mind. She closed her eyes and her pretty face turned hot. The next few days, the Old Street supermarket is more lively, but the flow of people in the supermarket is comparable to the first day of the promotion. This was beyond Chun Mo's expectations. GKD's reputation has been in a state of continuous fermentation. More and more young people come here to try something new. Due to its advantages in taste, service, and price, GKD has become the favorite gathering place for young people in the county in just a few days. This is developing exactly in the direction Chun Mo expected. With the opening of the second and third floors, more young people will come here. At noon, another batch of machines arrived, and Suyun was responsible for receiving them. At the same time, the stairs leading from the first floor to the second floor where the elevator will be installed have also been completed. The elevators on the second and third floors were also installed today. All kinds of machines were moved up. Installing the elevator saves a lot of manpower. After several days in a row, all the entertainment facilities on the second and third floors were completed. The second floor is mainly occupied by various game machines, claw machines, and a karaoke room. Chun Mo has renovated the entire third floor except for his own bedroom, but he hasn't yet decided what to do with it. Let's first see what effect the second floor can achieve, then decide on the project for the third floor. Finally, it's done. Chun Mo stretched lazily tiredly. Suyun next to him smiled with a sense of relief. It's been exactly 2 weeks. I have completed the task you gave me. If she didn't say it, Chun Mo wouldn't remember it yet, so he smiled and said, Aunt Sue, thank you for your hard work. It's only natural to work for a salary without any hard work. Suyun looked relaxed. She felt at ease receiving the salary. Her efforts are worth the salary. To celebrate finishing the work, how about we have a midnight snack? Chun Mo was hungry and it was already early morning. All the food I ate at night has been digested. Where is there food at this time? In this small county town, there is no store open after 10 o'clock. Moreover, there are no decent restaurants for late-night snacks. By the way, didn't we get a batch of hot pot base in our store today? Hot pot. On the third floor of the supermarket, in Chun Mo's living room, there was red hot pot oil floating in a pot. Pieces of beef were rolling in it, and a rich aroma was emitting. Chun Mo took out a piece, blew on the hot air, and ate it in one bite. Go slowly, don't get burned. Suyun reminded in a gentle voice. You eat too. Chun Mo scooped out a piece and put it in her bowl, then stood up and took out a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. Aunt Sue, would you like to drink something? Drink a little. Suyun didn't know why she agreed to it. 017, I like big ones. Chun Mo opened the red wine, but there was no wine glass at home. He took 2 glasses and placed them on the table. Each person poured half a cup. After pouring the wine, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Suyun picked up the red wine and looked at him puzzledly. Chun Mo also picked up the wine glass. Other people pair red wine with steak, but we pair red wine with hot pot. Isn't that a bit weird? Suyun couldn't help but laugh. But no one says that red wine must be paired with steak. The key to drinking is who you drink with. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn water. She took a sip and her red lips left a faint mark on the glass. Chun Mo also took a sip. The taste of this wine is average, but at this moment, the combination of fine wine and beautiful woman is particularly pleasing to the eye. Chun Mo, thank you. After Suyun finished speaking, he raised his glass and drank the whole thing in one gulp. Before Chan Mo could react, her cup was already empty. After drinking, Su Yun's mature, oval face had a hint of blush. A hint of charm emanated from her unconsciously. She lightly lifted her waist-length black hair, showing the charm of a mature woman. "Aunt Su, slow down and don't get drunk." Su Yun couldn't help but smile when she heard this. "When other men drink with me, they want me to drink more, and it's best to drink until I pass out." She tapped Chun Mo with her slender jade finger. "You are still afraid that I will get drunk." Chun Mo smiled calmly. "I'm not afraid that you will get drunk, but I'm afraid that you will hurt your body if you drink too much." Su Yin was slightly stunned. "I've been hurting for how long? No one really cares about themselves anymore." She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. "Don't worry, my drinking capacity is bottomless." Chinamo couldn't help but smile. "No matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, just drink in moderation until you are slightly tipsy." He poured another half cup for Su Yun. "That's quite true." Su Yun picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and looked at him seriously. "Chinamo, you don't give me the feeling of an 18-year-old. Oh, he is more like a mature man, with a calm, confident, and nonchalant charm." Su Yun looked at Chun Mo curiously with her charming eyes. Normally she wouldn't say this, nor would she look at a man so bluntly. Maybe it was because of the alcohol. Chun Mo smiled and said, "Aunt Su, you are the same. You are full of the elegant and confident charm of a mature woman." "Yeah." The corners of Su Yun's crimson lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. What woman doesn't like to hear sweet words? Of course, Su Yun has been tired of hearing about appearance since she was a child. Chun Mo's praise, from the perspective of inner temperament, seemed more sincere. "Certainly, if a man's mouth," Su Yun said with a smile on her face. Chun Mo subconsciously replied, "What a lie." Su Yun had never heard of such trendy words before and couldn't help but laugh. Then he affirmed, "That's right." Chun Mo smiled and said, "Auntie Su, please eat quickly or the beef will be overcooked." Su Yun pointed her cup, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of charm. "Okay, then pour some more wine." As if acting coquettishly. After drinking, she was charming in every move. The two men drank and ate meat. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was already past 1 in the morning. Su Yun drank a lot of wine, and her beautiful and perfect oval face had a hint of redness from the alcohol. She slowly stood up, her eyes wandering. "Well, I should go home." Chun Mo didn't drink as much as Su Yun, but he also drank a lot. He definitely couldn't drive at this time. But if he didn't drive, he wouldn't feel comfortable letting Su Yun walk back alone. If she were allowed to go out like this, she would definitely be picked up by someone. Chun Mo stood up and held her back. "Aunt Su, don't go back tonight, just rest here." Su Yun shook her head slightly. "No, I want to go back." She said this while still stubbornly walking towards the door. Chun Mo pulled her back with force, but he might have used too much force. "Pull her into your arms directly." Su Yun bumped into Chun Mo's arms and was slightly stunned. She felt the scent of hormones coming towards her, stirring her heart. Chun Mo's breath was on her face. Su Yun felt her face getting hotter. Chun Mo put his arms around her plump waist, feeling her soft touch. His eyes unconsciously fell on her fragrant red lips. He couldn't help but slowly approach. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo, who was getting closer and closer. She clenched her hands involuntarily and slowly closed her eyes. Su Yun felt like her breathing was about to stop. She was completely stiff. She was almost sober. She even wanted to fall into this irrational abyss. But Su Qingxue's face suddenly appeared in my mind. Su Yun woke up instantly. She patted Chun Mo's shoulder gently and hummed softly. "Chun Mo, don't." Chun Mo slowly stopped and looked at her. Su Yun's eyes were full of struggle as she said, "We can't do that. You are Qingxue's classmate. You can't do that." Su Qingxue? When Chun Mo heard the name, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. In her previous life, she had kept her in suspense, taken care of her in every possible way, and gave her everything. But in the end, when she went bankrupt, she left without even a goodbye, cold-blooded and heartless. Now, I'm alive again, but I have to let her ruin my own destiny. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun with red eyes. "Aunt Su, I don't like her, I like you." Su Yun's heart almost skipped a beat at the confession. "Like me? How is this possible? I'm older than you. What happened to da?" Chun Mo looked at her seriously. "I like big ones." Su Yun. These words made Su Yun stunned for a moment. She still couldn't accept Chun Mo's advanced ideas. At least not yet. But her feelings towards Chun Mo are also complicated. She has a good impression of him, but he is her daughter's classmate and there is an age gap between them. She couldn't convince herself for a while. I'm sorry, Aunt Sue. I was a little impulsive because I drank too much. Tonight, you sleep in my mother's room. It's not safe to go back so late. Shin Mo said this and turned back to his room silently. Soo-yin looked at his lonely back, feeling somewhat complicated. Shin Mo fell on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. I was indeed a little drunk. Soo-yin is not a casual woman. On the contrary, she has great self-respect and self-love. Because there are so many men coveting her, she is more defensive than most people. Even though she already had some feelings for Chun Mo. Under the influence of alcohol, she still restrained herself and did not sink into being dominated. She is worthy of being a woman who has been single all her life. As Chun Mo thought about it, he began to feel tired. But when he was half asleep and half awake, the door of his bedroom was quietly pushed open. A mature and plump figure slowly walked in. 018, a Grandmaster Secretary appears. The woman came to Chun Mo and then felt a towel, wiping her face. After wiping, the woman left again. After one night, Chun Mo woke up slowly. I smelled the aroma of noodles. Mama's back. Chun Mo got up and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw a mature and plump figure coming out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles. Aunt Sue, are you awake? Eat your noodles quickly. The supermarket will be open soon. Soo-yin put the noodles on the table as she spoke. Yeah, okay. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he went to wash up first. After I came out of the shower, I found that Su Yunrin had left. Chun Mo finished his noodles in just a few bites, then quickly walked out of the room to find Su Yun. All the stairs have been replaced with elevators. Chun Mo turned on the elevator switch. Take the elevator directly downstairs, from the third floor to the first floor. Chun Mo could feel that everyone was a little excited. After all, the results of half a month of hard work were about to come out. Today is the first day of the second floor. The supermarket's promotions have already begun and the flow of people has stabilized. After the second floor opens, it may bring a large influx of people to the supermarket and GKD. In addition to overseeing the decoration and putting machines into the warehouse, Chun Mo also has to recruit new employees these days. A total of 10 new employees are needed on the second floor. Moreover, the requirements this time are slightly higher. Mainly its age, restricted to those under 40 years old. After all, the things people encounter on the second floor are all new and fresh, and young people accept them faster. Chun Mo also wanted to take the opportunity to hire another secretary. But unfortunately, no one scored more than 70 points. Chun Mo was a little surprised. Is it possible that there are no outstanding women in our county? Are you going to find Su Qingxue yourself? I don't believe it. Chun Mo went downstairs, and everyone greeted him happily. Boss. Morning, boss. All the waiters on the second floor have arrived. Now Chun Mo's reputation is getting higher and higher. Even the Annies in the supermarket on the first floor are now calling him boss out of respect. Chun Mo opened the elevator to the second floor. No one had ever ridden in this elevator before, and when they saw the elevator start, they were all curious and eager to try it out. Chun Mo smiled and said, "Today is the weekend, so there might be a lot of people here. It will be hard work for everyone." No. The girls waved their hands quickly. Yes, this time Chun Mo recruited only girls. Their ages range from 18 to 35, from young girls to young women. Chun Mo doesn't necessarily want girls. The main thing is that the boys who came for the interview were all non-mainstream, and they looked very unacceptable. Of course, there were many non-mainstream girls among the interviewees, and they were all killed by Chun Mo. As someone who has experienced it, I really can't appreciate it now. At this time, Su Yun came towards him. Her curvy figure is top-notch among mature women. As she walked, every step was graceful. No matter men look at it with envy, women look at it with stars in their eyes. She came to Chun Mo. Everyone is ready. Chun Mo nodded slightly. Yeah. Then he asked in a low voice, Auntie Sue, have you eaten noodles? Su Yun hummed softly, then walked to the gate with her long, beautiful legs. Open the door. The moment the supermarket door opened, a large group of people rushed in. The flow of people is much higher than when the supermarket held promotions before. Also, because it was the weekend, a lot of young people came. These are Chun Mo's target groups. Everyone, please be careful when getting on the elevator. Safety comes first. Su Yun held the loudspeaker and carefully reminded the crowded crowd. At this time, many people's eyes were focused on this mature beauty. She has the outstanding temperament of a strong woman and a mature and hot body. it is hard not to attract people's attention. Li Lu looked at her idol and immediately helped to maintain order. After spending some time with Su Yun, she admired her way of dealing with people more and more. She is now basically studying Su Yun as a template for her future. Su Yun did teach her a lot. The two of them have a bit of a master-disciple feeling. Chen Mo is happy to see this happen. It is a good thing that Li Lu is willing to learn and improve. As more and more people come, Chen Mo couldn't help but join in maintaining security order. This flow of people was a little beyond Chen Mo's previous expectations. There are all kinds of new things on the second floor that everyone has never seen before, which are very attractive to everyone. Hello, are you hiring here? A clear and ethereal voice sounded beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked around and was slightly stunned by what he saw. What a clean temperament. What a beautiful girl. She had delicate facial features without any flaws, red lips and white teeth, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak, full of spirit. The girl looked at Chen Mo with a pair of bright and clear eyes, with a hint of curiosity. Chen Mo looked at her and nodded slightly. Recruiting, what position are you interviewing for? The girl showed a happy, sweet smile. I want to interview the waiter in your second floor gaming area. Come here, I'll record your information. Chen Mo brought the girls to GKD next door. There were quite a few people in GKD at that time. More and more people know about GKD, especially young people, and many of them are about to become loyal customers here. As soon as the girl followed Chen Mo in, she immediately attracted the attention of many young people. She is so clean and beautiful that she is dazzling. 2 cokes. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he counted the money and gave it to Lin Yu, who was punching the ticket. Okay. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. This is for better accounting. No matter who comes to buy, the money must be counted. Rules set by Su Yun. Chen Mo sat down next to the girl with 2 cups of Coke. Give me a drink? No, thank you. The girl was surprised for a moment and then refused. Chen Mo didn't force her. Okay, then tell me your personal information. The girl looked at Chen Mo suspiciously and said, Are you the only one interviewing me? Chen Mo smiled and said, Of course, isn't it okay? The girl quickly waved her hands. No. She sat upright and said formally, Hello, boss. My name is Bairawashi. I'm 18 years old. I graduated from high school. I'm good at learning to play games. That's all. Bairawashi? This name seems familiar. I always feel like I've heard it somewhere before. At the same time, Chen Mo's rating of Bairawashi in his mind. Bairawashi's rating. Appearance 96, figure 94, temperament 97, ability 93, potential 98 overall rating. 95.6 points. Grandmaster level secretary. Grandmaster secretary. Chen Mo was extremely surprised. I didn't expect Bairawashi's score to be so high. Regardless of her appearance, her ability rating is not bad at all. The potential value has reached an astonishing 98 points. She is 2 levels higher than Su Qingxue. This Bairawashi is definitely not simple. 019 Grandmaster Treasure Box. You're hired. Secretary position, 2,000 yuan per month during probation, 3,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. Chen Mo really wanted to open a little more for her, but was afraid of scaring her. Bairawashi frowned slightly and said, I'm not interviewing for a secretary position. I'm interviewing for a waiter for the game on the second floor. Chen Mo smiled and said, Your secretary position is to manage the entire second floor game area. Bairawashi immediately smiled and said, Manage the entire second floor game area? Chen Mo nodded. Do you like playing games? Bairawashi coughed lightly, stretched out a white finger, and said, Just a little bit. Chen Mo smiled and said, It's okay. If you like playing, that's even better. Bairawashi blinked her bright eyes. Well, when can I start work? It seemed that she couldn't wait any longer. Chen Mo pushed the remaining cup of Coke in front of her. Can you do it now? Bairawashi glanced at the Coke, happily picked it up, and smiled sweetly. Of course. After she finished speaking, she said with a hint of apology, Boss, I may only work for 1 month during the summer vacation. Is that okay? Chen Mo nodded. Okay, I'll give you the labor contract later. You also need to sign it for summer employment. Bairawashi readily agreed. Okay, then I'll go to work now. Seeing her excitement, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. I'll take you there. Bairawashi followed Chen Mo, following closely. At the same time, Su Yun just came down from the second floor. She also held a loudspeaker in her hand to maintain order. Sister Yun. Chen Mo waved towards Su Yun. Su Yun walked over with her long and beautiful legs, gracefully and calmly. Her every move is filled with the charm of a mature woman. Boss, what's up? When Suyin came down, she noticed the dazzling girl next to Chun Mo at first sight. Let me introduce you. This is Suyun, my chief secretary. Her name is by Ruashi, and she's in charge of the entire second floor. Suyun was slightly stunned when she heard Chun Mo introduce her title as general secretary. He never told me about this. Does this count as a promotion? Hello, Sister Yun. You can call me Xiao Bai or Ruashi. Bai Ruashi said politely. Suyun smiled and said, You're welcome, Ruashi. Come with me. Bai Ruashi hummed lightly and quickly followed Suyun. Chinamo looked at the backs of two top beauties, one big and one small, going upstairs, and a crisp sound appeared in his mind. Bai, complete the main mission. Recruit 3 secretaries, silver-level secretaries or above. Rewards, 20,000 points, Grandmaster-level treasure chest. Do you want to open the Grandmaster treasure box? A Grandmaster-level treasure chest. Chinemo was full of curiosity about this golden treasure chest. Yes, Chinemo only felt flashes of golden light before his eyes. Then there were a series of prompt sounds. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 5 million yuan, skills, photographic memory, master-level voice, master-level cooking skills, and a 100% bonus to commercial popularity. Hiss. This reward is so generous that it's scary. 3 skills, 5 million, and 9 levels of popularity bonus. These 9 levels of popularity mean that originally only 1,000 people might come to the supermarket to buy things. But now with this 100% popularity bonus, it will become 2,000 people. This is a bug buff for any merchant. This bonus, plus the 90% popularity bonus that was previously obtained from Master Su Yun's treasure chest. The total popularity bonus is 190%. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 6 points, normal. Skills, photographic memory, Grandmaster voice, Grandmaster cooking. Reputation, 225, obtained the title, business rookie. Assets, 6.255 million yuan, ranked 8th in Xinjiang County. Obtained title, millionaire. Business popularity, bonus 10%. Business rookie. Business popularity, bonus 3%. Secretaries, 3 by Ruashi, Grandmaster level secretary. Su Yun, Master level secretary. Li Lu, Silver level secretary. Has the wealth ranking reached 8th in the county? Chinamo couldn't help but sigh. In this day and age, people who have assets worth over 1 million are indeed rare. Chunimo remembered that he still had a side achievement mission. Side quest, become the richest man in the county. Reward 10,000 points title. The richest man in Xinjiang County. Attribute charm plus 50. Is this charm attribute really useful? Is it really possible to increase other people's friendliness towards you? Chunimo really wanted to experience the effect of this charm value. But the prerequisite is to get the title of the richest man in Xinjiang County. I just don't know who is the richest man in Xinjiang County. How many assets do you have? It is very likely to exceed 10 million. Just when Chinimo was thinking about something, a group of young men and women came to GKD. Among them was someone Chunimo knew. The most eye-catching girl among them is Su Qingxue. There are also a few girls with whom she has a good relationship. In addition to the girls, there were also several boys, the most prominent of whom was Lin Hao. Lin Hao is the rich second generation whose family runs a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. According to the current value, the assets of this 4S store should be worth over 10 million yuan. But I heard that this does not belong to Lin Hao's family alone. There are other shareholders. Chinemo didn't have a clear idea about the specific people. Lin Hao and his friends also heard that there was a very popular entertainment place here recently with delicious burgers. All the students want to come. When Su Qingxue and the others arrived, they found something wrong. Especially Su Qingxue. Suya never told her that she worked for Chunmo. So, naturally, I didn't know that Chunmo had transformed the supermarket in just half a month. Look at the glass wall on the second floor. It looks upscale and stylish. The GKD on the first floor has a unique environment in this county town. This place is unique in every way and has the atmosphere that only big cities can have. This is very attractive to Su Qingxue, a girl who yearns for the big city. Qingxue, this is the supermarket we visited last time at Chinmo's house, right? The girl next to her looked at the building with a look of surprise. Just half a month later, this is still the same place? What? Is this the supermarket that Chun Mo lives in? Lin Hao looked surprised. Some classmates knew that Chunmo's family ran a supermarket, but most of them didn't. Some people know, but they don't know where Chunmo's supermarket is or how big it is. For example, Lin Hao, a bad guy with extremely evil intentions. He didn't get Chunmo right last time. Instead, he was cheated by Chunmo. That time, her mother scolded him severely. Now, he not only feels hostility towards Chunmo as a love rival, but also resents himself for being cheated when selling the car. Is this GKD also owned by Chunmo? I don't know. This store didn't exist when we came here last time. Maybe it's opened by someone else. Let's go in and take a look first. I heard the food here is super delicious. Yeah. My cousin came over and brought me some fries. They were super delicious. 020 no, why should he do that? Su Qingxue and the others entered GKD together. They looked around the store curiously. Hello, what can I do for you? You can order food here. Lin Yu looked at Su Qingxue and others with a smile on her face. What do you have to eat here? We have them all here, but I recommend our burgers and fries. They're delicious. There are so many. What should I do if I want to eat them all? Several girls looked at the menu with a confused look on their faces. At this time, Lin Hao waved his hand with a magnanimous look on his face. Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Wow, really? Thank you, Boss Lin. The girls flattered Lin Hao with a smile. Brother Hao is generous. Our brother Hao has plenty of money. The boys also did not forget to flatter in time. Lin Hao smiled faintly and glanced at Su Qingxue. Qingxue, what do you want to eat? I can do anything. Su Qingxue had other things on her mind at this time. For example, whether this store belongs to Chunmo. When Lin Hao saw Su Qingxue's expression, he knew what it meant. He followed his family around the store and learned a little about reading people's expressions. In fact, he also wanted to know who the owner of this store was. He had the same feeling as Su Qingxue. After everyone had ordered their meals, Lin Hao took out a $100 bill and handed it to the front desk clerk Lin Yu and asked with a smile on his face. Beauty, who is the owner of this store? Lin Yu couldn't help but restrain his signature smile and asked who the boss was. She has an extremely smart brain, and these people seem to be about the same age as her boss Chinemo. If the relationship is not good, it will cause trouble for the boss. Our boss is not here right now. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. When a boss comes, I will help you convey it. Is that okay with you? Nothing. What's your boss's last name? Lin Hao continued to ask without giving up. Lin Yu at the front desk hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, Our boss's surname is Chun. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Surname Chun? Your name is Chunmo, right? I'm so sorry, I don't know the boss's name. Please move aside. The customer behind me needs to order food. Lin Hao and the other person at the front desk. Su Qingxue heard it very clearly. The boss's surname is Chun. This supermarket belongs to Chun Mo. Then this GKD basically belongs to Chun Mo. Isn't this really a shop opened by Chun Mo's family? Chun Mo can do it. Whatever Chun Mo is fine. Make it seem like he's the one driving it. Yes, it's probably the store opened by her mother, or that relative. I think the most likely possibility is that he came back from a big city and bought a shop here. I think this possibility is very high. Lin Hao's speculation with a look of disdain was widely recognized by everyone. Okay, let's eat first. Try it and see how it tastes. If it doesn't work at this shop. Lin Hao hadn't finished speaking yet. The girl who took a bite of the burger next to her widened her eyes. What's wrong? It's not tasty. The girl shook her head and pointed at the burger excitedly. Delicious. Everyone opened the packages and started eating. It's really delicious. Try these fries, they're super delicious. The girls couldn't help but exclaim in praise as they ate the French fries, because it was the first time for everyone to eat this. The freshness and novel flavors completely satisfied their needs. Lin Hao wanted to find fault but didn't know where to look for it. After everyone had eaten, they saw Coke and curiously ordered one each. They drank Coke and walked to the second floor of the supermarket. What's there to do on the second floor? Probably the ones in the game hall, arcade machines, or something like that. Lin Hao has seen some of the world and has a look of seeing through things on his face. Yeah, what fun can there be? Let's just take a turn and leave. As they talked, they came to the elevator entrance. What's this? Elevator? How do we get up there? You've never sat here before? Come with me. Lin Hao stepped into the elevator with a familiar look on his face. His body swayed, and he hurriedly grabbed the handrail of the elevator. Everyone suppressed their laughter and immediately followed. This supermarket actually has an elevator. Wow, look ahead, there's so many things to play with. As soon as everyone saw the things on the second floor in the elevator, their eyes sparkled. What a big doll. Wow, there are also small dolls. How can I play with them? And there, is that a motorcycle? For a moment, everyone was shocked by the game area full of new and interesting things. The claw machine was surrounded by people. People were even queuing up to grab the dolls. Su Qingxue and the others were also itching to try it out. Buy coins, buy coins. Everyone couldn't wait to take out their pocket money to buy coins. However, at this time, there were people playing in front of every game console. If you want to play with those newfangled gadgets, you have to queue up. But even if you have to queue, everyone wants to play. The place with the most girls is the claw machine, especially that cute big doll, which was surrounded by people who wanted to grab it. Just as they were queuing in front of claw machine, someone saw a familiar figure. Hey, look, isn't that Chun Mo? This immediately attracted the attention of others. Su Qingxue looked in the direction they pointed and saw Chun Mo walking with a girl. That girl is so beautiful that it eclipses everyone around her. The girl had a sweet smile on her face and looked at the game consoles around her from time to time. Her eyes were full of desire, and she wanted to play. But looking at Chun Mo, she seemed to be restraining her emotions, as if she couldn't afford to play without game coins. It's really Chun Mo. He doesn't look like the boss here. It's not like that. The pretty girl next to him clearly wants to play, but she doesn't seem to be able to afford it. TSK. Poor pretty girl. Chun Mo, this stingy guy is reluctant to even buy a game coin. While everyone was complaining about Chun Mo, they also felt sorry for the beautiful girl. Lin Hao looked at Chun Mo with vicious eyes. He pulled the classmate next to him and said, "Call him." The classmate was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly to Chun Mo, "Chun Mo, Chun Mo, over here." Chun Mo was attracted by the shouting and turned around to find Su Qingxue, Lin Hao and others. Chun Mo smiled slightly and walked towards them. Bai Ruashi didn't pay much attention to it. Her attention was on the motorcycle game just now. She really wanted to play it. It's a pity that the boss is at work. I'm also at work. Just now, Chun Mo took her to familiarize herself with the game machines here. After looking around, she wanted to play them all. At this time, she subconsciously followed Chun Mo. Hey, Chun Mo, you're playing here too. Who are you bringing with you? Lu Ji, why are you here? Ha, this is my friend. Chun Mo glanced at the well-behaved Bai Ruashi beside him and introduced her. Bai Ruashi blinked. Friend? Her expression was a little silly. You brought them here. Why don't you buy them coins to play with? Are you so stingy? Lu Ji is a die-hard fan of Lin Hao. He knew that Lin Hao hated Chun Mo, not only because their love rival liked Su Qingxue, but also because of the recent car purchase. Lu Ji heard about it. He understood exactly what Lin Hao meant just now. This is the time to embarrass Chun Mo. Lu Ji smiled and tossed the coins in his hand. Can't you afford the game coins? Everyone else couldn't help but laugh. Girl, come play with us. I have plenty of coins here. You can play as you like. Lu Ji looked at Bai Ruashi with an obscene smile on his face. Bai Ruashi couldn't help but frown at this time. These people were obviously here to bully Chun Mo. Still using coins to tempt yourself? Bai Ruashi smiled sweetly. She tilted her head and looked at Chun Mo. She said in a clear voice, Boss, are these your friends? Don't they know you are the boss here? Hello, I am your secretary. Her words immediately froze Lu Ji's smile. Lin Hao, Su Qingxue, and the others were all stunned for a moment. The second floor is also all Chun Mo's. What's more, such a beautiful girl is actually Chun Mo's secretary. No, why does Chun Mo do that? 021, the school beauty's mother, is also his secretary? Bai Ruashi's words made everyone's heads buzz. Chun Mo and Bai Ruashi left without anyone reacting. They couldn't accept that Chun Mo could own such a store, and moreover, had such a beautiful girl as his secretary. Who is that girl? I've never seen her before. Lu Ji couldn't help but talk to a few girls out of curiosity. Bai Ruashi is so beautiful. Lin Hao was also jealous when he saw this. How should we know? The girl replied somewhat unhappily. In front of them, he cares so much about other women. Lu Ji laughed awkwardly and pointed at the claw machine that happened to be vacant nearby and said, Come on, let's play over here. When the girls saw the claw machine, they immediately became excited and rushed over. Insert a coin. I'll do it. The girls couldn't wait to say. Everyone looked at the first girl who grabbed the food and gave her instructions. Come closer, clamp up. Looking at the loosened clamp, everyone couldn't help but let out a sound of regret. I'll do it. After a while, it failed again. Next. There's something wrong with this machine. It can't even be clamped firmly. Just as they were studying the clips, a classmate made a surprise sound. Hey, look at the woman next to Chun Mo. What's wrong? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chun Mo and a tall, mature, plump, beautiful woman in a professional suit walking and talking together. From their attitudes, it seemed that they were very close. She looks a bit like Qingxue. It seems to be Qingxue's mother. Aunt Su. Qingxue's expression froze. She now only hoped that Su Yun was not working for Chen Mo. While Lin Hao and the others were talking, Chen Mo and Su Yun had already walked over. Hello, Aunt Su. Everyone greeted Su Yun. Su Yun also walked closer and saw Su Qingxue. It was too late to pretend I hadn't seen it. She felt inexplicably panicked. It's like a guilty thief. Maybe it's because Chun Mo and Su Qingxue are classmates. Hello. Su Yun forced a smile, and her eyes met Su Qingxue's slightly. She felt her daughter's surprise and dissatisfaction. Annie has something else to do. You and Qingxue have fun. Okay. Auntie, you go ahead. Lin Hao nodded with a smile on his face. Su Yun glanced at him, then looked at Chun Mo. Boss, let's go over there now. Chun Mo and Su Yun took the elevator and went downstairs together. This scene of Su Yun and Chun Mo together, especially when Su Yun calls Chun Mo boss, it really shocked Su Qingxue. Isn't Aunt Su also Chun Mo's secretary? This kid, Chun Mo, why did he hire so many secretaries? And they are all beautiful women. You won't have any other ideas, right? Shut up, what are you talking about? That's Qingxue's mother. Su Qingxue's face turned pale. You guys play. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. At the same time, Chen Mo and Su Yun drove out of the supermarket and went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a new company. Aunt Su, during working hours, please call me Secretary Su. Su Yun said in a serious tone. Chen Mo. The two of them spoke in silence along the way until they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to complete their business and then received a brand new business license. Eastern Group Limited Liability Company. The third floor will be temporarily used as the company's office. The group will be divided into two major divisions, physical and online. Physical and online. Su Yun only half understood and asked with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Network refers to the internet company? Of course, she knew about entities. She had heard a lot of new words from Chen Mo recently. She went to the bookstore and bought a lot of books, working hard to learn and grow. But she still couldn't fully understand much of what Chen Mo said. That's about it. But this part is not too urgent. However, in 4 or 5 years, the internet era will officially begin to explode. Let's talk about the entity first, the big aspects: real estate, plazas, restaurants, manufacturing, cars, mobile phones, computers, etc. Su Yun couldn't help but fantasize after hearing the company blueprint described by Chen Mo. The trap set by Chen Mo is too big. It was so big that Su Yun was amazed and impressed. Chen Mo is only 18 years old. I have such a big picture in my mind. The future is limitless. But now, Su Yun still felt that Chen Mo wanted too much. After all, many things require core technology. People may not be able to do well in one industry. Can Chen Mo really succeed by casting such a wide net? Su Yun had doubts in her heart. She also mentioned it vaguely to Chen Mo. But Chen Mo just smiled and did not refute or confirm. The more Su Yun got to know Chen Mo, the more she realized that Chen Mo had a mysterious and even omnipotent charm. Su Yun originally thought that she could relax for a while after finishing the entertainment on the second floor. But now it seems that all the things Chen Mo had given her before were trivial matters. The real big things are waiting for you behind this. But Su Yun really likes the feeling of being entrusted with an important task. The more challenging it is, the more motivated she becomes. Su Yun's abilities will also be utilized and enhanced to the maximum extent under Chen Mo's development. The second floor is used during the weekend. It attracts a huge flow of people, including adults and children, young students, office workers, etc. It's overcrowded. The huge flow of people also boosted the business of GKD, the supermarket on the first floor. These 2 days, Su Yun finished tidying up the office on the third floor. It temporarily became the office of Chen Mo, Su Yun, Li Lu, and Bai Ruashi. Chen Mo had a room for himself, and the 3 secretaries had a room for themselves. But in fact, Li Lu and Bai Ruashi rarely use the office. They have to stay on the first and second floors respectively. Sunday night, around 10:30. The lights on the first floor of the supermarket have been turned off, but the second floor is not there yet. Chen Mo came to the second floor and saw a graceful figure who seemed to be playing an arcade game. Bairawashi? Chen Mo approached slowly. She was playing Three Kingdoms and was concentrating on fighting the boss of the first level, Sun Shangxiang. Not to mention, Chen Mo also liked this game very much at first. Cough. Chen Mo coughed lightly, but Bairawashi didn't hear it. She was absorbed in playing the game. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh, then went to the first floor to get 2 bottles of water and went upstairs to sit next to Bairawashi. Bairawashi had just finished defeating the boss at this time. She shouted happily, "Yes." After she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong, as if there was someone next to her. Bairawashi turned her head slowly. Ah. She was so frightened that she screamed and stroked her sizable chest with her hand. "Boss, why are you here?" "Chen Mo, the lights are on, so I came to take a look." Bairawashi was a little embarrassed. "I'll turn off the lights and leave right away. By the way, I bought the game coins with my own money." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Why are you leaving? The fight isn't over yet. Is it okay for me to add one more?" Bairawashi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she whispered, "Boss, do you know how to play?" Chen Mo stretched out his hand to her and said, "A little bit." Bairawashi looked at Chen Mo's hand, blinked her bright eyes, and asked in confusion, "What?" Chen Mo said seriously, "Lend me 2 coins." Bairawashi. Bairawashi took out 2 coins from her pocket. "Boss, will you return them to me?" Chen Mo. Chen Mo tossed the coin and chose Zhuge Liang, while Bairawashi played Zhang Fei. Bairawashi said in a rather sophisticated manner, "Boss, if you don't know how to play, just follow me. Zhuge Liang can get the fire sword by entering this cave. When we fight the boss later, just hide aside." Chen Mo. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. He just did as she said, slacking off and doing nothing, just like a worker. Bairawashi played well, beating the second boss and only getting a life from the third boss. Then take Chen Mo to pick up the ice sword and fight the boss. The boss was getting harder and harder to defeat, but Chen Mo was still slacking off. Bairawashi was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Finally, when I was fighting the boss Diao Chan, I was left with only a little health. However, Chen Mo's Zhuge Liang was still slacking off with full health. Bairawashi finally couldn't help it. "Boss, hit her." Chen Mo smiled slightly. "Okay." So, Bairawashi watched Chen Mo's unstoppable operation and defeated the boss without losing a single drop of blood. This. Bairawashi stared blankly at the fallen Diao Chan, blinked her big eyes, and said, "Boss, you lied to me." Chen Mo spread his hands. "You didn't ask me if it was not true." Bairawashi. 022 going to the city with Aunt Sue. After more than 2 hours of fighting, Chen Mo and Bairawashi killed the last boss of the game. Chow Chow. I cleared the level." Bairawashi happily stretched out her hand and high-fived Chen Mo. "Boss, you are awesome." Chen Mo smiled. The master-level gaming skills that he exchanged for 2,000 points were really useful. He could master any game instantly and achieve perfect control. It's so late." Bairawashi glanced at the time and packed her things hurriedly. "It's already past 1 in the morning. I should go back." "How are you going to get back?" I have a way, boss. You don't have to worry." After Bairawashi finished speaking, she quickly ran downstairs. Chen Mo stood upstairs and looked at Bairawashi's perfect back, which was full of youthful vitality. Bairawashi made a phone call on the side of the road, and soon a car stopped in front of her. "There's a car to pick you up?" Bairawashi's identity is indeed a secret. Could it be that this beautiful, rich girl came here to experience life? After seeing her get into the car and leave, Chen Mo turned around and went upstairs. After washing up and lying on the bed, Chen Mo couldn't help but look at the precious commodities in the system in his mind. Now it's time for something fun. For example, the entertainment industry. Chen Mo looked at the classic literary and artistic products lying in the system and thought it would be a waste if he didn't shoot them. However, the entertainment industry is still too expensive. Chen Mo's capital is not enough. It's better to be cautious, such as network products. At present, the domestic internet world is still a wasteland. Whether it's search engines, games, or various software, there's a broad space for development. Apart from these, the mobile phone market is also a huge cake. Moreover, the era of smartphones has not yet begun. Chen Mo thought, what if you were the one to start this era? According to the development of the original world, the era of smartphones will begin in 5 years with the launch of fruit phones. However, to purchase the one-stop technology for developing mobile phones, 30,000 points are required. Now Chen Mo only has 18,000 points in total. Then we can only work hard to complete the system tasks. Now Chun Mo has accumulated 3 tasks. Main quest: recruit the 4th employee, diamond rating or above, and get 10,000 points as reward. Side quest: open 3 GKD branches. Mission reward: 5,000 points. Side quest: become the richest man in the county. Quest reward: 10,000 points. The main missions have increasingly higher requirements for female secretaries. However, as long as you complete the first and second tasks, the points will be enough to reach 30,000 points. Then we can start preparing for the one-stop mobile phone industry. Chun Mo is now trying to complete this task before the end of his summer vacation. Chun Mo fell asleep while thinking about it. The next day, Chun Mo came to the office on the 3rd floor. Soo-Yun was sitting in an office chair. She was wearing a professional OL suit that showed off her bust, and the temperament of a mature working woman was fully displayed on her. At this time, Soo-Yun was writing something. Chun Mo knocked on the office door and walked in. Morning. Soo-Yun looked up at Chun Mo. Chun Mo got straight to the point and said, Aunt Sue, we are going to prepare to open 2 more GKD branches. Soo-Yun was slightly surprised. Where is it? It's not in our county, is it? There are only so many consumers in the county town. If we open another one, we will just be stealing our own business. Chun Mo smiled and said, How about going to the city? Soo-Yun nodded. Of course. After all, if GKD is so popular in the county, then it will definitely do better business in big cities. She had wanted to mention this to Chun Mo before, but she had too many things to do and had no time to take care of it. Chun Mo, let's go. Soo-Yun was a little surprised and asked, Going to the city now? Half an hour later, a black Mercedes was driving on the highway. Chun Mo drove and glanced at Soo-Yun beside him. Annie Sue, when will you get your driver's license? It will be convenient for you to go out and do things. I want to learn how to drive. I don't have a car. What's the point of learning this? The company provides you with a car. Why would a secretary like me deserve a car? Soo-Yun was a little surprised. Cars are still a rare commodity in this day and age. Chun Mo smiled and said, Aunt Sue, you are my chief secretary. This position is second only to 1 person and above 10,000 people. Soo-Yun, that sounds weird. Oh, by the way, I thought about it. The plaza model you mentioned is still a little small for our supermarket. Soo-Yun took out her notebook and said seriously, You want to have clothing, restaurants, entertainment, and even a cinema. You need at least 1,000 square meters of land to build a scale, right? Chun Mo nodded slightly. What Soo-Yun said was indeed right. It seems that she studies these things a lot after to get off work. Chun Mo looked ahead and said, So, let's start our real estate business with this plaza model. Soo-Yun suddenly seemed to understand and stared at Chun Mo with shining eyes. I understand. The square can attract enough people to create a business circle. With popularity and traffic, our house will naturally become popular. Also, we can create a series of real estate-related brands, such as hotels. Soo-Yun seemed to have opened a new door, and her thoughts were divided. Chun Mo had to admit that Soo-Yun had a talent for business, and this model was indeed the masterpiece of future real estate tycoons. It's mainly this model. Compared with those real estate developers who are frantically acquiring land and building buildings, this business model is healthier, more competitive, and has stronger brand power. Chun Mo, what do you think? Why are you laughing? Is it not okay? No, I think you are right. Real. Soo-Yun looked doubtful. She was not confident enough in her own judgment. Chun Mo nodded in agreement. Really? The corners of Soo-Yun's red lips curled up slightly. Her perfume smells nice today. It takes 1.5 hours to get from the county seat to the city. Chun Mo and Soo-Yun went directly to the city center. The two of them agreed that if they were going to open a new store, they should open it on the busiest street. But choosing a store location is still very troublesome. It took the two of them a whole day to finally decide on a store next to the Xinhua bookstore. This store used to be a restaurant, but business had always been lukewarm, so they planned to sell it. Chun Mo and Soo-Yun were lucky. The shop transfer fee was 30,000 yuan, and the rental contract was for 2 years, 48,000 yuan per year, or 4,000 yuan per month. For this location, the price is neither high nor low. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Chun Mo signed a contract with the landlord. Neither Soo-Yun nor Chun Mo had dinner. Let's go get something to eat. Chun Mo drove the car and went looking for food with Soo-Yun. There are still very few late-night snack shops these days, even in the city. The two of them also walked around and found a night snack stall selling barbecue on a street near the river. Chun Mo and Soo-Yun got out of the car and found a table to sit down. Next to them, there was a large table with about 10 people most of them shirtless thugs with large tattoos, drinking and bragging. Many of them couldn't help but have their eyes lit up the moment Su Yun appeared. The naked evil looks made Su Yun frown. Chen Mo looked calm and called the boss over. Give me some beef skewers, grilled fish, pork belly, lamb, oysters, leeks, and fried rice. Aunt Sue, what do you want to eat? Su Yun shook her head slightly. That's enough. That's all then. Chen Mo handed the menu to the boss. After a while, the barbecue was ready and served. Just after Chen Mo and Su Yun had eaten a little, the hooligans with dragon tattoos on their bodies at the next table became louder after drinking. Then, two thugs, one with green hair and the other with a bald head, walked towards the two with their arms around each other's shoulders and stared at Su Yun. They held a bottle of beer in their hands. 023, come up and take a rest. Beautiful lady. Hello. The two thugs slammed the wine bottle heavily on the table and spoke in a provocative tone. Come over and have a drink with our brothers and make friends. Su Yun frowned slightly and looked up at the two thugs. It's not like she hasn't seen this kind of person before. It is said that beautiful women bring disaster, and this idiom is truly reflected in her. If drinking a glass of wine could avoid trouble, she didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mo. Just when Su Yun was about to get up. Sorry, it's inconvenient. Chen Mo held Su Yun's hand and replied calmly. Hey, who's this hairy boy? He's quite pretentious. Sister, he is not your brother, right? The green-haired gangster stared at Chen Mo with a wicked smile and had already picked up the bottle of wine in his hand. No, don't, I drink. Su Yun said immediately. She was really afraid that Chen Mo was too young to be afraid of Tiger. The other side had more people, and in this era, no one cared if the gangsters injured or disabled people. Hey, it's not my brother, then it's okay. Before Green Hair finished his words, the bald tattooed thug next to him picked up the bottle and smashed it on Chen Mo's head, cursing fiercely. You're looking for death. Damn it, you dare to act in front of me. Don't want. Su Yun exclaimed and was about to protect Chen Mo. However, the next second, with a bang, the broken wine bottle hit the bald gangster's head hard. Chen Mo didn't know when he snatched the beer bottle from the other person. Then, when the other party was in a daze, Chen Mo kicked the bald man and the green hair man away with a fierce kick. Annie Su, please stand back. Chen Mo gave Su Yun a reassuring look. Su Yun was worried. Chen Mo. As she said this, she decided not to cause trouble for Chen Mo and stood aside. The thugs at the other table all stood up instantly at this moment. Someone picked up a wine bottle and some held a stool. Mad, you want to die, right? They cursed and looked ferocious as they swarmed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo, be careful. Su Yun gave a loud warning, then took out her cell phone and prepared to quietly call the police. But Chen Mo had no intention of retreating at this time. He picked up the iron skewer for the beef skewers at an incredibly fast speed. An iron skewer pierced the opponent's arm and thigh. The thugs were completely unable to react and were unable to dodge. They fell to the ground wailing, covering their wounds. At this time, the green-haired guy who was kicked away by Chen Mo took out a knife from somewhere. Sneak attack from behind Chen Mo. Careful, Su Yun screamed and pushed Chen Mo away. Greenhair's knife landed on Su Yun's lower back. Ah! Su Yun groaned in pain and leaned against Chen Mo. Aunt Su, are you okay? Waste! Chen Mo looked down and saw that Su Yun's white shirt had been stained with blood. Fuck it. Chen Mo cursed angrily, picked up a chair, and smashed it hard on the green-haired guy's head, causing blood to appear instantly. Chen Mo didn't let go of this garbage. Punches hit hard on the face, kicks stepped on the wrists and ankles. The screams that came one after another filled the entire night snack street. At this time, people who were watching the fun hid far away for fear of being implicated. After Chen Mo dealt with these thugs, he immediately ran towards Su Yun. Annie Su, hold on. Let's go to the hospital. Su Yun's face turned pale, and she covered her lower back with her hands. The blood had stained her hands and clothes. The injury on her waist made it almost impossible for her to walk. Annie Su, I'll hold you. Chen Mo didn't wait for her to refuse and just hugged her. Su Yun leaned on Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo opened the car door, put Su Yun in the passenger seat, took off his clothes and tied them around the wound on her lower back. Then he drove and rushed towards the hospital. It took some time to find the hospital because I was not familiar with the road. Su Yun's face became paler and paler. The cut on the lower back was quite severe. Annie Su, don't sleep. Chen Mo, I'm so cold. Su Yun spoke softly. Annie Su, we'll be at the hospital soon. Don't sleep. Well, I don't sleep. Finally arriving at the hospital, Chen Mo immediately picked up Su Yun and ran into the hospital. Doctor, help! Doctor! The doctor on duty woke up from his sleep when he heard Chunmo's shout and ran out quickly. The nurses also pushed the cart over. What's wrong with her? The lower back was cut and there was excessive bleeding. Push it in, clean the wound first, disinfect it, and stop the bleeding. After the doctor finished speaking, the nurses carried out the instructions efficiently. Chun Mo followed Su Yun closely. The cut was not serious and was relatively easy for the doctor to treat. After the nurse helped Su Yun bandage the wound, the doctor shouted, "Family members, come here." Chun Mo walked over immediately. The patient has lost too much blood. It would be best if he could get some blood transfusion. But her blood type is RH, which belongs to the panda category, and our hospital blood bank does not have blood in stock. If you're a relative, you can draw some blood to see if you have the same blood type. The doctor finished. Chun Mo was a little surprised. I have RH blood type. I can have the test. He himself didn't expect that he and Su Yun had the same blood type. Chun Mo followed the nurse to have his blood drawn. After drawing blood and finding no problems, the nurse came to Su Yun's ward with a blood bag and gave her a blood transfusion. At this time, Chun Mo went to complete the hospitalization procedures and paid the fees. When I finished my work and returned to the ward, I found that Su Yun's complexion had recovered a little. The blood flowed through the needle and into Su Yun's blood vessels. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo with a hint of shyness in her eyes. I heard from a nurse that the blood transfused was yours. Chun Mo sat down next to her and hummed softly. Su Yun said softly, "Thank you, are you not hurt? Are you okay?" Chun Mo, I should be thanking you. You blocked the knife for me. Su Yun bit her red lips lightly and shook her head slightly. In her heart, she felt that this incident was caused by her, and those thugs came to cause trouble because they were lustful. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo, whose face was pale and a little tired. It was already very late. Su Yun slowly moved to the bedside, her face inexplicably hot as she whispered, "Why don't you come up and rest?" When Chun Mo heard this, he looked at her in surprise. Question mark. Su Yun's face turned redder as he looked at her. She spat softly, "Go to bed and rest." After Su Yun finished speaking, she turned her head away, not daring to look at Chun Mo anymore. Chun Mo hesitated for a moment, thinking that he had to stay here tonight, and he couldn't just sit on a chair all night. Since Su Yun didn't care and even took the initiative to invite her, there is no need for me to be shy. After Su Yun finished speaking, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She was a little nervous again when Chun Mo came up. She held her clothes tightly with both hands, but the next second, a body with the aura of a young boy lay beside her. He is coming up. Su Yun's body suddenly stiffened slightly. 024 Shameful Aunt Su. At this moment, Su Yun closed her eyes, her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing unconsciously became much heavier. Auntie Su, if you lean to your side, you will press on the wound, right? Chun Mo asked softly. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned around. The two of them suddenly looked at each other face to face, their eyes intertwined. The atmosphere change became a little subtle. Turn around. Su Yun spoke softly. Chun Mo hesitated for a moment, turned around, and faced her with his back. Su Yun couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. That's much better. If I hadn't controlled the situation just now, I would have made a big mistake accidentally. Time passes quietly and silently. Chun Mo kept an eye on the progress of the blood transfusion from time to time, and when it was almost finished, he pressed the nurse bell. After a while, the nurse came in and removed the needle for Su Yun. Press the needle port. The nurse said this and left the ward. Su Yun said gently, "Go to sleep. And Su, you should also go to bed early." After the two finished talking, the ward fell silent again. The night passed quickly. When Chun Mo woke up the next day, he felt his arms were filled with warmth and softness, a plump and mature body, and a pleasant body odor. He opened his eyes and found that he was hugging Su Yun. Su Yun also put one hand on him, and the two of them were face to face. Su Yun's red lips were glowing with an alluring luster, and she was only a few centimeters away from Chun Mo. Chun Mo seemed to be bewitched, and his face unconsciously moved closer to her. Slowly, when they were about to touch, Su Yun opened her eyes. When she saw Chun Mo for the first time, she was stunned for a moment and said with a hint of panic, "What are you going to do?" Chun Mo held his breath, then moved closer to Su Yun while she was looking at him directly. Ugh! Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened. She never expected Chun Mo to be so bold. I was clearly awake, but he still dared to kiss me. Her hand subconsciously pushed Chun Mo's shoulder gently. But it doesn't seem to be of any use. Or maybe she didn't use any strength at all. The two of them were immersed in their own world. There were footsteps at the door, followed by a knock. Boom, boom. Chun Mo and Su Yun let go of each other instantly, as if they were thieves who had been caught in the act. Doctor's rounds. The doctors entered the room and found the patient lying on the bed with a rosy complexion and looking very well. Bed number 21, stab wound in the lower back, excessive blood loss. I had a blood transfusion last night. How are you feeling today? Are you feeling well? No, it's much better. Su Yin replied calmly. That's good. It's best to stay in a hospital for another day for observation and have the nurse change the dressing on the wound in time. Okay, thank you, doctor. Chinamo sat aside and said, Yeah, it's okay. The doctor said and left the ward. The two people left in the ward breathed a sigh of relief. I was almost discovered. Chinamo looked at Su Yun with a smile. Aunt Su, are you okay? Su Yun couldn't hide her shyness at this moment. Yeah. Chinamo knew that he needed to divert attention and diffuse the atmosphere. Then I'll go buy breakfast. What do you want to eat? Su Yun, porridge is fine. Chun Mo agreed and then left the ward. Wait until Chun Mo leaves. Su Yun couldn't help but pull up the quilt to cover her face. Su Yun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? He is Ching Xue's classmate. I'm only 18 years old. He's in puberty and can't control himself. How can you follow suit? Su Yun felt ashamed and her face flushed, feeling extremely embarrassed for her behavior. Oh, she remembered one more thing. Su Yun immediately took out her cell phone, which already had several calls. I think he called after I called the police last night, but the police didn't find me at the scene, so they made the call. Su Yun thought about this situation and decided to seek help from lawyer Shen Bing first. On the other side, Chun Mo went downstairs and bought a rich variety of breakfast. When she returned to the hospital ward, Su Yun had just hung up the phone. Who should I call? Shen Bing. She will be here soon. We will go to the police station together. She can help. Good. Chun Mo handed her the breakfast he had bought. Eggs, milk, and porridge. After eating, I'll go change the medicine later. The two finished their breakfast, and then the nurse came to change Su Yun's medicine. Another half hour passed. The crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor came from the door of the ward. Thump, thump, thump. A woman wearing an exquisite professional short skirt, a black hip skirt, seductive curves, long, beautiful legs, wrapped in black stockings and black high heels. Shen Bing exudes the aura of an elite lawyer and is the perfect template for a beautiful lady in the workplace. Sister Yun, are you okay? As soon as Shen Bing entered the ward, she walked towards Su Yun with concern. It's all right. Su Yun waved her hand and replied with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Bing Bing. You have come all the way here. It's okay. It's awkward to talk about this between us. Then let's go to the police station together. I'll help you. Shen Bing said this while glancing at Chun Mo with a teasing smile. Boss Chun is really awesome. He beat 10 people by himself, and he's not even injured. Chun Mo coughed lightly. Lawyer Shun, please stop mocking me. If Sister Yin hadn't blocked the knife from me, I would be the one lying on the bed. Shen Bing blinked her beautiful eyes and said, That's pretty impressive. I won't have to worry about ignorant people making trouble with you in the future. Chun Mo. Su Yin couldn't help but help Chun Mo out. Bing Bing, how do you usually deal with this kind of thing? When Shun Bing saw Su Yin asking, he immediately became more serious and said, It's not a big problem. It's usually considered a fight. If one party feels that they have suffered a loss, they can continue to sue for compensation, but most of them end in nothing, so don't worry. Su Yin felt relieved and nodded. However, when the three of them arrived at the police station and asked, the thugs over there didn't call the police and didn't say anything. That's why the police kept calling the person who called the police Su Yin. Do you need to report it to the police? No. Shen Bing waved her hand. There is no way to punish those guys in the current legal environment. Moreover, judging from the injuries, the gangsters are in a worse situation. Well, you don't need me at all. Shen Bing smiled and spread her hands. Shall we go back then? Chinamo said, Okay, let's have a meal first. Lawyer Shun, I didn't even thank you for your help last time, so we have to have a meal together this time, and I just happen to have something to tell you. Are you busy? Then we can have dinner. Shen Bing agreed with a smile. 025 applying medicine to Aunt Su. Chin Mo, Su Yun, and Shen Bing drove to a pretty good restaurant nearby. The three of them found a private room, sat down, and ordered food. After dinner, only then did Chun Mo start talking about business. Shen Bing pretended to listen attentively. Chun Mo, I would like to ask you to be our company's secretary first. Shen Bing was stunned for a moment, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Secretary? This was something she never expected. I am an elite lawyer, and I am your secretary? Suyin looked at Shun Bing's expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. She also didn't know why Chun Mo liked recruiting secretaries so much. Lawyer Shun, don't be anxious, just listen to my explanation. Shun Bing narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Chun Mo, waiting for his explanation. Chun Mo smiled and said, our company will gradually expand into other businesses. In addition, there are some brands, patents, etc. that need to be supervised. I would like to ask you to be the general manager of our company's legal affairs and legal secretary. Shun Bing rolled her eyes. She understood what he meant. A legal secretary in charge of the company's legal affairs, right? Right. Shun Mo nodded seriously. How much is your monthly salary? Shun Bing is also very direct. Chun Mo thought for a while and said, your salary will be increased by 20% now. Shun Bing raised her eyebrows slightly. I'm currently working a law firm, and my salary may be negative. She couldn't help but sigh as she spoke. Nowadays, people's legal awareness is not very strong, so naturally there are not many businesses in this field. But there will definitely be great improvements in the future. Su Yun smiled. Then you still have to pay Bing Bing. Shun Bing. Chun Mo smiled and said, Lawyer Shun, I'm not very clear about the market in your industry, so please name a price. Shun Bing looked at Su Yun, then turned to look at Chun Mo and said, 6,000. After 1 month of regularization, 8,000. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh that reading more is indeed useful. Look at their salaries. The starting price is 6,000. The salary for becoming a regular employee is 8,000. Can. Chun Mo agreed without any hesitation. It's a pleasure working with you. Now should I call you boss? Well, you can call me anything. Chun Mo smiled slightly. At the same time, a clear voice rang in Chun Mo's mind. Shun Bing's rating. Appearance 92, figure 93, temperament 94, ability 92, potential 90. Overall rating, 92.2 points. Master level employee. Get the master employee treasure box. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. The 4th employee, diamond level score or above. Reward, 10,000 points. Shun Bing's overall score is indeed very high. A master level treasure chest. Moreover, the main mission was just completed. Do you want to open the master treasure chest? Yes. Open the master level treasure box and receive a monetary reward of 1 million. Get lucky with love. The chance of excellent employees appearing increases by 90%. Get a 90% bonus on the success rate of real estate development. Another romantic encounter, but this time is different from before. With these 2 bonuses, the probability of outstanding employees appearing around Chun Mo will increase sharply in the future. In addition, Chun Mo's assets also increased by 1 million. Assets, 7.255 million yuan, ranked 5th in Qingyang County. He is getting closer and closer to the goal of becoming the richest man in the county. Boss, shall we go? Shun Bing woke up Chun Mo, who was still immersed in his fantasy. Chun Mo came to his senses and left the restaurant with the 2 women. 2 women and 1 man got on the car. Chun Mo looked at Shun Bing and said, Lawyer Shun, the brand registration property rights of our GKD will be handed over to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shun Bing is full of confidence in his profession. Chun Mo smiled slightly. Okay. More than an hour later, the 3 returned to Qingyang County. Originally, Chun Mo wanted to send Su Yun home to rest, but she insisted on going to the office. Chun Mo had no choice but to let her continue working. As for Shun Bing, she began to organize information and register brand trademarks. It was getting late at night. Chun Mo found that the lights in the office on the 3rd floor were still on. Su Yun is still here. She supported her face with one hand while reading a book. Chun Mo walked up to her, and Su Yun didn't even notice. Only then did Chun Mo realize that Su Yun had fallen asleep. There was a notebook with a lot of notes on her desk, and the books were related to real estate. Chun Mo patted her shoulder gently. Aunt Su. Su Yun slowly opened her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw Chun Mo. Go home and sleep. Su Yun nodded and stood up to pack her things. She took her things and followed Chun Mo. As I was walking, I suddenly felt something was wrong. This is going to his house. It's too late to go home safely. Chun Mo opened the door as he spoke. You need to change the dressing on the wound on your waist. I just brought the medicine up. Su Yun hesitated and nodded gently. Thank you. She was in a complicated mood at this time. Chun Mo, Auntie Su, please wash up first. I will change the medicine for you later. Suyin bit her lip lightly. I don't know when Chan Mo took control of the initiative between the two of them. By chance, this was not the first time Suyin had lived in Chin Mo's house. After she finished washing up, she walked out. Because her figure is so perfect, no matter what she wears, she is attractive enough. Aunt Sue, would you like to change your clothes? Chen Mo pointed at Su Yun's shirt, which was cut open at the waist. This one. Su Yun looked at the short t-shirt in Chen Mo's hand. It was Chen Mo's own clothes. She took the clothes and went into the room. At the same time, Chen Mo went to get the medicine and gauze to change Su Yun's wound, walked to the door and knocked. Su Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "Come in." Chen Mo pushed the door and walked in. Su Yun looked at Chen Mo and asked tentatively, "How about changing the medicine tomorrow?" Chen Mo said, "The doctor said that the weather is hot, so we need to change the dressing every day to prevent the wound from getting inflamed." Su Yun bit her red lips lightly and slowly laid down on the bed. Chen Mo sat down next to her and could feel Su Yun's body tense up. Chen Mo slowly rolled up her short t-shirt a little bit. Fair skin comes into view. Chen Mo gently untied the gauze on her lower back. Use a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently press on her sutured wound. Su Yun snorted softly. 026, start with appearance, fall in love with talent, and be loyal to character. Su Yun didn't know how destructive this unconscious action of hers was. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and continued to clean her wounds and apply ointment. Hiss! Su Yun took a deep breath. Pain. A little. Su Yun buried her face in the quilt. Chen Mo was bandaging her wound. All right, thanks, Su Yun said softly, turned around, and tried to get up. But when she tried to get up, she pulled the wound on her waist and felt the pain. Su Yun could not hold on any longer and fell backwards. At the same time, Chen Mo subconsciously reached out to pull her. Su Yun grabbed Chen Mo's hand and pulled him down instead. Chen Mo fell directly on her. Both of them were slightly stunned and looked at each other. At this time, Su Yun couldn't help but clutch the quilt tightly with one hand, and her heart beat rapidly. The tension is indescribable. A hot breath hits me in the face. Su Yun couldn't help but slowly close her eyes. Chen Mo's enthusiasm gradually melted the ice in Su Yun's heart, but at a certain moment, Su Qingshue's face suddenly flashed in her mind. He and Qingxue were classmates, and there were actually many differences between her and Chen Mo. Although she had always been rational, at this moment she couldn't help but start thinking, should I stop? The most realistic thing is age. It is unlikely that the two of them will have a future. She also didn't want to delay Chen Mo. From the time they spent together, she knew that Chen Mo would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. Once he spread his wings, he would soar into the sky. Just when Chen Mo was about to take a step further, Su Yun held his hand. Her breathing became much more rapid. Chen Mo, we can't. Chen Mo looked at her. Why? Is it because of age? I don't care. Su Yun shook her head. Chen Mo could understand how a woman felt at this time. She feels insecure. This is also normal. Su Yun looked at Chen Mo tenderly and said slowly, you still have a bright future, a broader world. You'll meet a better girl there. You are the same age. She will be as good as you. Everyone will bless you. I am different. Chen Mo looked at her seriously. Aunt Sue, you care too much about other people's opinions. Why should we be bound by other people's eyes and opinions in our life? Do what you want to do. Do what makes you happy. Only then will your life be meaningful. Su Yun was slightly stunned. Chen Mo's words suddenly touched her. Her heart suddenly began to beat. She murmured softly, do what you want to do? What makes you happy? Su Yun slowly raised her head and looked at Chen Mo, saying seriously, do you really like me? Certainly, Chen Mo replied firmly. From the first time I saw you, Aunt Sue, I was deeply impressed. You like me because I'm pretty? Su Yun asked a question that every woman cared about. Chen Mo, of course. This answer is very real and honest. Su Yun was not such a pretentious person. She liked this frank answer. Chen Mo continued. There's a saying that goes, it starts with appearance, falls in love with talent, and is loyal to character. Su Yun's heart trembled. These words made her involuntarily bring herself into the situation. Everything that happened between the two of them during this period of time flashed through her mind like a movie. From when she was harassed by the bald boss, Chen Mo carried her home. The two of them discussed business matters and future plans together day and night. And last night, Chen Mo faced a dozen thugs alone to protect her. At this moment, Su-yin felt that this sentence was very applicable to the relationship between her and Chun-mo. It starts with appearance, falls in love with talent, and is loyal to character. At this moment, Su-yin looked at Chun-mo's eyes, which were shining. She slowly raised her delicate and beautiful face and said in a scalding voice, Chun-mo. In their world at this moment, only each other exists. Just when Chun-mo was about to strike, Su-yin blushed, held his hand, and whispered, Can we wait a little longer? Give me some time. Chun-mo took a deep breath. It was too painful to break halfway. After all, they were completely carried away. But love is a matter of mutual consent, and he had to respect Su-yun's ideas. Plus, she has a back injury. One night passed in the blink of an eye. Su-yun woke up slowly. She looked at the time, and it was already late. Su-yun struggled to get up despite the back injury, quietly packed her clothes, and then tiptoed out of the room. Chun-mo slowly opened his eyes, looked at Su-yun's leaving back, and smiled. After a while, Chun-mo stretched, tidied himself up, and left the room. When I came out, I found a bowl of freshly cooked noodles on the living room table. 2 eggs. This seems to be a way to nourish my body. Chun-mo smiled slightly and walked toward the kitchen. Aunt Su? Su-yun was not in the kitchen. Where are the people? Gone. Are you afraid of being discovered by others? Chun-mo knew that Su-yun was very meticulous, and from her perspective, it was normal for her to have this worry. After Chun-mo washed up, he sat down to eat noodles. The noodles tasted very good, and I finished them in just a few mouthfuls. Chun-mo went out and walked toward the office on the 3rd floor. Before Chun-mo got closer, he heard the voice of a girl talking from inside. Bairuashi, Sister Yun, I heard that the boss is going to open a new store. Su-yun, yes, in the city. It's being renovated these days. Lilu, GKD must be very popular in the city. People from the city have come to eat here in the past few days. Bairuashi, we are on the 2nd floor as well. There are also many people from the city. Just then, Chun-mo knocked on the door and walked in. The moment Su-yun saw Chun-mo, her pretty face inexplicably turned red, and she lowered her head slightly. The beautiful woman, who has always been mature and confident, couldn't help but behave like a little woman at this moment. Morning, boss. Lilu greeted with a smile. Since becoming a secretary, she has become more and more confident. Bairuashi smiled sweetly. Morning, boss. She is now wondering when she can play 3 Kingdoms with Chun-mo again. Chun-mo smiled and said, You guys came quite early. Bairuashi looked at the exquisite and expensive watch on her wrist. It's getting late. Lilu immediately said, I have to go downstairs to check on the stock. Chun-mo suddenly remembered something. Lilu, have you checked the previous bill for Fu Limin? Lilu nodded. Aunt Su and I checked together and found that many of the previous accounts did not match. Su-yun regained her strong woman demeanor. I contacted lawyer Shin Bing and plan to negotiate with Fu Limin first. If the negotiation fails, I will sue him directly in court. Chun-mo nodded slightly. Okay, Lilu, then I'll go down first. Bairuashi, I'll go down and take a look too. For a moment, Chun-mo and Su-yun were the only ones left in the office, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. Su-yun stood up. I contact Shin Bing. When she walked past Chun-mo directly grabbed her hand and hugged her in his arms. Su-yun's voice sounded a little flustered. Chun-mo, this is the office. 027 Aunt Su. Is your waist okay? Chun-mo looked at Su-yun's flustered look and couldn't help but smile. A mature and confident woman also has a feminine side. This contrast will make people feel a sense of accomplishment. Auntie Su, is your waist okay? Fine. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard outside the door. Someone is coming. Chun-mo let go of Su-yun. She looked at Chun-mo with a reproachful look, showing the charm of a mature woman. At the same time, there was a knock on the door, and Chun-mo opened it. Hey, the boss is here. Shin Bing was heroic and full of the competence of a strong woman. She looked at Chun-mo with a smile on her face. Chun-mo smiled and said, Secretary Shun, good morning. Shin Bing said seriously, Boss, good morning. Su-yun couldn't help but smile. Bing Bing, come here quickly. Shin Bing lightly lifted her black hair and said with a smile, Here comes Sister Yun. Boss, I have to talk to Sister Yun about work. Chun-mo, go ahead. Now everyone here has their own job, and it seems that he is not really needed. The location of the 3rd GKD branch has not yet been finalized. Chun-mo glanced at Su-yun. She had enough things on her hands and was injured. It would be best if she didn't move. Just go by yourself first. Chun-mo left the office. Drive to the city. The third store was still located in Qingyang City. Other places are too far away, and it is not convenient to manage them back and forth. Chen Mo chose the nearest one. The second store is located in the central area of the South City, and the third store is located in the central area of the East City. These are the two busiest streets in the entire city. This time, the shop I rented had more twists and turns than the second one. The store is located at the corner of the entire street, but the price is not less than other stores. According to his current situation, Chen Mo doesn't really care about these things. Although the location of this store is not good, Chen Mo is confident that he can make it successful. The huge increase in traffic means that you will basically never lack customers. However, some problems arose when contacting the store owner. The boss's phone call came through, but no one answered. Chen Mo could only go to see the renovation progress of the second GKD first. Under Su Yun's arrangement, the decoration team that had previously decorated the first GKD has arrived in Qingyang City and started construction. They had accumulated experience when decorating their first home. The second one is more skilled. Boss Chun, when will the third store start installing? The contractor, Lao Yu, took out a box of cigarettes from his bag with a smile on his face and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved his hand. It's almost done. After you finish installing here, you should go to the third one. Old Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Boss Chun, you are really amazing, young and promising. My decoration is not as fast as your store opening. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Mo smiled and said, as long as you do your job well, we will look for you without any help. But if you don't do your job well, even acquaintances won't work. Old Yu nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. We will do the job. Boss Chun, don't worry. Chen Mo stayed in charge of the shop renovation until 10 o'clock in the evening, when the renovation team got off work. At this time, Chen Mo's cell phone rang. The phone number is not familiar, but it seems a little familiar. Chen Mo answered the phone and heard a woman's pleasant but panicked voice and loud music from the other end of the phone. Husband, come on, go away. I don't drink. My husband will be here soon. Who are you? Chen Mo was a little confused. Who is this person? Why did he call her husband right away? Wrong number? Chen Mo looked at the phone number again. Now I remembered who was calling. I called the shop landlord this afternoon. Where are you? A bar. A hipster bar. The woman replied in a loud voice. You wait. Chen Mo immediately got in the car and drove to the bar. Fortunately, Chen Mo actually saw this place when he was walking around today. This is the earliest bar in Qingyang City. Business is booming. But the people who come to the bar are a mixed bunch, but the majority are gangsters, non-mainstream people, little girls, etc. It is normal to have such disputes. If it weren't for the rush to complete the third GKD branch, Chen Mo really didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. The car sped all the way and stopped in front of the bar. Chen Mo kept talking on the phone while driving there. There seemed to be a stalemate on the other end of the phone. The main thing is what women say. You can't mess with my husband. The other party became more interested and said in a tone that made the woman convinced. Okay, I want to see who your husband is. I hope your husband doesn't piss his pants by then. Chen Mo entered the bar and saw an extremely beautiful woman at first sight. The point is, she has a scholarly air that doesn't fit in here, and it's obvious that she's not the type to come to this kind of place. The woman was probably about 27 or 28 years old, with beautiful features and an elegant temperament. The most important thing was that she was tall, had a thin waist, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She was also wearing black stockings and high heels. A standard top-notch beauty. At this moment, there was a hint of panic in her beautiful eyes. The men surrounding her were bald thugs with tattoos. However, there was a gangster with green hair among them who looked familiar to Chen Mo. Chen Mo said into the phone, "Watch the door." When the woman heard the voice on the phone, she immediately turned to look at the entrance of the bar. It's her. Chen Mo had a calm expression and walked towards the woman. As Chen Mo walked over, the expressions of those gangsters began to look a little strange. Especially the green-haired, non-mainstream gangster. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. The others looked as if they had seen an evil star with stiff expressions. Chen Mo looked at these people, especially the green-haired man with ointment on his face and the bald man wrapped in gauze, and memories of the barbecue restaurant a few nights ago came back to him. Bad memories suddenly flooded into green hair and the others' minds, and they looked at Chen Mo with painful expressions. It's you. I met a ghost. I can also run into this. Go, brother. We didn't touch her, not even a hair. After green hair finished speaking, Several thugs scrambled to leave the booth. It seemed as if anyone who walked slowly would be beaten up by Chun and Mo. At this time, the beautiful lady sitting on the sofa looked at this scene, looked at Chun and Mo in surprise, and blinked. What is going on? Who is this man? He walked over without saying a word, and these thugs were so scared that they ran away in panic. What happened was beyond her imagination. Lu Qingxian originally thought that this time it would be very troublesome. When these gangsters arrived, people around them didn't dare to get close to them. It was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. But she never expected that a casual phone call she made would result in the arrival of such a powerful man. 028 Drunk Landlady. Lu Qingxian opened her red lips slightly and looked at Chun Mo in daze and surprise. Chun Mo looked at her, sat down next to her, and said, "Are you the landlord of the shop on East Street?" Lu Qingxian nodded. "Yeah." Chun Mo, "I want to rent your shop. How much is it per year?" Lu Qingxian blinked. 50,000 a year. Chun Mo, "Okay, I'll rent it for 2 years." Lu Qingxian bit her lip and said, "Since you helped me, I can do less with you." Chun Mo smiled slightly. "Okay, how much less?" Lu Qingxian poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Chun Mo. 5,000 less? Chun Mo nodded. "Okay, but I won't drink. I drove here. This was a very cost-effective move, saving me $5,000. Lu Qingxian looked at Chun Mo with interest and said, "You don't look that old. Why did those people run away in dismay when they saw you? Are you the young master of some wealthy family?" Chun Mo shook his head. "Ordinary people." Lu Qingxian had a look of disbelief on her face. After all, someone so young who could drive a car couldn't be an ordinary person. What's more, when those thugs saw Chun Mo, they were like mice seeing a cat. It was even more impossible for her to believe what Chun Mo said, an ordinary person. "Sign the contract tomorrow." As Lu Qingxian spoke, he picked up the wine glass, took a big sip, and then choked. "Ahem. Obviously, she doesn't drink. I can't drink, but I still come to the bar, and I come alone." Chun Mo looked at her and said, "You'd better leave early." Many men around looked at Lu Qingxian with shining eyes. This situation is normal in this place. With Lu Qingxian's top-notch looks, almost perfect figure, and fresh and elegant temperament, it would be strange if she didn't attract men. If they hadn't witnessed the gangsters running away as soon as Chun Mo arrived, knowing that he was not someone to be trifled with, the people who came to chat him up and drink with him would probably have lined up at the door. Lu Qingxian took another sip of wine, and a beautiful blush appeared on her face. She pointed at the wine on the table and said in a somewhat depressed mood, "There's so much wine, and I haven't even finished one glass." Chun Mo felt that this woman must have encountered something. She raised her delicate face and looked at Chun Mo. "Do you want to drink with me?" Chun Mo looked around, and those envious guys immediately turned their heads away. "If I leave, this woman will probably be in a lot of trouble. If you don't drink alcohol, drink Coke." Lu Qingxian placed a can of Coke in front of Chun Mo. At the same time, the atmosphere in the bar is gradually becoming lively. As midnight approaches, the manic music stirs up everyone's emotions. Everyone was drinking and dancing wildly to the rhythm. The environment can trigger hormones in people. At this time, Lu Qingxian raised his head and drank the entire glass of wine. For a moment, her eyes became a little blurry. She approached Chun Mo and shouted, "Stand up, let's jump together." Lu Qingxian seemed to be drunk, leaning against Chun Mo, swaying her body. Her royal figure is attractive enough. Chun Mo took a deep breath and moved back, increasing the distance between them. But the next second, Lu Qingxian directly hugged Chun Mo. She leaned her face on Chun Mo's shoulder. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she gently lifted her waist-length hair, speaking in a seductive manner. "Don't you like me? I'm not pretty. Or am I not in good enough shape?" Chun Mo. With this alcohol tolerance, he gets drunk after just one glass. "I hate being bound by all those rules and regulations at home. Now I get to be myself." Lu Qingxian vented loudly in Chun Mo's ear. Love or a woman with strict family education. The agitated music and the rising of alcohol. Lu Qingxian leaned tightly against Chun Mo. She felt a little unnatural. Chun Mo felt it. Something seemed to be wrong with her. It shouldn't be like this if you're drunk, right? Chun Mo was a little confused and glanced at the wine glass. Was the wine tampered with? In places like this, there are many people who put things in their cups. Chun Mo held her in one hand and walked out of the bar. "Where do you live?" Lu Qingxian pointed across the street. "Over there, I don't want to go home." As she spoke, she hugged Chun Mo's neck tightly and whispered, You smell so good. Chun Mo. As Lu Qingxian spoke, she rubbed Chun Mo with her sexy, mature body. There's something wrong with her. It doesn't look like a normal drunk. Help her into the car. Chun Mo drove the car and didn't know where to go for a while. But just as Chun Mo was driving, Lu Qingxian leaned over again. Her beautiful red lips were imprinted on the collar of Chun Mo's shirt. Chun Mo drove the car with one hand and helplessly pinched her delicate and beautiful face with the other hand. Ah, it hurts. Lu Qingxian called out coquettishly. Chun Mo, sit back. Lu Qingxian bit her red lips lightly and nodded obediently. However, after Chun Mo let her go, Lu Qingxian's beautiful face came up again. She hugged Chun Mo with both hands, and Chun Mo looked at her coldly. Lu Qingxian immediately said pitifully, I can't help it. I want to hug you and kiss you. Chun Mo. It seems that she really drank something she shouldn't have. Where is your home? I'm not going back. It would probably be very troublesome for her to go back like this. Chun Mo could only drive to a hotel. Get off. Chun Mo helped her out of the car, and they went into a hotel and got a room. While going upstairs, Lu Qingxian kept sticking to Chun Mo. When they arrived at the door, Chun Mo opened it, helped her to the bed, and let her lie down. Lu Qingxian pulled Chun Mo down with her. However, not long after lying down, Lu Qingxian fell into a deep sleep. It seems that this medicine has more of a coma effect. However, Lu Qingxian was still hugging Chun Mo tightly while she was asleep. Chun Mo was also tired. He was afraid of waking her up in case the drug took effect again, so he decided to just fall asleep. Time passes. The next day, Lu Qingxian woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at the roof, and frowned in confusion. Where is this? She turned her head and saw a strange face. Moreover, she was hugging him tightly. Lu Qingxian's brain short-circuited for a moment. What is going on? Who is this man? She subconsciously looked down at her clothes, which were intact. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingxian looked at Chun Mo and recalled everything that happened last night. I was at a bar last night and wanted a drink but was harassed by a group of thugs, so I called him. As soon as he arrived, the thugs scattered immediately. Later, he took me to this hotel. Lu Qingxian took a deep breath. This was her first time sleeping with a man. She carefully let go of Chun Mo. But the next second, Chun Mo, who was sleeping, put his arm around her waist. Chun Mo was still saying something. Aunt Sue. 029, The Evils of Society. What a stinky man. He was in my arms, but he was calling another woman. Chun Mo's unconscious sexual harassment made Lu Qingxian feel the dangers of society. She, who had always been gentle and virtuous, now blushed. It seemed that 28 years of innocence were about to be destroyed by Chun Mo's hands. She was filled with shame and anger. She grabbed Chun Mo's hand and said in a cold voice, "Wake up." But Chun Mo seemed to still be immersed in a beautiful dream with Aunt Sue. It even got worse, making Lu Qingxian extremely ashamed and angry. Well, don't. Finally, Lu Qingxian's voice woken up Chun Mo. Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qingxian, whose pretty face was blushing and whose beautiful eyes were glaring at him angrily. Chun Mo looked at his hands and seemed to have crossed the line and said awkwardly, "Hello, well, you pighead." Lu Qingxian pushed Chun Mo away and ran into the bathroom. Chun Mo scratched his head. I can't blame myself entirely for this misunderstanding, right? After all, I can't blame myself for dreaming. It was because Su Yun was too attractive that she appeared in my dream. In addition, Lu Qingxian's hot body is somewhat similar. Although she is not as mature and plump as Su Yun, she can be compared with her. Half an hour later, Lu Qingxian seemed to have thought it through and realized that Chun Mo couldn't be blamed entirely for this. Last night, I went to the bar to drink in order to rebel against my family. If it weren't for Chun Mo, I'm afraid I would not only. Thanks. Lu Qingxian walked out of the bathroom, looked at Chun Mo, and said in a clear voice. Chun Mo coughed lightly. It's okay, Are you hungry? Let's have breakfast together. Just chat about renting your shop. Lu Qingxian nodded slightly. The two left the hotel and went to a nearby noodle shop. The noodle shops in Qingyang City are a major feature, and the taste is very good. Two people each had a bowl of noodles. I still don't know your name. Lu Qingxian. Chun Mo. I wonder if the 5,000 yuan reduction you mentioned last night still counts. After Chun Mo finished speaking, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment while eating noodles. She remembered that she seemed to have said this last night. Count. Having said that, she won't go back on her word. Okay, that's 90,000 for 2 years. Chun Mo completed his main task and felt a little relieved. He glanced at the elegant Lu Qingxian and said, "Try not to go to bars in the future. It's not safe. If you have to go, don't go alone." Lu Qingxian raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of rebellion. "Then can I ask you to accompany me in the future?" Chun Mo. Lu Qingxian took out a key from her bag and put it on the table. "This is the key to the shop. By the way, what kind of business do you want to start?" she asked with a hint of curiosity. Chun Mo smiled and put away the key. "It's not a business, it's just food." Lu Qingxian's eyes lit up. "What to eat?" She seemed mildly interested. Chun Mo, "Hamburgers, Coke, fried chicken, etc." Lu Qingxian was surprised. "KFC? McDonald's?" Chun Mo shook his head. "GKD. Lu Qingxian. "GKD? Never heard of it." Chun Mo finished his noodles, paid the bill, and looked at Lu Qingxian. "Go ahead and give you the rent." Lu Qingxian didn't eat much and quickly caught up with Chun Mo. "You're not that old, are you? You're your own boss. Have you not gone to school? It's summer vacation now." "Oh, you're still a student? In college, right?" "This year. I just graduated from high school." Lu Qingxian seemed to have a strong interest in Chun Mo, a boy who had just graduated from high school. "Ms. Lu, I'll give you the rent and we'll settle it." Chun Mo handed the purse to Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian took the paper bag and said, "Is it a bit unsafe for me to carry so much cash by myself? Does this mean that he will be sent home?" However, she was not wrong. Nowadays, there are gangsters and street thugs everywhere, so there's indeed this danger. "Where do you live?" "Next to the Education Bureau." "Good." Chun Mo drove the car and, under Lu Qingxian's command, came to her home. After Lu Qingxian got out of the car, she watched Chun Missouri drive away. Then she walked towards the Education Bureau staff compound with her long, beautiful legs. She did not come home last night, although she sent a message to her mother and stayed at her best friend's house. "But there is no guarantee that you will be scolded." Lu Qingxian was shocked when she thought that she was already 28 years old, but was still bound by the house rules, like an underage girl. However, the main reason for this is that my ancestors came from a scholarly family, and my parents and elders were either in the education system or were teachers and professors at famous schools. Lu Qingxian was educated to be well-educated, gentle, and virtuous since childhood. In addition to the strict family conditions, another reason is that Lu Qingxian has not yet started a family. Not to mention getting married. With such a strict upbringing, she has never had a boyfriend. Since she graduated 2 years ago, she became a teacher at a prestigious university. After she got a job, her family was eager for her to get married and have children. The elders in my family introduced many young talents to me. But Lu Qingxian didn't have this idea. She even had a rebellious heart. Those young men who were quite fond of her were full of enthusiasm. All were ruthlessly extinguished by her cold attitude. But the elders in the family refused to give in and even stepped up efforts to introduce outstanding young men to her. No matter what, I must let her have a partner during this summer vacation. This made Lu Qingxian's rebellious spirit burn fiercely. So she had a big fight with her mother, left home, and ran to the bar alone in anger, trying to drown her sorrows in alcohol. But when she got to the bar and saw the way the men in the bar looked at her, she felt a little regretful. "But since I'm here, I have to drink, otherwise I would be letting down my rebellious heart." Then he attracted that group of thugs. Then, Chun Mo appeared like a savior. Chun Mo. Lu Qingxian developed a strong interest in this mysterious boy who had just graduated from high school. But there is no rush, since Chun Mo has rented his own shop, so it is easy to find him. Now, let's get through this hurdle at home first. Lu Qingxian just pushed the door open and entered the room. A stern voice sounded in the living room. "Lu Qingxian, you still remember to come back, right? What do you want to do if you don't go home for one night?" At the same time, Chun Mo went to the second GKD to see the progress of the renovation. Because of the requirements for efficiency and quality, the contractor Lao Yu called in a group of more people to speed up the decoration. It will probably take another 2 or 3 days. The contractor Lao Yu is smart, but he is honest in his work. Chun Mo drove back to Qingyang County first, near my old street supermarket. The road is much more congested, and there are a lot of people, many of whom are young people. Many of them went to the supermarket, some went to GKD, and some went to the second floor for entertainment. The business here is booming now. Chun Mo went straight up to the third floor and heard crisp laughter. Su Yun, Shun Bing, Li Lu, Bairuashi Wao, they were all here for team building. Fu Limin is jealous of our supermarket's good business. He is just a paper tiger, doing dirty calculations and making money without conscience. Sister Shinbing is really amazing. She scared him so much with just a few words that he returned all the money. That's because Sister Yun is awesome. If Sister Yun hadn't settled the score, we wouldn't have known that he had embezzled so much money. 030 The contradiction of the school beauty. Su Yun, Shun Bing, and the others were chatting animatedly. It seems that the matter of Fu Li Min has been dealt with. Chenemo knocked on the door, pushed it open with a smile, and walked in. What are you talking about? You look so happy. The boss is back. We were talking about Fu Li Min. Sister Yun has sorted out all his illegal accounts. How much money did he steal? $12,425. When Sister Yun threw the bill in his face, there was nothing to say. That was all thanks to Bing Bing. When she said she was going to sue him in court and put him in jail, he was so scared that he spat out all the money. Su Yun said this as she handed the money she got back from Fu Liming today to Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not take the money. I'll leave this money with you first. Use it to buy whatever the company needs. Su Yun hesitated for a moment and said, then we have to put a safe in our office. She can't carry this money with her. Chen Mo waved his hand. What do you want to buy? You could decide these small matters. The two of them have become a family that has become one. Chen Mo felt relieved to delegate power to Su Yun. In fact, everyone now regards Su Yun as the #1 person under Chen Mo and the company's general manager. Whenever anyone has a problem, they will consult her first. Well, I'm tired today. Sister Yun, should I get off work? Shall I take you back? Shin Bing winked at Su Yun. Su Yun subconsciously glanced at Shun Mo. The relationship between the two of them was now very close. Good. Shun Mo wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it to Su Yun in front of everyone. Boss, bye. Shin Bing took Su Yun's hand and left the office. The reason why Su Yun left with Shin Bing was because her relationship with her daughter Su Qingxue had been a little cold in the past 2 days. Su Qingxue has been angry and depressed since she found out that Su Yun was working as Chun Mo's secretary. She hopes Su Yun will resign and find another job. She might even feel embarrassed in front of other classmates. But Su Yun decisively refused. This job is what she expected and wanted. Moreover, Chen Mo gave her enough room to display her abilities, and she felt herself making rapid progress and growth. It is impossible for him to quit his job just for Su Qingxue's face. Su Yun clearly refused. After that, Su Qingxue started to feel sulky. However, Su Yun didn't spoil her. The mother and daughter haven't spoken to each other for 2 days. No, it should be said that Su Qingxue unilaterally ignored Su Yun. I always eat at different times from Su Yun. Even though Su Yun had injured her lower back yesterday, she still looked in the mirror and changed the medicine with great difficulty. In addition, Su Yun also felt that her relationship with Chun Mo was developing too quickly. She needed to calm herself down a bit. So I avoided Chun Mo. Chun Mo watched Su Yun leave, feeling a little reluctant. Unwilling to give up, he asked, Sister Bing, are you driving? Shin Bing smiled and said, yeah, boss, you have to reimburse me for the gas money in the future. Chen Mo said unhappily, you wish. You took Aunt Su away, and you still want me to reimburse you for the gas money. It's good enough that I don't deduct your salary. Shin Bing and Su Yun left. Li Lu and Bai Ruashi smiled at each other, and they were also preparing to get off work. Boss, I'm going downstairs. Li Lu left first. Finally, Bai Ruashi was left. She seemed to stay there on purpose. Why don't you leave? Chen Mo looked at her and asked. Bai Ruashi coughed lightly. Her eyebrows were beautiful and her pink lips were sparkling. Boss, let's play 3 Kingdoms together after get off work. Chen Mo. Well, love is like playing a game with yourself. But there is really nothing to do today. It's a good way to entertain yourself. Okay, prepare some food, and we'll clear the level 1s today. Okay. Bai Ruashi's beautiful crescent eyes sparkled, and she showed a sweet smile. There's a magical power about her. Her smile is very contagious, and when I see her smile, my mood becomes cheerful unconsciously. Boss, what do you want to eat? A hamburger. Bai Ruashi has also been obsessed with the food in GKD recently. If you don't eat, can you cook? I know a little bit. Bai Ruashi said a little unconfidently. At least a little bit. Chen Mo didn't want to show off his skills yet. Bai Ruashi whispered, Boss, I only know how to make stir-fry pork with peppers. Chen Mo coughed lightly. That's fine. Now is the era without takeout, so it is indeed not very convenient if you want to eat. However, Chen Mo doesn't really like eating takeout. Chen Mo opened the door, and Bai Ruashi looked around the room curiously. Boss, where's the kitchen? Bai Ruashi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white hands. You can tell from her hands that she has never done housework. Chun Mo watched Bairuashi operate from the side. But when Bairuashi was cooking, she would silently recite the order of cooking. This made Chun Mo, who was standing beside him, laugh. Bairuashi seemed to sense something. She turned around to look at Chun Mo, biting her lip a little embarrassedly. Less than 10 minutes. Bairuashi finished work. It's ready. Come and eat, boss. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After serving the rice, Chun Mo took a bite of the dish and his eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. Not to mention that this is the only dish Bairuashi can cook. It tastes extremely good. Yeah. Bairuashi was still very satisfied with Chun Mo's feedback. Let me try it. After she finished eating, she nodded repeatedly, revealing a reserved sweet smile. It's okay. Seeing her reserved look, Chun Mo smiled. Eat quickly. I'll help you pass the level after you finish eating. Well, how can you say you helped me clear the level? We helped each other and cleared the level in pairs. Bairuashi corrected her seriously. Chun Mo smiled and said, Yes, we will clear the game in pairs. The two of them had dinner. Then go downstairs. 10 o'clock at night. The second floor was closed at this time. Chun Mo and Bairuashi started the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles. The two of them played together until 0:20 in the morning and finally completed the game. Bairuashi happily high-fived Chun Mo. Okay, I have to go back. Boss, I'll play next time. Bairuashi hurried home. She probably also had access control, but it was slightly more relaxed than the one Chun Mo met with Lu Qingxian in the city. Chun Mo stretched and watched Bairuashi get into a car from upstairs, then go back to the room to rest. As soon as Chun Mo lay down, the map of his future business empire appeared in his mind. Since we have already started fast food GKD, can we also add milk tea shop? In this way, we can form a brand group with fast food. The catering industry, such as Haidaleo, can also be added later, except real estate and mobile phones. There's also the automotive industry, which is also a huge industry. For example, the electric cars of the future can easily create a world's richest man. There are a lot of things to do, and the road is still long, so we need to take it slow. The following week, the second and third GKD stores have been renovated one after another. Equipment will be opened soon. Chun Mo planned to transfer Lin Yu and another old clerk in the store to the city to be managers of the second and third stores. Go to the city 2 days in advance to train new employees. Today, Chun Mo drove to the city with Su Yun to attend the opening ceremony. This week, Su Yun has been working diligently and has even made some progress in real estate. But she seemed to start avoiding Chun Mo. The two of them had almost no chance to be alone. If I hadn't had to go to the city today to attend the opening of the second and third stores, Chun Mo hasn't had a chance to be alone with her yet. Su Yun also seemed to know that this was an opportunity Chun Mo deliberately created. She sat in the passenger seat consciously. Chun Mo looked at her. Aunt Su, why are you hiding from me? Su Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of guilt, and she refused to admit. No, there have been too many things going on recently. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? Then every time I appear, you leave? Can't the two of us coexist in the same space? Su Yun pursed her lips slightly, knowing that she could not argue. So she said softly, Chun Mo are really not suitable. Chun Mo looked into her beautiful and bright eyes. Inappropriate? Su Yun hummed softly. The next second, Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face turned hot. Chun Mo, 031 blame you for being too beautiful. Half an hour later, in the passenger seat of the car, Su Yun's pretty oval face blushed with embarrassment. She frowned slightly and snorted. Pain. Chun Mo immediately let go of her and asked with concern, Is your waist injured? Let me take a look. Su Yun held Chun Mo's hand and said with a hint of resentment, It's all your fault. Chun Mo couldn't help but feel embarrassed and argued softly, You can't blame me entirely. Su Yun looked at him with shyness and resentment in her beautiful eyes. Not blaming you? Are you blaming me too? Chun Mo nodded slightly and said honestly, Well, it's because you are so attractive, Aunt Su. Su Yun's cheeks flushed immediately, and she spat softly. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yun spoke with resentment, but her heart, which had been sealed for so long, couldn't help but beat wildly. Drive quickly to the city. Su Yun knew that she couldn't continue to dwell on this topic, so she urged Chun Mo to drive. Chun Mo smiled slightly, started the car, and drove towards Qingyang City. Who replaced the medicine for your back injury these days? Chun Mo took a look at her well-proportioned waist. I changed it myself. Su Yin had an elegant posture. She took out a notebook from her bag and said that when she was contacting the decoration team these days, she got some news related to real estate. There's a large factory building near the first bridge in the northern part of our county that we would like to sell. I found out the price. It's about 3,000 per square meter. The entire factory covers an area of about 1,000 square meters. The total price is over 3 million. What do you think? After Su Yun finished speaking, she looked at Chun Mo, waiting for him to make a decision. I don't know when it started, but in Su Yun's heart, Chun Mo is no longer a teenager who just graduated from high school. Is the same age as her daughter Su Qingxue. In her heart, Chun Mo has become a mature, stable, trustworthy, and reliable man. It was also because of Chun Mo's outstanding abilities that Su Yun was able to temporarily forget the age difference between them. Chun Mo pondered and said, "Do you know the land prices nearby?" Su Yun, it's about the same price. The price is not expensive. In this era, and given the slightly remote location, 3,000 is not expensive but not cheap either. Chun Mo nodded slightly. You can try. He now has nearly 6 million in cash flow in his pocket. It is enough to buy this property. Su Yun looked thoughtful. I'll bargain for a lower price. I think the factory owner is in urgent need of money. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, Okay, Aunt Su, you are worthy of being my good wife. Su Yun. She is now increasingly unable to cope with Chun Mo. Ever since the two of them had an intimate relationship, Chun Mo no longer had the respect he once had for Auntie Su. On the contrary, every time I call her Aunt Su, it seems a bit ill-intentioned. An hour and a half later, Chun Mo and Su Yun came to GKD's second store. The second store opened today, and the third store was almost completed today and is scheduled to open the day after tomorrow. The first day the second store opened was packed with people. A big part of the reason for this is that everyone has heard of the name GKD. Judging from the discussions, it seemed that some people had eaten at a restaurant in the county. Finally, we opened a store in our downtown area. The boss should have come a long time ago. We took a bus to Qingyang County to eat last time. The flow of people was just as Chun Mo expected. After all, it is the busiest neighborhood in the south of the city, and new things are bound to be popular among young people. According to the current level of development, the larger the city, the more people consume fast food, milk tea, and coffee. Chun Mo is preparing to set up a milk tea shop. Finally, together with GKD, we formed a brand effect. Chun Mo would tell Su Yun his thoughts as soon as possible. Su Yun would be surprised every time. She used to doubt whether Chun Mo's ideas would work, but after several practices, now she will do it immediately. Her ability and execution made Chun Mo feel at home. The opening of GKD's second store went very smoothly. Chun Mo and Su Yun stayed here until the store closed at night. Afterwards, the two went to GKD's third store together. The third store is undergoing the final finishing touches. The contractor, Old Yu, greeted Chun Mo and Su Yun with a smile on his face. Mr. Chun, Secretary Su. Lao Yu knew Su Yun when she was still working in sales. At that time, I thought Su Yun was beautiful, with a great figure and good temperament. There are countless people who envy Su Yun. Although Su Yun is kind to outsiders, if you really have any improper thoughts, you will immediately feel her cold side. Fortunately, Lao Yu was able to control himself and work honestly. That's why Su Yun asked him to do the job of decorating the shop. In the past, Su Yun was just a salesperson, and Lao Yu felt that the two of them could still have a chat. Su Yun is very different now. Although he has the title of secretary, he actually has considerable power. Old Yu, you've been working hard lately. Su Yun's voice is gentle and pleasant. Old Yu smiled and said, It's not hard, it's my duty. I'm just afraid that if I don't do it well, it will cause trouble to Mr. Chan and you. In order to open the business within the time stipulated by Chun Mo, they worked overnight. Chun Mo took a look around and found the decoration to be quite good. He nodded and said, You can ask Secretary Su to pay your wages. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chun. Old Yu smiled happily. The most frightening thing about working in this industry is that the client makes excuses when it comes time to settle wages. But this kind of situation never happens on Chun Mo's side. After looking at the shop decoration, Chun Mo and Su Yun walked out of the store. Auntie Su, let's go shopping? I heard there are a lot of clothes for sale here. Su Yun asked in confusion. You want to buy clothes? Chun Mo stood straight and looked at her. Yeah. Su Yun raised her eyebrows slightly and walked on the street with Chun Mo. The streets at night are brightly lit, and there are many pedestrians out for fun. There is a street selling clothes here. Chen Mo walked into a store that looked pretty good. Hello, welcome. The waiter came over warmly. She subconsciously looked at Chen Mo and Su Yun in front of her. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful and elegant. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich man, but if he grits his teeth, he should have the spending power. This is the waiter's judgment of the customer. Chen Mo didn't care about the waiter's gaze. Pointing to a set of exquisite women's uniforms, he said, "Try this one." Chen Mo said this and looked at Su Yun. Su Yun was slightly stunned. Me? Chen Mo did not comment and continued. There is also this white set. How about giving it to me? Su Yun. She walked closer to Chen Mo. This one doesn't look cheap. Let's go to another one. Chen Mo smiled and said, the price is not important. What matters is whether it looks good on you. Su Yun glanced at the waiter who was listening silently beside her, and her pretty face blushed. I wonder what the waiter would think of their relationship. The waiter praised sincerely at the right time. Miss, you have such a good figure. You will look good in this. Su Yun. She couldn't persuade Chen Mo, so she could only take the first black OL uniform with a short skirt and go into the dressing room. In this day and age, this kind of short skirt is still rare. It is a particularly trendy style. With Su Yun's mature and perfect figure, if she wears a uniform skirt, stockings, and high heels, that charm must be off the charts. 032 something is wrong. While Chen Mo was thinking, Su Yun came out after changing her clothes, looking a little restrained. She is tall, with mature body curves, and when she wears this extremely slim-fitting uniform, her figure becomes even more superior after being tightened. Her well-proportioned waist swayed gracefully as she walked. Chen Mo watched from the side and enjoyed the view. How about it? Su Yun looked at Chen Mo and asked. There was no need to answer from Chen Mo's expression at this moment. The answer was already obvious. Nice. The skirt is a little short. Chen Mo didn't want Su Yun to be stared at as soon as she went out, and there were quite a lot of gangsters and hooligans around now. Change your skirt to knee length. Even if she changed to a knee-length skirt, Chen Mo would still be a little worried given Su Yun's charm. Su Yun raised her red lips slightly and asked deliberately, is the skirt too short? Doesn't it look good like this? Chen Mo, it's not short. It looks good. I want to buy this one and also a knee-length skirt. Su Yun was a little confused and asked subconsciously, why buy two? Chen Mo smiled. Of course it's for you to change into. After Su Yun asked, she knew what he meant. She blushed and glared at Chen Mo with a charming look. Chen Mo smiled even more, she understood. Su Yun is indeed a woman of elegant mind and grace, who can understand the elegant meaning of music just by listening to it. The waitress didn't hear anything else. She just wanted to buy an extra skirt, and happily praised Su Yun for her good figure and how beautiful the dress looked. This black one and that white one, plus a short skirt, and those high heels, I want them all. Chen Mo finished his heroic speech. The waiter happily followed and packed up. Chen Mo, how much? Boss, the total is 2,608. Thank you. The waiter looked at Chen Mo eagerly. Su Yun tugged at Chen Mo's clothes. Implied it was too expensive. It's too expensive. Su Yun said in a low voice. Chen Mo smiled at her and said, it's not expensive. Not expensive at all. I was afraid that this dress is not worthy of you. When had Su Yun ever heard such secretly teasing love words? Even though she was always calm and composed, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Please pay for it. However, the waiter did not wait for Chen Mo to pay the bill. Instead, Su Yun took out her bag and counted the money. The waiter was a little stunned. It turned out that the man was not going to pay the bill. Let the beautiful sister pay for it herself? Haha, men only know how to use sweet words to make women happy. Thank you. Welcome to visit next time. Chen Mo carried the bag and left the store with Su Yun. Su Yun looked at Chen Mo seriously and said, the money for buying clothes will be deducted from my salary. Chen Mo smiled and said, Aunt Su, didn't you see the way the waiter looked at me when you paid the bill? Su Yun raised her eyebrows. What kind of look? Chen Mo coughed lightly and said seriously, look at the look in the pretty boy's eyes. Su Yun blushed and glared at Chen Mo, subconsciously looking around, afraid that others would hear her and think that she was a bad woman who kept a gigolo. Ew, are you talking about nonsense? Su Yun has self-respect and self-love, which makes Chen Mo like her even more deeply. Chen Mo argued seriously. This is the uniform the company bought for you, not me. Su Yun. Chen Mo, as the company's general secretary, you represent our company's external image. Think about it. This is a very important matter. There's no problem for the company to buy you work clothes, right? Su-Yun was convinced by Chun Mo in an instant. Su-Yun, if I quit my job in the future, do I have to compensate you for the clothes? Chun Mo smiled at her and said, resign? That's not just a matter of losing money. It's about losing my heart. Su-Yun knew that he was about to start saying something embarrassing again, so she immediately changed the subject. Aren't you going to buy some clothes? This store seems okay. Let's go in and take a look. Chun Mo smiled slightly and followed Su-Yun into the store. The two walked into the men's clothing store. Su-Yun carefully selected clothes for Chun Mo. After several comparisons, she chose a white shirt, a suit, and a polo shirt that looked mature and businesslike. She nodded in satisfaction to confirm the purchase and spoke generously to the waiter. I want all of these. Pay the bill. Thank you, sister. Chun Mo said with a pretty boy attitude and smiled. Su-Yun glanced at Chun Mo coquettishly. She took out the money and really wanted to put it back. This is really hard to explain. The waiter looked at the two men again with a meaningful expression and a smile. That's $2,500. Thank you. Su-Yun used the money that she had seized from Fu Li Min to pay. After the two left, the waiters couldn't help but talk about it. That sister just now was so beautiful. She actually is a gigolo. Chun Mo and Su-Yun left the clothing store and couldn't help but smile at each other. Su-Yun then looked at Chun Mo in confusion and said, I'm just confused. Is there anyone willing to treat themselves as a gigolo? It's obviously their own money that they're spending. Chun Mo smiled. Aunt Sue, if you like someone, don't care what others say. The most important thing is what you think in your heart. They say I'm a gigolo. Am I your gigolo? Su-Yun. She really couldn't argue with Chun Mo, but I have to admit that what Chun Mo said makes sense. The two got in the car. Chun Mo glanced at the time and said to himself, it's so late now. It's a bit unsafe to drive on the highway at night. When Su-Yun heard this, she knew what Chun Mo was thinking. She raised her eyebrows and agreed. It's unsafe to drive at night, so... Su-Yun said as she looked towards Chun Mo. Chun Mo suppressed a smile and said seriously, let's find a place to rest tonight and go back to the county tomorrow. Su-Yun nodded and agreed happily. Okay. Chun Mo asked in disbelief. Really? Su-Yun didn't comment. Well, no. Then go back. Chun Mo was overjoyed. The meaning of his words was very clear. Find a hotel now. The most famous 3-star hotel in Xinjiang City, a 10-minute drive away. Chun Mo stepped on the accelerator all the way and arrived at the hotel. After parking the car, he glanced at Su-Yun, whose delicate oval face blushed slightly. It was probably her first time staying in a hotel with a man. Annie Sue, can you get off? Su-Yun replied softly, then got out of the car and followed Chun Mo into the hotel. Do you have any rooms here? Have. Is there only one? Waiter, there are 2. Then let's book one. Waiter. Chun Mo spoke to himself, acted on his own, and paid the money directly. There was no chance for the waiter and Su-Yun to object. After checking in, Chun Mo glanced at Su-Yun secretly, feeling a little uneasy. He was unsure whether Su-Yun would feel embarrassed and run away halfway. Fortunately, Su-Yun did not refuse. The two took the elevator upstairs together, stopped at the 10th floor, and came to the door of the room. Number 1008. Just one room. Chun Mo looked at Su-Yun, who was hesitant at the door, and explained. Aunt Sue, there is only one room in this hotel. We have no choice but to make do with it while we are away from home. A faint smile flashed across Su-Yun's beautiful eyes. Oh, okay. She walked into the room, first with her long and beautiful legs. Chun Mo suppressed his excitement and followed him in. 033, Aunt Sue, you vixen. Chun Mo followed Su-Yun into the room. Su-Yun took a look around and found that the room environment was quite good and the decoration was quite elegant. There's only one bed. Where should I sleep? Sleeping on the bed. It's up to you. Do you want to wash first, or should I? Su-Yun looked toward the bathroom and asked. Aunt Sue, you go first. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he drew the curtains in the room. Good. Su-Yun walked in the bathroom calmly. Chun Mo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I picked up the water and took a big sip, turned on the TV, and waited quietly. About 20 minutes later, the bathroom door slowly opened. Su-Yun walked out wrapped in a white bath towel. She is like a lotus emerging from water, and the charm of a mature woman is fully displayed in her. Her waist-length black hair fell behind her waist, swaying from side to side as she walked. Her skin is extremely fair, and under the light, her shoulders are dazzling. After Su-Yun came out, Chun Mo's eyes were always on her. What's wrong? Ahem, nothing. Aunt Sue, you take a rest first. I'll go wash up. After Chun and Mo finished speaking, he quickly walked into the bathroom. The corners of Soo Yun's mouth rose slightly. She stretched and then walked into the bedroom. This room is probably not cheap. The bed was big and soft. Soo Yun opened the quilt and lay down slowly. The injury in her lower back was still a little painful. Less than 3 minutes. Chun and Mo came out after washing. It was obvious that he couldn't wait. Soo Yun suppressed her smile and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. So soon? Chun and Mo nodded and approached Soo Yun as he spoke. Speed is not important. Just wash it clean. By the way, Aunt Sue, do you need to change the dressing on your wound? Change the subject and divert Soo Yun's attention. But Soo Yun remembered that the last time the two of them went crazy was because of changing the medicine. You got any medicine? Soo Yun looked at Chun and Mo with a hint of scrutiny in her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what tricks Chun and Mo would use. Chun and Mo took the opportunity to sit down beside the bed. No, let me see your wound and see how it is healing. If there is any problem, we could go to the hospital tomorrow to check it out, right? There is some truth to this. Soo Yun nodded slightly, turned her curvy body, lay on the bed, and her plump buttocks raised in an amazing arc. This means to show Chun and Mo his wound. Soo Yun looked back at him with a meaningful look in her eyes. How about I untie the towel? Can. That's a nice thought. Soo Yun glanced at Chun and Mo with her beautiful eyes, then turned around and lay down. Chun and Mo. As expected, I knew Aunt Sue was not that kind of woman, even though they were so close. The wound cannot be seen. Chun and Mo was beside her and could smell her body fragrance. Auntie Sue, are you hot? The weather in July and August is hot, and it is difficult to sleep without air conditioning. A little. Soo Yun replied softly. Chun and Mo found the air conditioner remote control and set the temperature to 24 degrees. The cold air from the air conditioner quickly flows into the room from the air outlet. When the temperature drops, two people won't feel hot when they lean against each other. Aunt Sue, are you asleep? Soo Yun didn't say anything. Her breathing was steady, as if she was asleep. Chun and Mo turned around and looked at her delicate face. Soo Yun didn't react. Aunt Sue, this wound may leave a little scar in the future. Soo Yun hummed softly. It's okay. Chun and Mo, you'd better be honest. Soo Yun said in a low voice. Chun and Mo was a little confused, but at this point, the arrow was already on the string, and it was almost impossible to stop him. Just when he was excited, his hand froze. Then he let out a long sigh and fell aside. The corners of Soo Yun's pretty lips couldn't help but rise, and her voice carried a hint of happiness after success. I told you to behave yourself, but you didn't. Chun and Mo suddenly realized. I knew it wasn't that simple. From the beginning, when I proposed not to go back to the county town tonight, to the time we stayed in the hotel room, everything went too smoothly. Soo Yun almost never refused. This is totally unlike Soo Yun's personality. At the last step, Chun and Mo suddenly realized that Aunt Sue's relatives had come. That's why she is so unscrupulous. Finally, Chun and Mo was burning with desire. Soo Yun held back her smile as she looked at Chun and Mo, who had a depressed look on his face. She wanted to punish Chun and Mo a little. Don't always think about bullying her. Chun and Mo turned around and stared at Soo Yun angrily. Aunt Sue. Soo Yun hummed lazily. This time, Chun and Mo stepped forward and gnashed his teeth in her ear and said, You are a vixen. Soo Yun smiled slightly. I'll just take it as you're praising me. This night was not only extremely long for Chun and Mo. The same goes for Soo Yun. Finally, the two of them finally fell asleep together late at night. A night passed. The next day was sunny. The warm sunlight shines through the curtains into the hotel room. Chun and Mo hugged Soo Yun, smelled her body fragrance, and slowly opened his eyes. Soo Yun woke up almost at the same time. She felt Chun and Mo beside her, and her pretty face blushed. She glanced at her watch. It was already 9:30 in the morning. This was the first time she woke up so late since she started working. Chun and Mo, it's time to get up. Sleep a little longer. Chun and Mo said bluntly. Soo Yun's pretty face flushed. Soo Yun said softly. Then at most until 10 o'clock. Chun and Mo sniffed the fragrance of her hair. Half an hour passed quickly. Soo Yun was not that strict and gave Chun and Mo another 10 minutes. Then he said softly, It's time to get up. Chun and Mo was a little reluctant to let her go. Okay. The two got up, washed, packed up, and checked out. At that time, hotels did not provide breakfast service. The two were a little hungry. Chun and Mo drove with Soo Yun to the second GKD store and had something to eat. Then they returned to Qingyang County together. An hour and a half later, The two arrived in the county and stopped the car in front of the Laoji supermarket. When the two got off the car together, Chun Mo saw a familiar slim figure at the door, and when Su Yun saw the other person, her expression changed and a hint of unnaturalness flashed in her eyes. Su Qingxue, 034, a new flavor. Su Qingxue looked at Su Yun and Chun Mo, who appeared together with an extremely ugly expression. She simply turned and left. Su Yun Saif Softi. Chun Mo didn't know that Su Qingxue was so opposed to her mother being his secretary. But who was she to object? Let's go. Su Yun looked indifferent and walked into the supermarket first. Chun Mo glanced at Su Qingxue's leaving back and frowned slightly. He didn't want Su Yun's mood to be affected by Su Qingxue. The previous generation suffered a loss at her hands. I hope she can have some fun in this life. Chun Mo followed Su Yun, and they took the elevator upstairs together. Today, the flow of people in the supermarket, the second floor entertainment area, and GKD is about the same as usual. Boss, Sister Yun, you guys are back just in time. Someone's looking for you. Lilu just came down from the third floor with a woman following behind her. The woman had a delicate face, a curvy figure, neat short hair that reached her shoulders, and was wearing a strong woman's suit. She exuded the aura of a queen-like female CEO. Hello, please go upstairs first. Chun Mo said this and glanced at Lilu. The woman nodded slightly and got on the elevator to the third floor. Lilu came to Chun Mo and Su Yun and whispered. She said Sister Yun asked her to come to discuss the factory. Su Yun nodded. Yeah. She looked at Chun Mo. It's the one I talked about yesterday, the factory on the other side of the bridge in the northern part of the county. Chun Mo raised his head and looked at the back of the woman in front of him, who had the aura of a strong woman. You go first. Lilu nodded. Chun Mo and Su Yun looked at each other, and at this moment, it seemed as if they had a mutual understanding. I'll go. Good. Chun Mo nodded and watched Su Yun go upstairs. In the office, Su Yun and the woman sat face to face. Su Yun smiled and handed the tea to the short-haired woman. Hello, what's your name? Zhou Yan. Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Su Yun. Are you from the factory over at the North Station? North Station? No, I'm in the factory area over at the first bridge. How come someone wants to sell land over at the North Station? To be honest, we have contacted many bosses recently. Business in the county is not good now, and everyone is going to big cities. Zhou Yan frowned. Su Yun's words were quite meaningful. How could Zhou Yan not hear it? Not many people want real estate in the county, especially this kind of land that covers a large area and is of little use to everyone. If Su Yun has multiple sellers, then the initiative will naturally be in her hands. It is almost impossible to negotiate this deal at your own price. Chun Mo walked leisurely around the door at this time. When he heard Su Yun talking, he couldn't help but smile. Aunt Su is becoming more and more cunning, just like a vixen. Chun Mo couldn't help but think of last night. I might be bullied by Su Yun in the future. Is this a good thing for me? An hour and a half later, Zhou Yan left the office with an unhappy expression. She glanced at Chun Mo, who was just coming upstairs at this time, holding 2 cups of milk tea in his hands and with a smile on his face. Chun Mo smiled and nodded at her. Would you like a drink? It's new in our store. Zhou Yan looked at the beautifully packaged milk tea, hesitated for a moment, and finally took the milk tea. Thank you. Then she walked into the elevator, twisting her round buttocks tightly wrapped in her trousers. Chun Mo smiled slightly, turned, and went into the office. Aunt Su, how was the talk? Su Yun said calmly, It's okay. Maybe the price is a bit too low. Mr. Zhou is not very happy and said he needs to think about it. Chun Mo smiled and said, Aunt Su, I find that you are getting more and more powerful. Su Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. Is there? Chun Mo saw through it but didn't point it out. He handed her milk tea and said, Try our GKD milk tea. Su Yun took the milk tea in confusion. Milk tea? This is a new thing in the country. Moreover, it is not the bubble milk tea that we just had before. Instead, it is ahead of the N-Generation's version of milk tea. Needless to say, the taste is excellent. Try how it tastes. There are very few women who don't drink milk tea. Su Yun slightly opened her red lips and took a sip. Suddenly, she felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, and her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. Is this called milk tea? Su Yun took a big sip this time. Drinking a sip of delicious milk tea in this hot weather really made her feel happy both physically and mentally. Delicious. This is sure to be a big hit. Su Yun made her own judgment with great surprise. Chun Mo, What did you get out? When she looked at Chun Mo now, her eyes were shining, as if she was looking at a treasure. Chun Mo coughed lightly and said, I just put it together and it came out. Su Yun, it doesn't matter anymore. What she wants more now is to launch this milk tea tomorrow. So we buy them together with GKD? No, I think we could be a sub-brand on our own. Have you decided on a name? It can be seen that Su Yun is very excited. Chun Mo asked seriously, is it really that delicious? Su Yun nodded repeatedly. Of course, if you don't believe me, try it. Su Yun said this as she handed the milk tea in her hand to Chun Mo's mouth. Chun Mo showed a triumphant smile, bit the straw, and took a big sip. Su Yun, how is it? Chun Mo finished drinking it and made a thoughtful expression. The taste is a little different from what I made. Su Yun frowned slightly. Ah. Chun Mo's eyes fell on her red lips, and he whispered, there is a new flavor. Su Yun suddenly realized that Chun Mo had taken advantage of her again. She spat softly. Can you be more serious? She was so happy just now that she didn't notice giving Chun Mo the drink she had just had. Chun Mo smiled and said, Aunt Su, give a name. Su Yun, I take it? That's not good. You take it yourself. Chun Mo, don't want to take it? If I take it myself, it will be called Su Yun milk tea. Su Yun was filled with shame. Why? Are you picking something so random? At the same time, on the other side, Mr. Zhou and Zhou Yin walked out of the supermarket and looked at the sun above their heads. It was hot today, and sweat ran down her delicate oval face. She got into the car and looked at the milk tea in her hand. The young man said it was a new product in their store. Is this GKD? Zhou Yin showed a thoughtful expression, inserted the straw into the milk tea cup, and took a sip. Zhou Yin showed the same surprised expression as Su Yun just now. She lowered her head and looked at the milk tea again. What kind of drink is this? She couldn't help but take another sip, and her anger subsided, making her feel refreshed. Looking at the GKD sign in front of her, she took the drink and got out of the car. She had also heard of the name GKD recently, but I really don't know what it tastes like, so I'll give it a try today. She walked in with a cup of milk tea and ordered all the food in the store. However, the milk tea in her hand was not for sale. The clerk was also surprised that this beautiful woman, who looked no ordinary person, had a new milk tea that her boss had just made in her hand. Zhou Yin tasted all the food. It tastes really good indeed. When she walked out of GKD, she was full. Before she left, she saw the Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the store, and her eyebrows raised slightly. It turns out that our own 4S store also has customers. But I'm afraid I can't do it for much longer. Zhou Yin sighed softly and glanced at GKD behind her. Today, she gained a lot of knowledge. However, she was very glad that she came here in person today, and she made a decision silently. She's taking a new path. 035, you are such a stubborn boy. Night. Chun Mo drove Su Yun to the downstairs of her house. How long can she endure this? If you really need the money urgently, it should only take 2 or 3 days. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun with a smile. Even if she knew we were trying to lower the price, she had to accept it. Su Yun nodded slightly. I won't go to the third GKD store tomorrow when it opens. I have to wait for her to come. Chun Mo knew that Su Yun was very career-oriented, so he didn't force her. Okay, I'm going upstairs. After Su Yun finished speaking, she was about to unbuckle her seatbelt, but Chun Mo suddenly held her hand. Then, before she could react, Chun Mo approached her. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Chun Mo in astonishment. The two of them are deeply in love. It was mainly because of Su Yun. She relaxed a little and gradually began to regard Chun Mo as a man she could truly rely on. Time passes slowly. About half an hour later, Su Yun got out of the car with a red face. Chun Mo wanted to take her upstairs, but Su Yun was afraid that Su Qingxue would see it, so she stopped Chun Mo. See you tomorrow. I'm going to the city tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Su Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with smiles as she walked upstairs with her long and plump legs. Chun Mo watched her go upstairs before driving home. The next day, the third GKD store opened in Qingyang City. Compared with the second store the day before, the flow of people is only a lot more. Boss, business is good, huh? A tall and slender lady stood in front of Chun Mo with her waist straight. Chun Mo raised his eyes and said, Huh? Landlady? No, Miss Landlady. Lu Qingxian exuded a scholarly air of teaching and educating people and spoke in a pleasant voice. So you run a hamburger shop. She had seen the world in the big city. Moreover, he is now a teacher at a top university. KFC has gradually emerged in big cities. However, your restaurant looks comparable to KFC, but I don't know how it tastes. What's the most delicious thing here? Hamburger. Oh, then give me a spicy burger, a serving of fries, and a Coke. How much? Lu Qingxian took out $100 bill and handed it to the cashier. Chun Mo coughed lightly and said, Miss Landlady, why are you still counting money? Lu Qingxian raised her eyebrows slightly. No, let's put it this way. Seeing that she was determined to give it, Chen Mo didn't say anything more. When doing business, I naturally prefer someone like Lu Qingxian to settle the accounts clearly. Lu Qingxian carried the plate and sat with Chun Mo next to the glass wall where they could see the street view. How come Miss Lu has time to come here? Forced. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but look worried as she spoke. Is there a story? Chen Mo smiled slightly. No story. Lu Qingxian finished speaking, then bit her red lips, looked at Chun Mo, and whispered, Do me a favor. Chun Mo asked in confusion, What help? Lu Qingxian held up a finger and said, If you help me, I'll give you a month's rent reduction. Chun Mo showed little interest, but he had plenty of money. Tell me what it is first. Lu Qingxian looked at Chun Mo a little embarrassedly. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Chun Mo couldn't help but laugh. No, he didn't want to get involved in such a bloody thing. Lu Qingxian put down the burger and said seriously, Chun Mo, are we friends? Chun Mo shook his head decisively. No. Lu Qingxian. This guy is really stubborn. Is it possible that I have no attraction to him at all? Lu Qingxian felt that she had no charm in front of Chun Mo. Lu Qingxian. After all, we are together, sharing the good and the bad, right? Chun Mo. If you mean sharing the good and bad times in the bar, I beg you to differ. Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian took a deep breath. Chun Mo, you really don't want to help, right? No help. Chun Mo shook his head calmly. Lu Qingxian gritted her teeth and said, Then don't blame me for being rude. After she finished speaking, she stood up and immediately sat down next to Chun Mo. She whispered, I'll waive your rent for 2 months, and you can only act this once. Please. The last please. This is what Lu Qingxian said in Chun Mo's ear, as if she was acting coquettishly to her boyfriend. Chun Mo said mercilessly, Reduced rent for half a year. Lu Qingxian gritted her teeth and said, You vampire, 2 months at most. Chun Mo, oh, then please ask someone else. Lu Qingxian, don't. He's coming. As soon as Lu Qingxian finished speaking, a slightly fat man wearing glasses and in his early 30s walked towards the two of them. The man was dressed formally and simply and had the aura of a veteran cadre. Hello, Qingxian. The man saw Lu Qingxian's happy smile that came from the bottom of her heart. But when he saw Lu Qingxian holding Chun Mo's arm and talking very intimately, the smile on his face gradually froze. Lu Qingxian nodded indifferently. Qingxian, who is he? He can't be the boyfriend you mentioned. The man's eyes were full of loss and sadness, and his voice was trembling slightly. It seems that he really likes Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian nodded coldly. Yes, he is my boyfriend. So, I hope you will not come to my house again in the future, and don't tell my elders anything about you wanting to be with me, or when you plan to get married. Wow. I even went to her house and talked about marriage with her elders. This kid has some tricks. That's all there is to it when you're clinging to someone. Chun Mo had a new respect for this old cadre. At this time, he felt a little sympathy for Lu Qingxian. I don't believe it. The old cadre calmed down and said with a firm face, I've never seen him before. Besides, you've only been back to Qingyang for a short time. How is it possible that you have a boyfriend so soon? The logical analysis ability is quite strong. Don't believe it? Okay, then I'll prove it to you. After Lu Qingxian finished speaking, she hugged Chun Mo and kissed him hard. Chun Mo. He had a premonition, but it was too late. Chun Mo turned around and put his arms around Lu Qingxian's neck. With a smile on his face, he whispered in her delicate ear, Free the rent for half a year with one extra condition, or I will rebel. Lu Qingxian. She was also full of smiles, hugged Chun Mo's neck, and leaned close with her red lips. No, at most 3 months. Chun Mo, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Lu Qingxian wanted to bite Chun Mo's ear. Why don't you go rob a bank? Chun Mo, I dare not do anything illegal. This is my last chance. If you disagree, tell me right away. Lu Qingxian pinched Chun Mo's legs with her hands, her teeth clattering. Okay, I agree. You vampire. The old cadre who was sitting nearby looked at Chun Mo and Lu Qingxian biting each other's ears affectionately. His eyes turned red and his fists hardened. Arrogant. Indecent. 036, collecting money to do things. Chun Mo collected the money and said with a smile, Hiss. What? You want to sleep at my place tonight? No, cough. It's not good for your health if you do it too frequently. Lu Qingqian's pretty face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth and accepted the challenge. Don't you like it? Humph. Chun Mo, I like it, I like it. When the old cadre heard this, he could no longer hold back. His face turned red and his neck became thick, and he stared at Chun Mo and Lu Qingqian with flaming eyes. Shame on you. This is immoral. After the old cadre finished speaking, he stormed out in anger. This really made me angry with Chun Mo and Lu Qingqian. Lu Qingqian looked at the other person's back as he left and couldn't help but smile. Chun Mo stretched and said, Boss Lu, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lu Qingqian looked at Chun Mo, and when she thought about how she had lost half a year's rent, she couldn't help but give Chun Mo a blank look. Take advantage of the situation. Boss Lu, if there is such business next time, I will still be happy to serve you. By the way, you still owe me a favor. I will tell you when I think about it. Bye. Chun Mo walked out of the shop with a smile. Lu Qingqian was so angry that her teeth itched. Swindler. Chun Mo got in the car. A clear voice rang in my mind. Ding, mission completed. 3 GKD stores opened. Host receives reward, 5,000 points. Chun Mo has now collected 33,000 points. I redeemed 2,000 points for a one-stop milk tea before. I now have 31,000 points. It takes 30,000 points to redeem the system and manufacture a one-stop service that exceeds the fruit phone. Wait until Su Yun and Zhou Yin reach an agreement and buy the factory. You can start preparing for the mobile phone industry. But for now, let's set up the milk tea shop first. Milk tea shops will also have a huge market in the future. Chun Mo drove back to the county. In front of my supermarket, there is a Mercedes-Benz parked, which looks somewhat familiar. Chun Mo parked the car nearby and took the elevator directly to the 3rd floor. He had just walked to the office on the 3rd floor when his cell phone rang. Su Yin called. Chun Mo answered the phone and opened the office door. Hello. Are you back? After Su Yin finished speaking, she saw Chun Mo pushing the door open, and a hint of anger flashed across her eyes. Why are you answering the phone when you're back? Chun Mo smiled and said, I'm afraid you might have something urgent to do. Su Yun coughed lightly and signaled with her eyes to the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa next to her, Zhou Yan. She has a plump figure, and her eyes and eyebrows exude the aura of a strong woman. Her long and beautiful legs are gently crossed, which gives her a unique charm. Mr. Zhou wants to talk to you about the factory. Good. Chun Mo smiled and sat down opposite Zhou Yan. I didn't expect the boss to be so young. Hello, my name is Zhou Yan. Zhou Yin was the first to extend her white hand. Hello, Chun Mo. Chun Mo shook her hand. Zhou Yin got straight to the point. Then I won't say any more nonsense. If you really want my factory, Mr. Chun, I can sell the entire factory to you for 3 million yuan. Chun Mo glanced at Su Yun, and Su Yun nodded slightly. It seems that the price has been pushed to the lowest level. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, To be honest, 3 million is a reasonable price, but I don't use anything in your factory at all. The old equipment and dilapidated factory buildings are wasting my time cleaning up. Zhou Yin, Chun Mo said calmly, 2.8 million. If Mr. Zhou agrees, we can pay all the money in one lump sum once we complete the formalities. Zhou Yin was a little hesitant. If the 4S store had not been unable to make ends meet, she would never have sold a factory like that. These lands have huge room for appreciation in the future, but the situation was such that she had no choice. However, she had another idea. Mr. Chun, you are amazing. You are worthy of being the one who can transform an old and rundown supermarket into a hot store in the county. Consider this business as my attempt to make friends with you, Mr. Chun. Zhou Yin said sincerely. Chun Mo was a little surprised. Does Zhou Yin really want to be friends with me? That's 200,000. In this era, 200,000 is a huge sum of money. Chun Mo originally felt that he had bargained a little too hard and even felt like he was bullying others. But Zhou Yin still agreed. This woman is a little unusual. In that case, Mr. Zhou, I'll make friends with you. Chun Mo became somewhat interested in Zhou Yin. She will definitely not be an ordinary woman in the future. This is the land title deed for the factory, and this is the contract. Zhou Yin put the document and contract in front of Chun Mo. She was ready a long time ago. Chun Mo took a look at the title deed and land certificate, then handed the contract to Su Yin. Show the contract to Sister Bing. Bing Bing will be here soon. Suyin had also sent a message to Shin Bing earlier, asking her to review a big contract today. After a while, Shun Bing, an elite beauty lawyer, came over wearing high heels and twisting her hips. As soon as Shin Bing entered the office, she looked at everyone with a smile. Sorry everyone, I kept you waiting. Chun Mo handed her the contract. After Shin Bing sat down, she looked at the contract carefully. After making sure there were no problems, she handed the contract back to Chun Mo. No problem. Chun Mo signed, and the sales contract came into effect. Let's go to the bank to transfer the money. Now that there is no online bank transfer, efficiency is greatly reduced. Chun Mo and Zhou Yin went downstairs together. Take my car. Zhou Yin took the initiative to invite. Chun Mo nodded. Okay, just in time to save some gas money. Zhou Yin. Both of them got in the car. Zhou Yin looked at him and said, Mr. Chun, you bought that car in Xinjiang, right? Chun Mo. Yes, I didn't expect that there's a Mercedes-Benz 4S store in our county. The boss must be well-funded. Zhou Yin raised her eyebrows slightly and said calmly, Can't we open it if we don't have sufficient funds? Chun Mo fastened his seatbelt and said, Of course. Mr. Zhou, think about it. Given the economic level of our county, how many people can afford this car? How much money does the boss have to put down on the car? Chun Mo's words hit the nail on the head. The biggest problem facing 4S stores now is that they cannot make ends meet. Moreover, the ordering system of 4S stores is not perfect in this era. All the money is on the car. In the early days, many 4S stores died due to the problem of broken capital chain. In the final analysis, ordinary county towns simply cannot meet the standards for consuming a Mercedes-Benz. There are too few people who can afford it. Zhou Yin said in a slightly heavy voice. Then, Mr. Chun, what do you think the owner of this 4S store should do if his capital chain can no longer support it? Chun Mo said calmly, Cut off the tail to survive. Zhou Yin was slightly stunned. Cut off the tail to survive. Chun Mo smiled and looked at her. Boss Zhou, don't take it seriously. I was just talking nonsense. Zhou Yin pondered, wondering if she suddenly figured it out, and looked at Chun Mo with a smile. Mr. Chun, please don't call me Mr. Zhou. If you don't mind, I should be a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Zhou or Sister Yin. Okay, then Sister Yin. You can just call me Chun Mo. Good. Zhou Yin readily agreed. Chun Mo could probably guess Zhou Yan's identity at this time. She should be one of the owners of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Moreover, it is very likely that he is an elder in the family of Lin Hao, Su Qingshue's second-in-command. Zhou Yin is her aunt? Her sister? No, different last name. Wait, Chun Mo thought of an explosive identity. Could it be him, his mother? But Zhou Yin looks like she's only in her early 30s, a little too young. 37 aunt? Chun Mo couldn't help but recall the specific situation of Lin Hao's family. Especially his parents. His father doesn't seem to be a good person and he used to be a gangster. I heard that his mother is okay, but Chun Mo really doesn't know what she is like. I'm too lazy to think so much. Chun Mo just thought that Zhou Yin was a nice person with great temperament and a promising future. The two entered the bank and went through the transfer procedures. The president personally received Chun Mo and Zhou Yin. When I heard about the transfer of 2.8 million, my heart bled. However, when they heard that Zhou Yan's card was also from their bank, they immediately smiled and processed the procedures for the two of them. The transfer procedure is completed. Chun Mo now has more than 3 million left in his card. It's almost the end of the month, and it's time to pay everyone their salaries. Chun Mo sighed a little. This month passed by so quickly. However, I also gained a lot. Chun Mo, I'll take you back. After receiving the money, Zhou Yin probably felt relieved of a huge burden, and the smile on her face became much more natural. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. Then you must send it. Zhou Yin held the steering wheel with her slender fingers and looked at Chun Mo with her beautiful eyes. I have another business I want to do with you. Chun Mo asked curiously. Oh, Sister Yin, tell me. Zhou Yin stepped on the accelerator and the car accelerated suddenly. I want to join your GKD. Chun Mo frowned slightly. Join GKD? Chun Mo himself has also thought about the franchisee issue. After all, the country is so big, the world is so big, and it would be too energy-consuming to control everything in one's own hands. If you want to expand your business quickly, build your reputation, and raise funds, you can go the franchise route. GKD is not the trump card in Chun Mo's hand. It can even be considered as a small project used for experiments. So far, it seems to be a success. It's not impossible to share some of it. However, The prerequisite is to strictly enforce all your own standards. The control of franchisees is still in their own hands. Chinamo looked at Zhou Yin and said with a smile, Sister Yin, why do you want to join our GKD? Zhou Yin said seriously, to be honest, before I decided to join, I did a detailed investigation and tried your food. I think GKD has great potential in the future. Chinamo raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhou Yin had done sufficient preparation. She does have a good business sense. Chinamo pondered and said, Sister Yin, I'm sorry. I still need to think carefully about joining us. Zhou Yin smiled and said, Of course. I'll wait for your news. The car stopped in front of the Laoji supermarket. Thanks, Sister Yin. It's okay. You're welcome. Chinamo said hello, got out of the car and left. Zhou Yin looked at Chinmo's leaving back and sighed slightly. It seems a bit difficult to join. Let's go back to the 4S shop to solve the problem first. Just as Zhou Yin was about to drive away, a familiar scream came from the second floor of the supermarket. She frowned and thought to herself, could it be that prodigal son? Zhou Yin opened the car door and walked quickly into the supermarket. On the second floor of the supermarket, at the elevator entrance, a group of people gathered. Chinamo, you dare to hit me. Damn, wait for me to find someone. Zhou Yin recognized the voice of the speaker immediately. It was her nephew Lin Hao. It took less than 3 seconds for Lin Hao to make the call. A few hooligans with colorful hair rushed in with iron bars in their hands. Zhou Yin stood straight at the entrance of the elevator, looking coldly at the gangsters who rushed in. The leading thug was about to curse at who was so bold as to block the elevator entrance. When he looked up, he found it was Lin Hao's aunt, Zhou Yin. Lin Hao has been afraid of Zhou Yin since he was a child. Even now that he is an adult, he is like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees Zhou Yin. Even his gangster brothers were assimilated. Being looked at by Zhou Yin, who looked intimidating without even getting angry, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps on his back. Aunt, why are you here? By the way, Brother Hao was beaten up. Let's come to help. The little yellow-haired leader said angrily. Don't call me Auntie. Can you tell me why you came so soon after Lin Hao was beaten? We just happened to be nearby. Mr. Huang replied with a guilty look on his face. Just happened to be nearby? I think you guys planned to cause trouble a long time ago, right? Zhou Yin saw through these guys' tricks at a glance. She knew Lin Hao's character too well. He was the same as his father. Zhou Yin glanced at the gangsters coldly. Get out of here now, immediately. Zhou Yin said this in a cold voice, then turned around and walked into the elevator. She is tall and slender, with a well-proportioned figure, her hair swinging in the air, and her back looks both beautiful and cool. The people upstairs just witnessed this scene, including Chun Mo and Lin Hao. But when the two looked at Zhou Yin coming up from the elevator, their expressions were completely opposite. Lin Hao had a look of final defeat on his face. Chun Mo had a look of indifference. Xiao, Auntie, why are you here? Lin Hao's voice was weak, and he didn't dare to look Zhou Yin in the eye. Zhou Yin said in a cold voice, Why am I here? Tell me, what good thing have you done? Lin Hao looked at Zhou Yin with a pitiful face, aggrieved. Aunt, I'm not looking for trouble. There's something wrong with their claw machine. I spent 100 coins and didn't catch a single one. I went to their manager, and they said I was looking for trouble. Then there was this Chinamo. He even punched me. Chinamo sneered. Let's not talk about whether the 100 coins in the claw machine are real or not. Weren't you the first to hit someone? Li Lu is still our classmate, right? You slapped her without saying a word. Bai Ruashi's pretty face, which was always full of sweet smiles, added coldly. He kicked one of our waiters in the stomach without saying a word. Chun Mo spread his hands and said, You are not the only one who grabbed the doll. Everyone knows how much money they spend and whether they can grab it. Your words and actions clearly show that you're trying to cause trouble for us. How can I still spoil you like your father? Lin Hao's face turned red and his neck became thick. You are the rubbish. Auntie, don't listen to their nonsense. We all saw it. Someone in the crowd whispered. That's right. We saw it when he hit the first store clerk. He also kicked a girl in the stomach. I saw that too. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Lin Hao's arrogance and bullying attitude aroused public anger. Zhou Yin looked at him coldly. Lin Hao, how else do you want to quibble? Lin Hao's eyes suddenly turned red, and he angrily said, Aunt, I am your nephew. Why are you helping outsiders? If you don't want to help me, forget it. Why are you stopping my brothers? He was furious and turned to glare at Chunamo. Just wait for me. My dad will definitely not let you go when he comes. You can forget about opening this store. Bang. A crisp sound. 5 bright red palm prints instantly appeared on Lin Hao's face. Shut up, Zhou Yin said coldly. If you want your dad to go in again, just call him. Lin Hao couldn't help but tremble. 038, Su Yun's confession. Go back. Zhou Yun looked at Lin Hao with cold eyes. Lin Hao covered his face and fled in embarrassment. Zhou Yun then looked at Chun Mo and said apologetically, Mr. Chun, I'm really sorry. I will ask his mother to discipline him. Chun Mo said calmly, Sister Yin, this is not your fault. It is Lin Hao who should apologize. I hope his parents can discipline him well. Zhou Yun nodded. Well, I'll go first then. Zhou Yun turned around and left quickly. This episode has come to an end for now. At this time, Su Yun and Shun Bing walked down quickly and asked with concern, what happened? Chun Mo shook his head slightly. Let's go upstairs first. Oh, Ruoshi and Li Lu should come up as well. Su Yun and her 3 daughters followed Chun Mo upstairs. In the office, Chun Mo understood the whole story, and it was pretty much the same as what they said. Lin Hao clearly came here to cause trouble. This guy seemed to be holding a grudge against me and was taking this opportunity to take revenge on me. Sister Yun, please calculate the wages of all our employees today and pay them tomorrow. After Chun Mo finished speaking, the girls were slightly stunned. Then he smiled happily, including Li Lu, who had just been bullied. Good. Su Yun agreed happily. By the way, before GKD opened, we promised to give everyone a bonus, increasing the 100 yuan to 200 yuan. 200? Yeah. Boss, you are so generous. Do I have some too? Shenbing couldn't help but smile. Chun Mo smiled and said, everything from our company is available. By the way, each department, that is the supermarket on the first floor, the games on the second floor, and GKD, each of you responsible persons will select an outstanding employee and receive a bonus of 500. Wow, 500. All 4 of them showed shocked expressions. This reward is quite generous. Bai Ruoshi asked in a low voice, Boss, can we choose ourselves? Su Yun and Li Lu couldn't help but smile. Choosing themselves was a bit of abusing their power for personal gain. Chun Mo, no. The 3 girls sighed in unison. Chun Mo changed the subject and said, however, each of you will receive an extra 500 bonus this month. Ah, boss, do I have one too? The question Shinbing asks most often now is, do I have one too? After all, she was the last one to arrive among the 4. Su Yun and Li Lu are both almost 1 month old. Bai Ruoshi was a little late, but it has been more than half a month. Chun Mo glanced at Shun Bing and said with a smile, I think so. Shun Bing, boss, you're being a little reluctant. Chun Mo, it's good that you know. Others couldn't help but laugh. Chun Mo briefly talked about the rewards and then asked Su Yun to count them. Su Yun is no longer just the chief assistant. Given Chun Mo's trust in her, it would not be surprising for her to become the financial director in the future. I'll try to figure out tonight. Sister Su Yun, we can help calculate together. Shun Bing, Li Lu, and others were very enthusiastic. After all, this concerns tomorrow's salary payment. You also have to select outstanding employees in your respective departments. Don't forget, Su Yun said with a smile. The selection criteria are based on regular attendance, work performance, and ability. Yeah, okay. After Chun Mo finished making the arrangements, they started to get busy, some doing statistics, some calculating wages. Until late at night, close to the early morning. Only then did everyone calculate all the wages and bonuses clearly. Okay, everyone should go back and rest early after working hard. Be safe when you go home. As Chun Mo spoke, he couldn't help but look at Su Yun. Su Yun naturally felt Chun Mo's attention, and she gave him a tender look in return. But at this time, Shin Bing held Su Yun with her left hand and Bai Ruoshi with her right hand, looked at Li Lu and said, I'll take you back tonight. Chun Mo. Bai Ruoshi and Li Lu smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Bing. Su Yun hesitated and said, Bing Bing, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to take me there? Or I can do it myself. Shin Bing said firmly, It doesn't matter whether it's on the way or not. It's not safe for you to go back alone. It's late at night. You are a delicate beauty. If you run into some hooligans, come with us. Bai Ruoshi smiled sweetly. Yes, Sister Yin, please come with us. Chun Mo. These are really a bunch of light bulbs. Su Yin has an idea. After all, after seeing the eye contact between the 2 of them just now and Chun Mo's earnest eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. But Shun Bing and the others cut the red thread between the 2 of them. Boss, go to bed early. Shun Bing and the others smiled and waved to Chun Mo. Before Su Yun went downstairs and left, she glanced at Chun Mo with a helpless smile in her eyes. I also want to accompany you, but they don't give me the chance. Don't blame me. Chun Mo let out a long sigh. I watched the 4 female assistants go downstairs and leave in a car. Chun Mo went back to the room, washed up, lay on the bed, and took out his cell phone to send a message to Su Yun. Aunt Su, are you home yet? After sending the message, there was no response until 10 minutes later. Su Yun, I'm home. I was taking a shower just now. Su Yun wrapped her hair in a towel and sat on the edge of the bed, with a mature figure and a seductive posture. Her whole body and every move exudes the charm of a mature woman. Su Yun replied to Chun Mo with a smile on her face. Chun Mo, I can't sleep. Su Yun looked at Chun Mo's message, smiled slightly, and replied, Why? Chun Mo's message, he replied immediately, I miss you, Aunt Su. When Su Yun saw the message that Chun Mo popped up, her heartbeat quickened and her face became hot. Su Yun liked Chun Mo's straightforward response, but she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. She's older than Chun Mo, but when it comes to feelings, she is like a young girl. However, Chun Mo has already made his intentions clear. Given Su Yun's personality, she would definitely respond. I wanted to stay tonight. Bing Bing and the others insisted on coming along. Chun Mo felt Su Yun's intentions and couldn't help but smile with joy. This clear intention is no less than Su Yun staying. Aunt Su, why don't I come to you now? Chun Mo couldn't help himself. When Su Yun saw Chun Mo's message, her heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously looked at Su Qingxue in the next room. Chun Mo was getting dizzy, but she still had to stay rational. It's too late, don't think about it. Go to bed early. Chun Mo looked at the message Su Yun sent back and couldn't help but sigh. All right. The night chat between the two came to a halt. After a while, ding dong. Chun Mo picked up his phone and saw a message from Su Yun. Actually, I missed you. Good night. When Chun Mo saw Su Yun's message, he felt his heart skip a beat. Is this Su Yun's confession to herself? Chun Mo pounded the bed excitedly, then immediately replied, Aunt Su, I miss you too. Good night. At the same time, on the other side, Su Yun had already covered her hot and blushing face with a quilt, and her 2 long and beautiful legs were tightly twisted together. So embarrassing. 039 Couple Secret. Chun Mo and Su Yun are deeply in love. I tossed and turned all night. The next day, Chun Mo slept until 9 in the morning before waking up slowly. It's all because I thought about Su Yun for too long last night. There was a knock on the door. Chun Mo put on a piece of clothing, left the room, and opened the door. I found that the person standing at the door was Su Yun, whom I had been thinking about all night. Aunt Su, why are you up so late? Su Yun's voice was gentle and soft, with concern in her beautiful eyes. Chun Mo looked at her bluntly. I think of you. Su Yun couldn't help but flash a trace of shame in her eyes and said lightly, What are you talking about? Hurry up and eat breakfast. She handed the powder she brought to Chun Mo. Chun Mo took the breakfast with a smile on his face. Did you bring it for me? Taking quickly, I'm going to work. Su Yun felt embarrassed when Chun Mo looked at her. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked quickly towards the office on the other side of the 3rd floor with her long, beautiful legs. Chun Mo held breakfast in his hand and looked at Su Yun's perfect back and couldn't help but smile. I quickly washed up, then brought breakfast to the office. Everyone is in the office. Su Yun, Shun Bing, Bai Ruashi, and Li Lu were all there. Chun Mo smiled and greeted them while eating noodles. Everyone is here. Well, this noodle is especially delicious today. When they saw Chun Mo eating noodles, they all had different expressions on their faces. Su Yun blushed when she saw Chun Mo's conspicuous bag and couldn't help but support her forehead with one hand. I just brought him a bowl of noodles. Is there any need to show off like that? Boss, where did you buy the noodles? I'll go try it next time. Shin Bing asked with interest. Chun Mo coughed lightly. It's on the street below our store. Shin Bing, there are so many restaurants. Take us to eat there next time. Chun Mo waved his hand, looked at Su Yun, and said with a smile, No problem. Su Yun. After Chun Mo finished his breakfast, he looked at Su Yun and said, Aunt Su, let's go. Yeah, okay. Su Yun agreed, stood up, and followed Chun Mo. She had a graceful figure, and the clothes she wore today were the ones Chun Mo bought for her in the city, a white suit uniform with a short skirt. The white short skirt is slim-fitting, showing off her mature figure and curvy curves. The slender legs are wearing black stockings, and the contrast between black and white is full of visual impact. The two walked side by side into the elevator going up and down the stairs. Chun Mo stood beside Su Yun and said softly, Aunt Su, your clothes today are really beautiful. Su Yun bit her red lips and whispered, What's so good about work clothes? This piece of clothing is the work clothes that Chunmo said he would buy for her. But how could she not know that this was bought for her on purpose by Chunmo? After all, no one else has this work uniform. Only she and Chunmo knew about the work uniforms. This seems like a little secret that only lovers have. Soo-yun felt inexplicably happy. Well, we calculated yesterday that the total salary of all employees, including bonuses, is 28,300 yuan. By the way, do you want to pay your own salary? Soo-yun looked at Chunmo with a smile. Chunmo raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Myself? Send me the same amount as you." Soo-yun couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips slightly. This guy seems to feel comfortable only when everything is related to him. But so is she. Chunmo drove Soo-yun to the bank. Every time the bank's president, Lee, sees Chunmo coming, he gets a little frightened. The main reason is that every time Chunmo comes to withdraw money, it is a large sum. President Lee, don't worry. I'll just take some of the employees' salaries this time. Really? Okay. Chunmo greeted President Lee with a smile. President Lee's eyes couldn't help but stop on Soo-yun, who was beside Chunmo. Soo-yun's appearance and temperament are many levels better than those tellers in their bank. President Lee couldn't help but sigh that it was normal for Chunmo, with his wealth, to have a woman like this by his side. This time the money was withdrawn very quickly. Goodbye, Mr. Chun. President Lee also saw Chunmo off to the door. Chunmo waved his hand. President Lee, you're welcome. The two got in the car. Soo-yun couldn't help but sigh. When did the bank president become so polite and send people to the door? Chunmo smiled, knowing that she was sighing. It's great to be rich. Ordinary people have no chance to meet the bank president when they deposit or withdraw money, not to mention someone personally delivering it to your door. This is the difference in treatment between big bank customers and ordinary people. This is the reality, and it may be even worse in the future. Chunmo said as he handed the paper bag in his hand to Soo-yun. Soo-yun took the paper bag, took a quick look, and asked in confusion, "This is more than 30,000, right?" Chunmo smiled and said, "I took out 100,000 yuan, and the rest of the money is used to open a milk tea shop." Soo-yun nodded in understanding. But she couldn't forget the taste of the milk tea, so she wanted to open a milk tea shop as soon as possible. Salaries were distributed in the morning, and then everyone was notified of a company dinner in the evening. Participation was voluntary. Those who were willing could come, and those who were not willing could not come. Dinner party? Great. This was Soo-yun's first time participating in such an event. She is interested. Moreover, the principle of voluntary participation is a good thing. It is inevitable that some people don't want to participate or are busy with other things. The car stopped in front of the GKD store. Chunmo already felt that the employees were all looking at him. Soo-yun couldn't help but smile. If the wages weren't paid this morning, I guess everyone would be distracted from work today. Chunmo smiled and said, send it. Don't delay the workers' wages for even a second." Soo-yun made an okay gesture. She was also very excited, as this was the first time she received such a high salary. To some extent, it may be a new starting point in her life. As soon as Chunmo and Soo-yun got out of the car, they felt the attention they were paying attention to. The GKD shop assistants, the employees of the supermarket on the first floor, and the employees on the second floor are like a group of hungry children. Chunmo went upstairs with Soo-yun with a smile. Then let Li Lu go down and notify everyone to come one by one. After all, the store still needs someone to look after it. At the door of the office on the third floor, every time a person came out with a smile on his face after receiving his salary, the person waiting outside would follow him in. Chunmo stood next to Soo-yun and admired everyone's joy when they received their wages. Check the wages and sign them. Soo-yun distributed wages in an orderly manner. It took more than an hour to pay everyone's salary. Soo-yun looked at the last list and said with a smile, "Chunmo, come and collect your salary." "Here I come." Chunmo smiled and glanced at the temporarily empty office, then moved forward and kissed Soo-yun on the face. Soo-yun's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she glared at Chunmo coquettishly. He spat softly in the office, collecting salary and signing. Chunmo took the paper bag with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt Sue." Soo-yun raised her eyebrows slightly and snorted. Chunmo opened the paper bag containing his salary and counted it. "Aunt Sue, your salary is quite high, 3,700 yuan. He and Soo-yun have the same salary." Soo-yun raised her eyebrows slightly and said generously, "What do you want to eat? Auntie will treat you today." Chunmo smiled and said, "Really? Anything is fine." Su-Yun nodded happily. Of course. Su-Yun has a fresh and elegant scent of a mature woman. Chen-mo leaned close to her ear and said, "Eat." Su-Yun's delicate body was slightly startled, and her perfect oval face instantly became hot. Pooh. 040 drunk and flirting with Aunt Sue. This is a private conversation between lovers. Su-Yun's face immediately turned red and her heartbeat quickened. Her tone was gentle, with a hint of rebuke in her voice. Can you be more serious? Chen-mo didn't feel that she was angry at all. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Chen-mo consciously distanced himself from Su-Yun. Come in. The office door opened. Lilu walked in and said happily, Sister Yun, everyone from our supermarket on the first floor, including GKD, is going to the dinner party. Su-Yun smiled and nodded. Okay. At the same time, Bai Ruoshi and Shunbing also arrived. Sister Yun, everyone on the second floor should go too. Yeah, okay, Bing Bing, what about you? Su-Yun looked at Shunbing with a smile. Of course I have to go to the company's first dinner party. Shunbing turned and looked at Chen-mo, full of curiosity. I don't know, boss, besides arranging meals for us. What other activities are there? Chen-mo, you can give some advice on this. After all, most of the employees are women. Chen-mo really didn't know what they would like to play. Su-Yun, actually, having a meal and singing a song is enough. Shunbing smiled and said, well, there really is nothing else fun. Chen-mo nodded and said, then leave it to Aunt Sue. Su-Yun, then I have to book a hotel first. Shunbing, Sister Yun, I'll go with you. Chen-mo. This light bulb. Su-Yun glanced at Chen-mo and smiled. Mr. Chun, will Bing Bing accompany me? Chen-mo said unhappily. Go ahead. Su-Yun and Shunbing smiled at each other. Su-Yun, let's go downstairs. Let's finish today's work first, so as not to delay the dinner tonight. Chen-mo started preparing the milk tea shop. The best location for a milk tea shop is next to GKD. The space of a supermarket may need to be further compressed, but it is also possible to connect the warehouse at the back and buy another warehouse nearby. Chen-mo walked around the area. It would have been fine if Chen-mo didn't turn, but when he turned, he was startled. The neighbors, shop owners, and even the elderly people around me greeted me with a smile on their faces. Chen-mo was a little surprised at his current popularity. After a round, Chen-mo saw a suitable place to use as a warehouse. But when the uncle saw that it was Chen-mo, he couldn't help but raise the price. You say that you are the big boss now, but you still care about this little money. Chen-mo shook his head and left. I have money, but I'm not a sucker. It might be better to let Su-Yun and the others handle this matter. Chen-mo returned to the entrance of the GKD store. Coincidentally, I met Su-Yun and Shunbing who were coming back from booking a restaurant for a dinner party. Have you ordered it? Yes, in Qingyang Restaurant. Okay. Chen-mo nodded. Qingyang Restaurant is one of the best restaurants in the county. Besides, it's not far from here, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. Su-Yun discussed this with Chen-mo before placing the order. As for the long song that follows, we'll sing it on the second floor of our own supermarket until any time. Chen-mo looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Time for dinner. Everyone can leave work early today, including the 2 GKD stores in the city. The company reimburses employees' dining expenses, but there is a limit requirement, and the total amount for each store cannot exceed 500 yuan. This amount is actually quite a lot. Almost done. Let's gather, everyone. Chen-mo looked at Su-Yun. Su-Yun smiled and nodded, then went to inform Lilu and Bai Ruoshi. After a while, everyone gathered. Everyone was very active in eating. Okay, let's go. The group headed towards their destination in a mighty procession. Chen-mo got into Shunbing's car, along with Su-Yun, Bai Ruoshi, and Lilu. The 5 of them went to the restaurant first. Afterwards, everyone arrived one after another. Half an hour later, all the dishes were served. Before starting, Shunbing smiled and said, Boss, would you like to make an opening statement? Everyone immediately agreed. Chen-mo coughed lightly and said, Everyone has worked hard over the past month. Let's eat. Chen-mo's brief speech left everyone stunned. Then let's have a drink together. Su-Yun smiled and stood up. Cheers. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses in unison. The whole dinner was filled with laughter and conversation. Maybe because Chen-mo is usually very approachable, no one feels restrained. After Shunbing was the first to toast Chen-mo, things got out of control, especially after knowing that Chen-mo's alcohol tolerance was not very good. Sisters, aunts, and uncles came forward to toast. If it weren't for Su-Yun's presence to escort Chen-mo, he would have blocked a lot of alcohol. I guess Chen-mo will have to be carried back by them. Despite this, Chun Mo still got drunk. The boss is down. Shin Bing looked at Chun Mo with pity. So you won't sing anymore? Why are you still singing? It's getting late. Let's all go home and be safe on the road. The elderly aunts, adhering to the spirit of diligence and thrift, packed up a lot of leftover delicious food to take home. Afterwards, everyone went home in groups of 3 or 5. Li Lu originally wanted to accompany Su Yun to send Chun Mo home, but her mother urged her to go, so she had to leave first. Ruashi, you should go home first too. I'll send Ruashi off first, and then you and Chun Mo, Sister Yin. Sister Bing Bing, no need, I can go back by myself. No need, yeah, that's really not necessary. My family is here to pick me up. Bai Ruashi nodded with a sweet smile on her face. That's fine. Su Yun and Shin Bing felt relieved that her family was there to pick her up. Shin Bing drove Su Yun and Chun Mo back home. Arrived downstairs at home. Su Yun looked at Shun Bing and said, Bing Bing, you go back first. Shun Bing, then how are you going to get back? Su Yun, Chun Mo is like this. I don't know if anything will happen to him if I leave. I'll stay with him for a while and sleep in the office later. Lying made her heart beat faster, and it might also be because of drinking. Shin Bing didn't notice anything wrong and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go first. Su Yun waved at her and said, drive slowly. Shin Bing smiled. Okay, don't worry. The car turned around and sped away. As soon as Shin Bing left, Chun Mo leaned against Su Yun's face and whispered, You smell so good. Su Yun felt her pretty face getting hot and spat softly. You're still not honest when you're drunk. Su Yun even doubted whether Chun Mo was drunk or not. Chun Mo, stop pretending. Su Yun exclaimed softly and couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, Chun Mo let her go in time. Otherwise, the two of them were about to fall to the ground. Su Yun couldn't help but blushing on her pretty oval face. She said, feeling embarrassed and angry, Chun Mo, if I find out that you're pretending to be drunk, you just wait. Chun Mo rubbed his forehead against Su Yun's neck and said, Aunt Su, I want to sleep. Su Yun was almost unable to hold on. 041, you can't do this. Su Yun helped Chun Mo take the elevator upstairs. Fortunately, there was an elevator. Otherwise, Su Yun didn't know if she could help Chun Mo upstairs. After going upstairs, Su Yun turned off the elevator. Chun Mo kept holding her in his arms. Chun Mo, where are your house keys? Su Yun felt Chun Mo's shirt pockets, but couldn't find it, so she couldn't help but ask. Chun Mo took out the key from his trouser pocket and handed it to Su Yun. Aunt Su, here it is. Su Yun took the key and opened the door while supporting Chun Mo. Su Yun supported Chun Mo and walked into the house. Is there any hangover cure at home? Su Yun helped him lie down in the room and asked softly. Chun Mo shook his head. Su Yun had no choice but to get up and look for it herself and open the refrigerator. The best or most common hangover sobering foods are juice, honey, yogurt, etc. There's none in the fridge. Fortunately, there's a supermarket at home. Su Yun walked down the stairs quickly with her long legs. I turned on the lights in the supermarket on the first floor and took a bottle of orange juice upstairs. Su Yun poured a glass of orange juice and fed it to Chun Mo. Chun Mo was half asleep and half awake, leaning in Su Yun's arms. After drinking a glass of orange juice, Chun Mo felt a little more awake and comfortable. Su Yun went to get some warm water and wiped his sweat with a warm towel. This seemed to be the second time Su Yun had been dealt with by Chun Mo. After Su Yun finished her work, she was sweating from exhaustion. Wash it quickly. After Su Yun finished washing, she came to Chun Mo to see if he was asleep. Chun Mo called out softly in confusion, Aunt Su. Su Yun, who was about to turn around and leave, couldn't help but pause. Looking back at Chun Mo, he whispered, Are you still asleep? Chun Mo did not respond. Is this talking in sleep? Su Yun looked at him, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This guy, why is he still thinking about himself when he sleeps? Just when Su Yun was about to leave, Chun Mo grabbed her hand. The voice trembled slightly. Auntie Su, it's so cold here. Please hug me. Su Yun was slightly stunned. Cold? She was half believing and half doubting. Did Chun Mo dream about something? Did he feel cold? Aunt Su, I'm so cold, save me. Chun Mo continued to speak, his body curled up. Su Yun's heart trembled as she watched this scene. At this moment, she didn't care whether Chun Mo did it on purpose or not. He immediately bent down and hugged Chun Mo tightly. Chun Mo immediately stopped calling for help. Su Yun, she felt something was wrong, but had no evidence. One night passed in the blink of an eye. The summer sun is warm and hot. The dazzling light awakened Shin Mo and Su Yun. When Shin Mo woke up, he looked at Su Yun in surprise, then subconsciously looked at the intact clothes he was wearing, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Aunt Su, why are you here?" Su Yun was stunned by his actions and the fact that he was the first to attack. "What's the meaning? You're afraid that I'll take advantage of you, right?" Su Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes coquettishly and said unhappily, "What do you think?" Chunamo rubbed his brows and tried to recall. "I remember I drank too much last night, and then someone seemed to send me home. After I lay down, I don't remember anything. Was it you, Aunt Su, who sent me back?" Su Yun looked like she wanted you to continue acting. "What else?" Chunamo wrapped his shirt tightly, looked at Su Yun with fear, and said, "Aunt Su, you can't do this. Take advantage of someone when they are drunk." Su Yun laughed angrily and threw a pillow at Chunmo's face. "Take your place." She quickly got out of bed with her plump and curvy figure and left the room first. Chunmo hurriedly said, "Hey, Aunt Su, I was just joking, don't be angry." Chunmo hugged the pillow and sniffed it lightly. The scent of Su Yun still lingered on it. Chunmo looked at the sunlight outside the window and stretched lazily. Thinking of Su Yun, he couldn't help but smile. Chunmo left the room and Su Yun disappeared. He was indeed drunk last night, but after drinking the juice that Su Yun brought, he became much more sober. I improvised a short part about a poor guy, but unexpectedly, Su Yun really took the bait. While brushing his teeth, Chunmo recalled the beauty in his arms last night. When Chunmo was washing his face, Su Yun's voice came from the living room with a hint of resentment. "Eat breakfast." Then there was the sound of her footsteps leaving. When Chunmo came out, Su Yun had already left. There was a bowl of steaming, fragrant noodle soup left on the table. Chunmo smiled slightly and finished cleaning up. Picking up the soup noodles, he walked slowly towards the office. However, at this moment, Li Lu, Bai Ruashi, Shun Bing, and others in the office each had a portion of noodles in their hands. "Hey, boss, do you have noodles to eat too?" Shun Bing looked at Chunmo with a smile on her face. "Chunmo, well, I originally wanted to show off. Everyone has feelings." Su Yun glanced at the depressed Chunmo, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Chunmo said unhappily, "You are not allowed to eat breakfast in the office anymore." Shun Bing, Li Lu, Bai Ruashi blinked her innocent eyes. It's 9 o'clock. Everyone started to get into the work rhythm and became busy. Su Yun had the most things on hand, but everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Especially regarding the milk tea shop matter, she made progress very quickly. In the afternoon, Su Yun told Chunmo that the warehouse problem had been resolved. It's in the back street next door. It can be sold or rented. Rent it if the price is right. Chunmo doesn't want to buy a place in this old street. This place will not be able to be demolished in the future. The neighbors asked for too high a price, and the real estate companies didn't want to do this loss-making business. So they simply built a new city district starting from the south side of the bridge. Yes, it's the factory that Chunmo bought. Chunmo not only bought that factory site, but also instructed Su Yun that the land there could be purchased, but not to show too much eagerness, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The rent is $6,000 a year. Okay, Chunmo completely trusts Su Yun's bargaining ability. Then let's start work tomorrow. It seems that Su Yun really wants to drink milk tea as soon as possible. Chunmo wondered what other projects he could start besides the milk tea shop. After all, I still have 31,000 points in my hand, and more than 3 million in funds. Chunmo's personal information subconsciously appeared in his mind. Host, Chunmo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 16 points, normal. Skills, photographic memory, grandmaster voice, grandmaster cooking. Reputation, 686, obtained the title, business newbie. Assets, 7.568 million yuan, ranked 5th in Qingyang County. Obtained title, millionaire, business popularity bonus 10%. Business newbie, business popularity bonus 8%. Assistants, 4 Bai Ruashi, grandmaster assistant. Su Yun, master assistant. Li Lu, silver assistant. Shun Bing, master legal assistant. Obtain a new title, business newbie. Business newbie, business popularity plus 8%, charm plus 10. Chunmo scanned the changes in his various data. It's a promotion of title, from a business rookie to a business novice. The assets have improved slightly, and now the supermarket, the 3 GKDs, and the gaming area on the second floor are all profitable. In addition, the purchase of real estate with great future potential is an implicit improvement. However, the overall asset ranking is still fifth. I wonder who is the richest man in Qingyang County? Have the assets reached tens of millions? 042, another powerful general. The next few days, the space near the GKD store in the supermarket was vacated to be used to decorate a milk tea shop. Under Su Yun's supervision, the decoration of the milk tea shop changes every day. The renovation progress is amazing. During this period, Chun Mo went to the city and visited GKD's second and third stores, as well as looking for suitable locations next to the stores in preparation for moving in a milk tea shop. After returning from the city, Chun Mo also went to Yiqiao in the northern district of the county, which was the factory area he bought from Zhou Yin. The factory is surrounded by mountains, with some scattered residents not far away. This area is undeveloped. It was Zhou Yin who asked Chun Mo to come over. She looked a little tired, and I wondered if it was because of the 4S shop. Zhou Yin deliberately mentioned the incident of Lin Hao being punished by her mother. Chun Mo waved his hand disinterestedly. Zhou Yin sighed and said, Chun Mo, what do you think will happen if this land is developed in the future? Chun Mo smiled and said, Sister Yin, since you know that this factory area can be developed in the future, why did you sell it? Zhou Yin frowned. I have no choice. I need funds to turn around, but I am alone now. Chun Mo was surprised and asked, Kill yourself and leave the house? Zhou Yin opened her mouth and laughed dumbly. What do you mean by leaving the house empty-handed? I'm not married. Chun Mo coughed lightly. You didn't cut off your tail to survive when I said so, did you? Zhou Yin raised her eyebrows. Yes. Chun Mo, Sister Yin, I can't bear this responsibility. If the 4S store is successful in the future, you won't cause trouble for me, right? Zhou Yin chuckled. Then it might really cause trouble for you. Chun Mo, Sister Yin, what are your plans next? Zhou Yin looked at the factory not far away and said, I want to help a boss. I think he is very capable, but I don't know if he is willing to take me in. Chun Mo, oh, who is it that can get such a high evaluation from Sister Yin? Zhou Yin looked at Chun Mo seriously. It's far away, and yet it's right in front of us. The meaning of this statement is self-evident. Chun Mo smiled and said, Sister Yin, don't joke. No kidding, I want to work with you. I've heard about your achievements in the past month, including the fact that you bought a car from our store. Zhou Yin has a slender figure, especially a pair of straight and well-proportioned long legs. There is a smile on her delicate face. Ah, what a pity to buy a car. I don't know if I can come across such a good thing in the future. Chun Mo said with a sigh. Zhou Yin, Lin Hao is hurting others and himself, and he is only himself to blame. Zhou Yin has nothing to say. Moreover, for Lin Hao, Zhou Yin no longer wanted to pay attention to him. If she wasn't her biological sister, Zhou Yin really wanted to draw a line between herself and their family. Chun Mo said calmly, Sister Yin, what do you like to do? Zhou Yin pondered and said, Actually, I like the mobile phone industry very much. I think there is a lot of room for development. Foreign mobile phones are expensive now, and there is no mobile phone company in China that can produce anything good. Chun Mo looked at Zhou Yin with sharp eyes. Then I will give you a chance to surpass foreign mobile phones. Zhou Yin was slightly shocked. She could feel a strong sense of self-confidence in Chun Mo's eyes. It would be best if this area is connected to the factory area. The bigger the better. Let's start our mobile phone industry from here. Us. Zhou Yin looked at Chun Mo with excitement. Chun Mo looked directly at Zhou Yin with eyes full of possession and aggression. Yes, but the premise is that Sister Yin, from now on you, can only belong to me. Chun Mo. When Zhou Yin was looked at by Chun Mo, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her delicate face became hot. Well, Sister Yin, don't get me wrong. What I mean is that everything you do at work belongs to me. Good. Zhou Yin raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and raised her red lips. From now on, I will follow you, and you have to be responsible. Ahem. Chun Mo couldn't help but cough twice. Zhou Yin smiled and gently lifted the hair beside her ear. Her fair skin sparkled in the sunlight. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Chun Mo held Zhou Yin's soft, white hand. The car drove toward the city. Zhou Yin asked curiously, What is my position then? Chun Mo said, non-committally, Assistant Secretary. Zhou Yin. Chun Mo smiled slightly. Responsibilities, responsible for all matters related to mobile phone products. Zhou Yin. It doesn't matter, it's just a job title. As long as I can be in charge, that's fine. Bite. Zhou Yan's rating. Appearance 91, figure 92, temperament 93, ability 94, potential 91. Overall rating, 92.5 points. Master Assistant. Get the Master Assistant treasure box. Zhou Yan's overall rating, on par with Xun Bing and Su Yun. I got another master-level treasure chest. Moreover, the main mission was just completed. Do you want to open the master treasure chest? Yes. Open the master treasure box and get a monetary reward of 1 million. Obtain skills. Marketing Master. Marketing Master. Any marketing method will get a 100% extra bonus. This skill is amazing. It is indeed a master-level treasure chest. Chen Mo looked at Zhou Yan with satisfaction. Zhou Yan was driving the car and felt Chen Mo's gaze. She coughed lightly and said, "It's too late to regret now." Chen Mo smiled and said, "I don't regret it." Zhou Yan, "Then why are you looking at me?" Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "I was thinking about Sister Yan. You are so outstanding. Why haven't you gotten married yet?" Zhou Yan glanced back at Chen Mo and said calmly, "I'm not interested in men." Chen Mo. Zhou Yan was silent for a while. Then she continued, "It's also because of my sister. Her husband, no, my ex-husband, is a scumbag. He has no skills and likes to stir up trouble everywhere, fight, gamble, and has bad habits. If I marry a man like this, wouldn't that ruin my life?" Chen Mo nodded. "Well, it's good for you to continue to be single." Zhou Yan frowned slightly. Why did she feel that Chen Mo's words seemed to be setting a trap for her? Before getting out of the car, Chen Mo said, "You don't have to come here if you have nothing to do. Just call me if you have anything to do." Zhou Yan nodded. "Okay." Chen Mo got out of the car and walked straight towards Su Yun, who was directing the decoration of the milk tea shop at the door. Zhou Yan was watching at the door, the light in her eyes gradually brightening. In the future, there will be a different world waiting for you. Su Yun supervised the hanging of the sign. Looking at the sign that said, "GKD Dongyun Milk Tea," I couldn't help but smile. The name Dongyun was given by Chen Mo. Su Yun didn't pay attention at first, but after taking a closer look, she realized that the name was wrong. It's too late to change. She could only pretend that she didn't know the meaning of these two words. Yesterday, when Xun Bing was registering a trademark, she asked this question out of curiosity. Su Yun quickly came up with an explanation. Chen Mo likes music with Oriental style, so he chose this name. "Aunt Su." "Huh? You're back." Su Yun glanced with a smile and saw Zhou Yan's car at the door. "Has the deal been settled?" Su Yun was also involved in recruiting Zhou Yan. She had too many things to do and had no time to take care of the factory affairs. Moreover, Su Yun has gradually become proficient in real estate and has established some connections. "When will the milk tea shop officially open?" "Auntie Su, when do you want to drink?" Chen Mo asked in a low voice with a smile. Su Yun bit her red lips lightly. "Don't make trouble. Pick a good time." Chen Mo smiled. "It's not a wedding. Why pick a time?" Su Yun. 043 Evil Intentions. The official opening time of the milk tea shop is set for tomorrow morning, 8:58. This is the time Su Yun chose. The milk tea shop is temporarily managed by Su Yun. Su Yun is also busy recruiting employees. Su Yun is basically in charge of all matters big and small in this milk tea shop. However, whenever Su Yun was unsure about something, she would always look for Chen Mo first. In the end, Chen Mo still needs to make the final decision. The decoration style of this milk tea shop is more traditional Chinese style, but the details are still modern. After all, the country is currently in a development stage, and people are easily attracted by the sense of technology. Dongyun has an ancient charm inside and a modern and technological exterior, which can attract young people at first sight. This is the product packaging. In addition, Chen Mo also used some simple advertising methods. Handing out flyers was one of the classic marketing methods that had been around for a long time before the advent of the internet era. Now we just have to wait until tomorrow to see how effective this marketing is. After all, I have newly acquired the skills of a marketing master. After get off work in the evening, Su Yun and Chen Mo were in the milk tea shop. Chen Mo and Su Yun made a cup of milk tea together. Now Su Yun's technique has become much more proficient. After all, during this period of time, she's been learning with Chen Mo and then teaching the new employees. "All right, try it." Su Yun handed the milk tea with a straw to Chen Mo. Chen Mo has drunk quite a few cups in the past few days. Xun Bing, Bairoashi, Li Lu, and others were all fed the new brand of milk tea. Received unanimous praise. They couldn't resist the taste at all, and they all surrounded Su Yun, waiting to drink her milk tea. Women are just prisoners of milk tea. However, after Su Yun gave them drink once, she never gave them drink again, which made by Ruashi and the others greedy. Everyone comes to buy it themselves when it opens. Su Yun was giving them a little sweetness, not afraid that they wouldn't take the bait. Chunmo took the milk tea and took a sip. Well, not bad, not bad. After getting Chunmo's approval, Su Yun showed a smile on her face. Come, try it yourself. Chunmo handed the milk tea back to her. Su Yun subconsciously glanced at the straw, but still took it silently and took a sip. Chunmo smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Su Yun frowned slightly. "Why do I feel like there's a strange smell compared to usual?" "Is there?" Chunmo took the milk tea puzzledly and took another sip. "No," Su Yun said seriously. "You definitely can't taste it yourself." Chunmo understood now. He looked at Su Yun in anger and said, "Is it strange taste after I drank it?" As Chunmo said this, he pushed Su Yun against the milk tea bar. "Ah," Su Yun exclaimed softly. "Well, it is." Chunmo directly blocked her from saying anything else. Su Yun was shocked and embarrassed. The store door is not closed yet. Chunmo. She couldn't help but use so much force in her hand holding the milk tea that the cup was deflated. When Su Yun was almost unable to breathe. Only then did Chunmo let her go. Su Yun took a long breath. Chunmo looked at her charming appearance and couldn't help but smile. Her eyes were filled with shame, and she scolded, still laughing. "I told you the door was not closed, but you're even more excited, and you were bullying me." Chunmo said calmly, "It doesn't matter. It's my territory, and we haven't done anything illegal or criminal. Who cares?" Su Yun was speechless for a moment. "You hooligan. If you can't explain it, you can only evaluate him as a gangster." "Oh, it's already 11 o'clock. I should go home." Su Yun looked at her watch, packed up her things, and prepared to go home. "Chunmo, Aunt Su, I'll take you there." Su Yun said with concern, "You have been running around these days. You should rest early. The milk tea shop will open tomorrow, and I can go back by myself." Chunmo stepped forward and hugged her soft waist. "You have been working harder these days, keeping an eye on the progress of the milk tea shop. If I let you walk back so late, I would be really heartless." Su Yun's heart beat faster after hearing Chunmo's confession. She did not refuse, but just said something in a low voice. "I don't blame you. Who dares to say that you are so heartless?" These words of protection for her husband made Chunmo smile. "Su Yun." Chunmo opened the passenger door. Su Yun smoothed her skirt behind her hips with her hand, then stepped into the car with one of her long, beautiful legs and sat down gracefully. Chunmo got into the car from the other side, started the car, and drove to Su Yun's house. "Annie Su, why don't you also go and learn how to drive?" "I don't have time now. I should go buy a bicycle. It only takes 10 minutes to go from home to the store. Bicycles are still unsafe at night. I'm worried." Su Yun couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Chunmo was too worried about her. In fact, most of the time, it is safe. But at night, Su Yun herself was indeed a little worried about safety issues. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Just be prepared for the worst. "Aunt Su, you should learn to drive. When I go to college, this car will stay in the company for your business use." "Is this car used as a business vehicle?" Su Yun was a little surprised. This was a Mercedes-Benz. It was a bit luxurious to use it as a business car. "Aunt Su, you will be the general manager of our company in the future." "No, I should say the director. You represent the entire company. Isn't it normal for you to use a Mercedes-Benz?" "But I really don't have time." "Don't worry, driving is easy. I'll teach you, and then we'll go to the driving school. It won't take much time. There is some shady dealings going on here. All Su Yun needs to do is go to the examination site." As they were talking, the car arrived downstairs of Su Yun's house. Su Yun thought that Chunmo would be going to college in a month. She pursed her red lips and said, "You and Qingxue will go to the same university. If possible, can you take care of her?" Chunmo smiled and said, "Given her popularity in school, there are plenty of people to help her. I guess she doesn't need me." Su Yun knew that Su Qingxue was popular. There was nothing she could do about it. Being beautiful was indeed one of her biggest advantages. "I'm just afraid that she'll take the wrong path. Alas, that Lin Hao, he came to our place last time to do something bad. I'm afraid Qingxue will stay with him." "Don't worry, Aunt Su. Qingxue is very opinionated. Lin Hao is no match for her." Chunmo knew Su Qingxue's background and intentions very well. Lin Hao, this resentful dog, was bewitched by Su Qingxue's beauty and couldn't tell the directions. "Of course, I was much the same in my previous life." Su Yun looked at Chunmo seriously and said, "Tell me the truth. Why do you have no feelings towards Qingxue anymore? Is it because of love that turns into hate? Chen Mo was stunned. Then he laughed, then looked at Su Yin seriously and said, Aunt Su, I don't like Qingxue. I only have ordinary feelings towards her as classmates. There is no love or hate. After living a new life, Chen Mo has let it go. Su Qingxue, who cares? Now he just wants to pursue what he wants. Su Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with a scrutinizing smile. So what did you do downstairs at my house so often before? Chen Mo looked at Su Yun with a straightforward look in his eyes. I came to see you, Aunt Su. Su Yun was stunned. Her beautiful eyes slowly widened as she looked at him in shock. You had evil intentions at that time. 044. What's the point of trying to please my mother? Chen Mo naturally did not tell the truth as to why his attitude towards Su Qingxue changed so much. Su Yin had no doubts about what he said, especially Chen Mo's dislike for Su Qingxue. Su Yin felt it more clearly than Su Qingxue, the person involved. On the contrary, Su Qingxue felt that Chen Mo's attitude towards her had changed not because he disliked her. After all, Chen Mo had always listened to her and obeyed her in everything before. It is impossible that he would ignore me just because I scolded him a few times. After all, I scolded him a lot in the past. Su Qingxue had read a book that said that the more a boy likes a girl, the more he likes to flirt with her. In fact, the essence of this is to attract the girl's attention. Su Qingxue, who thinks she sees through Chen Mo. She ignored Chen Mo and wanted to see how long Chen Mo could pretend. Su Yin thought of Su Qingxue and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Qingxue changed jobs some time ago, and she and her classmates found a clothing store to sell clothes. Wasn't she in the Mercedes-Benz store before? It seems that because of Lin Hao's car sales, he was scolded by his family. So Qingxue stopped working there. Okay, I'll go upstairs first. Drive slowly. Chen Mo watched Su Yun get off the car, then walked upstairs. At the same time, on the balcony of Su Yun's house on the 4th floor, Su Qingxue witnessed Su Yun getting out of Chen Mo's car on the balcony. There was disdain in her beautiful eyes. In her opinion, Chen Mo tried so hard to please Su Yun by hiring her as a secretary, giving her a high salary that was not in line with a secretary's job, and sending her home every night. Su Qingxue saw all of this. However, in her opinion, everything Chen Mo did, he just wanted to please Su Yun and get close to her. This method is too low level. Su Qingxue looked at Chen Mo's car, her heart filled with coldness and arrogance. Chen Mo, if you think that by pleasing my mother, you can please me, you are totally wrong. The next morning, Laoji Supermarket welcomed another huge influx of people. This is most likely due to Chen Mo's flyer marketing. After all, most people who came had flyers in their hands. With a flyer, customers can get a 10% discount at the milk tea shop, supermarket, GKD, and the game area on the 2nd floor. The fact that so many people came so early in the morning was beyond Chen Mo's expectations. Su Yun was dressed professionally as usual today, with a slim royal blue miniskirt and black stockings on her long legs. As she walked, her high heels made a sexy clacking sound on the ground. The charm of a mature woman is perfectly displayed in her. Su Yun walked towards Chen Mo with her long, beautiful legs, glanced at the long queue at the door, and smiled. Why are there so many people here? It's almost time. Can you open the door? Good. Chen Mo nodded slightly. As the supermarket door opened, the glass door of the milk tea shop opened. Everyone flocked to it. Everyone, please don't rush, don't crowd, and pay attention to safety. Su Yin held a loudspeaker to maintain order. There was a long line outside the milk tea shop as everyone wanted to try something new. Maybe it's because of my trust in GKD that I'm full of curiosity and anticipation for this milk tea. As the first cup of milk tea came out, the first guest let out a series of exclamations. Everyone was even more curious. Come on, don't say that. Instead, tell me if it tastes good or not. The people in the queue were anxious and curious. At the same time, Shun Bing and Bai Ruashi were on the 2nd floor looking at the huge crowds of people in the milk tea shop. Bai Ruashi said with a look of regret, if we weren't at work now, I would also go to queue up to buy it. Shun Bing coughed lightly. Wait a minute, there will definitely be fewer people in the afternoon. As more and more people drink GKD's milk tea, especially those who have tasted it have praised it highly, and the people in the queue are becoming more and more curious. Some people even had just one drink and regretted not buying 2 more, and then immediately queued up again. Sorry, each person is limited to 2 cups. I hope everyone can understand. We hope that friends in the queue can drink our GKD Dongyun milk tea. Su Yun said to the customer who wanted to buy a few more cups with an apologetic smile. Faced with Su Yun, who has a good service attitude, especially since this sister is so beautiful and elegant, everyone smiled and said it was okay. A whole morning passed. There's already a long queue at the milk tea shop. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the supermarket, and Su Yun moved all the customers in line into the supermarket. They even brought a small stool. This service attitude has won the hearts of a large number of people. The focus of Su Yun's training for new employees is service attitude. Chun and Mo actually agreed with her idea. After all, there's a hot pot restaurant that is famous for its service attitude, and it has achieved a market value of hundreds of billions after more than 10 years. After a morning, the reputation of the milk tea shop has already begun to spread. In a decent clothing store, a young waitress came in with a beautifully packaged drink in her hand. She said excitedly to a young girl with a beautiful figure who was sorting her clothes. Qingxue, this milk tea is super delicious. Have you tried it? Su Qingxue glanced at the milk tea cup and shook her head. Milk tea. She hasn't heard of it yet. After all, there has never been anything new in the county town. Even in Qingyang City, you may not find it. This is super delicious. We waited in a long line today to buy 1 cup. It's really delicious. I'll pour you some so you can have a sip. The showy waitress handed the milk tea to Su Qingxue with a smile on her face. Su Qingxue wanted to refuse, but seeing how enthusiastic she was, she had no choice but to take it and take a sip. How about it? It's delicious. It was also Su Qingxue's first time to drink milk tea, and the taste really attracted her. Su Qingxue asked curiously, "Where is this milk tea shop?" GKD. You know GKD, right? Their burgers are super delicious too. The waitress said with a smile on her face. Su Qingxue was slightly stunned when she heard the name GKD. GKD. Isn't this Chinmo's shop? Is the milk tea also from GKD? Yes, it's written on the cup. GKD, Dongyun milk tea. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Su Qingxue looked at the cup of milk tea in a daze. 045 8 different Su Yun. The milk tea shop is in full swing, with the flow of people increasing instead of decreasing in the afternoon. This made Shin Bing and Bai Roashi, who had originally planned to wait until the afternoon when there were fewer people to drink milk tea, very greedy. Why are there more people than in the morning? How about wait until night? Due to the popularity of the milk tea shop, it also attracted traffic to the supermarket, GKD, and the game area on the second floor. Of course, the reason why all promotional leaflets are 10% off is also important. Significantly boosted sales. Everyone is very busy today. Shinbing brought back lunch for Su Yun and Chen and Mo. After Su Yun finished her meal, she took a short rest and then continued to work. While Chen and Mo was taking a break, he received a call from Zhou Yan. Chen and Mo had told her before about continuing to buy land, preferably near the factory. Now someone else wanted to sell it, so he called Chen and Mo. Purchase. As long as the price is right, you won't lose money if you buy these lands. The construction of the factory can be put on the agenda. You can handle the recruitment of professionals yourself. Now that Chen and Mo has chosen to trust Zhou Yan, he will give power to her. Of course, Chen and Mo still has a safety net, and that is Su Yun. Although Su Yun does not directly manage the mobile phone industry here, she has the right to intervene, especially in financial aspects. After all, in Chen Mo's heart, Su Yun is the financial director. Chen and Mo has already tested and recognized Su Yun's abilities. Mobile phone production is actually a long process. Of course, there are also mobile phone manufacturers that have risen very quickly, such as Xiaomi, which has lowered the prices of mobile phones. And now, Chen and Mo has provided her with ideas, the most core technologies, and a grasp of the general direction. Under these conditions, it depends on whether Zhou Yan has the ability to stand on her own. Zhou Yan naturally knew how much pressure she was carrying, but she is a person who likes pressure. Where there is pressure, there is endless motivation. In the past, she didn't even have a direction to work towards, but now Chen Mo is helping her determine her ultimate goal. Everything will be different. She expects the future of mobile phones to be as Chen and Mo described. The world will be turbulent in the future, but everything will be under their control. Whenever Zhou Yan thought about it, her blood boiled and she became full of energy. Boss, I heard you open a new store? Nothing, just a small milk tea shop. Chen and Mo replied in a flat tone. Zhou Yan asked expectantly, Is it the milk tea you gave me the first time? Then I'll come over to have a cup tonight. Chen and Mo, I think we'll have to queue up tonight. Zhou Yan, Can't we give them some preferential treatment as internal employees? Chen Mo, no. Zhou Yin. Not only Zhou Yin didn't find anything, Bai Ruoxi and Shen Bing also waited from day till night, but still didn't find anything. Moreover, the number of people queuing up is increasing instead of decreasing, mainly because there are many returning customers. I found it tasted great, so I queued up again. Bai Ruoxi looked at the line still lining up at the milk tea shop and sighed. Sister Bing Bing, it looks like we can only wait until we're almost off work to buy it. Shen Bing. But it was almost time to get off work in the evening. It seems that more people are coming, because many people know today that GKD milk tea is open and it tastes great. As soon as work is over, there will be a long queue. Young girls account for a large proportion of them. Sure enough, one of the killers of women is milk tea. To 10 p.m., everyone in the milk tea shop dispersed. Shen Bing and Bai Ruoxi, who had been observing for a long time, were puzzled. Wasn't there someone there just now? Why is there no one here now? Closed. No matter what, get downstairs. The two women hurried downstairs. Shen Bing saw Su Yun talking to the clerk inside. Sister Yun, a cup of milk tea. Sister Yun, I want one too. Shen Bing and Bai Ruoxi couldn't wait to look at Su Yun. Su Yun and the surrounding shop assistants couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Shen Bing looked confused. Su Yun smiled and spread her hands. There is no more milk tea. It is sold out. Shen Bing. Bai Ruoxi. They waited for a whole day. I thought I had finally waited for it. Who knew it was already sold out? No wonder there were so many people here just now. How come they all left in an instant? Shen Bing and Bai Ruoxi both sighed pitifully. Su Yun smiled and took out a cup of milk tea from the bar. Here, half for each of us. This was what Su Yun had left for them in advance, so it was clear that the two had been waiting for a long time. Shen Bing and Bai Ruoxi's sorrow suddenly turned into joy. Bring 2 cups and pour half of it for each person. It feels like holding this cup is missing something. Bai Ruoxi nodded in agreement. Su Yun handed the cup to Shen Bing. Then pour it in and drink it yourself. She turned to look at the 4 employees of the milk tea shop. Everyone has worked hard today. Please be safe when you go home. Sister Yun, you've worked hard too. Goodbye. After everyone is packed up, close the shop. Shen Bing was drinking milk tea when she suddenly received a call and then left in a hurry. Wait until everyone else has left. Chen Mo appeared in front of Su Yun with a smile. He also held a book in his hand, come to the driving license subject 1 test textbook, and read it. No matter how the test goes, you should understand the traffic rules for your own safety. Su Yun was surprised and asked, You didn't sign me up for a driving school, did you? Chen Mo didn't comment. Yeah. Su Yun took the textbook and asked, How much is the tuition? Chen Mo coughed lightly. Not much, don't worry, it will be deducted from your salary next month. Su Yun smiled and said, Okay. Su Yun didn't want to spend Chen Mo's money. Otherwise, she would feel that the relationship between them had turned into a monetary transaction. Especially now that their relationship is getting closer, she must maintain her financial independence and cannot rely on Chen Mo. Get in the car. Chen Mo sent Su Yun home. On the way back, Chen Mo simply taught her some common sense. Su Yun has a strong learning ability and a good comprehension ability. She was able to digest what Chen Mo said very quickly. After you finish reading this book, I will take you to drive a car, and soon you will be able to drive by yourself. As they were talking, the car arrived downstairs of Su Yun's house. I'm really tired today, go to bed early. The same to you. After Su Yun finished speaking, she hesitated before getting off the car. What's wrong? Aunt Su, while Chen Mo was speaking. Su Yunmai's long leg that had just gotten out of the car retreated again, and she turned and moved closer to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smelled a pleasant body fragrance coming towards him. Then, Su Yun moved closer to his face and separated from him in an instant. Good night. After Su Yun finished speaking, she got out of the car and ran straight upstairs. Chen Mo looked at her beautiful back and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time Su Yun took the initiative. It's really not easy. Chen Mo smiled and took a deep breath. Su Yun's faint scent still lingered in the car. No, it seems to taste like milk tea. Chen Mo looked down and found a cup of fresh milk tea on the cup holder in the middle of the car. Is it Aunt Sue's? Su Yun had been busy all day without any rest, and she probably didn't even have time to have a drink. Send it to her. Chen Mo took the milk tea and went upstairs. 4th floor. Chen Mo came to the door and knocked. As the door opened, Chen Mo saw the person who opened the door, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The person who opened the door was not Su Yun, but Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue looked at Chen Mo, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Afterwards, She displayed her usual cold and arrogant attitude towards Chen Mo. It seemed as if Chen Mo came here again to pester her and please her. This is Aunt Sue's milk tea. Chen Mo handed the milk tea in his hand to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. I couldn't help but think. Sure enough, he deliberately found an excuse to send me milk tea. 046, were you bribed by him? Su Yin just came back and went to take a shower right after she entered the house. And you came right after her, even saying that you were here to bring her milk tea. Finding such an obvious excuse is even lower than before. Su Qingxue took the milk tea with an indifferent look on her face. Anything else? No. Chen Mo said this calmly and turned away. Su Qingxue was slightly stunned. What's going on with this guy? Chen Mo left so abruptly. She was really not used to it. Isn't this a good opportunity for him to admit his mistake? This is completely different from the previous Chen Mo, as if he has become a different person. Bang! Su Qingxue slammed the door shut with a grim look on her face. At the same time, Su Yun vaguely heard Chen Mo's voice, plus the sound of the door closing. Su Yun put on her coat and walked out, looking at Su Qingxue, who looked angry with confusion, and asked, Qingxue, what's wrong? Su Qingxue took a deep breath and pointed at the milk tea on the table. Nothing. This is the milk tea Chen Mo gave you. Su Yin was stunned for a moment, then said, drink it. This milk tea was actually specially reserved by Su Yun for Chen Mo. Unexpectedly, he brought it up again. I forgot to bring a cup for Qingxue. Does this mean that I have forgotten my daughter now that I have someone else? When Su Yun thought of this, her delicate oval face turned slightly red. This is a gift from Chen Mo. What do I want to drink? Su Qingxue's voice was full of resentment. Su Yun showed a gentle smile and said, what belongs to me is not yours yet. Why are you sharing it with me? Come on, drink it. This milk tea is really delicious. Su Yin finished speaking and went into the bathroom. By the way, I sent a message to Chen Mo. I received the milk tea. Don't drive too fast home, be careful. Su Qingxue in the living room was looking at milk tea. I felt a little moved. She drank a little at noon, and it was indeed delicious. Come to think of it, this milk tea was originally given to me by Chen Mo. But Chen Mo is a stubborn guy. I had to pretend that it was a gift from my mom. Su Qingxue snorted. Chen Mo, keep pretending. I want to see how long you can last. As for the milk tea, she could also be stubborn and refuse to drink it. Just then, her cell phone rang. The call was from my best friend and classmate, Lu Siyu. Qingxue, are you asleep? No. Did you know that Chen Mo has opened another popular store? A milk tea shop? Su Qingxue's tone was a little indifferent. Yes, there are a lot of people lining up to buy at the store where I work during the summer vacation. Lu Siyu said with a sigh. I heard from them that it's super delicious, but I haven't tasted anything yet. By the way, did Chen Mo really not come to see you? Hearing Lu Siyu's tone, Su Qingxue probably knew that her gossiping temper had come out again. Moreover, if Chen Mo came to see me again, he would probably want to go through the back door and drink milk tea or something. After all, the stores Chen Mo owns now, whether it is GKD, the game area on the second floor, or milk tea, they are especially popular among girls. He just left. There was a hint of arrogance in Su Qingxue's voice. Is this true? Sure enough, I was wondering how Chen Mo could ignore you. Everyone knows how much he likes you. By the way, why did he come to see you? At this time, Lu Siyu's passion for gossip had reached its peak. Su Qingxue couldn't help but say with a hint of complacency, sending milk tea. What else can I do? Wow. As expected, Chen Mo is a real guy. He even came to deliver milk tea so late at night. Lu Siyu's tone was full of envy. Others can't buy it, even if they line up. When you come to Suda Goddess, the boss will personally deliver it to your door. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile when she heard Lu Siyu's envious and jealous tone. She said proudly, what's there to be angry about? It's just a cup of milk tea. Lu Siyu sighed. Listen to what you said. People who can be easily possessed are indeed different. Qingxue, take her out for a drink when you have time. Su Qingxue paused for a moment and said, let's talk about this when we have time. Lu Siyu couldn't help but sound a little disappointed. Qingxue, just give Chen Mo a chance. It won't be a big deal. Chen Mo is really good now. You don't know that many girls in our class are ready to play with Chen Mo. The subtext of this statement is self-evident. With these stores as capital, Chen Mo is able to become a female killer. It will be amazing how popular he is among girls. Now in Qingyang County, there are few young girls who can refuse to be friends with the boss of GKD. Okay, Qingxue, I won't talk anymore. My mom is knocking on the door. Bye. Well, bye. Su Qingxue hung up the phone and couldn't help but look thoughtful. After a while, Su Yun came out of the shower. She had a sexy figure and skin as white as milk, sparkling under the light. With every step she took, her waist and hips swayed along with her long legs, which was very touching. Su Yun walked into the living room and looked at the untouched milk tea on the table. She knew that Su Qingxue was arrogant, but she had to ease the relationship between her daughter and Chun and Mo. After all, they are both the most important people to him now. Su Yun walked to Su Qingxue, put the straw into the milk tea cup, and then stood next to Su Qingxue and said with a smile, "Come, take a sip first, and I'll tell you about Chun and Mo." Su Qingxue turned and looked at Su Yun. Su Yun smiled and put the milk tea in her hand. "Chun and Mo, he's your classmate and also your good friend. You were in the same class in junior high school, and then in high school, and now in college. What a rare fate, isn't it? He treats you well. Your mother, can see it clearly. Of course, if you don't like him, that's fine. We could just be ordinary friends. Mom thinks Chun and Mo is a pretty good person. He is very opinionated, sensible, and considerate of the overall situation." Su Qingxue understood in her mind, and it was just as she expected. Chun and Mo tried his best to please Su Yun just to get Su Yun to say good things about him. "Mom, have you been bribed by him? Just say nice things to him." "What do you mean by bribe?" "Mom, this is the truth." Okay, I get it. Can I just drink the milk tea?" After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she took the milk tea and went into the bedroom. Su Yun, 047 School Beauty Num. Su Qingxue took the milk tea, which meant that her attitude towards Chun and Mo had actually changed. Su Yun couldn't help but smile, and she stretched. She has been very busy recently, but her life has been more fulfilling and satisfying than ever before. The source of all this is Chun and Mo. Thinking of Chun and Mo, the corners of Su Yun's pink lips couldn't help but rise slightly. A night passed. The next day, the sun is still hot, and iced milk tea is still the most popular drink. The milk tea shop gained a lot of popularity yesterday, so there are more people queuing up today. The level of popularity is somewhat surprising. With the experience of the first day, everyone was more relaxed today. Su Yun didn't have to be as busy as yesterday, as she was in control of the overall situation of the milk tea shop. Chun and Mo went to Qingyang City to visit GKD's second and third stores. Everything is operating normally for the time being. Lin Yu, who was transferred from the first store in the county, had been promoted to the manager of the second store. She performed very well. When Chun and Mo arrived at the third store, he saw a familiar figure of a mature lady in the car. Lu Qingqian. She has a slender and graceful figure and a unique scholarly temperament. She is a combination of sexiness and elegance. This special temperament is extremely eye-catching. After Lu Qingqian finished eating, she held a book in one hand and read it, and held a cup of Coke in the other hand, taking a sip from time to time. She is leisurely and relaxed. However, before she had even finished eating, a boy came up to her and started talking to her. Lu Qingqian frowned slightly, as if to politely refuse, and the boy left with some embarrassment. However, after this boy left, another boy who looked pretty good came. Lu Qingqian said sorry, then got up and left with her book and Coke. The boy with a red face was left standing there, scratching his head awkwardly. Lu Qingqian's charm is really amazing. Chun and Mo watched the scene with a smile. Lu Qingqian drove away gracefully. Chun and Mo didn't call her. He got out of the car and went into the store. The manager of the third store was also transferred from the first store in the county. He is more steady and down-to-earth in his work. Everything is normal here. The business of the second and third stores is even better than that of the first store in the county. Newer things like fast food and milk tea are more popular in larger and more developed cities. Chun and Mo walked around and looked next to the third store. It's a clothing store, and business isn't very good. After all, this location is a little off the beaten track, and there aren't many clothing stores around, so naturally business is not good. Chun and Mo chatted with him for a while, and it seemed that the other party had the idea of changing the store. Leave the other party's contact information. Chun and Mo drove back to the county town. When returning to the county town, Chun and Mo first went to a bicycle shop and bought a bicycle and put it in the trunk, then rushed back to the store. At this time, it was getting dark. There is still a queue at the milk tea shop. Chun and Mo was a little surprised at how popular milk tea was. Is the effect of marketing master so amazing? However, when Chun and Mo thought about the popularity bonus he brought, this was not too exaggerated. The popularity of Dongyun milk tea has also led to a significant increase in customer traffic to GKD. the supermarket, and the gaming area on the second floor. That's the chain reaction. By the time we got off work in the evening, the ingredients for the milk tea shop were sold out again. Suyin asked everyone to leave work. You've all worked hard. Go home and be safe. The shop assistants went home after get off work. In the past, the people who got off work the latest were the employees in the gaming area on the second floor, but now it's the employees in the milk tea shop. Wait until everyone has left. Suyin closed the shop door. Turning around, I saw Chun Mo with a smile on his face. Suyin saw the bicycle next to Chun Mo and said with a little surprise, "When did you buy the bike?" "Well, I came back from the city." Chun Mo patted the back seat of his bicycle. "Beauty, get in the car." Suyin smiled slightly, walked with her long, beautiful legs, and sat in the back seat of Chun Mo's car. Chun Mo coughed lightly and said, "Aunt Sue, you have to hold me. Don't fall when the time comes." "I won't fall." Suyin said that she would not fall, but her hands consciously hugged Chun Mo's waist. Aunt Sue has become a lot bolder. It is also possible that the relationship between the two is growing closer. If it were in the past, let alone hugging the waist. Even letting her sit on the back seat of Chun Mo's bicycle is not certain. "Let's go." Chun Mo smiled and pushed his foot, and the bicycle started to move crookedly. "Hey." Suyin subconsciously hugged him tighter. "Aunt Sue, are you scared?" "What's wrong?" Suyin asked softly. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chun Mo clenched the handle tightly. "It's okay. Hold me tight." Suyin. How could she not know what Chun Mo was thinking? Instead of exposing him, she cooperated with him gently. Chun Mo had a smile on his face and rode his bike slower and slower. "Hurry up a bit. At this speed, when can we get home?" Suyun's voice was filled with a hint of anger, and she pinched his waist lightly to urge him. Chun Mo smiled and said, "Okay, speed up." Bicycles shuttle through the deserted streets late at night. Suyun was in a relaxed mood, and the wind blowing towards her made her feel free and romantic. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that this was the life she wanted. "We're here, stop," Suyun said with a smile. "Why is it so fast?" Chun Mo sighed lightly, and the speed of riding the bike needed to be reduced. Suyun raised her hand and looked at the watch on her wrist. "It's almost 12 o'clock. Go back and rest early." She moved her plump peach buttocks down from the back seat, and her long, beautiful legs in high heels stepped on the concrete floor. "Aunt Sue, you've worked hard today. Go to bed early." Suyun's beautiful eyes were full of affection, and she nodded gently. But it was late at night, and there was silence and no one around. Only under the dim light of the street lamps, two figures hugging each other were left. But there are these two figures. Su Qingxue, who was sitting on the balcony on the fourth floor, felt as if struck by lightning. Chun Mo? What is he doing? 048, how can this be possible? Chun Mo, this bastard, does he know what he is doing? That's my mom. Is he crazy? Also, how can mom be with Chun Mo? What is she thinking? Crazy, this world is crazy. Looking at Chun Mo and Su Yun together, this scene brought Su Qingxue an unprecedented shock. The shock in my heart is beyond words. She couldn't believe it. How is that possible? How so? Chun Mo is shameless. Shameless. Wait, could it be that the milk tea he gave me before was really not for me? Every time I send my mother back home, I do it sincerely. Is it just because of her? It has nothing to do with me. No, impossible. There must be something wrong here. Su Qingxue pressed her hands tightly on the balcony railing, her veins exposed. Her eyes were filled with anger, suspicion, and unwillingness. At the same time, the two people downstairs separated after a while. It was Su Yun who gently pushed Chun Mo away. The two spoke a few more words. It seems that Chun Mo still doesn't want to leave and sticks to Su Yun. Su Yun had a helpless look on her face, but there was a hint of doting in her beautiful eyes. She looked around hesitantly, and after making sure that there was no one around, she stepped forward and hugged Chun Mo. Chun Mo showed a silly smile. Su Yun also helped Chun Mo pick up the bicycle that had just fallen on the side of the road. Only then did Chun Mo reluctantly get on his bicycle. Su Yun waved to him, then turned around and quickly went upstairs. Chun Mo watched Su Yun's beautiful back disappear as she went upstairs before riding away on his bike. Su Qingxue looked at Chun Mo's departing figure, her eyes gradually becoming empty and lifeless. The other side. Su Yun went upstairs and opened the door. She just happened to see Su Qingxue walking into the room from the balcony. She smiled and said, "Qingxue, why aren't you asleep yet so late?" Su Qingxue hummed lightly, then went straight back to her room. Su Yun frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. But I didn't think too much about it. It was getting late, so I washed up and went to bed early. There's still a lot of things waiting for me tomorrow. At the same time, Su Qingxue stood behind the door in a daze. She has not yet recovered from the shock of what she just saw. It was a scene that she really couldn't accept. Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly narrowed, and she thought of a possibility. Could it be that Chun Mo, this bastard, was deliberately taking revenge on me? If you can't catch me, go after me. Su Qingxue couldn't help but clench her fists when she thought of this. Chun Mo, you bastard, you're flirting with my mom, wait for me. The next day, Su-yin got up early and received a message from Chun Mo. Aunt Su, I parked my bike under the stairs downstairs in your house. The key to the bike lock is wrapped in a piece of white paper. This car was given to her by Chun Mo because Su-yin herself said before that it would be better to buy a bicycle than a car. Chun Mo actually took note of it and bought a bicycle. When Su-yin thought of bicycles, the scene of last night inevitably appeared in her mind. My heartbeat can't help but speed up. Su-yin couldn't help but spit. What's wrong with me? Thinking about these things, she went downstairs immediately and saw the bicycle at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor, along with a crumpled piece of white paper next to the tire. Su-yin opened the white paper, took the key, unlocked the bike, and pushed the bike out. Although her home is not far from Chun Mo's place, it is still much more convenient to ride a bicycle. Su-yin rode her bike to the breakfast noodle shop. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles. The boss was a little fat, and he immediately smiled when he saw Su-yin. Okay, wait a moment. Is it the same as before? Ever since Su-yin started bringing breakfast to Chun Mo, it has basically been at this old shop. The main reason was that Chun Mo said the noodles here were delicious, so she didn't change the place. Beauty your fan. Okay, thank you. Su-yin paid the money and hung 2 bowls of packaged noodles on the handlebars on both sides of the bicycle. However, before she could ride her bike, a tall and slender figure appeared in front of her. Aunt Su, good morning. Chun Mo looked at Su-yin with a youthful and sunny smile. This youthful and warm smile made Su-yin's heart beat faster. Why did you get up so early today? Su-yin looked at him suspiciously. I'm not worried that you're not very skilled at riding a bike. Chun Mo smiled and took 2 bowls of noodles from the handlebars. Su-yin's delicate oval face turned slightly red. I'm not a child. How can I fall? Chun Mo laughed. That's not necessarily true. Su-yin. Chun Mo pointed to the breakfast shop and said, why don't we just eat here instead of going to the office? Yeah, okay. Su-yin nodded, parked the car at the door, and locked it, and the two walked into the store. If you dare not lock your car outside at this time of year, there will be not a single will left when you come out after breakfast. Su-yin and Chun Mo found a corner seat and sat down. I don't know how many people will come to the milk tea shop today. Annie Su, don't worry so much. Just let them do it themselves. I know. I'm also worried that our store has just opened. If something goes wrong, it would be terrible. As Su-yin was speaking, she suddenly remembered something important. Before I got off work yesterday, I received a call. Su-yin almost forgot about this, but fortunately she remembered it when she talked about the milk tea shop. It was the owner of the store next to the 3rd store in the city who called and asked if we still wanted to rent his store. The shop transfer fee is 30,000 yuan. He still has half a year's rent left with the landlord, so he gave us 25,000 yuan. I didn't rush to agree. I felt like the other party was in a hurry to make a move. Well, wait a little longer then. This price is actually not bad, but if Su-yin wants to lower the price, then let's try. At this time, a new task prompt popped up in Chun Mo's mind. Bite. Main quest. Own assets exceeding 10 million. Quest reward, 10,000 points. Title, multi-millionaire. Side quest. Own 3 Dongyun milk tea shops. Quest reward, 5,000 points. These 2 tasks are okay. Chun Mo took a look at his current assets. Assets, 8.765 million yuan, ranked 3rd in Xinjiang County. The asset ranking has reached 3rd in the county. There's still more than 1 million short of the goal of 10 million. This is not a small amount of money. In this era, 10,000 yuan is quite a lot. This main mission is not easy to complete. However, it would be easy if we could recruit another master-level employee. But are there still outstanding talents of this level in the county now? It is estimated that it will be difficult for him to meet Chun Mo again. However, now that I have 2 kinds of luck, there's a great chance that I will attract those outstanding talents. You never know when you might meet. Just as Chun Mo was thinking this, a very beautiful figure suddenly stopped beside him. What caught my eye was a pair of black high heels and long, straight, beautiful legs. Her legs were very white, of appropriate thickness, and had an excellent waist and hip curve. From these details, we can tell that this person must be a beauty. 049 with a body temperature of 37 degrees. How could one do such a cold thing? Boss. Sister Yin, good morning. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile when he heard the voice. This beauty is none other than his legal secretary Shin Bing. Shin Bing sat down next to Su Yun with a smile on her face. Su Yun brought her here for breakfast. Bing Bing, have we registered the trademark for our store? Well, I'll do the job. Don't worry, boss. Shin Bing raised her pretty face with confidence. Chen Mo. The three of them finished their breakfast and left the store. Su Yun unlocked the bicycle. Sister Yin, when did you buy the bicycle? It doesn't look cheap. Shin Bing looked at the bicycle and asked curiously. Su Yun said calmly, I bought it yesterday. Shin Bing looked puzzled. Yesterday? Weren't you busy in the store the whole time? When did you buy the bicycle? Su Yun didn't know that, as a lawyer, Shin Bing believed that being attentive was a basic professional quality. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, but she remained calm and said, Oh, I asked my boss to bring it back to me from Qingyang. Chen Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Su Yun's big heart. He can lie without blushing or getting nervous, and he's a person who could do great things. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. It's not easy to buy this bicycle. I ran around several streets and finally found a store that specializes in selling bicycles under Baihu Bridge. Shin Bing nodded slightly. I bought it at Baihu Bridge. I bought one there before. The quality is pretty good. Okay, stop chatting. It's time to go to work. Su Yun said as she got on the bicycle first and pedaled hard with her long legs. The bicycle rode away in a cloud of dust. I'm leaving first. Bye, boss. Shin Bing waved and got into the car with a smile on her face. Chen Mo looked at the two women who left and was slightly stunned. No, can't you two take me with you? The two beauties left, leaving Chen Mo alone with his hands spread out. Chen Mo could even hear the crisp laughter coming from Shin Bing's car. With a body temperature of 37 degrees, they can do such a cold thing. Chen Mo sighed lightly and could only walk back slowly. The milk tea shop opened on the third day. Popularity remains high. Is this the charm of marketing? A bit scary. Or maybe it's due to his own commercial popularity. This is how we can maintain our popularity. Chen Mo also heard the accent of Qingyang City among the young girls in the queue. It seems that the word of mouth has spread to the city again. This is a good thing. The same was true for GKD before. Opening branches of the milk tea shop can also be put on the agenda. But these are all small projects. What Chen Mo wants to do most are the projects in mobile phones, automobiles, the internet, and real estate. Among them, the mobile phone project has been confirmed. However, mobile phones involve a great many related industries and core technologies. It is definitely not possible to develop only in the county. Both the talent and technical level are definitely far from enough. Now, of course, let Zhou Yin start with the basics. For example, the hardware, software, and chips of mobile phones. As long as they have their own core technologies and various patents, they can even sit back and collect money in the future. But without core technology, we will definitely not go far in the future. Westerners are almost on high alert in this regard. They may even take blocking measures to prevent you from making progress in this area. If you want to go far, you can only rely on yourself. Chen Mo frowned and thought. The sooner you start preparing for the core technology, the better. I wonder how Zhou Yan's preparations are going. Although I told her that I should start with the basic work in all aspects. But it is also extremely challenging to implement. This is the time to test Zhou Yan's own abilities. In the office, Chen Mo was leaning back in his boss chair, just about to take a break when Su Yun walked in with her long, beautiful legs. The high heels stepped on the floor, making a sound like the beauty is coming. Su Yun walked to the opposite side of Chen Mo and said in a gentle voice, Boss, the store in the city that wants to transfer just called me again. Chen Mo looked at Su Yun's beautiful face and couldn't help but smile. Did the price drop? It's been reduced a little, but it may not be able to be pushed down any further. The storefront transfer fee plus the rent for the first half of the year, I offered 50,000. The other party is a little hesitant. Do you want to wait? Su Yun's price reduction was a bit harsh. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. Wait a little longer. If the other party hasn't contacted me tomorrow, I'll just pay him his price. Chen Mo's words were not finished yet. Su Yun's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and looked at it, and couldn't help but smile, thinking he's here. Answer the phone. Hello, I know. Sorry, we have also carefully evaluated this price. Su Yun said the word, lie seriously. If we have to talk about this strict evaluation, it is the strict evaluation from Chen Mo. 50,000. Yes, good. Then it's settled. Today, the landlord is here too. Suyin couldn't help but look at Chen and Mo. The contract was signed today, so Chen and Mo had to go to the city now. Chen and Mo nodded. Okay, then I'll inform our boss first. He can come over today if he's free. Okay, bye. Suyin hung up the phone neatly and looked at Chen and Mo. Then you're going alone? Yeah, okay. Chen and Mo picked up the car keys and prepared to leave. However, when he reached the door, he stopped again. Then he turned around and walked quickly to Suyin. Suyin blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion, "Did you forget to take something?" Chen and Mo nodded. Yeah. Suyin opened her red lips slightly. What is that? Suyin didn't expect that Chen and Mo would suddenly attack. Kissed her. Chen and Mo smiled and left quickly. Bye, Aunt Sue. Wait for me to come back in the evening. Suyun's beautiful eyes flashed with shame. Who's waiting for you? Go away. This guy is becoming more and more demanding. Suyun walked to the corridor outside the office and saw Chen and Mo downstairs. She couldn't help but take out her cell phone. Send another message to Chen and Mo. Drive slowly and be safe. Chen and Mo walked to the car, took out his cell phone, and saw the message from Suyun, then smiled and looked upstairs. Suyun achide immediately. Receive. Chen and Mo replied the message and got in the car to Qingyang City. An hour and a half later, Chen and Mo arrived in the city. The urban area is lively and more prosperous than the county town. But compared with more than 10 years later, it is still far behind. Chen and Mo drove directly to his own GKD store number 3, and after parking the car, he went to the clothing store next to the store. The owner of the clothing store immediately smiled when he saw Chen and Mo coming in. Hello, would you like to buy some clothes? He seemed to have forgotten Chen and Mo. No, I'm here to rent a shop. You called my secretary before. Oh, it's the boss. He's so young. Commodity transfer and a contract to rent a shop. The boss seemed to be ready. Hand the contract to Chen and Mo. If there's no problem, let's sign it. Okay. The handover procedure was very quick. After signing the contract, Chen and Mo gave the money to the boss. Tomorrow, the shop will be delivered. By the way, you also need to sign a new shop lease contract with the landlady of our shop. Where's the landlord? Chen and Mo asked. She seemed to be hungry, so she went to the GKD store next door to eat. If she asked you to come, go find her. The landlady was wearing a white dress and had long hair. She was very pretty. You could tell she was there at a glance. The landlord said with a smile on his face. Chen and Mo nodded slightly, walked out of the store, and came to his own GKD store. Pushed the door open and enter. Sure enough, an elegant figure instantly caught his attention. Looking at the back, he looks somewhat familiar. White dress, long hair, this should be the landlady. Chen and Mo walked quickly towards the other person. The waiter in the store saw Chen and Mo and was about to call him boss, but Chen and Mo shook his head to signal him not to speak. Chen and Mo came to the woman and said, Hello, are you the landlord, boss next door? The woman raised her delicate face slightly, looked at Chen and Mo with a hint of tenderness in her beautiful eyes, and nodded. Yes. The moment Chen and Mo saw her clearly, he was stunned. This, Sister Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, Lin Hao's aunt, his secretary, and the person in charge of the mobile phone project. The charming woman was also startled when she heard Zhou Yan's name. Do you know Zhou Yan? Chen and Mo couldn't help but look closely at this lady with a mature figure and elegant temperament. She is very similar to Zhou Yan, almost 90% similar. It's just that the eyebrows and temperament are slightly different. Zhou Yan has the aura of a heroic and strong woman. And this this elder sister has an elegant and graceful temperament, like a pampered lady. You are not Sister Zhou Yan. The woman smiled calmly and gently and shook her head. I am not. I am her sister. Chen and Mo. Zhou Yan's sister, wait. Then she is... Lin Hao, no, this boy is not worthy. Maybe it could be his aunt? 050 Stupid Beauty, gift plus update. Zhou Ya. The woman showed an intellectual and gentle expression and took the initiative to reach out to Chen and Mo. Chen and Mo. Chen and Mo gently held her hand. Zhou Ya handed a burger in front of her to Chen and Mo. Eat one. It tastes good. This restaurant is very popular recently. Ah, thank you. Chen and Mo took the burger. Are you the landlord of the shop next door? Zhou Ya raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and looked at the heroic young man in front of her with a hint of surprise. Are you here to rent a shop? Chen and Mo nodded. Yes, this is the transfer contract we just signed. Do I need to sign a shop lease contract with you? Zhou Ya took a sip of Coke, looked at him seductively, and said softly, Sign another contract if you want to renew the lease in half a year. It is also possible to sign the contract after half a year, which Chen Mo can naturally accept. Good. Zhouya looked at Chen Mo with a hint of curiosity. Judging from your appearance, you shouldn't be that old, right? Chen Mo took a big bite of the burger and said, age is not important. Being an adult is enough. Zhouya was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded, with a hint of advice. What are you going to use the shop for? Ordinary businesses can't be run in this place. Many will lose money. Only businesses like GKD can be successful. Zhouya is a very honest landlord. Dare to say that the location of your shop is not good. Maybe they were afraid that Chen Mo, a young man with no experience, would lose everything if his superiors wanted to do business. However, no matter how bad the business here is, this is still the central street in the city, and the poor business is only compared to other shops. Thank you, Sister. It's a good intention. I understand. Chen Mo naturally understood her good intentions and couldn't help but smile. Zhouya looked at Chen Mo and seemed to be thinking of her own useless thing. Compared to him, Chen Mo is much calmer. Call me sister? You are 10 years younger than me, Zhouya said with a dignified smile. A woman will naturally feel happy when being called sister by a young and sunny man. Age doesn't matter. You look my age. Chen Mo said this casually while taking a bite of his burger. But I ate too much and choked a little. Zhouya was a considerate and careful person. After noticing it, she immediately handed the Coke in her hand to Chen Mo. Give. Chen Mo didn't think too much about it. He took the Coke and took a big sip. Well, thank you, sis. After drinking it, I saw the rose-red lipstick mark on the straw and was stunned for a moment. Zhouya also realized at this time that she had just drunk that Coke. Her virtuous face couldn't help but blush slightly, and she asked uncomfortably, Are you okay? Chen Mo returned the Coke to Zhouya and said calmly, It's okay. Thank you for the Coke. By the way, you haven't told me what you're going to do with the shop you rent? Zhouya was interested in this. Maybe it's out of an elder's concern for the young. After all, Chen Mo is so polite and has a kind of calm confidence that emanates from his bones. Zhouya admired him from the bottom of her heart. However, whether Chen Mo has real strength remains to be seen. It sells drinks. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Selling drinks. Zhouya looked thoughtful, but thinking about this GKD, it seemed that selling beverages did have a future. You can learn from GKD. Maybe you can succeed. Zhouya gave the suggestion with a serious look on her face. Chen Mo also nodded seriously. Thank you, Sister Ye. Well, many aspects of this store are indeed worth learning. If Zhouya knew that Chen Mo was actually the boss behind GKD, I wonder what her expression would be. Zhouya thought of another reason why the two of them could chat. How did you and Zhou Yin know each other? If I tell her the truth, Zhou Yin will definitely be surprised and even not believe it. I worked under Sister Zhou Yin during my summer vacation. Does that make me a former employee of hers? Oh, I see. Zhou Yin showed a restrained smile. My sister is smart and quick-witted and has had a talent for business since she was young. He also had excellent academic performance. After graduating from university, he built a thriving business with the savings of his parents. But recently, something has happened one after another, and it's been a bit difficult to make ends meet. In fact, this shop was bought with the dividend Zhou Yin gave her after she made money. Zhou Yin had wanted to sell the shop to give Zhou Yin some cash flow. But a few days ago, Zhou Yin suddenly decided to sell the 4S store, and there happened to be a boss willing to take over. However, the other shareholders of the 4S store were unwilling to do so, especially her ex-husband, who was the most opposed. He knew that if Zhou Yin left the store, it would be like losing an arm. But he couldn't stop Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin sold all her shares to the boss. It happened so quickly that everyone else was caught off guard. Zhou Yin just went solo without looking back. She seems to be very busy now, busy all day long, but I don't know what she does exactly. Not even a word was revealed to her closest sister. Do you know what Zhou Yin is doing now? Zhou Yin wanted to get information from Chen Mo. What are you doing? It seems like you're making electronic waste. Chen Mo said one casually. What Zhou Yin can make now is nothing but electronic waste. What is electronic waste? Zhou Yin looked puzzled. Chen Mo smiled and said, Actually, it's no different from other garbage. Zhou Yin nodded half understandingly. Oh, she looks a bit like a silly beauty. Chen Mo wanted to use the system to evaluate Zhou Yin and see how many points she could get. Bite. There was an immediate response. Zhou Yin's rating. Appearance 94, figure 95, temperament 94, ability 81, potential 80 overall rating. 90 points. Master level employee. This score just reached the master level score line. The appearance score is very high. Her figure can even compete with Su Yun's. I'm still not as capable as Aunt Su. This is consistent with Chun Mo's impression of her. Stupid beauty? Sister Ya, if everything is okay, I'll leave first. It's nice to meet you. Chun Mo stood up, smiled, and stretched out his hand to her. Zhou and Chun Mo shook hands. Their palms were warm and strong. Yeah, okay, bye. Thank for the burger and the Coke. As Chun Mo spoke, he looked at Zhou with a smile as she took another sip of Coke. Zhou was stunned for a moment, and the next second her red lips slightly opened, and she immediately let go of the straw. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Is this guy teasing her? Well, what are you thinking about? Not everyone has such thoughts. It's just your own carelessness. Just after Chun Mo left, when the store manager in the kitchen learned that Chun Mo had arrived, he immediately ran over. She looked at Zhou and asked, "Hello, beautiful lady. Where's the person who just sat here?" Zhou asked in confusion. The person who just sat here? Chun Mo? The store manager nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, Chun Mo, our boss. Where is he going? Zhou subconsciously pointed outside. He went, wait, you said he's your boss? Chun Mo, he's the boss of this GKD. Zhou looked at the Coke in her hand that Chun Mo had drunk, blinked her beautiful eyes, and was a little dazed. 051, take care of your wife and children. Chun Mo is actually the boss of GKD. I just asked him to learn from GKD. Zhou couldn't help feeling ashamed. However, Chun Mo himself didn't say anything. He is really a hidden talent. Moreover, he ate his own hamburger and drank his own Coke. This guy, he's the boss and he wants to get something for free from me. Zhou couldn't help but feel angry and amused when she thought about it. When does your boss usually come to the store? Zhou looked at the store manager. That's not necessarily true. He doesn't live in the city. He only comes to the store occasionally when he has something to do. Zhou really wanted to catch Chun Mo, at least to get him for free. Zhou thought about what she said at that time, and Chun Mo must be laughing in his heart. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. I was a little angry, but there was nothing I could do about Chun Mo. Zhou had a sense of resentment. She was tall, mature, and elegant as she walked away slowly in high heels. The other side, Chun Mo drove back to Qingyang County. Su Yun was directing the workers to move something, which was a computer. This thing is very necessary in work. Also, because Lin Hao caused trouble on the second floor last time, Chun Mo asked Su Yun to find someone to install cameras. The GKD and milk tea shops on the first, second, and third floors are basically equipped with no dead corners. It can be used to prevent those hooligans who are looking for trouble. I'm back. Su Yun's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she looked at Chun Mo with a hint of surprise. How did the discussion go? Chun Mo smiled and said, it's settled. The other party will move out tomorrow, and we can prepare to hire someone to do the renovations. Su Yun, okay, let's get someone to do the renovations over there and install the cameras in the second and third stores as well. Oh, and teach me how to use a computer. Chun Mo nodded slightly, and the two went upstairs together. Computers are a new thing nowadays. Internet cafes are extremely rare in this small county town. Many people have never had access to a computer. Computers are considered high-tech things in everyone's eyes. Su Yun was waiting for Chun Mo to come back and teach her today. Shin Bing would be able to do that too, but their law firm had taken on a big case today and was very busy. There is simply no time to come. Chun Mo installed the computer skillfully, while Su Yun watched and studied carefully. She has a strong learning ability, and most importantly, Su Yun is also ambitious and hardworking. There are a lot of books and notes piled on her desk now. Chun Mo likes such hardworking and self-reliant women. Okay, the assembly is complete. Aunt Su, you turn it on. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun, who was standing beside him. How do I turn it on? Do I have to press this and this? Su Yun pointed to the switch of the host and the switch of the display. Just now, when Chun Mo was installing it, he briefly explained to her the two parts of the computer. Su Yun almost understood the functions of the computer components. Smart woman. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. Open it. Su Yun pressed two power switches. The host starts running and the computer screen lights up. It's on. Su Yun looked at the computer screen with some curiosity. How do I type this? How do I make a document? Su Yun only speaks for work. She can't wait to learn new knowledge and enrich herself. Chun Mo now believes that Su Yun's success was not due to chance or luck, but was the result of her own efforts. Sit down. Chun Mo smiled and pointed to the seat. After Su Yun sat down, she seemed a little nervous about facing new things. There are two ways to type. One is Wubi and the other is Pinyin. Chun Mo started the patient teaching his wife, learning mode. Time passed quickly as the two of them taught seriously. Soo-Yun learned quickly. She chose Wooby typing, which was a little more difficult but more efficient. She memorized the radicals of the characters while typing slowly on the keyboard. To be able to type quickly, it takes a while to accumulate experience. Before I knew it, it was dark outside. On the first floor, the supermarket, GKD, the milk tea shop, and the game area on the second floor all turned off the lights, and the store clerks went home after get off work. Soo-Yun, who was typing seriously, felt a little tired. She stretched and felt a little pain in her, but from sitting. She stood up and stretched a little, even if it was just a simple twist of the waist at this time. They're all eye-catching enough. Where's Chun Morin? Soo-Yun was so focused on practicing typing that she didn't notice that Chun Mo was no longer in the office. Just at this moment, there were footsteps at the door. At the same time, a pleasant fragrance came, which instantly aroused Soo-Yun's appetite. Her stomach made a loud gurgling sound at the same time. Soo-Yun walked to the door with her long and beautiful legs and just opened it. Then I saw Chun Mo standing at the door. He was holding 2 plates of food. One dish is fried pork with peppers, and the other is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The fragrance is everywhere. Soo-Yun swallowed subconsciously and looked at Chun Mo in surprise. Did you cook this? Chun Mo said calmly. Yeah. This was the dish Soo-Yun cooked for Chun Mo the first time she came to his house. It smells okay. Soo-Yun was indeed hungry. However, she still remembered that the dishes Chun Mo cooked last time were all burnt. At least it doesn't look mushy this time. Maybe it's edible? That's natural. The last time Chun Mo played games with Bairuwashi, he forgot that he had this skill. Today I was hungry and wanted to eat. Then I remembered that I have a master-level cooking skill. Just try it today. However, in order to avoid causing unnecessary suspicion to Soo-Yun, Chun Mo retained 90% of his strength. It was cooked to the level of an ordinary home-cooked dish. Chun Mo put down the food and looked at Soo-Yun with a smile. Aunt Sue, do you want a drink? Soo-Yun shook her head. I still have to work tomorrow. Chun Mo said with a slight disappointment. Okay, then I'll go get the food. When Soo-Yun saw Chun Mo's disappointed expression, she felt sorry for him. Thinking about how hard Chun Mo had worked to cook, she immediately followed him. And with a little hesitation, she stretched out 2 white jade fingers and gestured, well, drink a little. Chun Mo immediately smiled and said, okay, drink a little. Soo-Yun looked at Chun Mo's smile and suddenly felt cheated. The two of them took the red wine that they had not finished last time, brought the meal back to the office. Eating and drinking in the office has a unique flavor. Aunt Sue, let me toast to you first. You have worked hard during this period. Chun Mo picked up the wine glass and smiled. It's not hard. I am very satisfied and like this busy work in life. Soo-Yun smiled gently and raised her glass to clink with Chun Mo's. She opened her red lips slightly, letting the red wine blend in as she pursed her lips. Soo-Yun showed a happy expression. It tastes good. Let me try the dish our boss made for me. She picked up a piece of meat and ate it. After chewing it for a few times, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Not bad. It's a big improvement compared to the burnt food last time. Soo-Yun praised with a smile. Chun Mo, well, it's okay. Soo-Yun's red lips slightly raised, and she said in a soft voice, you can be my wife and raise my children in the future. Chun Mo was slightly stunned for a moment and said, what kind of woman can make me a wife and a child? Soo-Yun blinked her beautiful eyes and pursed her red lips. No. What? Chun Mo coughed lightly and immediately said seriously, no. A flash of sadness flashed across Soo-Yun's eyes, and then she couldn't help but snort. Yeah, no one is good enough for our wonderful boss. Chun Mo smiled and approached Soo-Yun. Looking at her beautiful face, he said with burning eyes, no one is worthy of her, unless her name is Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun was stunned for a moment, and the next second she blushed, her heart beating like a deer dancing. I'm not worthy of you. 052, he is such a jerk. Soo-Yun liked Chun Mo's straightforwardness, but was also flustered. She had never had such a relationship before, but it's very pleasant. Soo-Yun spat lightly and immediately took a sip of red wine to suppress the embarrassment in her heart. Eat your food quickly. In order to divert Chun Mo's direct gaze, Soo-Yun picked up some food for him. Okay. Chun Mo smiled, picked up the meat from the bowl, and ate it in one bite. Soo-Yun drank. Her face gradually turned red by the alcohol, looking charming and graceful. She lightly touched her long, straight black hair with her fingers. Zhou Yin seems to be on a business trip, did you know? Well, she sent me a message. She needs to go buy some equipment. Oh, Suya knew that many of the equipment Shanamo needed were not available in ordinary cities, and even in big cities like provincial capitals might not have them. It seems that Zhou Yan's current task is even more important than she had before. Regarding the lithography machine, the domestic market is still far from entry-level and is even in a barren stage. However, abroad, there has been initial development, but it has not yet entered a period of rapid development. If I remember correctly, it was after 2007 that the lithography machine was developed and promoted by ASML, a Dutch company. However, one of the main reasons why this company was able to develop is that it took advantage of the opportunity provided by the Eagle sauce. There was a company in the United States that was facing a financial crisis due to tight RD funds, and ASML made an effort to acquire it. We have obtained this once-in-a-century development opportunity. What Shinamo needs now is for Zhou Yan to lay a solid foundation in this area first. This will save time, effort, and money. Well, I'm full. The dishes are cooked well. It seems you have a talent. Su Yan looked at Chun Mo with admiration. A little bit of talent, still drinking. Chun Mo picked up the wine and gave it to her. No, it's good to be drunk to this extent, feeling tipsy. There was a hint of laziness in Su Yun's beautiful eyes. I've been very tired recently, so drinking some wine is just the right way to relax. She exudes the charm of a mature woman in every move she makes. There's still one more sip. Do you want to drink it? Chun Mo said this and came to her with a wine glass. Su Yun bit her red lips lightly, straightened her back, and shook her head slightly with a hint of pride. It's in your cup. I won't drink it. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all with a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Yun smiled slightly, but the next second, her smile froze. After Chun Mo finished drinking, he lowered his head and moved closer to her slightly red face. But at that moment, outside the office window stood a tall, slim, youthful girl. Su Qingxue. She stared blankly at the scene in the office. She could still deceive herself last night. It's 4 floors away, so maybe I was seeing things. But now it is so close, separated only by a wall. Everything in the office is extremely clear. Chun Mo, he is really a scoundrel. Su Qingxue's eyes were slightly red and her hands were clenched. How she wished she wasn't standing outside the window and didn't see this scene. Today, she was on holiday and happened to be playing outside with her best friend Lu Siyu until this moment. I happened to pass by here on my way home and saw the lights from the office upstairs. Su Qingxue knew that Su Yun was most likely still here. Ever since she became Chun Mo's secretary, she has been immersed in work, leaving home early and returning late every day. Is a secretary's job so attractive? Su Qingxue came here with a lot of dissatisfaction, but she didn't expect that the scene she saw after coming up would make her blood pressure continue to soar. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Turn around and stand at the door. Knocked hard on the door. As there was a knock on the door, Chun Mo and Su Yun were both shocked. It's late at night. Everyone in the company should have left. The two separated immediately, but the blush on Su Yun's face could not be concealed for the moment, so she could only pick up the wine glass to cover it up. Chun Mo frowned and asked, "Who?" Su Qingxue said in a cold voice, "I." Clearing the snow? Su Yun and Chun Mo were both very familiar with Su Qingxue's voice. At this moment, the two of them seemed like a young couple who were caught in a relationship, and they were a little at a loss as to what to do. Chun Mo is fine. It's mainly Su Yun. Outside the door was her daughter, who hurriedly tidied her clothes and combed her hair. There is no problem. Blushing can be said to be caused by drinking. No, it's because of drinking. Su Yun has recently read a book on psychology and has learned to give herself strong psychological hints. After being given enough psychological hints, Su Yun felt much more at ease. She walked quickly to the office door and opened it. What caught my eye was Su Qingxue's cold face. Su Yun was slightly surprised and asked, "Qingxue, why are you here?" Su Qingxue's gaze fell on Chun Mo. Chun Mo had a calm expression on his face, and he looked at her as if she were a stranger. Snort. Su Qingxue's cold snort was directed at Chun Mo. I just happened to be passing by, so I came up to take a look and go home with you. Su Qingxue's expression and attitude at this moment were as if she were Chun Mo's love rival. Su Yun couldn't help but look at Chun Mo with a hint of comfort in her eyes. Then, "I'll pack up. Qingxue, you go downstairs and wait for me. Mom will be down soon." When Su Qingxue heard this, she was a little reluctant, but still agreed to go down first. She turned and went downstairs. Suyin looked at Su Qingshue's back and felt a little relieved. She looked at Chun Mo with a hint of apology and said, "Don't worry about it. I'll clean up, and then I'll take these bowls back with you." Suyin said this and turned around and bent down to tidy up the books, notes, keyboard, and mouse on the desk. She hasn't tidied up her desk yet. Suddenly, Chun Mo embraced her in his arms. Suyin was startled and said with a hint of shame, "What's wrong? I haven't packed yet. It took a long time." Chun Mo slowly let go of Suyin, and they both took a deep breath at the same time. Suyin looked at Chun Mo with concern. "Why? Just now it suddenly became like that. Is it because of Qingxue?" Chun Mo said seriously, "I feel like she is my love rival." When Suyin heard Chun Mo's explanation, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that her body shook and her expression was charming. "What? She's my daughter. What? Your love rival? What nonsense are you imagining?" 053, is this the punishment you mentioned last night? Gift plus update. Suyin helped Chun Mo clean up the dishes and then went downstairs reluctantly. She couldn't stay too long in case Su Qingshuo came up again. "You should have a good rest." Suyin looked at Chun Mo with tenderness in her eyes. Chun Mo sighed softly. "Let's go. Go with your daughter." Suyin couldn't help laughing when she saw his resentful expression. She took a step towards him with her long and beautiful legs, and they hugged each other. Suyin had a gentle smile in her beautiful eyes and waved her hand and said, "Good night." "She is really leaving this time." Chun Mo, "Be careful. Let Su Qingshuo ride the bike for you." Suyin couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. "Are you afraid of tiring yourself out?" Chun Mo stood upstairs, looking at Su Qingshuo standing downstairs, and soon Suyin appeared. She pushed out the bicycle and rode it, while Su Qingshuo sat on the back seat. Chun Mo couldn't help but take out his cell phone and send a text message to Suyin. "Aunt Su, how should we punish those who are disobedient?" Suyin, who was about to ride her bike downstairs, heard the message and immediately took out her cell phone. "Open the message and take a look." The message from Chun Mo made her delicate oval face gradually heat up. "What punishment? Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Suyun supure head in nesham. He put away his phone, stepped on his feet, and said crisply, "Qingshuo, sit tight." Su Qingshuo's mind was still filled with the image of Chun Mo and Su Yun in the office. She hummed in a trance, The bicycle was running fast under Su Yun's long and plump legs. A few minutes later, the two arrived home safely, and Su Yun sent a message to Chun Mo to report that they were safe. The next day, Chun Mo got up early and debugged the surveillance footage of the entire building. When he was almost done, the employees in the store all came to work. Suyin brought a breakfast for Chun Mo as she did before. Chun Mo happened to sit down at his desk at this time. Suyin smiled gently and said in a soft voice, "Morning, boss." Her attitude is really like that of a secretary. "Your breakfast." Suyin put breakfast on Chun Mo's desk. Her outfit today was a little different from usual, not a professional short skirt with a women's suit. Instead, she wore tight jeans that showed off her long and plump legs. Chun Mo looked at her and hooked his finger at her. "Secretary Su, come here." It was rare that Chun Mo didn't call her Aunt Su this time. But Secretary Su's shout made her heart beat faster. "What's wrong?" Suyin moved closer to him. Chun Mo pointed at the table and said, "This table is a little dirty. Please help me wipe it." Suyin thought the desk was relatively clean, but since Chun Mo said so, she just did as he said. "Speaking of which, my main job is secretary. I don't think I've ever done these chores." "Okay, boss." Su Yun felt an inexplicable sense of novelty in her heart and happily went to get a rag. Chun Mo looked at her happy expression. Suyin took the rag and began to wipe the table carefully and meticulously. She picked up Chun Mo's keyboard, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment. "Boss, is this the punishment you mentioned last night?" Chun Mo. "Good man. He even takes the initiative to provoke. It seems that I have no choice but to punish her today. Wipe it clean." "Su Yun, if you dare to disobey me in the future, you will be punished like this." "Su Yun." Chun Mo couldn't help but look at Su Yun with a scrutinizing look. Su Yun spat lightly. "What are you looking at? Eat your breakfast." After she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and left the office. She was afraid that she would be punished by Chun Mo again. Su Yun devoted herself to her busy work and gradually became proficient in computer typing. Shenbing came to work today and was a little surprised to see Su Yun's computer. She does have it, but she hasn't installed it yet. The same goes for Bai Ruashi and Li Lu. They both have it. "Su Yun, Bing Bing, Ruashi, Lulu, you guys can pretend, right? Bai Ruashi and Shun Bing nodded at the same time. I will. Only Lilu was a little embarrassed. I can't. We'll help you with that. Shin Bing said with a smile and started to install the computer. After installing the computer, Bai Ruashi looked at Su Yun with anticipation in her eyes. Sister Yun, do we have internet access here? Su Yun, the boss contacted someone to install the network. I think he said he would come this morning to install it. Come in the morning? Good. Bai Ruashi had a sweet smile on her face. Her gaming nature as an internet-addicted girl gradually became apparent. What is the internet for? Suyin looked at Bai Ruashi studiously. The internet is so useful. Without the internet, this computer is like a soulless zombie or like eating tofu pudding without sugar. After Bai Ruashi finished speaking, Suyin couldn't help but smile. What is the specific function? Bai Ruashi couldn't help but cough lightly and explain to Suyin. What is the use of the internet? Simply put, it is sharing. Through the internet, we could do a lot of things together, such as playing games. Everyone can play the same game together and can also chat using the computer's Penguin software. Chatting? Isn't that the same as texting? Yes, but you don't need money to send messages to anyone you want to contact. That's great. Su Yun subconsciously thought that she wouldn't have to send text messages when chatting with Chun Mo in the future, thus saving on text message charges. She and Chun Mo have been texting frequently lately. Bai Ruashi taught Su Yun some knowledge about computers and the internet. Not long after, the staff who were installing the network arrived under the leadership of Chun Mo. Amid everyone's anticipation, the staff spent nearly 2 hours to complete the installation. With the opening of the internet, Bai Ruashi and her friends couldn't wait to start surfing the internet. In this era, surfing the internet is one of the most fashionable things. Bai Ruashi helped Su Yun apply for a Penguin account. Sister Yin, add me. Is this called Burial of Love, Dancing Under the Moon? Bai Ruashi nodded proudly, as if she was very satisfied with her online name. Chun Mo, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wow, I finally saw a real member of the funeral family. 054 This is what employees should do, Part 1. What are you laughing at? Bai Ruashi powdered her face and stared at Chun Mo in a slightly silly way. Chun Mo suppressed his laughter and shook his head. Nothing to laugh at, this is a good name. Bai Ruashi snorted and said, Is my online name not nice? What do you think, Sister Yin? Su Yin nodded seriously. I think this name is nice and has a lot of personality. Bai Ruashi smiled as if she was seeing the same thing as a hero. Sister Yin, you understand. Chun Mo. Well, as long as you like it. Su Yun, Bai Ruashi, Shun Bing, and the others gathered together, as close as best friends. Chun Mo smiled, shook his head, and walked out of the office. I took a leisurely walk up and down the stairs. The milk tea shop and GKD are still very popular, and the supermarket business is also very good, which is partly due to Li Lu. She strictly controls the purchase price, and the supermarket's profits are much better than when Fu Liming was there. That guy lined his own pockets, and both sides profited. Otherwise, how could he have had the money in his previous life to buy this supermarket from his mother Yishui? Although, he also borrowed a lot of money from others. But I must have some savings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of doing this. Chinamo remembered that Li Lu mentioned Fu Liming to him yesterday, and it seemed that he was planning to open a supermarket nearby. The shop has been rented, and the decoration has been completed, and the goods have started to be stocked. After Fu Liming was fired by Chinamo and lost all his face, he had the idea of revenge. Now the road to revenge is progressing steadily step by step according to his ideas. He looked down on the messy stuff such as GKD, milk tea, and game area opened by Chinamo. If you open a supermarket, just run it well. This has been the case for more than 10 years. In his opinion, the traffic in GKD and milk tea shops is fake and cannot bring much help to supermarkets and cannot achieve effective conversion. He wants to convert every person who enters the supermarket into a paying customer. Fu Liming's more than 10 years of work experience has given him enough confidence. He firmly believes that he can do better than Shun Mo, a young man, by focusing on running the supermarket. He stayed awake day and night for this month, thinking about a series of countermeasures and solutions. On the contrary, after hearing what Li Lu said, Chinamo no longer took it to heart. The two are simply not on the same level. Fu Limin is proud of his more than 10 years of business experience, but it is worthless to Chun Mo. Afternoon. After strolling around, Chun Mo returned to his office on the 3rd floor. At this time, Su Yun was the only one left in the office. When Su Yun saw Chun Mo coming back, She coughed lightly and said in a gentle voice, "Boss, what's your penguin ID?" Chun Mo had a cold look on his face, as if he was the guy who was asked for his contact information by a girl in school. "Ow, I'd like to add you to facilitate future work communication. Is that okay with you?" Soo-Yun's attitude was sincere and her eyes were genuine. Chun Mo suppressed a smile, walked over to her, and entered his penguin ID. Search results. Soo-Yun looked at the information on the computer screen. Her red lips curled up. Sung? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, and his old face turned red. "I forgot to change my previous damn non-mainstream online name of Licking Dog. The main reason is that I don't have time to surf the internet. So naturally, I didn't think of changing this shameful online name. Is this my name? Is there something wrong with the network?" Chun Mo tried to fool Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun smiled brightly and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Isn't this you?" Chun Mo took out his cell phone, logged into Penguin, and changed his name directly. Then add Soo-Yun as well. "Her online name is Dongyun." Chun Mo raised his eyebrows and changed his name again. CS. "Hey, someone added me? CS? Who?" Soo-Yun looked at Chun Mo with a meaningful smile. Chun Mo replied stubbornly, "Me?" Soo-Yun pretended to be confused. "Boss, what does your CS mean?" Chun Mo said seriously, "C is the first letter of my last name, and S is..." "What is it?" Soo-Yun asked anxiously with a smile. Chun Mo sat down in the office chair and gestured, "My shoulder is a little sore and uncomfortable." "Soo-Yun, the meaning is obvious." Soo-Yun bit her red lips lightly, with a hint of doting in her eyes. She stood up and walked behind Chun Mo, pressing her jade hands gently on his shoulders. "Not bad." Chun Mo squinted his eyes comfortably. "This is what a secretary is." "Soo-Yun, now can you tell me what S stands for?" Just as Chun Mo was about to speak, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. What followed was by Ruashi's anxious voice. "Boss, The office door opened, and by Ruashi said solemnly, "Boss, some of our game machines on the second floor are broken, and the back of the claw machine has also been broken." Chun Mo frowned slightly. "Man, mate, well, there are obvious signs of damage. Was everything okay yesterday?" "Well, I checked it last night before I got off work, and everything was normal." "What time period were you absent today?" Bai Ruashi showed a thoughtful expression, frowned, and recalled. "That was only the time for lunch and rest." At this time, Soo-Yun reminded in a clear voice, "Ruashi, didn't you say that someone on the second floor of your building had a birthday at noon and invited everyone to eat GKD?" This reminder instantly gave Bai Ruashi a goal. "The person having a birthday is Zhang Yu, our cashier." "Sister Yin, you think this Zhang Yu, but she has always been very honest." Bai Ruashi said with some disbelief. "Besides, why would she do this?" "Don't worry, I'll go down and take a look first." Chun Mo said calmly, walked out of the office, and went downstairs. Soo-Yun and Bai Ruashi followed behind him. Second floor game area. Chun Mo went downstairs and glanced calmly at the girl behind the cashier, Zhang Yu. There was a hint of guilt and panic in her eyes. Chun Mo pretended not to know and walked straight towards the damaged machines. Some of the power ports were broken, some of the game screens were broken, and some of the wastes were broken. I have to say, the guy who damaged the machine must hate this place. The blow was very heavy. After reading it, Chun Mo smiled. His smile startled by Ruashi and Soo-Yun beside him. The two women looked at each other with worry in their eyes. "Why are you laughing again? Are you really angry?" "Boss, don't be angry. I think I have an idea. Let me sort it out." "Well, Chun Mo, this matter should be able to be investigated clearly." Soo-Yun and Bai Ruashi couldn't help but whisper comfortingly. Chun Mo glanced at the two women and smiled calmly and confidently. "Go upstairs. Let's catch the traitor and the thief." Soo-Yun and Bai Ruashi looked confused. But when going upstairs, Soo-Yun looked up and saw the camera at the elevator entrance and suddenly realized. Originally, she planned to install the network cable in the morning and find someone to debug the camera in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Chun Mo got up early today and debugged everything. If the insider or outsider committed the crime at noon today, they would definitely not be able to escape the camera. Soo-Yun thought of this and said happily, "Boss, you are really amazing." Bai Ruashi was stunned by this sudden compliment. "The boss is awesome? Is there something going on that I'm not aware of?" Bai Ruashi looked at Chun Mo and Soo-Yun in a daze. "Let's go upstairs and you'll find out." Soo-Yun pulled Bai Ruashi and quickly caught up with Chun Mo. 055, it's getting more interesting. Second update. In Chun Mo's office. Su Yun and Bai Ruashi stared at the screen on the computer. Chun Mo extended the monitoring time directly to the lunch break time, which was exactly 12 o'clock. Most of the employees in the gaming area went downstairs to GKD with a happy look on their faces. This should be when Zhang Yu said she would treat me to her birthday. The two people on duty at noon are Lin Lin and Li Ting. They are here. Bai Ruashi pointed to the screen and said. Then I left too. In the computer surveillance footage, Bai Ruashi left and went to the first floor. That might be what happened when Bai Ruashi left. She's back. The person who came back was the birthday girl, Zhang Yu. After she went up to the second floor, she walked straight to the cashier counter. She could be seen talking to Lin Lin and Li Ting. Then they both left the front desk with smiles on their faces. Zhang Yu did not leave. Now, Zhang Yu is the only one in the entire gaming area on the second floor. In fact, during the lunch break, the entire building, whether it is the supermarket, GKD, or the milk tea shop, is in a more relaxed state than usual. Did Zhang Yu do this alone? Just when Bai Ruashi was still confused, 3 people came up to the elevator. 2 of the 3 were wearing hats, and the other one was a yellow-haired guy who swaggered. Judging from his expression and walking posture, he was a gangster who was used to being domineering. One of them was a guy wearing a hat. Chun Mo recognized him at a glance from his body shape, height, and walking posture. Lin Hao, this guy is really a man with a bad heart, and he's picking a fight with me. I guess you still remember the slap Zhou Yin gave you last time, right? Chun Mo looked indifferent as he looked at Lin Hao on the computer monitor. As soon as Lin Hao and the other 2 reached the second floor, Zhang Yu immediately waved at them. After the leaders Lin Hao and Zhang Yu said something, they separated from the other 2. In several other surveillance footage, the 3 men took out hammers, knives, and pliers from their clothes. Lin Hao was a little restrained at the beginning, but gradually let go and smashed the monitors of 2 game consoles. Perhaps thinking about Chun Mo's angry look after the destruction, he became more and more excited. The other 2 were also unscrupulous. Perhaps in their eyes, this behavior was commonplace. After all, they have done a lot of bullying. What's the big deal if I break some things? At this time, people were afraid of these lawless thugs. As a result, they became more and more arrogant and acted recklessly. If it were a dozen years later, very few people dare to do this, and even if they do, they will do it at night and cover themselves tightly. It is obvious that Lin Hao and the other 2 have not yet realized this. They were immersed in destruction, especially Lin Hao, who was frantically venting the anger that had accumulated in his heart towards Chun Mo. It was Zhang Yu who hurriedly ran towards them and saw that someone was coming, so she told them to leave quickly. Lin Hao and the other 2 immediately put away their tools and left in a hurry. Seeing this, basically everything is clear. Call the police. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun and said, Where's Sister Shunbing? She's back at the law firm. I'll call her over right away. Su Yun took out her cell phone and called Shunbing. When Shunbing heard that the second floor had been damaged, her tone was suddenly filled with surprise and excitement. Since she became Chun Mo's legal secretary, she has not done anything that could demonstrate her value except for some non-technical registration and certification work. You know, among all the employees now, her salary is the highest. This filled her with a sense of guilt. Now, it's finally her time to strike hard. How can she not be excited? She tried to suppress her excitement and comforted Chun Mo. Boss, don't call the police yet. Let's collect enough hard evidence ourselves. Then they won't be able to evade trial through secret operations. We must control Zhang Yu. This is the most important tainted witness. According to what Bing said, Bai Ruashi went to call Zhang Yu to the office with cameras. As soon as Zhang Yu entered the office and saw Chun Mo, who was always smiling, had a cold face, she knew something was wrong. She subconsciously avoided his gaze and lowered her head. Zhang Yu, right? Is it your birthday today? Happy birthday to you. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yu looked at Chun Mo in surprise. She really didn't expect Chun Mo to wish her a happy birthday. Today is indeed her birthday. You're welcome. You know our game consoles are broken, right? I know. Do you know who that is? I have no idea. Zhang Yu answered firmly, and it seemed that she had already prepared herself mentally. Chun Mo nodded. After the courtesy, we can only use force. Do you know how much compensation I have to pay for destroying my game consoles? Do you know that if you damage someone's property over $5,000, you'll go to jail? As soon as Chun Mo said this, Zhang Yu's expression suddenly changed and her face turned pale. How could she, who only graduated from junior high school, know all this? You still don't admit it? It's really not me who broke the game console. Okay, then do you want to take a look at this? Chun and Mo said this and turned the computer monitor around to face her. Now, Zhang Yu was speechless, his eyes full of shock. Is this the surveillance that by Ruashi mentioned? Didn't you say it's not ready yet? How did they capture us? Zhang Yu was terrified at this time. When she looked into Chun Mo's cold eyes, she was suddenly startled. Her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears the next second. Oh, I was forced to do this. Boss, please don't call the police to arrest me. I don't want to go to jail. Chun Mo's voice was cold. Tell me all the details of this matter clearly. Zhang Yu's voice trembled. Last week when I was at work, someone asked me for my phone number and said they wanted to make friends with me and go to KTV to sing at night. Half an hour later, the police are here. After asking about the situation, he took Zhang Yu and 2 other receptionists to the police station to take statements. Bai Ruashi and the victim Chun Imo will also go. Shinbing went with Chun Imo. Needless to say, having a lawyer by my side makes me feel more confident. Suyin stayed in the supermarket, but she still had to take care of the home. Chun Imo and the others finished recording their statements at the police station. Shinbing only provided surveillance evidence of the 3 of them entering the 2nd floor and causing damage. With this solid evidence, the police were extremely efficient. Send the police, bring someone here. In less than half an hour, the people arrived, all 3 of them. Lin Hao got off the car with a normal look on his face. The 2 guys behind him, especially the yellow-haired one, still had a rebellious expression on their faces. The police station, it's not like they haven't been here before. Even small-time thugs would regard being admitted to the police station as an honor to brag about. If you fight or cause trouble, you will be detained for a few days and then released after paying compensation. Besides, their brother Hao has people around, so what is there to be afraid of? When Lin Hao saw Chun and Mo, he showed a playful smile. Old classmate, what happened? Your store was smashed? Don't be angry. I'll ask my brothers to help you find out who did it. Hey, well done. Lin Hao was a little too arrogant and unscrupulous. It was obvious that he had someone to rely on. Following the police car to the police station was a Mercedes-Benz. A middle-aged man with a big gold chain and a ferocious face got out of the car. Dad! Lin Hao looked at the man and shouted. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Hao with concern. Is my son okay? Lin Hao pointed at Chun Mo and said with hatred, It's okay. By the way, Dad, this guy is the Chun Mo I told you about, my good classmate who bought a car. The middle-aged man looked at Chun Mo fiercely. Okay, wait. I will give him a good reward. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the office. This matter is beginning to develop in a more interesting direction. 056 You are late. Gift plus update. Lin Hao's father, Lin Fifan, is a well-known gangster in Xinjiang County. He was ruthless and had done many things that were written in the criminal law. Fighting is commonplace and is a trivial matter not worth mentioning. This also led to his later behavior of being reckless and arrogant. Of course, oranges soon followed. After he came out of the sewing machine, he called his former brothers together again, and this time he had learned his lesson. First, I made many good friends and stopped doing shameful things myself. He and his friends were in the club today, resting in good health, when he suddenly received a call from his son Lin Hao. Only then did he rush here in a hurry. When he heard Lin Hao introduce Chun and Mo, he became a little angry. It was this guy who made Lin Hao lose money by selling the car. No one has ever gotten anything for free from him. Half an hour after Lin Fifan went in, he looked at Chun and Mo with a smile on his face and said meaningfully, Chun and Mo, right? I heard from Lin Hao that you are very powerful. Today, show me how powerful you are. After he finished speaking, someone immediately came to inform Chun and Mo, Bai Ruashi, and Zhang Yu and asked them to take another statement. Chun and Mo frowned slightly. This has started to go wrong. Once I started recording, I couldn't stop. And in various ways, it is annoying. This is Lin Fifan's method. As time went by, Shinbing also noticed something was wrong. If this continues, Zhang Yu, the witness, might become the other party's person. That Lin Fifan used abnormal means. In that case, you use it first, and don't blame me for using it. Shinbing took out her cell phone and found a number she didn't really want to call. The phone rang once. I was connected immediately. A voice with a hint of majesty and righteousness came from the other end of the phone. Binger. The man's voice sounded a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Shinbing would call him one day. How's your law firm doing? My boss is in trouble. In the office of the secretary of Qingyang City. Secretary Shun listened seriously to his daughter's description of the case on the phone. He gradually frowned, but this seemed to be related to a corruption case that was being investigated. Don't worry, This matter will be handled strictly and in accordance with the law. After receiving this reply, Shin Bing felt relieved. Under fair and just conditions, the culprit Lin Hao cannot escape. Just when Shin Bing feels relieved, someone came out of the recording room. It's Lin Hao. Shin Bing narrowed her eyes slightly, and she stared at the uncle who came out with her. Lin Hao accidentally passed by Chun Mo's recording room and smiled. Old classmate, I'm leaving first. You take your time recording? It's so nice here. I really want to come here every day. Lin Hao is arrogant and extremely proud. Chun Mo tapped the table with his fingers, ignoring him with an indifferent expression. Fisk, it's past 10 o'clock. I'm a little hungry. Let's go have a midnight snack. Brother Fong, you've worked hard. I'll bring you something to eat later. Lin Hao said to the policeman who was taking notes with a smile on his face. The other party smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Chin Mo and said meaningfully, Little brother, I advise you to forget about this matter. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit to you. You should understand that. Chin Mo couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. At the same time, Lin Hao swaggered past Shin Bing and looked at her with a smug smile on his face. Sister, we meet again. You are so beautiful. Be careful when you walk home at night. Shin Bing said coldly. Lin Hao, don't be happy too soon. Lin Hao spread his hands and said, What's the use of you being a lawyer? Last time, my father was not in the county, so I was scared by you. This time, I will make Chun Mo lose a layer of skin. After he finished speaking, he got into Lin Fifin's car and left in style. Shin Bing found the person who was taking the statement and asked him, and learned that Lin Hao had a serious illness and went to see a doctor first. This excuse is so useful. Shin Bing held the phone tightly, thinking to herself, why hasn't the old man responded yet? Lin Hao sat in the car and looked at his father Lin Fifin with excitement. Dad, you're awesome. It's a small matter, but son, you have to remember that next time, no matter what happens, don't do it yourself. Hey, I'm just holding back my anger. If I don't let it out, I'll be miserable. Yeah, you're like me in this respect, but you still have to control yourself. Lin Fifin understands his son Lin Hao's feelings. After all, the difference between asking someone to vent your anger and venting your anger yourself is like the difference between watching a beautiful woman take a bath and bathing her yourself. The difference in perception is huge. Come on, son will take you to eat something delicious. Okay, let's call Uncle Zhang and the others. The father and son happily drove to the late-night snack shop. Okay, I'll call. Lin Fifin just took out his cell phone. Suddenly, a burst of urgent sirens sounded. Several police cars whizzed past. Lin Fifin's hand trembled subconsciously. Damn, I thought someone was here to cause trouble for me, but it was a false alarm. Get through on the phone. Old Zhang, two dazzling car lights were directed at him. Lin Fifin immediately stepped on the brakes, and Lin Hao and his son couldn't help but squint their eyes. That blind man is looking for death. Lin Hao opened the car door cursing. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the other party wearing a police uniform and looking dignified. He was stunned. What do you want? It's Lin Fifin, Lin Hao, right? Yes. Park the car and come with us. Did you misunderstand? There is no misunderstanding. Lin Fifin is suspected of instigating a murder case, bribery, and organizing an illegal gang. Lin Hao, you are suspected of intentionally destroying other people's property. Please leave. The policeman had a fair and dignified look on his face, looking at the two men selflessly. There were 7 or 8 policemen around him, looking at the father and son, and seemed ready to take action at any time. Lin Fifin forced out an ugly smile and said, Hello, I'm a good friend of Director Lin from our bureau. Can I meet him? I'm sorry, he's also under investigation. Hearing this, Lin Fifin was stunned and stood there, his eyes gradually losing focus. Dad, are you okay? It's over. It's all over. Shin Bing at the police station received the news that everything was being handled impartially and heaved a sigh of relief, especially when I saw the father and son of the Lin family being brought back in handcuffs. Finally, a smile appeared on her cold face. When the father and son were brought into the interrogation room, he couldn't help but say, Wow, you two came back from supper so quickly. Lin Hao, Lin Fifin. Things turned around too quickly. Lin Hao was confused, and even Lin Fifin was bewildered. Chinemo, there is no need to continue taking by Ruashi's statement. According to the 2 videos provided by Shan Bing and the witnesses, Lin Hao can't escape. Lin Hao just turned 18 and can receive a good education. As for his father, it seems that the crime he was involved in was a bit too serious. We now have 2 choices. One is for Lin Hao to compensate us and reach a settlement. He will also go to jail, but the punishment will be lenient. The second thing is he went in and operated a sewing machine for 3 years. Shin Bing looked at Chun Mo. It depends on how Chun Mo plans to deal with this matter. At this moment, a mature and graceful woman appeared. She was wearing a fitted white dress. The mature and beautiful woman exudes nobility in her every move. But at this moment, she was looking around anxiously. She seems to be late. 057 asking for help. The beautiful woman was surprised when she saw Chun Mo and others talking at the door. Chun Mo? Sister Joya? Chun Mo was a little surprised, but then he understood. She and Lin Hao are relatives. Joya's plump upper body was rising and falling due to the haste, which was quite spectacular. Her pretty face was slightly red as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Chun Mo looked normal. "Nothing. Someone smashed my game console. I'm here to take a statement." When Joya heard this, she was stunned. She looked at Chun Mo with her beautiful eyes wide open. "Is the person who smashed your game console called Lin Hao?" Chun Mo nodded. "Well, how did you know?" Joya hesitated and said slowly with an apologetic look in her eyes, "He is my son." Chun Mo understood and his face turned cold. "Oh, what a coincidence." Joya's beautiful eyes suddenly showed some pleading. "Chun Mo, I'm sorry. Can we talk for a while?" Chun Mo said coldly, "If you are here to plead for Lin Hao, I'm sorry. It's no longer necessary." Joya trembled slightly. This guy is even colder inside than he appears. Yes, the two of them only met once, and they were in a relationship of landlord and tenant. But this is of no use. It is reasonable for Chun Mo not to give her face. Joya watched Chun Mo leave with her eyes wide open, her heart sinking to the bottom. Now, is there any other way? As soon as Chun Mo walked out of the police station, he ran into Su Yun, who was rushing towards him on a bicycle. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her delicate face, and she was panting. Chun Mo. There was a hint of mist in Su Yun's beautiful eyes as she looked at Chun Mo with great concern. She was alone in the supermarket today, feeling so worried that she couldn't express it in words. "Are you okay?" Su Yun couldn't help but hold Chun Mo's hand and looked him up and down. At this time, Shun Bing and Bai Ruashi were still there. The two women were a little surprised that Su Yun cared so much about Chun Mo, ignored both of them. It's a bit beyond the relationship between boss and secretary. "Fine." Chun Mo smiled and shook his head. "Hey, Sister Yun, don't you care about me and Ruashi at all? You just revolve around the boss." Shun Bing said with a jealous expression. Bai Ruashi on the side had a thoughtful expression. After hearing what she said, Su Yun realized that her actions were a little too intimate and immediately let go of her hand with a red face. The two are still in an underground office romance. She smiled, stepped forward, held Shun Bing and Bai Ruashi's hands, and said, "Come, let me see if you have been bullied." Shun Bing and Bai Ruashi couldn't help but smile at each other. Fake. You care about me, and you call me fake." Shun Bing and Su Yun teased each other for a while, then got in the car and left together. Su Yun put her bicycle in the trunk. Shun Bing first sent Bai Ruashi to the gate of an old courtyard and stopped. "Ruashi, have a good rest." "Yeah, bye boss, Sister Yun, Sister Bing Bing." Bai Ruashi smiled sweetly, as always, and waved. What does this girl mean by putting my name at the end? At this moment, Shun Bing looked like a jealous woman. Chun Mo and Su Yun smiled in tacit understanding. "By the way, is the woman we met at the door Lin Hao's mother?" Shun Bing asked with a hint of curiosity. "Yes. How did you two meet?" "I went to the city to rent a shop a few days ago, remember? Coincidentally, she was the landlord of that shop." "Oh, it seems that she and Lin Hao and his son don't seem to be of the same kind." As the three were talking, Shun Bing had already driven to the downstairs of Su Yun's house. Chun Mo helped Su Yun take the bicycle out of the trunk and locked it inside the stairs. "Sister Yun, go to bed early." Su Yun looked at Chun Mo, who was so close to her, and suddenly she felt an urge to hug him tightly. Her pretty face turned red, and she secretly cursed herself. "Sister Yun, go upstairs and have a rest." Shun Bing in the car reminded. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun. With Shun Bing as a big bulb here, the two of them couldn't even say anything intimate. "Go home and be safe." Su Yun looked at Chun Mo with her beautiful eyes, full of tender affection. Shun Bing thought Su Yun had told her, so she couldn't help but smile and said, "Sister Yun, I'm sure it's safe for me to drive. Please go upstairs." Chun Mo smiled without saying a word, moved sideways to block Shun Bing's sight, and gently held Su Yun's soft hand. Su Yun's hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. and her beautiful eyes looked at Chun Mo in shock and shame. Shin Bing is here. Chun Mo let go of her hand. Su Yin was afraid that Chun Mo would make some unexpected intimate moves again. Although she also wanted to, it would be better to go upstairs first. Get in the car. After Su Yin finished speaking, she turned around and went upstairs with her long and plump legs. Her back was also very beautiful. After watching Su Yin go upstairs, only then did Chun Mo get into the car. Shin Bing turned the car around and sent Chun Mo back. The streets are quiet and deserted late at night. The car sped all the way and arrived downstairs of the Old Street supermarket in a few minutes. Sister Bing, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. I receive your salary, so I should work. Shin Bing waved her white hand. Chun Mo recalled the sudden change in attitude of the policeman who was taking the statement. The only people around him who have this kind of energy are Bai Ruashi and Shin Bing. When I came out, I didn't see the person who came to pick up Bai Ruashi, so it was obviously not her. Then it could only be Shin Bing. She understood the progress of the matter and knew how urgent the matter was at that time. So, there's only her. Sister Bing, when we were taking the statement, you found someone, right? What do you mean by looking for someone? No, it just happened that someone from above was investigating the director, and then they found that Lin Fifan was involved, so they arrested both the father and son. Shin Bing replied without blushing or beating her heart. She had already prepared a plan for how to deal with Chun Mo. It seems that Shin Bing has something to hide. Chun Mo did not continue to ask and smiled and said, "Okay, Sister Bing, you can become a regular employee." Shin Bing was stunned for a moment, then blinked her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "Salary increase of 2,000? 8,000 now." Chun Mo smiled and nodded. Yeah. Just based on the connections she mobilized tonight, the price was far more than worth it. Boss, I love you so much. Shin Bing unbuckled her seat belt immediately and excitedly hugged Chun Mo, who was sitting in the passenger seat. These $2,000 are not enough. Boss, please be careful when you go upstairs. Do you want me to take you there? Chun Mo laughed and went upstairs. Shin Bing drove away happily. Chun Mo went upstairs and just opened the door when his cell phone rang. Zhou Yin? Chun Mo answered the phone. Sister Yin, why are you calling so late? Boss, I know that Lin Hao deserves what he got, but my sister, can you give her a chance to meet? Zhou Yin's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with helplessness and pleading. Chun Mo could have imagined that Zhou Yu would contact her younger sister Zhou Yin and ask her to help plead for mercy. Zhou Yin is now his subordinate, so it's not wrong to give her some face. Moreover, Chun Mo also wanted to see what Zhou Yu would give by meeting him. Good. Thank you. My sister should be downstairs in our company now. Zhou Yin finished speaking. Chun Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Zhou Yu came really quickly. Chun Mo came to the balcony and saw a woman standing downstairs. She was wearing a white slim skirt, looking graceful and elegant. It really is her, Zhou Yu. 058, save him for the last time. Zhou Yu. What attracts people's attention most is her pampered noblewoman-like temperament and her glowing ivory white skin. At this moment, she was feeling anxious and uneasy. I don't know if Zhou Yin can convince Chun Mo. Will Chun Mo meet me? And can I make Chun Mo make some concessions? It can be seen that Chun Mo is not someone who can be easily persuaded. Zhou Yu didn't feel sure at all. Buzz. The phone in Zhou Yu's hand rang. It's Zhou Yin calling. She immediately answered the phone. Did he agree? Zhou Yin said in a serious voice. I agree, but based on my understanding of Chun Mo's sister, it is almost impossible for you to convince him. Zhou Yu lowered her eyes and said slowly, no matter what, I have to try. At least I can't let Lin Hao become like his father. Zhou Yin was a little disappointed. Sister, can't you see clearly that they are the same, doing evil things? They should learn a lesson. Zhou Yu was silent. She was speechless. She knew that Lin Hao learned a lot of bad habits from his father. This time when I met Chun Mo, I suffered a big setback. He brought this result upon himself. However, Zhou Yu still hopes to save his life. At least he should not be locked up for 3 years. In serious cases, it could even be 7 years. She learned from her friends that if 3 or more people are organized to intentionally destroy other people's property, they may face 7 years of criminal detention. Just then, the electric door leading upstairs slowly opened. Zhou Yu heard the voice, hung up the phone, and couldn't help but look upstairs. Chun Mo was looking at her. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and walked quickly to the door. Her back was swaying gracefully, with her long legs and hips swaying left and right. A cool breeze blew, and the corners of Zhou Yu's skirt fluttered. After a while, Chen Mo heard the sound of high heels hitting the floor in the corridor outside the house. This crisp sound is sexy and beautiful. Zhouya walked in with her slender white jade legs and closed the door. Chen Mo looked at Zhouya in front of him. Sister Zhouya, you came to see me so late. Do you think you can convince me? Zhouya lowered her head slightly, then slowly raised it. Her beautiful eyes held a strangely determined light as she spoke in a low voice. I don't know either, but I want to give it a try. I've always felt that most things in this world have a price, and as long as the price is right, you can basically achieve what you want. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. That's right. This answer made Zhouya feel a little relieved. At least the two of them reached a preliminary consensus. This matter is not completely untalkable. Zhouya opened her red lips slightly and said in a gentle voice, Then tell me the price I can afford. Chen Mo raised his hand slightly. You go ahead. In this negotiation, all the initiative lies in Chen Mo's hands. Zhouya is now like a fish on a chopping board and can only be slaughtered by him. Zhouya, first, I will compensate you tenfold for all your losses. Chen Mo looked indifferent and unmoved. This was within Zhouya's expectations. There was no way Chen Mo would be moved by such a small amount of money from her. Zhouya, a property in Qingyang City, plus the shop you are renting. Chen Mo looked indifferent and spread his hands and said, Sister Zhouya, if it's just compensation, you can leave. He is not short of money, and Zhouya may not have much money either. The 4S store is operating at a loss, and its expenses are not up to par with its income. Then the real estate and shops should be her last assets. Chen Mo really doesn't think much of these things. Zhouya's only inner support was instantly shattered by Chen Mo's words. What else does she have besides money? If he doesn't want money, what else does he want? Chen Mo had an evil thought in his heart. This comes from the previous life. In his previous life, Lin Hao was arrogant and domineering, and he humiliated him many times in front of Su Qingxue, mocked in public and bullied in secret. Not only Chen Mo, but many other students have been bullied in this way. No one dared to confront him, because everyone knows that he has a father who has been in prison and is a notorious scum of society. In his previous life, Chen Mo had often fantasized about how to punish this guy Lin Hao. He even beat up his gangster father. Today, although Chen Mo did not beat up the father and son, sending them to the orange box was a more brutal counterattack. Moreover, at this moment, Chen Mo still has a chance to vent the evil thoughts in his heart. Chen Mo slowly raised his head and looked at Zhouya in front of him. Zhouya's heart trembled slightly when she saw Chen Mo's extremely aggressive look at this moment. She had seen this kind of look before. That's the look in the eyes of those men who covet her. But Chen Mo's eyes were similar, yet completely different from those men. The look in his eyes expressed more than just superficial possession, but to take complete control of everything about her. From inside to outside, from body to soul. Zhouya was shocked at the thought of how the relationship between them would change. Then how should I face Lin Hao? This made her heart beat faster, and a strange feeling that seemed to reach her soul surged from the bottom of her heart. She lowered her eyes. At this moment, both of them have revealed all their cards. Whether consensus can be reached. Now, it depends on Zhouya herself. Chen Mo looked at her indifferently, and time passed quietly. Sister Zhouya, please. Chen Mo's voice was calm and indifferent. This was an order to expel the guest, and it also announced that the negotiations between the two were about to end. Zhouya's body trembled slightly. If he left, Lin Hao would be completely finished. His future life and world will surely be dark. Now, should I save him or not? All decisions are in your hands. She clenched her fingers together. Then, as if he had made some kind of decision, he turned and walked towards the door. She is leaving. Opening the door, she walked out. Then, a shout was heard from outside the door, venting the inner feelings. This is the last time in my life. I will save him. 059, who wouldn't be scared by this scene? After Zhouya said this, it seemed as if she had used up all her strength. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, this was not her own will. Obviously, you are not ready yet. Zhouya's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Are you regretting it? Chen Mo said calmly. You are worthless like this. Zhouya's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said firmly, Then, give me another month and let me prove it to you. If I can't meet your requirements, Lin Hao, then this is his fate. Chen Mo didn't expect Zhouya to be so determined. Moreover, she looked very confident. A month, it seems, not impossible. Chen Mo's vacation lasts exactly 1 month, and then he will go to university in Shanghai. There's a broader world and a more wonderful life there. Chun Mo stretched. Joya turned and went into the bathroom. After a while, she came with a basin of warm water and put it in front of Chun Mo. You must be tired today. She spoke softly and gently as water. Foot soaking relieves fatigue and helps with sleep. Her every move can easily make people feel good about her, especially the docile attitude at this moment. At least, few people would be disgusted by her gentle behavior at this moment. Chun Mo quietly enjoyed Zhou Yu's gentle service. Foot bath massage. After this set of exercises, Chun Mo really felt much more comfortable, and sleepiness came over him unknowingly. Time passes. Chun Mo spent this night comfortably and peacefully. But Lin Hao in the detention center felt like every second was a year and was in great agony. He felt a dull pain in his heart and felt that something extremely important had happened last night. The next day, Chun Mo woke up and found that his room was much tidier, as if someone had just cleaned it. He got up and went to the living room, which had also been tidied up. There were noises coming from the kitchen, as if someone was making breakfast. Chun Mo walked to the kitchen door. I saw a figure wearing a white skirt. Joya. She didn't leave last night. After Chun Mo fell asleep, she slept on the sofa in the living room for the night. I got up early and tidied up. Then I started making breakfast with some trepidation. After all, Joya's family used to have a good financial situation, and she and her sister Zhou Yin had lived the life of young ladies since childhood. Basically, I have never done any housework. Otherwise, how could her hands be so delicate and smooth? So, she had to make breakfast with all her might. I have ruined a bowl of noodles, and now the noodles taste a bit weird. She picked up a vermicelli, took a bite, and her eyebrows unconsciously frowned. This can't be given to Chun Mo to eat. If he eats it, not only will he not let Lin Hao go, he might not even let himself go. Joya was about to pour the powder into the trash bag. Why dump it? Chun Mo's voice came faintly from behind Joya. Joya was startled and felt guilty, and she couldn't help but pat her chest. She whispered, "This doesn't taste good. Let me try. I'm hungry." Chun Mo waved. Joya felt that it was necessary to remind him. Otherwise, she would be the one who got hurt. She really needed to improve Chun Mo's favorability towards her. Why don't we just forget it? Then what should I eat? Chun Mo could see that Joya really didn't know how to do anything in the kitchen. Well, I'll go buy it for you now. Joya originally wanted to show her sincerity to Chun Mo. It seems that it is not possible now. What she cooked before was sometimes edible, but what she cooked this time was really inedible. What do you want to eat? Joya asked softly. She took off her slippers. Her feet were small, delicate, and white like jade. The way she bent down and put on her high heels was extremely graceful and charming. Chun Mo looked at her back, coughed lightly, and said, "A bowl of noodles will do." Good. Joya agreed and walked out quickly. However, after a while, she came back running in her high heels. She looked at Chun Mo breathlessly. "How do you open the door down there?" "There's a red button on the right side of the door. Just press it." "Okay." She agreed and hurried downstairs again. Because the elevator was not open, Joya had to be careful when going down. However, looking at the novel machines on the second floor, she couldn't help but take a look around out of curiosity. More than half of them were damaged, and some were completely scrapped. This is all the work of that rebellious son. These machines didn't look cheap at all, especially the big game consoles that she had never seen before. She learned from the uncle in orange that the total property loss of Chun Mo and his team reached more than 10,000 yuan, which was more serious than expected, and several machines were directly scrapped. This guy Lin Hao might have made preparations in advance. How could he destroy these machines with one strike? Joya sighed softly, then walked quickly downstairs with her long, round legs. About 10 minutes later, Joya came back with a bowl of flour, milk, and eggs in her hand. Although Chun Mo only asked for noodles, it's always a good idea to prepare a little more. Maybe he will like it. She put the powder in front of Chun Mo and also placed the milk and eggs aside. Chun Mo raised his eyes and looked at her. "You don't want to eat yourself?" Joya shook her head slightly. "I don't have much appetite." Chun Mo pointed to the eggs and milk on the table and said, "Eat this." Joya had no choice but to obediently pick up the eggs and milk. Just as the two were preparing to have breakfast, the sound of high heels stepping on the floor came from outside the door. Joya did not close the door when she came in. The person knocked on the door lightly with his slender fingers and then walked in. Chun Mo. Suyun's voice stopped abruptly. She was holding the same breakfast as before, but she saw the noodles that Chun Mo was about to eat. There is also a beautiful woman with elegant temperament next to Chun Mo. Su Yun and Joya, the two women had never met before. They don't know each other. But the moment Su Yun saw Joya, she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis and alertness in her heart. Just like a radar, it detected the danger of the woman in front of it and automatically sounded the alarm. The moment Joya saw Su Yun, she was slightly startled. I was surprised by the other person's beauty, temperament, and perfect figure. This woman is the kind that every woman can't help but fall in love with. The two women looked at each other and automatically ignored Chun Mo standing aside. The look in their eyes, which only women could understand, was a kind of Shura lightning. Chun Mo. As soon as Su Yun opened his mouth, Chun Mo instantly went from being a spectator to the center of this Ashura battle. 060, the vinegar-smelling knife. Chun Mo also felt the breath of danger at this time, especially from Su Yun's delicate face. Her smile faded and her eyes became cold. Chun Mo had never seen Su Yun be so unfriendly. Su. Chun Mo just happened to speak. Su Yun showed a gentle and generous smile, nodded slightly toward Joya, and said, "Hello." Joya didn't know Su Yun's identity, nor did she know what her relationship with Chun Mo was. However, he was able to come home so early in the morning and brought breakfast for Chun Mo. It could be basically judged that this beautiful woman may have an unusual relationship with Chun Mo. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little frightened. She must not offend her. "Hello." Joya smiled kindly and nodded slightly. "I'm Chun, boss's secretary, Su Yun." Su Yun revealed her identity herself. Joya did not change her attitude just because Su Yun said she was Chun Mo's secretary. "I'm Joya." At this time, Joya didn't know how to introduce herself. She subconsciously looked at Chun Mo, her bright eyes writing 3 words. "How do you say it? How do you say it?" "I'm also the boss's secretary." "Yes, I am responsible for his daily life. A personal secretary." Chun Mo was just about to rescue her. Joya was a smart woman who arranged a position for herself. Personal secretary? She looked at Chun Mo carefully, hoping that he was not angry because of her self-assertion. Chun Mo's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Personal secretary? Su Yun's delicate eyebrows raised slightly, and she looked at Chun Mo and said, "The boss works so hard every day, he really needs a personal secretary. I'll have to trouble Secretary Zhou from now on." Su Yun said she was bothering Secretary Zhou, but her eyes were always on Chun Mo. "Chun Mo." "Joya, no, it's my duty." "Is Aunt Su angry?" "No, are you jealous?" "TSK, this jealous look is quite special." Chun Mo sensed a hint of jealousy that Su Yun was trying hard to hide. "Then I won't bother the boss, and your personal secretary for now." Su Yun's words immediately made her jealous, and she couldn't hide it at all. She tried her best, but in the end, it didn't collapse. After all, if she didn't say it, Su Yun would probably have difficulty breathing today. Su Yun turned around and was about to leave. "Auntie Su, you're not going to give me that powder?" Chun Mo's voice gradually became quieter, because Su Yun stopped and looked at him with a smile in her eyes. But this smile was full of vinegar knife. "Boss, I think you should just eat what your secretary buys for you." Su Yun left with a sly smile in her eyes. How could she not know who Joya was? Lin Hao's mother. Of course, she had to put some pressure on Chun Mo. Otherwise, what would happen if he was really captured by Joya? After all, she is indeed very attractive. Su Yun thought of Chun Mo's panicked look and found it quite interesting. She is actually no longer at the age where little girls get jealous. If your mindset is different, your attitude will be different. But I still feel a little unhappy. She couldn't deceive herself about this. Chun Mo watched Su Yun leave, feeling somewhat guilty. He turned around and saw Joya looking at Chun Mo with an apologetic look in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she had a pitiful temperament. I had no choice just now. I was afraid that Secretary Su would misunderstand me. So I just said something nonsense about the position. Nonsense? This was not nonsense. Chun Mo suspected that she had planned this for a long time. But it doesn't matter. Since we have chosen to let her stay temporarily, then giving her a new position would be a legitimate reason. If Chun Mo remembered correctly, Joya's score in the system was over 90 points. In other words, she is a master-level employee. This is a great reward. Chun Mo satisfied her little thought. "Okay, you will be in this position in the future." Joya was pleasantly surprised, as this brought her closer to Chun Mo. Improve the relationship between the two and make Chun Mo satisfied sooner. Try to get Lin Hao out as soon as possible, otherwise he will suffer a lot in the detention center. Good. Zhouya suppressed her smile and nodded slightly. Bye. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a master-level employee. Get reward, master-level treasure chest. Do you want to enable it? Chen Mo opened the treasure chest without hesitation. Open the master-level treasure chest and get a monetary reward of 1 million. Get master-level sports skills. Whether it's running or playing ball, as long as it's related to sports, you have master-level abilities. The skills that came out of this master's treasure chest are quite average. After all, he already had perfect level of physical strength. In this case, one's athletic ability must be pretty good. Overall, this sports skill is still useful. After all, many sports still require talent, plus daily hard training to reach a certain level. This 1 million monetary reward is still very important to Chen Mo. My main task is to reach tens of millions in assets. Not only are there points rewards, but there's also an achievement title reward of multimillionaire. When Chen Mo thought of this, he immediately checked his assets. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 16 points, normal. Skills, photographic memory, master voice, master cooking, marketing master, master sports. Reputation, 787 obtains the title, business newbie. Assets, 9.858 million yuan, ranked second in Qingyang County. Obtained title, millionaire, business popularity bonus 10%. Business newbie, business popularity bonus 8%. The assets are only less than 150,000 away from breaking 10 million. Your main mission can be completed. There's also a side quest to become the richest man in the county. If you want to surpass this richest man, your assets will probably need to exceed 10 million. My current cash flow should be more than 5 million. But there is still a long way to go to support Zhou Yin in successfully building a complete mobile phone industry. Chen Mo stretched and looked at Zhouya beside him. He was in a good mood. I'm going to work. You can do whatever you want. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he walked straight out the door and headed toward the office. Zhouya did not do anything on her own, but followed Chen Mo, walking closely. Her curvy figure was matched by the slim white dress and black high heels. With every step she took, an air of elegance emanated from her. I have to say that if Zhouya really were to be a living secretary, she would be very suitable. 061 bullied again. In the secretary's office, Zhouya greeted Shenbing, by Ruashi and others with a gentle and elegant smile. She also bought everyone's favorite milk tea and some other snacks. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Chen Mo was in his office, glancing at Zhouya, who had just returned from socializing next door. Zhouya immediately poured a glass of water and placed it on Chen Mo's desk. Drink some water. Then he took out a stack of money from his bag. This is compensation, 20,000. I won't bother you anymore. This is my number. After Zhouya finished speaking, she wrote down her cell phone number and put it on Chen Mo's desk. She had just gotten Chen Mo's cell phone number by Ruashi. Then I'll go first. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Zhouya walked with her long, beautiful legs, turned around, and was about to leave the office. When I reached the door, I heard Chen Mo's voice behind me. Call Secretary Su over. Okay. Zhouya smiled and answered crisply, then walked towards the next office. Su Yin was concentrating on her work at this time. Hearing the footsteps at the door, she could already tell whose footsteps they were. After all, she and Shun Bing are the only ones wearing high heels here. And now, there's one more person, Zhouya. The sound of Zhouya's walking gave off a sense of the enchanting and charming feeling of a noble lady. Secretary Su, the boss wants to see you. Zhouya looked at Su Yun with a smile. Yes, thank you. Su Yun nodded in reply. Zhouya smiled and nodded in response, then turned around and left gracefully. The feeling between the two was polite and respectful, but there was also an invisible sense of distance. Su Yun stood up and walked to the door of Chun Mo's office and knocked. Come in. Chun Mo's voice rang out. Su Yun pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a professional short skirt, exuding the aura of a professional queen. Boss, what can I do for you? She asked with a faint smile on her face. At this time, there was no sign of jealousy on her part. Chun Mo smiled and said, Aunt Su, this is the compensation that Lin Hao's family gave us. We will replace the broken machines and buy some new gadgets. Su Yun hummed lightly. I have already made an order with the manufacturer yesterday. Here is the order form. Please sign it. She handed the list in her hand to Chun Mo. Chun Mo was signing. Su Yun continued, The second milk tea shop in the city has already started renovations. If you have time, you need to send someone to take a look. Okay, I'll go when I'm free. Chun Mo nodded. Boss, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll leave first. Su Yin had a businesslike attitude and adhered to her duties as a secretary. There is none left. Before Chun Mo finished speaking, Su Yin turned and walked toward the door. When she was about to open the door, Chun Mo hugged her in his arms. Ah! Su Yin let out a soft cry, and her beautiful eyes looked at Chun Mo with a hint of reproach. Boss, isn't this a bad thing for you? Boss! Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Secretary Su, what's wrong with me doing this? Su Yin pursed her red lips and said, What do you think? Chun Mo nodded. This is indeed not good. Su Yin didn't expect Chun Mo to agree with her point of view. She snorted and said proudly, You know it's not good, but you still do it. Chun Mo put his arm around her waist and pressed her against the door, blocked her jealous words. Su Yin's pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she used this trick again. When he couldn't win the argument with Chun Mo, he used this trick to deal with him. The main thing is that he is effective every time. About 10 minutes later, Su Yin's jealousy has basically been eliminated. You be careful not to be seen by Bing Bing and the others. They are so bold. Su Yin glanced out the office window in panic and spat softly. She was really afraid of being discovered. It's a bit embarrassing to talk about office romance. Annie Su, why is your face so red? Chun Mo asked in a puzzled manner. Su Yin. She lightly hit Chun Mo's hand that was around her waist in annoyance and said, You're asking even though you know the answer. Let go. I'm going to work. Chun Mo let go reluctantly. Go to the city quickly and be careful on the road. Ah? Before Su Yin could finish her words, she was taken advantage of again. She glared at Chun Mo in shame and anger, then ran out of Chun Mo's office with a red face. What just happened between the two of them perfectly illustrates the word flirting. Chun Mo looked at Su Yin's curvy back and couldn't help but smile. Then he went downstairs and drove to the city. The milk tea shop next to the third GKD store is currently under renovation in full swing. The person in charge of the decoration is Lao Yu. He now has a lot of experience as they are responsible for most of these stores. Old Yu did a pretty good job with these workers. At least at this stage, it can barely meet Chun Mo's requirements. Mr. Chun, when Old Yu saw Chun Mo coming, he greeted him with a simple smile. Now that you are here, let's see if we still pack it like the one in the county. Chun Mo nodded slightly and walked into the shop. The layout is basically the same, but some places can be slightly modified. The service area bar can be changed to a fully enclosed one, and the rest area over here can be made more spacious. In the back area, a bookshelf can be made. Old Yu held the notebook in his hand and carefully took note of the places that Chun Mo mentioned that needed to be revised. Mr. Chun, don't worry. We will definitely make the changes according to your instructions. Well, thank you for your hard work, everyone. Chun Mo went to the third GKD store on the other side. The store is still as popular among young people as usual. Chun Mo. A clear and smooth voice sounded. Chun Mo looked back and found that it was Lu Qingxian, a tall lady with a pair of long, beautiful legs. She has an outstanding appearance, a curvy figure, and an elegant and sexy temperament that is unforgettable. Lu Qingxian. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Come and eat something? Yeah, I come here basically once a day. I'm a super loyal customer of your store. Lu Qingxian raised her delicate chin slightly as she spoke. Chun Mo smiled and said, Thank you for your care. You're welcome. Didn't you help me last time? Lu Qingxian said as she walked to the bar and started ordering. What do you want to eat? It's my treat. Chun Mo smiled and said casually, You are so polite. You don't want me to take the bullet for you again, do you? Lu Qingxian was slightly stunned, her red lips slightly parted, and she asked in surprise, How did you know? Chun Mo, goodbye. Chun Mo turned around and was about to leave, but Lu Qingxian immediately grabbed his hand. Oh, don't be impatient, Mr. Chun. Lu Qingxian's royal sister voice suddenly became soft, and she looked at Chun Mo like a spoiled child. Chun Mo, what's going on? Yu Luo is practicing dual cultivation, right? 062, the clown, is me. Lu Qingxian said seriously, Come on, let's eat first. I want to tell you something very important. It's a matter of great importance. Seeing that she was speaking so seriously, Chun Mo couldn't help but become interested. Follow her and sit down at the window seat. Chun Mo said, Tell me, what is the important matter? Lu Qingxian moved closer to Chun Mo, and a scent of perfume came over her. She whispered, You have a rival. Chen Mo looked at her in confusion. What opponent? Lu Qingqian's beautiful eyes radiated wisdom as she said, the shop next door is going to open a beverage store. I heard it's very famous in Qingyang County. If they open it next to yours, isn't it just to steal your business? Isn't such important information worth a fortune? Chen Mo, thank you so much for telling me such great news. However, there is no need to doubt Lu Qingqian's good intentions. It's just that her business sense doesn't seem to be that strong. Chen Mo replied calmly with one word. Oh. Lu Qingqian was dissatisfied with Chen Mo's indifferent attitude. If you don't take others seriously, be careful that your business will be snatched away by others. Don't you understand the principle that pride will lead to failure? Well, this also involves the art of war. It seems that he has read a lot of books. Chen Mo said in a bad mood, just grab all of them. Lu Qingqian's face turned red with anger. As a teacher, she couldn't stand this kind of student who knew he was wrong but refused to correct it. A child cannot be taught. A rotten wood cannot be taught. But before Lu Qingqian could finish her words, the contractor, Lao Yu, pushed the door open and walked straight towards Chen Mo when he saw him. Lu Qingqian also knew Lao Yu, and she got the information from him. Lu Qingqian spoke to Chen Mo in a low voice with annoyance. This guy is the foreman of the renovation over there. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. Before she finished her words, Old Yu came to Chen Mo with a smile on his face and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, I knew you were still here. There's another small question. We need to add a decorative light to the east corner of our store, right? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Well, for something like the top of your head, you need to reserve enough space. Old Yu nodded repeatedly. Okay, don't worry then. I won't bother you anymore. Old Yu said this and finally gave a smile to Lu Qingqian, who was standing beside him with wide eyes and a look of astonishment. Lu Qingqian was indeed stupid. What did this guy just call Chen Mo? Mr. Chen. You. Lu Qingqian stuttered and pointed at Old Yu who was leaving, then looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled look. What's yours? Are you the owner of the shop next door? You own that famous beverage store? You. Then why didn't you say it just now? Lu Qingqian's face turned red again. This guy, he just didn't say anything. It's obvious that he just wanted to laugh at his own joke. You didn't let me say it either. Chen Mo smiled and spread his hand slightly. Lu Qingqian. I really admire this old man. However, Lu Qingqian suddenly had an idea in her mind. Then you know that the landlord of the shop next door is a beautiful lady, right? Chen Mo. Ahem, beautiful lady? Lu Qingqian smiled slightly. Well, I have seen it. Wait, you can't have never seen it before when you rent a shop. She reacted. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Not only had they met before, but they also had a special relationship. However, the topic was not discussed further. Lu Qingqian snorted lightly, then immediately went to buy food. She had a lot of things in her hands, basically everything. Eat it. This is clearly an attempt to bribe Chen Mo. I dare not eat this. Chen Mo waved his hand. Lu Qingqian bit her red lips lightly. I treat you as a friend. Is this all you have? Chen Mo smiled and said, I am an innocent man. If I take the bullet for you, what if my girlfriend finds out? Lu Qingqian raised her eyebrows slightly. You have a girlfriend? Chen Mo didn't comment. Yeah. Lu Qingqian narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, You are a bad boy. You are in love at such a young age. Humph. After she finished speaking, she opened the hamburger bag and took a big bite, as if to vent her unhappiness. Chen Mo smiled faintly, picked up a burger, and said leisurely, Why don't you date while you're still young, or wait until you are as old as Miss Lu? The hamburger in Lu Qingqian's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Even Chen Mo's words broke his defense. Like a kitten protecting its food, it stretched out its paw and said, You are not allowed to eat this. Fisk, are we friends? Is that all you have? Chen Mo asked back, applying what he had learned. Lu Qingqian was speechless. I was badly bullied by Chen Mo. Then I thought about how I had been single for 27 years and had never experienced the pain of love. She couldn't help but feel the blood rushing up, and if she was angered by Chen Mo again, she might vomit blood. Lu Qingqian paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask curiously, Is your girlfriend your classmate? Chen Mo shook his head, picked up the burger, and took a bite. No. Lu Qingqian continued to guess. Is that your schoolmate? Chen Mo had already finished a few bites of the burger in his hand. Not really. He's not a classmate. He's not an alumnus. So he could be your teacher. Lu Qingqian couldn't help but complain. Chen Mo smiled slightly, picked up another chicken leg, and sighed. Miss Lu, Don't say such nonsense. Forget it, as if no one wants to know. Lu Qingqian complained nonchalantly. No one really wants to know. Chen Mo smiled faintly and finished most of his French fries. By the time Lu Qingqian finished eating the hamburger and picked up the empty paper bags, she felt numb. You're a really good boss. Lu Qingqian gritted her teeth and gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. Leave. Lu Qingqian walked away angrily with a pair of straight, long legs. Chen Mo looked at her back, smiled, and burped. I feel like I'm being a bit unfair. In the next few days, Chen Mo will be in Qingyang City to supervise the completion of the second Dongyun milk tea store. On the second day, Zhouya learned that Chen Mo was supervising in Qingyang City. She rushed over immediately. In order to save Chen Mo from the trouble of driving back and forth, Zhouya asked Chen Mo to go to her house to rest tonight. Use this to test the boss? Chen Mo thought about it and finally decided to go, mainly because it suddenly rained heavily at night. I could barely see the road while driving, not to mention driving on the highway. Even in the city, Chen Mo always drove slowly, and many cars were even parked on the side of the road. Chen Mo drove slowly to the place Zhouya mentioned. This is still a residential area. In this era, residential areas are extremely rare. Judging from the road location, the housing prices here should not be cheap. Chen Mo drove and stopped at the gate of the community. At first glance, I saw a graceful, mature, and beautiful woman standing at the door. Zhouya. 063, I can't wait. Zhouya has a plump figure, and the charm of a mature lady is fully reflected in her. Her fair skin still glows even at night. The lady, who has been pampered for so many years, has reached the peak state of a woman in all aspects. She has a curvy figure, and today she is dressed rather conservatively, wearing slim jeans and a white short t-shirt. Despite her ordinary and conservative outfit, her figure is still eye-catching. That's talent. Some people are just born that way. When she saw Chen Mo driving to the door, she immediately ran over quickly with an umbrella. Zhouya opened the passenger door, folded her umbrella, and sat in. Boss! Zhouya panted and took a deep breath. Her extremely plump upper body rose and fell, and the scene was spectacular. Her long black hair was wet with rain, and her short t-shirt was also soaked by the rain. Chen Mo glanced at her and said, "Why are you waiting at the door?" Zhouya smiled and said softly, "I'm afraid you won't be able to find my house." Her gentle appearance makes it easy for people to feel pity for her. Go in here, turn left, and go to the right-hand side of the innermost corner. Zhouya directed Chen Mo in which direction to drive. There is no sign of the rain tonight letting up. It's even getting heavier. The car drove to the downstairs of Zhouya's house, parked the car, and Zhouya got out first. She quickly walked to Chen Mo's driving seat, holding an umbrella and waiting for Chen Mo to get out of the car. She did a great job in her duties as a personal secretary. Chen Mo opened the car door and got out. Zhouyan's umbrella immediately shielded Chen Mo from the rain, but her umbrella seemed a little too small. When she gave the umbrella to Chen Mo, she could only move closer to Chen Mo. The body odor on her body is particularly fragrant. I don't know if it's my own scent or the scent of perfume. The two walked quickly to the gate. Zhouya put away her umbrella, second floor. She walked in front, her slender waist and raised hips swaying left and right as she walked. Her back at this moment was extremely beautiful. However, Chen Mo discovered that half of her body was wet with rain. She probably wanted to prevent Chen Mo from getting wet in the rain so much that she basically didn't hold an umbrella. Going upstairs, Zhouya took out the key from her pocket and opened the door. She walked into the house first, looked around, and found that there were no slippers suitable for Chen Mo. She lives here alone. Lin Hao and his father Lin Fifan actually were the same pair of pants. Lin Hao admires his father's status in the underworld. When the younger brothers meet each other, they have to bow their heads and call him big brother. One phone call can call a lot of brothers. So he did the same thing in school, recruiting younger brothers and acting arrogantly in the school without any scruples. With such behavior, naturally no one dared to mess with him, which also led to him becoming more and more arrogant and lawless. Zhouya wanted to discipline Lin Hao, but she was powerless. Lin Hao didn't listen to her at all and did what he wanted. Later on, he basically stopped coming to her place. He didn't like to answer her calls and even avoided Zhouya. Lin Hao just kept following Lin Fifan and became worse and worse, until Chen Mo sent him into an orange. At this time, Zhouya could only take a pair of her own slippers and put them at Chen Mo's feet. Carefully he asked, can you wear mine? Chinamo looked at the women's slippers under his feet. It's okay. When Joya heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately squatted at his feet and took off his shoes. At this moment, she looked like a maid in ancient times, humble and docile. Boss, what size are your shoes? Joya asked softly while taking off Chinmo's shoes. 44. Chinmo is 182 centimeters tall, with a tall and straight figure, firm facial features, and the temperament of a handsome man. Joya is 168 centimeters tall, and her shoes are probably around size 38. Chinmo could only fit half of his foot in, which was quite funny. Joya couldn't help but smile as she looked at it. She planned to buy a pair for Chinmo when she had time. No, tomorrow. Actually, the house should be fairly clean, so it's okay not to wear shoes. Joya said softly. Chinmo looked at the clean floor and said, then don't wear it. Joya turned on the light in the bathroom. Take a shower first? You'll sleep more comfortably. Yeah. Chinmo nodded slightly. Joya turned and walked towards another room, which looked like her bedroom. After a while, she came out again, holding a red bath towel in her hand. This looks like it should be her own bath towel. I only have one at home for my use. It's been raining heavily today, so I don't have time to buy some. Joya explained softly. Chinmo looked at the towel in her hand, took it, and said, it's okay, I don't dislike you. Joya, she couldn't help biting her red lips lightly. I'm really angry, but dare not speak out. Chinmo entered the bathroom, where there was a faint fragrance that was quite feminine. After rinsing, Chinmo took a breath of relief and felt a lot cleaner. Joya's bath towel also had a fragrance. This smell, Chinmo had smelled it just now. It was her body fragrance. It really is the bath towel she uses herself. Chinmo coughed lightly, hung up the bath towel, and then left the bathroom. Joya was not seen in the living room. A noise came from next door to the living room. Chinmo walked over and saw that Joya was preparing to cook. This reminded Chinmo of the dark food she made that morning. What? Well, I think it's so late. You must be hungry, so I'll give you something to eat. Joya said somewhat unconfidently. She will do it, but there is no guarantee that it will taste good. Being able to cook without getting mushy is considered a success. She really has no talent for cooking. Even though she has been trying hard to learn this knowledge in the past few days, it is still a mess. Chinmo looked at her clothes that were still wet with rain and couldn't help but say, go wash them first, don't catch a cold. A smile flashed in Joya's eyes. Is this considered caring about me? She agreed softly. Okay then, the noodles are almost ready. Just help me clean up the mess. After Joya finished speaking, she walked quickly towards the bathroom with her long, beautiful legs and a hint of joy. Chinmo looked at her back, chuckled, and shook his head. Is it so easy to be happy? At the same time, steam was rising from the noodles in the pot. This side, Chinmo sighed lightly. It seemed that he needed to remedy the situation himself. Otherwise, I really can't eat this noodle. I'd better try not to let her into the kitchen in the future. The most important process in making noodles is to get the right degree of rawness and cookedness. If they're too raw, they will be too hard, and if they're too cooked, they'll be too soft. Both of these situations will result in a bad taste. Since Chinmo acquired master-level cooking skills, he has learned all this knowledge on his own and has mastered it. After a while, after Joya finished washing, she came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a black nightgown. There was a huge contrast between her snow-white skin and the black lace dress. As soon as she came out, she smelled a special fragrance. Joya felt her appetite rising instantly, and she swallowed subconsciously. She saw the noodles on the dining table at a glance. Homemade noodles? It smells so good. As expected of me, once I put my heart into learning, my cooking skills have improved rapidly. I'm so hungry just by smelling this. 064, is it a dream or reality? Joya walked to the dining table with her long, beautiful legs as white as snow. Some green onions were also added to the noodles. The light scent of onions makes the noodles smell even more fragrant. However, Joya still felt that this was all her own credit. After all, she was the one who gave the noodles. Chinmo brought out another bowl of noodles from the kitchen. Eat it. Chinmo sat down next to her. Joya couldn't wait any longer, so she picked up the bowl and started eating. At this time, she seemed to have no regard for her image as an elegant lady. The rich aroma made her pick up a full handful of food with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Oh, wow! Joyame's eyes were filled with shock and even some confusion. So delicious. I did it. Am I that awesome? Joya picked up another piece of food with chopsticks in disbelief. Wow. Joya squinted her eyes in enjoyment this time. It's so delicious. It was comparable to, no, it was the first time in her life that she had eaten such delicious noodles. The taste buds feel an unprecedented satisfaction. Boss, please try the noodles I made. They are really delicious. Joya looked at Chun Mo excitedly and said, Chun Mo, good boy, it's your fault. Chun Mo picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, took a sip, and it tasted really good. The master-level cooking skills are truly amazing. Even if I just become a cook in the future, I can probably make a lot of money. How about it? Joya looked at Chun Mo expectantly, waiting for praise. Yeah, it's really good. Chun Mo nodded slightly with a smile. Joya couldn't help smiling after receiving Chun Mo's affirmation and praise. She lightly touched the black hair beside her ear with her slender fingers. Then eat more. If it's not enough, I'll get you more. Joya was full of confidence at this time. Chun Mo. Further down, there is no need for that. That's enough. I hope Joya won't be too sad when she finds out the truth. Then I'll make it for you tomorrow morning. Joya was very motivated at this time, even a little impatient. Chun Mo. You can escape tonight, but you can't escape tomorrow morning. After the two finished their noodles, Joya cleaned up the table and then glanced at Chun Mo, who was sitting in the living room. She pondered and glanced at the wine on the wine cabinet. But when she thought about how Chun Mo rejected her that night, her heart sank again. It's not the right time yet. We must strike again with the one-hit kill effect. But tonight, we can give a try first. Joya thought of this and walked towards the living room. Boss, it's getting late. Why don't you go to bed early? Chun Mo yawned, stood up, and followed Joya. I have always lived alone at home. There are no quilts in other rooms. Joya couldn't help but pause as she spoke, her eyes lowered with a hint of shame in them. It's just my bedroom. I have everything for now. You can sleep in my room. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. I sleep in your room? What about you? Joya bit her red lips lightly and said pitifully, I can just sleep on the sofa. She looks so pitiful that few men can help but sympathize with her. Okay, the sofa seems pretty good. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he turned and went into the bedroom, leaving Joya with her mouth wide open in shock. No, he just went in. This sofa seems pretty good. Why don't you sleep on the sofa? Such a cold-blooded and heartless man. The beauty trap is of no use to him? Joya took a deep breath and looked down at her clothes. Doesn't this appeal to him at all? Could it be that he doesn't like women? Or maybe he thinks he is older than him? No. As a woman, Joya was keenly aware that there was something wrong with Chun Mo's attitude towards his secretary Sue. Although Sue Yun is extremely beautiful and has a figure that is perfect and makes people's blood boil. But Joya doesn't think she is worse than Sue Yun. Maybe it's because my strength is not enough? Joya bit her red lips lightly, struggling with whether she should continue. She was afraid of making things worse. She had finally managed to narrow the distance between her and Chun Mo tonight, and if she was too radical, it would backfire. She decided to hold off for the time being. After Chun Mo entered the room, he smelled the fragrance again. There's also the scent of Joya here. There's really a big difference between women and men. This is especially obvious with Joya. Everything related to her has a pleasant fragrance. Natural body odor? Chun Mo lay down on the bed, and sure enough, the pillows smelled fragrant. Smelling this fragrance, people's mood becomes happier and more relaxed. This fragrance even has a certain hypnotic effect. Not long after Chun Mo lay down, he felt sleepy and slowly fell asleep. In the dream, Chun Mo felt something crawling into his arms. The next day, the sun is shining. A hint of warmth shines through the glass into the bedroom. Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes and felt something was wrong. When he looked down, he found a woman in his arms. Joya. Chun Mo looked at her with some surprise. At this time, Joya also woke up and slowly opened her eyes. The moment she looked at Chun Mo, she blushed and said guiltily, Boss, you're awake. I didn't sleep well on the sofa last night. I'm used to sleeping here, so I ran back in the middle of the night. Chun Mo, I'll make you breakfast. Before Chun Mo could express his dissatisfaction, Joya immediately got up, put on her slippers, and walked out quickly. Chun Mo looked at her leaving back and couldn't help but recall the dream he had last night. No, was that a dream last night? Why does it feel like this is really happening? Could it be that I really hit her? It's hard to say. I can't see myself leaving her mark. At the same time, Joya was happily humming the popular song, Fairy Tale. What happened last night seems to be firmly imprinted in my heart and cannot be forgotten. When she woke up this morning, she seemed to feel that Chun Mo was not so resistant to her anymore. I hope that after Chun Mo eats my noodles this morning, his liking for me will continue to grow. When Joya thought of this, she was immediately filled with anticipation. 065, the eldest brother, is in prison. It is his duty to take care of the eldest sister-in-law. After Chanamo got up and washed up, he found that Joya had already cooked the noodles and brought them to the dining table. Boss, the noodles are ready. Would you like to try some? Joya looked at Chun Mo with anticipation in her eyes. Chun Mo looked at the noodles that were already a little mushy and said, "How about you eat it first?" Joya raised her eyebrows slightly. Seeing Chun Mo's fear of being poisoned, someone who didn't know would think that her lower body tasted terrible. "I'll eat." Joya picked up a large piece of noodles with chopsticks, took a sip, and sucked all the noodles into her mouth. A moment, Joya's beautiful eyes widened, and the next second, she covered her mouth and ran straight to the trash can. Ugh, Chun Mo. After Joya vomited, she came back and looked at the noodles on the table, feeling a little confused. "Is this the noodles you made yourself?" "That's not right. It was so delicious last night." "How come the noodles I made tasted so bad after one night?" There was a big look of confusion in Joya's eyes. How could this happen? What went wrong? Joya was puzzled. Chun Mo tried to hold back his laughter and said, "How about we go out to eat?" Joya was a little skeptical. "Please wait for me for a while." She turned and went back into the kitchen. It seems that he won't give up. 10 minutes later, Joya spat out the noodles she had just put in her mouth again. Chun Mo really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Get out of the way." At this time, Chun Mo was very skilled in boiling water, chopping green onions, and then all the movements are done in one go, and even have a certain aesthetic appeal. Joya was watching from the side, stunned. Chun Mo will be down there. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall what happened last night. She was the one who cooked the noodles first, but she didn't know what Chun Mo did afterwards. It looks like he just added a scallion, but after going through his hands, the taste of the noodles is completely different from what I made in the past. A scent similar to last night's began to fill the kitchen. Joya's beautiful eyes lit up. "It's just what I want. That's the taste." Now, if she didn't understand what was going on, she would be really stupid. Joya looked at Chun Mo's back, and there was a different light in her eyes. "Try it." Chun Mo put a bowl of noodles in front of her. Joya nodded repeatedly, somewhat impatiently. She took a big bite, and the next second, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Ugh, that's the taste." Joya showed an expression of enjoyment on her face. At the same time, the doorbell suddenly rang outside the door. Joya glanced at the door in confusion. Who is it so early in the morning? Joya walked towards the door with her long, round, white jade-like legs. The door opened. Outside the door was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, a big belly, and a tattoo on his arm with the words loyalty and righteousness written on it. You can tell at first glance that this is a social villain who values loyalty. The moment a pair of squinty eyes saw Joya, they immediately revealed a row of yellow teeth from an old smoker and said with a flattering smile, "Sister-in-law, I knew you were home. Look, I brought you some local specialties from the countryside. Here is an old hen. It will nourish you greatly." The middle-aged man said this and walked into the house naturally. "Sister-in-law, I heard that my brother went in." When he said the last three words, his voice suddenly lowered, with a hint of suppressed excitement in his eyes. "Don't worry, my brother has a way. He might be released in a few days." Joya responded calmly, and her beautiful eyes glanced at what he was holding. "Lao Hei, you should take the food back. I don't want to eat this." "Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite to me? My brother is in jail now, but we brothers should help him take care of his family. That's our duty and obligation." The middle-aged man, called Lao Hei by Joya, patted his chest with a righteous look on his face. If he hadn't looked at Joya's hot body with lustful eyes when he said this, it would have been a little more believable. There is no need to say much about Joya's beauty. No matter which aspect, it is enough to attract men. This old black man is naturally one of them. He had not been so bold before. After all, Lin Fifan was there. Even though the two have been divorced for more than 10 years, no man dares to covet her. At most, I'm secretly jealous. Everyone knows that the two divorced because Joya threatened to commit suicide. Lin Fifan has said, "I am divorced from Joya, but whoever dares to be with her will never see tomorrow's sunrise." Of course, there are people who don't know about this. There was a young businessman who was stunned by Joya's beauty when he saw her for the first time, and then he started to pester her. This matter became known, and Lin Fifan was told. The next day, this young man's business was ruined and his leg was broken, so he was sent directly to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, and was rescued. Otherwise, you really won't see the sun tomorrow. After this happened, no one dared to take the risk again. Joya has been single for more than 10 years, and she has gradually gotten used to being alone. Do some maintenance every day, travel, go shopping, and live a wonderful life as a lady. Until a few days ago, Lin Hao got into trouble, and Lin Fifan was also investigated. Now people in the underworld are saying that Lin Fifan is unlikely to get out this time. Many people who had been persecuted by him jointly provided evidence. He cannot escape death. Those who got the news and were ambitious began to prepare to take over. He has no ambition, but has lustful intentions, so he came to his eldest sister-in-law's house to take over. Lao He looked at Joya with his squinting eyes and a lewd smile. Sister-in-law, I heard that my nephew is also in prison. Don't worry, I have a few acquaintances in the detention center who can take care of my nephew. Joya frowned and said calmly, Then let me thank you on behalf of Lin Hao. Lao He said with a grin, Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite to me? We are all family, and it is my duty to take care of my nephew. By the way, sister-in-law, you have to accept these things. They are all from me. Sincerely. Lao He said this with a pair of affectionate eyes. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, you could only deal with it. She was ready to send him away and pointed to the floor at the door and said, Then put it here. Lao He put down his things and didn't even think about leaving. The eldest brother went in. My sister-in-law is free now. She has been alone for so many years. You say she doesn't want to find someone. Lao He thought about it and couldn't help but feel excited. Sister-in-law, I came in a hurry and my mouth is a little dry. Lao He's eyes were fixed on the white and tender skin on Joya's chest, revealing the mature and sophisticated figure of a mature woman. She got up early today, and as soon as she woke up, she was eager to make noodles for Chinamo. I didn't even have time to change out of my nightgown from last night. Lao He couldn't take his eyes off it. Joya frowned at this time. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave immediately. She took a deep breath and said, Then you wait here. I'll go get some water. When she finished speaking, she turned around and went to the kitchen to pour water. Lao He's eyes were red, and he said in a hoarse voice, Sister-in-law, I don't want to drink water. 066 Housie, you're in trouble. It was obvious that there was something wrong with Lao He's expression and eyes at this time. Joya took a step back cautiously and asked, What do you want to drink? Sister-in-law, my brother is gone and will never come back. You're all alone. Let Lao He take care of you for my brother. After Lao He finished speaking, he suddenly went crazy and pounced on Joya. Get out of here. Joya was shocked and angry. Fortunately, she exercises regularly to keep in shape. His reaction ability was quite good. The moment he felt something was wrong with Lao he took a step back. When he pounced towards him, he immediately dodged backwards and was able to avoid Lao He. Chunemo, save me. Joya shouted subconsciously. Chunemo, who was in the kitchen, had already heard the entire conversation between the two people at the door. It smells a bit strange. Until that sentence. Sister-in-law, I don't want to drink water. Chunemo knew that Joya was in danger. Sure enough, Joya's cry for help was immediately heard from the living room. Chunmo's physical fitness has reached the strongest and most perfect state among human beings. The reaction ability and speed are amazing. Appeared in front of Joya in an instant. Chunmo's appearance caught Lao He off guard. He never thought that there was a man in his sister-in-law's family. This man looks like a gigolo. I was at my sister-in-law's house early in the morning. Damn, did someone get there first? Suddenly Lao He was burning with jealousy. He glared at Chunemo and said viciously, Who are you, kid? What are you doing in my sister-in-law's house? Get out of here right now, or I'll beat you to death. Chunemo ignored him and held Joya's hand and pulled her up. Damn it, did you hear me talking to you? Do you know who I am? Are you looking for death? The more you talk about Lao He, the more ruthless he is in the underworld. Fighting, bluffing, and bullying are all easy for him. Shut up. Joya stood next to Chunemo, glared at Lao He, and scolded him coldly. Get out of here now. Lao He's eyes narrowed up, and he forced a smile. Sister-in-law, we are a family. Is this kid who should get out? Stop talking nonsense here. Who cares about your family? Joya replied with disdain and disgust. Do you know who he is? Joya spoke and moved closer to Chunemo. Lao He said in a low voice, Who is he? Joya naturally took Chunmo's arm, leaned against his chest, and said in a charming voice, He is my man. Lao He looked at Joya nestled in Chunmo's arms and heard her say, He is my man. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he pointed at Chunmo. He is. Damn, you dare to find a man behind my brother's back. Lao He was so angry that he pointed at Chun Mo and trembled. I have been lusting after my sister-in-law for so many years, but I have always kept it to myself. After waiting for a long time, the eldest brother finally went in and had the chance to win the beauty. Unexpectedly, someone intercepted it. Joey was also furious when he said that she was looking for a man. My choice of man is none of your business, and none of Lin Fifin's business. Get out of here. Joey said this, turned around, and took out the kitchen knife that Chun Mo had just used to cut onions, and pointed at Lao He with a threatening look. If you keep on nagging me, I'll chop you to death. Lao He looked at the kitchen knife and immediately became timid. He retreated to the door while threatening. Brother just went in, and you're like this. I'm definitely going to tell brother about this. And you kid, just wait for me. Wash your neck clean. Roll. Joey cursed angrily and then slammed the door shut. The aura of the sister-in-law holding the kitchen knife just now was quite impressive. Chun Mo looked at the kitchen knife in her hand and subconsciously took a step back. Joey was slightly stunned by his half-step back action, and then she said softly, I was just trying to scare that bastard Lao He. What are you afraid of? Luckily you came out in time, otherwise this bastard. When Joey said this, she felt angry and upset. Chun Mo took a look at her outfit and had to admit it was indeed quite hot. It's normal for Lao He to lose control. After all, he's been coveting Joya, his sister-in-law, for a long time. You go have breakfast. I have to go to the store. That old black man. Chun Mo thought that guy might come to find Joya again. If he dares to come again, I will chop him up. Joya replied coldly. Chun Mo, you should be more careful. He might bring people to cause trouble for you. Zhou Yaowei frowned and reminded. Chun Mo said calmly, Don't worry, I don't mind sending him to jail again. After hearing this, Zhou Yu was suddenly speechless. Lin Hao was sent in by Chun Mo. This was a bit heartbreaking. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he left calmly. Zhou Yu looked at his tall and straight back and couldn't help biting her red lips. She turned and walked into the restaurant, where there was a bowl of fragrant noodles on the table. Chun Mo even left a bowl of noodles for her. Zhou Yamei's eyes lit up. She sat down immediately and took a big bite impatiently. That's the taste. Just as delicious as last night. The unhappy mood just now disappeared instantly. The only way to relieve worries is to eat delicious food. However, this also shows that the noodles last night were delicious, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhou Yu sighed, then lowered her head and ate her noodles. 2 hours later, in the oranges of Qingyang County, Lao He sat in the prisoner's visiting room, waiting a little anxiously. He had just gone to the place where Lin Fifin was guarding and originally wanted to tell his eldest brother that his eldest sister-in-law had a man. But when I got there, I was told that Lin Fifin was now a suspect under strict surveillance and no visitors were allowed. Lao He could only leave in disappointment, and then, as a second choice, he came to Lin Hao's detention center. He does have some acquaintances here. In addition, Lin Hao's crime was not serious, so he can still be visited. Lao He waited anxiously for about 10 minutes. Finally, the door of the reception room slowly opened. Lin Hao walked in with a haggard look on his face. When he saw Lao He, his eyes lit up. Uncle He, why are you here? Lao He quickly stood up and said with concern, Haozi, Uncle came to see you. You have lost weight. Did you get bullied in there because you didn't eat? Lin Hao's face looked a little ugly, and he shook his head, hesitant to speak. Uncle He, I'm fine. Then, he raised his head and said expectantly, Uncle He, can I get out soon? Lao He shook his head slightly. Don't worry about this matter. Uncle He will definitely find a way to get you out as soon as possible. Lin Hao's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes became dim. Haozi, Uncle He came here this time to tell you something important. Lao He approached Lin Hao and whispered. When Lin Hao learned that he couldn't go out, he lost interest in anything Lao He said. He said weakly, What is it? Lao He hesitated to speak. Haozi, sister-in-law. When Lin Hao heard that it was about his mother, he couldn't help but look up. What happened to my mother? Lao He lowered his voice and deliberately aroused Lin Hao's curiosity. Sister-in-law, I can't tell you what she did. When Lin Hao heard what Lao He said, he immediately became anxious. Uncle He, tell me, what did my mom do? Lao He was filled with righteous indignation, anger and jealousy and said, Sister-in-law, has found a man. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? My mother. 067 wait till I come out and take care of him myself. I'm going to give my sister-in-law some local specialties today and comfort her at the same time to see if there are any blind people who would bully her. But when I went there today, I found a man in the restaurant. Lao Hei excitedly described the scene he saw truthfully. That man is obviously a useless gigolo. 90% of the time, he's after your mother's money. Your mother scolded me for that pretty boy, saying I was nosy and told me to get lost. At your mother's house early in the morning. Damn, that bastard must have succeeded. When Lin Hao heard what Lao Hei said, his face turned pale and looked very ugly. His eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Who is that bastard? Do you know him?" Lao Hei couldn't help scratching his head, recalling the description. The guy's about 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and big eyes, and looks okay. Lin Hao felt that this description was somewhat familiar. Nowhere else to identify. Lao Hei frowned, recalled carefully, and then shook his head. There is none left. Lin Hao looked at Lao Hei with cold eyes and said, "Uncle Hei, go check on that guy. It would be best if you could take a picture for me. Don't mess with him yet. Wait until I come out. I'll do it myself." When Lao Hei heard what Lin Hao said, he immediately grinned and tried to hold back his laughter. "Okay, how's he? Don't worry, I will definitely check this kid's 8 generations of ancestors clearly and wait for you to come out and deal with him." Qingyang City. Chen Mo looked at the renovation of the second milk tea shop, which was progressing smoothly, and couldn't help but wonder about the address of the third milk tea shop. Can we expand outward? At least in the provincial capital? Maybe even open one near the university you're going to? Female college students in the school are the main consumers of milk tea shops and will also be loyal customers in the future. Chen Mo planned to wait until the second store was almost ready. You can expand into new areas. It's best to get the new store ready before you go to school. Who should be assigned to do this? Aunt Sue. Chen Mo was thinking about the right candidate. Aunt Sue had a lot of things on her hands right now, and he wondered if she could spare the time. As for the others, Shun Bing is a lawyer, and she is not good at this. Zhou Yin couldn't let go of the things on her hands. As for Bai Ruashi, I don't know if she has enough time. After all, she's just a summer intern. Finally, it's Li Lu. Li Lu's ability and experience are not enough. Chen Mo scratched his head. If there's really no one there at that time, just go by yourself. Having made up his mind, Chen Mo felt more at ease. Just at this moment, the contractor Lao Yu walked in with an envious smile on his face. "Mr. Chun, there's a beautiful lady outside looking for you. She says she's your personal secretary." Chen Mo looked in the direction of the voice and saw the woman following Lao Yu. It was none other than Joya. She was carrying a food box in her hand and was here to deliver food. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that this guy cooked his own meal? If Joya did it himself, he would not be able to afford this blessing. Chen Mo stood up and walked towards Joya and came to her side. Today, Joya changed into a black slim skirt and wore a white shirt on top. She was wearing high heels, and her slender white legs were covered with black stockings. This outfit was completely different from her usual look, and she transformed from an elegant lady into a beautiful secretary. However, both outfits have their own charm. The contractor, Lao Yu standing by, was staring with his eyes wide open. But I didn't dare to look at it for too long. After taking a look, I'll lower my head in inferiority. Such a beauty, I know that I am not worthy of her. However, I can't help but envy Chinamo, as all the secretaries around him are beauties. Want to eat next door? Joya didn't know before that GKD next door also belonged to Chinamo. Now that she knew this, she felt more at home when she went to the store. Maybe it's because I'm now a member of the company. "You made it yourself?" Chinamo asked in a low voice. Joya bit her beautiful red lips lightly and said a little embarrassedly, "I made it myself. Wasn't very tasty, so I went to Bafangla to buy some more." Quite honest. However, there was nothing he could do even if she was dishonest. After all, Chinamo knew her cooking skills very well. "Boss, how about you teach me how to cook when you are free? Then I can cook for you." Joya looked at Chunemo with anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Chunemo neither agreed nor refused. "Let's talk about it when we have time." The two men talked and approached GKD. It's a hot summer day, and because GKD has air conditioning, more people come here to eat and enjoy the air conditioning than usual. Nowadays, many stores only use fans to cool down, but fans are no match for the cool air from air conditioners. The service industry is about providing services in all aspects. As long as you have an advantage in one aspect, there will be customers who like this aspect and come to visit. Chinamo and Joya sat by the window. Joya put out all the food boxes. "This is cured beef, this is spare ribs, this is chicken, this is duck." Chinamo looked at the 8 food boxes in front of him and couldn't help but look at Joya with a little surprise. Joya explained in a low voice, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered a little bit of everything. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Next time, just 2 or 3 dishes will be fine. You can eat 2. 8 dishes. 2 people can't finish it at all. Zhou distributed the remaining dishes, which had hardly been touched, to the GKD employees. Although the employees of GKD don't know who Zhou is to Chen Mo. But seeing as he can deliver food to Chen Mo, he must be a very close person. His attitude towards her also became very friendly. After delivering the meal, Zhou drove away. Chen Mo drove to GKD store too. I heard from the manager of the second store, Lin Yu, who was transferred from the first store in Qingyang County. There's a boss from another place who wants a franchise. In fact, Chen Mo has always been reluctant to give up the idea of joining the franchise. But now I want to collect funds quickly. This is one of the good ways to complete the task of becoming a multimillionaire and the richest man in a county. After all, judging from the future development trend, fast food giants like KFC also adopt this franchise business model all over the world. Chen Mo wanted to first see how much franchise fee the other party could afford. If there is less, Chen Mo will definitely not open a franchise. After about 10 minutes, Chen Mo arrived at GKD's second store. As soon as Chen Mo entered the door, Lin Yu hurried to greet him. Boss, they are here. A middle-aged couple in the hall saw Lin Yu leading Chen Mo over. He immediately put on a smile and looked at Chen Mo. Hello, boss. Hello. Chen Mo nodded slightly. The middle-aged man sighed and was surprised. I didn't expect the boss to be so young. My name is Zhang Wei, and this is my wife, Lu Lan. What's your name, boss? Chen Mo. Chen Mo sat down opposite the couple with a calm expression. Hello, Mr. Chen. My husband and I came from Fuzhou to meet a friend and pass by here. We wanted to find a place to eat. We asked passersby, and they all said that the food here is delicious, so we came here. We came over and saw that this burger shop was selling this. We tried almost everything in the shop, and it tasted great. Moreover, from my limited knowledge, this kind of fast food restaurant should be more popular in slightly larger cities. What do you think, Mr. Chen? A middle-aged man, Zhang Wei, looked at Chen Mo sincerely. Chen Mo nodded slightly. That's right. At least Zhang Wei knows his stuff. The middle-aged woman Lu Lan still has her charm and looks at Chen Mo with a gentle smile. Mr. Chen, to be honest, my husband and I want to be your franchisees. What do you think? 068, this kid is a bastard. Chen Mo said calmly. I've been considering joining the franchise. Seeing that Chen Mo was not too interested in developing the franchisee sector, Lu Lan couldn't help but say, Mr. Chen, we are really optimistic about your GKD and hope to have an opportunity for cooperation. Chen Mo smiled and said, since you two are so interested, it's not impossible, but my conditions for joining are a bit harsh. Please go ahead. Lu Lan looked at Chen Mo anxiously. Chen Mo said slowly, there are 2 ways to join. The first one is that you must have your own store, and it must be in a city. In this way, you only need to pay for the equipment and employee training costs, and we will split the final profit 50-50. The first method made the couple slightly stunned. If you want to have your own shop, you have to have it in an urban area. This one item is enough to stump 99% of people. The couple looked at each other, looking a little embarrassed. Lu Lan, Mr. Chen, what is the second way to join? Chen Mo took the water handed over by Lin Yu, took a sip, and continued. The second option is that the franchise fee for each store is 200,000, and the profit is split 30% and 70%. Zhang Wei subconsciously asked, we are 70%. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. You are 30%, and 70% is mine. This hiss. The couple looked at each other with difficulty. Chen Mo smiled and said, please think about it for a while. I'm leaving now. Chen Mo left decisively. Neither the couple reacted. Chen Mo was in complete control of the franchise negotiations. The couple was extremely passive. Moreover, Chen Mo's confidence and strength left them with no room for bargaining. Night. Chen Mo drove to Zhouya's house. At the corner downstairs of Zhouya's house, 2 people were squatting. One of them was Lao He, who came to deliver local specialties to Zhouya this morning. Next to him was a young gangster with colorfully dyed hair. The gangster was holding a camera that looked pretty good. They squatted here from afternoon to evening today. I didn't take any photos of Chen Mo in the afternoon. I only took photos of Zhouya entering and leaving the community alone in the afternoon. Not long after, she bought a lot of food and then never left the house again. Where did this pretty boy go? He wouldn't stay at home all day with my sister-in-law. Damn, what a bastard. When Lao He thought of this, his eyes spit fire, and he cursed in jealousy. Of course, it is also possible that he left in the morning. After all, he had been in Qingyang County all morning. I hope the pretty boy went out in the morning. Otherwise, if he stayed at his sister-in-law's house all day, his heart would really not be able to bear it. Brother, hey, are we still waiting? The gangster asked in a low voice. Wait, damn, I don't believe it. At this time, Lao He was thinking about his sister-in-law Zhou and the pretty boy being affectionate at home, and he felt like countless ants were crawling all over his body. It's so uncomfortable. Just when Lao He was feeling very uncomfortable, the gangster next to him also felt a little bored. He glanced at the entrance to the building and saw a tall figure coming out of the car and walking towards the building of his sister-in-law's house. He asked casually, Brother He, is that the guy? That, after Lao He asked, he took a closer look and suddenly became energetic and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, this kid didn't stay with my sister-in-law today and made me feel uncomfortable all day. That's him. Take pictures. Lao He shouted anxiously. At this time, Chen Mo's figure had disappeared at the gate of the building. Did you take a clear picture? Lao He asked anxiously. It was dark, so the picture wasn't very clear. Lao He took a look at the effect of the shooting and slapped the gangster on the head in annoyance. How can I see this clearly? Damn, isn't this kid going to sleep at my sister-in-law's place tonight? Call a few more brothers over and have them take turns guarding. We must take a picture of his face. Good. At the same time, Chen Mo came to the door and pressed the doorbell. There were brisk footsteps in the room. Who is it? Zhou's charming voice came from the room. Chen Mo. Me. The door opened immediately. Zhou changed into a set of home clothes and put on a cooking apron. She looked like a good wife and mother. Thank you for your hard work, Zhou said softly and squatted at Chen Mo's feet. She took out a pair of slippers she had bought for Chen Mo today from the shoe cabinet. She gently changed his slippers and asked softly, do they still fit? Chen Mo moved his feet and nodded slightly. Not bad. Zhou smiled. That's good. At this time, Chen Mo smelled a slightly burnt smell. Are you cooking? It's burnt. Ah. Zhou let out a soft cry and hurried to the kitchen. Chen Mo followed her to the kitchen and saw that the braised pork ribs in the pot were burnt. Zhou quickly poured out the ribs. It's over. She looked at the burnt ribs and looked at Chen Mo for help. How about you teach me how to make one? Teach you? Yes, I will study hard. After I learn it well, you can eat delicious food every day, Zhou said as she looked at Chen Mo with shining eyes. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Why do I feel like you want to steal my skills? Zhou straightened her back immediately, her upper body fierce. I want to become your disciple. Will you be my master? Can I be your apprentice? With her talent, Chen Mo felt that he would be pissed to death. I'll teach you this once. Okay, master. Zhou immediately called out in a tender and charming voice. This sound can make a person's bones soften. Chen Mo coughed lightly and started to get busy, while Zhou was also not idle and helped. But her kitchen space is not big. The two of them had some physical contact, and a wonderful atmosphere filled the kitchen. Time passed quietly, and an appetite-stimulating aroma slowly emerged from the kitchen. The braised spare ribs in the pot exude an enticing aroma. Wow, it smells so good. Zhou looked at the ribs and couldn't help but pursed her red lips, drooling wildly. Chen Mo's movements of cutting vegetables are sharp and beautiful. Zhou, who was standing by, watched with shining, beautiful eyes. Chen Mo made 4 dishes. One was braised pork ribs, one was stir-fried beef, one was braised eggplant, and one was a common vegetable in home cooking. All 4 dishes were delicious and tasty. Zhou packed up the food and placed it in front of Chen Mo, and the two sat opposite each other. Chen Mo, will you do it? Zhou bit her red lips lightly and nodded slowly with a guilty conscience. It seems like he can do it. Her expression clearly showed that her eyes said she knew how to do it, but when the time came for her to take the stage, her hands wouldn't be able to do it. But this is normal. Learning to cook is not that easy. Both of them ate very well. The food was so delicious. Zhou has always strictly maintained her figure, but after eating Chen Mo's food, she can no longer keep it off. If I continue like this, I might get fat. I need to increase my exercise tomorrow. After eating, they went to wash up and prepare to rest. At the same time, Lao He and a few gangsters were still waiting downstairs. Lao He stared at the light in Zhou's house. Over time, the kitchen lights went off, and after a while the living room lights went off as well. Is that the bedroom light on? There were no lights on elsewhere. Does that prove that? The bedroom where the sister-in-law and the gigolo sleep together. 069 impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lao Hei stared at Zhouya's bedroom on the second floor. He felt extremely complicated and depressed, and he picked up the wine and took a big gulp. However, no one cared about his feelings. At least, Zhouya wouldn't care. After she finished washing, she went straight into the thin air-conditioned quilt. It's more comfortable to sleep in your own bed. Chinamo went to wash up. Take advantage of this time to enjoy it briefly. The sofa is soft, but it is not suitable for sleeping. It will cause back pain if you sleep for a long time. My own bed is so fragrant and soft. Wait, why does it also have a special, masculine smell? Zhouya immediately thought of Chun Mo, who also slept on this quilt. Is this smell coming from him? Ba, what are you doing, shameless? Zhouya spat at herself lightly, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath to calm herself. But every time I took a deep breath, I couldn't help but smell Chun Mo's scent. Zhouya was torn between forcing herself to stay calm and being addicted to Chun Mo's hormones. At the same time, the sound of Chun Mo's footsteps was heard outside the bedroom. Zhouya immediately closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Her plump, white bust rose and fell with her breathing. Chun Mo pushed the door open and walked in, immediately seeing Zhouya, who had a graceful figure. Isn't she going to sleep on the sofa? Why are you here again? Chun Mo walked to the bedside and looked at her. Zhouya? No response. Zhouya? Zhouya? Chun Mo shouted twice in a row, and Zhouya, half asleep and half awake, whispered, Boss, I'll warm your bed for you. When I'm done, leave. Chun Mo. Do you still need a heated bed in this hot summer? But the air conditioner was on in the bedroom, so it was still quite cool. But it's not to the point where I need someone to help warm the bed. Chun Mo lay down. Now it was a question of whether he should suffer himself or let Lin Hao continue to suffer in the detention center. At the same time, Zhouya's breathing beside her gradually stabilized. Is she really asleep? Chun Mo pulled the air conditioning blanket off Zhouya and put it on himself. Zhouya, a cold-hearted man. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. There were still a few people guarding downstairs of Zhouya's house. Lao Hei looked at the dark bedroom and felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He was so restless that he could not sit still. Mad, turn off the lights. Why do they turn off the lights? We won't lie together. Work out? He knew that Zhou Yun liked fitness. Otherwise, Zhou Yun wouldn't have maintained such a good figure. Lao Hei was filled with jealousy and kicked the wall hard in frustration. Fuck hissa. Lao Hei immediately squatted in the corner, hugging his feet and groaning. Brother Hei, are you okay? You can be angry, but don't hurt yourself. Matt, Lao Hei's eyes turned red from the pain, and he almost cried. Brother Hei, why don't you go back and rest first? We'll keep an eye on this place. Okay, but you have to take turns guarding and wait for that guy to come out and take pictures of him. Brother Hei, don't worry. I will definitely get things done for you. Now that Lao Hei is gone, the other gangsters feel much more relaxed. Time passes by every second. One night passed very quickly, but the hooligans who were on duty under the trees in the community were in a miserable situation. They were bitten by mosquitoes all night and were in excruciating pain. At the same time, in Zhouya's bedroom, she slowly opened her eyes. An ray of sunlight shone on the floor. Boss, Zhouya called out softly. Chun Mo didn't react. Last night, it was Chun Mo who called her, but this morning it was she who called her Chun Mo. Chun Mo, I'm gonna go make breakfast for you. Chun Mo suddenly placed a finger on her red lips. Zhouya was slightly stunned and her body straightened. The two of them stayed like this in silence for a while. Chun Mo opened his eyes, let go of Zhouya, stood up, put on his shoes, and walked straight out of the room. Zhouya, her heart still beating fast, was left staring at the ceiling in a daze. She calmed down and immediately got up to prepare breakfast. She's going to prepare some noodles for Chun Mo to eat today. After Chun Mo finished washing up, he went to the kitchen, where Zhouya had just finished cooking the noodles. She looked at Chun Mo and whispered, Master, what should we do next? This is what Master calls me. Chun Mo could only go forward and finish it for her. After all, he had to eat breakfast too. Watch carefully, learn well, and if you don't do it next time, wait for your punishment. What kind of punishment is that? Zhouya asked in a charming voice. Chun Mo looked at her and uttered two words. Beat you. Zhouya's body trembled slightly. Okay. Chun Mo. Eat it. The two sat down and smelled the fragrance of the powder, which made them hungry. Zhouya, in particular, couldn't wait to pick up the vermicelli and took a full mouthful. My eyes lit up unconsciously. She was speechless and gave Chun Mo a thumbs up. Chun Mo. Now Zhouya is somewhat willing to follow Chun Mo. I don't know if it was my stomach that was captured by him first. The two finished their breakfast, then go out together. Chinamo was going to store to meet Zhang Wei and Lu Lan, a couple who wanted to join GKD yesterday, while Zhouyu was preparing lunch for Chinamo and exercising at the same time. The moment when the two of them walked out of the building together. The hooligans hiding under the trees on the other side suddenly had their eyes lit up. Sister-in-law is out. Fuck, it's really my sister-in-law. Mad, who is that man? Stop talking nonsense and take pictures. Keep an eye on that man and check him. The gangsters each performed their duties according to Lao Hei's instructions. Those who want to take pictures, and those who want to track follow. On the other side, Chen Mo and Zhou Yu got into their respective cars and left the community in separate ways. The gangster followed Chen Mo to GKD. Then he informed Lao Hei and Chen Mo's location. Lao Hei came over and took the photos they had taken secretly, and then asked them to continue following Chen Mo. He himself rushed to the detention center in Qingyang County. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the Qingyang County Detention Center, Lin Hao took the photo from Lao Hei. When he saw the familiar figure in the first photo, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The second one, is a side profile photo, but Lin Hao had already recognized it. His hands couldn't stop shaking with anger. In the third photo, Chen Mo and Zhou Yu come out of the gate together. Lin Hao roared with his eyes, spitting fire, threw all the photos in his hand away, and growled at Lao Hei. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mom, how could she? I don't believe it. 070, our own employees are good. Lin Hao's angry roar immediately attracted the guards. He was immediately pinned down, and the meeting ended. Lao Hei looked at the furious Lin Hao and couldn't help but sneer. Wait, little white face. On the other hand, Chen Mo has basically reached an agreement with Zhang Wei and Lu Lan and his wife about joining the franchise. The couple chose the first franchise option. Their own shops are not located on the central streets of the city, but are not far from them. It can be considered that it barely meets Chen Mo's requirements. As for the next thing, let them connect with Su Yun. When it comes to purchasing special machines and training employees, Su Yun is better and more experienced than Chen Mo. After the matter was settled, Zhang Lu and his wife insisted on inviting Chen Mo to lunch. Halfway through the meal, I received a call from Zhou Yu. She prepared the meal and prepared to serve it. After learning that Chen Mo was having dinner with a client, he hung up the phone with a little disappointment. After dinner, Chen Mo drove and took Zhang Lu and his wife to Qingyang County. Having not been back for several days, Chen Mo inexplicably felt homesick. I especially miss Aunt Su. Su Yun's beautiful figure exudes elegance and sexiness from head to toe. She appeared in front of Chen Mo with her long and beautiful legs. But it was broad daylight and there were many people around, so Chen Mo could only restrain his inner impulse. Su Yun felt the burning longing and affection in Chen Mo's eyes when he looked at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she pretended not to see Chen Mo's look. Controlling his emotions, he said in a businesslike manner, "Boss." Seeing Su Yun's calm expression, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This is Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu. You are responsible for talking to them about the franchise. Su Yun smiled and looked at Zhang Lu and his wife. Boss Zhang, Boss Lu, please come in. Secretary Su, you're welcome. The couple followed Su Yun into the supermarket. The couple first took a look at GKD outside the supermarket and saw that business was also good. However, when the two followed Su Yun into the supermarket and saw people queuing outside the milk tea shop, they were slightly stunned. What kind of store is this? Lu Lan asked in surprise. Su Yun smiled and said, This is our milk tea shop. Lu Lan's curiosity piqued. A milk tea shop? So many people are buying it. Su Yun felt calm. This is still a time when there are few people. Lu Lan was even more surprised. Is this milk tea so delicious? Su Yun smiled and said, It's okay, but everyone has different tastes, so not everyone may think it tastes good. Do you want to try it? Liu Lan nodded happily. Okay. Su Yun, let's go up first and have someone bring us up later. Lu Lan smiled and nodded. Okay. It can be seen that Lu Lan has a strong interest in milk tea shops. Chen Mo hasn't been home for a few days, but the business at home is in order, all thanks to Su Yun, the general secretary. Chen Mo watched them go upstairs. He turned around and walked out of the supermarket, then took a cup of Coke from GKD and walked out leisurely. He glanced at the dazzling sunlight and squinted his eyes slightly. There were a few hooligans on the street corner pretending to be passersby and walked into the nearby shop to buy things. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. These thugs have been following me since morning. Now I have come to the county from Qingyang City. The only people he openly hates now are Lin Hao and that old black man. Lin Hao and Lin Fifan are now squatting in the orange. Now only Lao He would ask someone to keep an eye on him. Chen Mo walked straight towards one of the gangsters with colorful hair. The gangster turned his head and pretended not to see Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood beside him and said calmly, "Tell that old black man of yours that if he wants to cause trouble for me, he can come. By the way, remember to tell him that I was the one who sent Lin Hao in." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he turned and left. When the gangster heard Chen Mo's footsteps leaving, he slowly raised his head with a grim expression and looked at his leaving back. Now everyone knows that Lin Hao was sent in by the owner of the Laojia supermarket. The hooligans don't dare to come here to cause trouble. I originally thought that the person I was following was a good-for-nothing pretty boy until they followed him to the Old Street supermarket. I realized something was wrong. I never expected that this pretty boy is the owner of Laojia supermarket, etc. The gangster discovered something incredible. This pretty boy is the one who sent Lin Hao into trouble. So why does the sister-in-law want to be with him? The gangster's face gradually turned ugly. Could it be that the sister-in-law sent Lin Hao in there on purpose? When the gangster thought of this, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he immediately called on others to go see Lao He. When Chen Mo was walking back, he received a call from Su Yun. "We have almost finished discussing GKD's joining, but now they also want to join our Dongyan. Dongyan only accepts the second way of joining for the time being. Chen Mo wants to take control of the franchisees into his own hands. To a certain extent, Chen Mo is the one holding the knife, and all franchisees must obey him in all rules. This is also a way to facilitate brand management. The importance of this rule becomes apparent when someone intentionally sabotages something." Chen Mo went straight upstairs and came to Su Yun's office. Zhang Lu and his wife have confirmed that they will join the team. It has to be said that the two of them were quite courageous and agreed to join under such conditions. Shen Bing handed them the prepared contract and franchise authorization letter for them to sign. "We will go to the bank to transfer the franchise fee of Dongyan Milk Tea right away. Then I'll go with you." Shen Bing and Su Yun took Zhang Lu and his wife to complete the subsequent procedures. This is the first franchisee. Su Yun is full of energy. They were busy until late at night and only finished their work after sending Lu Lan and her husband to the hotel. Next, we will provide guidance to franchisees on storefront decoration, employee training, and equipment procurement. Su Yun had more things to do. She walked with her long and slender legs to Chen Mo's office door and knocked lightly. "Come in." Before Chen Mo finished speaking, Su Yun pushed the door open and walked in. She looked at Chen Mo with a happy smile on her face. "Done." Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Aunt Su, you look very happy?" Su Yun tilted her delicate oval face and said with longing, "Of course I'm happy, Chen Mo. The franchise fee for this milk tea shop is 100,000. This money comes so quickly. Moreover, we get 70% of the profits. 100,000 is a lot of money in this era." Chen Mo said calmly, "Wait a few years, and you still won't be able to join with 100,000. At this time, Su Yun couldn't help but sigh that Chen Mo's mentality was as steady as a rock. His calm aura made Su Yun feel much more stable. She is different now than before. Chen Mo stood up, looked at Su Yun, and said, "It's time to get off work now." Su Yun was slightly stunned. "Huh? What happened after get off work?" Chen Mo took 2 steps at a time and walked up to her and hugged her. "Sister Yun." Su Yun's delicate body was slightly startled, and then she gently hugged Chen Mo back with her hands. She hummed softly, Chen Mo whispered in her ear, "I miss you." Su Yun's pretty face felt a little hot, and her voice trembled. "Me too. 071 no one can sleep tonight." Chen Mo and Su Yun looked at each other. Then, they both burst out laughing at the same time. "I told you not to bully people in the office." Su Yun said this and used her hand to straighten Chen Mo's collar. "I seemed a little rude just now." Chen Mo smiled and enjoyed Su Yun tidying up his clothes like a virtuous wife. He straightened Su Yun's slightly messy waist-length hair and looked at her slightly red lips, saying with a hint of doubt, "Sister Yun, why are my lips a little red? Did you put on lipstick?" Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then realized that Chen Mo was teasing her too much. "You're taking advantage of me. I'm leaving now." Su Yun shook her waist-length hair and walked out of the office. Chen Mo smiled slightly and followed immediately. "Are you going back tonight? What's the meaning?" Su Yun narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, ahem, you don't understand what I mean?" Su Yun shook her head. I don't understand. Chinemo could only sigh. You can't wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. Seeing his disappointed expression, Su-yin couldn't help but laugh. Who's pretending to sleep? Chinemo had a bad expression on his face. I don't know. Su-yin couldn't help but stop smiling and move closer to Chinemo, whispering, Qingxue may have sensed that we have been waiting for me to come back home these days. Chinemo. Su Qingxue is simply her own destiny's calamity. It's okay if you don't like me. Now he is still the stumbling block between himself and Su-yin. Su-yin had to consider her feelings and couldn't be with Chun-mo openly. Chun-mo could also understand her thoughts. Su-yin looked at Chun-mo's somewhat disappointed expression. She leaned close to Chun-mo's ear and whispered a few words. Chun-mo's eyes gradually lit up. Really, if you don't believe it, forget it. Su-yin spat softly, then quickly ran downstairs as if escaping. The smile on Chun-mo's face gradually became more and more presumptuous, and he immediately followed. Su-yin got on her bike and was about to run away. She looked back at Chun-mo, who was chasing her. She was not riding very fast, at least much slower than usual. Looking at the speed, isn't it obvious that Chun-mo is giving himself a chance? He sped up, caught up with Su-yin, and then sat directly on the rear seat of Su-yin. The bike lurched slightly. Su-yin looked back at him and spat. Why are you sitting here? Chun-mo smiled. Send my girlfriend home. When Su-yin heard him call her his girlfriend, her beautiful oval face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she whispered, Who is her girlfriend? You, Su-yin. Chun-mo's voice rose an octave. Su-yin couldn't help but squeeze the brakes hard. Her face flushed, and she glared at Chun-mo with shame in her eyes. If you say that again, I will. What? Chun-mo smiled and leaned close to her delicate face. Hit me? I'll hit you. A sweet shyness flashed in Su-yun's beautiful eyes, and her heartbeat accelerated rapidly. While spitting at what he was doing, he reminded Chun-mo, Sit down. Chun-mo came back to his senses, but could still smell the faint fragrance left by Su-yun. Su-yun rode for a while, then whispered shyly, Don't hug me. If I don't hold you, I'm afraid you'll fall. Chun-mo hugged Su-yun's slender waist tightly, suppressed his smile, and replied, Su-yun, you then don't get so close. Chun-mo, if I don't get closer, I'm afraid I'll fall. Su-yin blushed her ears. You, behave yourself. She had never felt the journey home from get off work was so long. Su-yin pushed harder with her feet, and the speed of the bicycle skyrocketed. Soon, Su-yin saw her own building. It's finally here. After Su-yin stopped, she glared at Chun-mo with a charming look. Be careful when you ride back. Chun-mo smiled. Sister Yin, good night. Su-yin turned around and said sternly, Who is your sister? Call me Auntie. Chun-mo nodded seriously. Okay, Sister Yin. Su-yin. Su-yin didn't care what Chun-mo called her. She likes it whether you call me sister or aunt. After Su-yin went upstairs before entering the house, she watched Chun-mo riding his bike back home until he disappeared around the corner of the street. Then she slowly turned around, opened the door, and went into the house. Mom, why are you back so late? As soon as Su-yin entered the room, Su Qingxue, who was sitting on the sofa, asked, The supermarket has been busy with new business recently. Su-yin replied casually, Go to bed now. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Oh. Su Qingxue seemed to be hesitant to speak, but in the end she didn't ask and went back to her bedroom, looking at an account on the phone with a nickname, CS. He is Chun-mo's penguin account. She didn't notice it at first, but her good friend Lu Siyu has been paying special attention to Chun-mo recently. I found that Chun-mo's penguin account had changed its nickname from the previous phone to the current CS. The nickname Chun-mo aroused Lu Siyu's gossip fire. Lu Siyu found Su Qingxue as soon as possible and asked her if there was any new progress between her and Chun-mo. Su Qingxue was confused. Lu Siyu, why did Chun-mo change his penguin nickname to the initials of his and your last names? Didn't he confess his feelings to you in this way before? This time it's the same routine as before. You just don't pay attention to Chun-mo. Every time you heard him, he would change his nickname. Wasn't that Sheng Zhegaden changed for you before the college entrance examination? It's obviously the same this time. Why can't I understand? But after Lu Siyu's explanation, she began to believe it a little. She spent the whole night looking through Chun-mo's penguin account, especially the two letters CS. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that Lu Siyu was right. At the same time, there was a woman in a similar situation to Su Qingxue. Zhou lay in her comfortable bed tonight, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She went to the renovated milk tea shop tonight, but didn't see Chun Mo. Later, she called Chun Mo and found out that he had returned to Qingyang County. Zhouya sniffed the lingering scent of Chun Mo on the air-conditioned quilt. Have you gotten used to having him around? How is it possible? It's only been 2 nights. Zhouya kicked the air-conditioning quilt in embarrassment and anger. Next time he comes to my house, let him sleep on the sofa in the living room. After Su Yun finished washing up, she looked at her perfect face in the mirror, as well as her mature and plump figure that made people extremely envious. Perfect waist-to-hip ratio, slender legs, every detail is just right. She couldn't help but take out her cell phone, took a photo, and then found Chun Mo's Penguin account. Sent a photo. Chun Mo was about to go to bed when his cell phone rang. He found it was a Penguin message from Su Yun and opened it immediately. He looked at the beautiful photos Su Yun sent on his phone, and suddenly all his sleepiness disappeared. 072, the attentive lady boss. The next day, Chun Mo woke up slowly and looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. I couldn't sleep last night because of Su Yun's selfie. Chun Mo stood up, pushed open the door, and was stunned. At the same time, Zhouya was stunned when she saw Chun Mo, who suddenly appeared. The two looked at each other, and Zhouya looked at him, her pretty face gradually turning red. Boss, you. Chun Mo felt that her eyes were a little strange, and he subconsciously looked down, then immediately turned around and went back to the bedroom. Zhouya's heart beat faster as she looked at the closed door. Not long after, Chun Mo came out and looked at Zhouya with some confusion. How did you get in? I saw the door was not closed, so I bought you breakfast and brought it in. Zhouya put breakfast in front of Chun Mo. Bought it. Chun Mo took a look at the noodles he bought. Zhouya whispered, I can't make that taste. Can't do it. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. At the same time, Su Yun's voice rang out from outside the door. Chun Mo. The door opened. Su Yun walked in and was stunned by the scene in front of her. Zhouya was even more embarrassed. Su Yun held the breakfast she had bought in her hand and looked at the two people who were getting close to each other. It made her feel jealous. It seems that I came at the wrong time and disturbed your game. After Su Yun finished speaking, she turned and left with her long, beautiful legs. Sister Yun. Chun Mo watched Su Yun leave and couldn't help but sigh. Why are you bringing me breakfast at this time? Chun Mo looked at Zhouya, who remained motionless. If you don't do it next time, the punishment will be more severe. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he walked into the washroom. Zhouya bit her red lips lightly, slowly stood up, then walked into Chun Mo's room and sorted out her clothes. Next week, Chun Mo's life was uneventful. The city's milk tea shops open on weekends. Before the opening, the most unpretentious marketing was still the distribution of flyers. We also had a joint event with GKD. As a result, milk tea shops are extremely popular on weekends. The queues even blocked traffic. Su Yun once again became the person who commanded everyone and ensured safety. Zhouya didn't think about it and helped Su Yun maintain order. Lu Qingxian also came that day. But seeing that there were too many people in the milk tea shop, I left quietly. Everyone was very busy during the first few days of opening. In order to avoid commuting between the county and the city, Chun Mo and Su Yun moved in together at Zhouya's house. Chun Mo also discovered that there were enough sheets in the other 2 rooms in Zhouya's house. So, the 3 of them each had a room. However, Zhouya arranged Chun Mo to live in the most spacious master bedroom, which was also Zhouya's own room. Su Yun didn't know that was the room where Zhouya used to sleep. Chun Mo knew it, but it was difficult to refuse at this time because he was afraid that Zhouya would do something strange again. The weekend is over. Chun Mo and Su Yun returned to Qingyang County. In Fu City, Fuzhou Province, the franchise stores of Zhongguowei and Lulan are progressing rapidly. The contractor Lao Yu is still in charge of the franchise store renovation. Because Lao Yu takes work from Chun Mo, his team is growing day by day. In addition to the contractor Lao Yu, the manager of the second store Lin Yu also went there early. Lin Yu is responsible for training new employees, something she is already quite experienced in. It is estimated that the franchise store will be officially opened in about a week. At the same time, Chun Mo received a call. It's Zhou Yin who's back. In the office, Chun Mo and Su Yun listened to her vivid description of what she had seen and heard. We have to start with our own hardware first. This process is going to be difficult. Boss, chip research and development may require a lot of money. Zhou Yin gave Chun Mo a vaccination in advance. Chun Mo naturally understood everything clearly. Let's do it step by step. Let's start with the most basic hardware. We need talents in this area. The research institute will definitely be moved to a big city in the future. The backwardness of hardware was within Chun Mo's expectations. With mental preparation, these difficulties can be dealt with calmly. Chen Mo looked at Su Yun and asked, "How is the construction of the factory going?" Su Yun nodded slightly. "Almost. It will probably be completed by the end of the month." Now, Su Yun already has several fixed construction teams under his command. Moreover, the first project they undertook was not their own factory, but an official demolition project. This project, it seems that Su Yun learned about it at the home of an old lady whom she had known for a long time. I announced the bid and unexpectedly won it. This also represents the launch of Dongyun Real Estate Group's first real estate project. Su Yun also started to become busier. A week later, Chen Mo went to Fu City, Fuzhou Province, to attend the opening of the first franchise store. The number of young people attracted even exceeds the flow of people in Xinjiang. This is also because Fu City is a more developed city than Xinjiang. The consumption power here is stronger and there are more young people. Zhang Wuwei and Lulan heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the extremely popular GKD. They made the right bet. Zhang Wuwei was busy with things in the store. Lulan looked at Chun Mo with a friendly smile. "Mr. Chun, thank you for your hard work today." Chun Mo smiled and said, "It's okay. You guys are working harder." Lulan opened the car door enthusiastically. "The hotel has been booked. I will take you to rest." Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, then said, "It's okay. Just tell me the hotel, and I can go there by myself." Lulan said, "Mr. Chun, please get in the car. I just happened to be on my way there for something." After hearing what she said, Chen Mo didn't refuse anymore and got in the car. Along the way, Lulan was chatting with Chen Mo about the recent preparations for the opening. It was busy and fulfilling, but she was also particularly nervous and worried as the opening was approaching. "I'm afraid that GKD won't adapt well to the local environment here. Now it seems that we worried for nothing. You have invested a lot of money, so it's normal to worry." Lulan smiled gently and nodded. After a while, she looked back at Chen Mo and said softly with a serious face, "Mr. Chun, you will definitely have an extraordinary future." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Thank you for your good words." The car arrived at the hotel. Lulan walked Chen Mo into the hotel and watched him get into the elevator. She knew that Chen Mo looked down on her. She had just hinted at it verbally, but Chen Mo's reaction and behavior showed that he had no interest in her at all. Lulan is a smart woman and knows when to stop. She wanted to please Chen Mo, but she didn't want to leave a bad impression on Chen Mo. Because of interests, many things that ordinary people cannot imagine can happen in this world. Chen Mo was standing on the hotel balcony, watching Lulan leaving, and couldn't help but sigh. 073 looks like she is particularly fertile. Chen Mo turned around and just lay down on the bed in the hotel when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Bite! Host's assets exceed 10 million. Host obtains title reward. Multi-millionaire. Charm plus 10. Business popularity plus 10%. Side quest completed. Own 3 Dongyun milk tea shops. Quest reward. 5,000 points." The two completed the task together. Chen Mo didn't expect that his assets would exceed 10 million at this time. It seems that franchisees still have a role to play, especially when there are enough franchisees. As long as it continues to operate, the subsequent benefits will be endless and far beyond your imagination. With assets exceeding 10 million, he is still not the richest man in Xinjiang County. Chen Mo took a look at his own information. Assets, 10.018 million yuan, ranked second in Xinjiang County. His assets exceeded 10 million, but he was still ranked second. Who is this richest man in Xinjiang? According to the current economic level and industrial distribution of Xinjiang County, the most famous one should be Xinjiang Cement, which has developed rapidly in recent years along with the real estate industry. Xinjiang Cement is not only a leading enterprise in the county, but also ranks among the top 10 enterprises in the entire Xinjiang city. And the development momentum is rapid. If Chen Mo wants to surpass the other party in a short period of time, he may have to release franchisees and speed up the absorption of funds. However, franchisees also need a process of brand accumulation before they can quickly attract franchisees. Now Lulan is starting to become a franchisee in Fuzhou. Ding, new task, own 10 random branches, task reward, 10,000 points. Ding, new task, have 5 employees with scores above 90, task completed, task reward 5 million. Complete the task ahead of schedule. Those with scores above 90 should be Su Yun, Zhou Yin, Zhou Ya, Shun Bing, and Bai Ruashi. Chen Mo looked at the bank information alert on his phone and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The bank card balance is 10.02 million. This reward is really direct and crude. I wonder if this is enough to become the richest man in Qingyang County. The reminder sounded again. Bite. Complete the task of being the richest man in the county. Obtain the title, richest man in the county, and the points reward plus 10,000 points. The harvest is a bit dizzying. Chen Mo immediately checked his information. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 76 points, eye-catching. Skills, photographic memory, master voice, master cooking, marketing master, master sports. Fame, 1008 obtained title, somewhat famous. Assets, 15.018 million yuan, ranked first in Qingyang County, ranked 18th in Qingyang City. Obtained the title multimillionaire, business popularity bonus 20%. Minor celebrity, business popularity bonus 20%. If I had known that completing a milk tea branch would unlock such a series of tasks, I would have opened a third branch long ago. Has the county been broken through by itself now? It ranks only 18th in the city. The entire Qingyang City has 9 counties and 3 districts, so it is normal to rank 18th. There are definitely more wealthy people in urban areas. Ding! Main mission, become the richest man in Qingyang City. Mission reward, 10,000 points, monetary reward, 10 million. To become the richest man in Qingyang City, you probably need assets worth hundreds of millions, right? I can only say that it's a good thing that Qingyang City's economy is not too developed. If a city like Shanghai wanted to become the richest city, it would basically be ranked among the best in the country. Chen Mo is still some distance away from being at the forefront of the country. Now, let's take it one step at a time with our feet on the ground. Chen Mo rested for a night and woke up the next morning. Lulan drove Chen Mo to the airport. Mr. Chen, safe landing and takeoff. Lulan smiled and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Chen Mo. Thanks. Chen Mo nodded and walked into the airport. If you fly from Fuzhou, you can only get to the capital of Hunan province and then take a bus from the capital back to Qingyang. It was almost evening when Chen Mo returned to Qingyang City. It was Zhouya who drove to the station to pick up Chen Mo. Are we going back to the county? Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. I'm a little tired from the car ride. Zhouya drove back to Qingyang County with Chen Mo. At the same time, in front of the door of Laoji's supermarket, there stood a woman wearing sunglasses, a sun hat, and carrying a suitcase. Yishu Wei was stunned. She looked at her own old street supermarket in front of her, took off her sunglasses, and rubbed her eyes. Is this our own supermarket? Went to the wrong place? What is this GKD? Why are the second and third floors changed like this? All the supermarkets in the old street have been completely renovated. Yishui couldn't believe it. Is this all thanks to my son? Boss. Sister Yi. It was Li Lu's mother, a former employee of the supermarket, who recognized Yishu Wei standing at the door. Li Fong, it's me. Sister Yi, don't you recognize your own supermarket? Aunt Li asked with a smile on her face. I don't know him. Yishu Wei looked at the supermarket in front of her with confusion. Sister Yi, you don't know how powerful Chun. No, our boss has been during this period. Aunt Li said with endless admiration. Yishu Wei showed a reserved smile. She was naturally happy when someone praised Chen Mo. This GKD is owned by the boss. There's also this milk tea shop in our supermarket. Look how many people are here. There's also the second floor. Oh, and look at this elevator, Sister Yi. Aunt Li showed off to Yishu Wei with pride, as if she had done all this. Yishu Wei was not as shocked as she was when she came inside to see the scene when she was outside. This is no longer the old and rundown supermarket it used to be. Everywhere is brand new. Sister Yi, you don't know how much money Fu Li Min deducted from you, but Secretary Su and Lawyer Shun have asked for it back. Secretary Su? Lawyer Shun? The more Yishu Wei listened, the more confused she became. By the way, Li Lu, Secretary Li, come here. Aunt Li just happened to see Li Lu coming down the elevator from upstairs. In the supermarket, she, as a mother, has to call her daughter by her position. Ever since Li Lu became Chun Mo's secretary and took charge of all matters of the supermarket on the first floor, Aunt Li didn't dare to speak loudly to her at home. Li Lu rarely gets involved in housework. I have to say, if you can make money, your status will change no matter where you are. At this time, Li Lu also saw Yishu Wei next to Aunt Li. and her heart skipped a beat. Chun Mo's mother. Aunt Yi. It's Lulu. Yi Shui smiled. Lilu used to come to the store often to bring meals to her mother, and they knew each other. Yi Shui even thought about bringing Chun Mo and Lilu together in the future. Lilu is pretty, has a good figure, a good temper, and seems to be very fertile. 074 meeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Auntie, didn't you tell your boss that you came back? Lilu took the luggage from Yi Shui with a smile and asked softly. No, I'm on a big shot. By the way, where is Chen Morin? The boss went to Fuzhou to attend the opening ceremony of the franchise store. Fusher? Franchise store. Yi Shui was somewhat suspicious whether she had heard it wrongly. Lilu smiled and nodded, then checked the time on her phone. Yes, the boss should be back soon. Let's go to the office upstairs first. Office? What does that store sell? Why are there so many people? When Yi Shui got on the elevator, she looked at the crowded milk tea shop and couldn't help but ask curiously. Auntie, that's a milk tea shop. Drink it. Oh. The two took the elevator to the second floor. Is this a game room? Lilu saw Bai Ruashi at this time and immediately waved to her. Ruashi, come here. Bai Ruashi looked at Lilu in confusion. What's wrong? Who is this auntie? Lilu introduced with a smile. Aunt Yi, our boss's mother. Bai Ruashi blinked in surprise, then smiled sweetly and said, Boss Mom. Annie, I'm Bai Ruashi. Yi Shui smiled and nodded hello. While the two were talking, Su Yun, who was about to come down from the third floor, saw this scene. She originally thought it was someone Bai Ruashi knew, but after a closer look, she recognized it. Chen Mo's mother, Yi Shui. She was suddenly flustered. I felt uneasy and nervous about meeting the boy's parents. She subconsciously turned back to her office, immediately tidied her appearance, and showed a gentle and amiable smile. Mother Chen Mo has a very good personality. Su Yun comforted herself. Yi Shui, Lilu, and Bai Ruashi came up in the escalator. Su Yun took a deep breath and looked at her computer monitor seriously. Boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Su Yun straightened her back and smiled. Come in. Lilu pushed open the door and said with a smile, Sister Yun, the boss's mother is back. Su Yun immediately stood up, smiling gently and calmly. Ah, hello, Sister Shui. Yi Shui couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she looked at Su Yun. This woman is so beautiful. She had also seen Su Qingxue, but she seemed to be a little inferior to Su Yun. Yi Shui had a good first impression of Su Yun and nodded with a smile. She is in her early 60s, and if you count her age carefully, she is a generation older than Su Yun. However, Chen Mo and Su Qingxue are classmates, so they are considered peers. Yi Shui naturally knew Su Yun. After all, his silly boy used to chase after other people's daughters every day. But Yi Shui didn't like Su Qingxue very much. It's just that Chen Mo liked it, so she never said anything. In Yi Shui's eyes, Su Yun is Chen Mo's future mother-in-law. Naturally, he smiled and said kindly, You're welcome. Don't be polite. Just do your thing. I'll go home first. Yi Shui smiled and nodded, turned around, left the office, and went home. I haven't been home for a long time. I can't help but feel a little anxious. The side of the door of my home feels particularly familiar. Lulu, Ruashi, go and do your work. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Shui looked at the two women and smiled. Lilu, okay, we'll go down first. Call us if you need anything. Yi Shui smiled and nodded. Then, he walked quickly toward his front door. At the same time, Chen Mo, who was about to arrive in Qingyang County, received a call from Su Yun. Aunt Su, what's wrong? Su Yun usually doesn't call Chen Mo now, and they talk about trivial matters on Penguin. If she can make a phone call, it must be a big deal. Your mother is back. Su Yun was straightforward. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You're back. It's great. Why didn't you call me? Su Yun was silent for a while, and her tone was filled with a hint of shyness of a new daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law. I just met her. Chen Mo suppressed his laughter. Did they meet? The meeting between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law should be quite harmonious, right? It's okay. Bah, what mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship? Su Yun reacted halfway through her sentence and replied with the second half in annoyance. Zhouya listened to the phone call between Chen Mo and Su Yun very carefully. So much so that I even drove into someone else's lane. Chen Mo quickly pulled the steering wheel. Hey, we're driving in the wrong direction. We're going to crash. Zhouya looked at Chen Mo weakly. I'm sorry. Su Yun on the other end of the phone heard Chen Mo's anxious tone and couldn't help but asked anxiously, What happened? Did you get hit? Are you okay? Chen Mo. It's okay. I'll be home soon. Chun Mo said this while looking at Joya with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Joya bit her red lips lightly and said pitifully, "You will punish me later." Chun Mo. This woman is somewhat abnormal. The car drove into the old street and stopped next to Chun Mo's Mercedes-Benz. Chun Mo and Joya got out of the car together. As soon as they entered the supermarket, Li Lu greeted them with a smile on her face. "Boss, Aunt Yi is back." "New." Chun Mo nodded slightly and quickly got into the elevator. Joya, who had been following Chun Mo, only realized at this time that it was Chun Mo's mother who came back. Chun Mo went to the third floor and came to Su Yun's office first. He heard cheerful voices from inside the door. They're the voices of Su Yun, Shun Bing, and my mother Yishui. It seemed like they were having a pleasant chat. Chun Mo pushed the door open with a smile. "Mom." Yishui smiled, and before she could stand up, she was hugged by Chun Mo. "Oh, your Aunt Sue and Lawyer Shun are watching." Chun Mo smiled and let go of Yishui. "Mom, you are willing to come back. If I don't come back, I won't dare to come in here anymore." Yishui looked at Chun Mo with a smile on her face. "If I had known you were capable of this, I would have let you manage the supermarket a long time ago. I'm only able to do this because of you, my mother. Without your solid foundation, how could I have accomplished this so easily?" "Stop the flattery." Yishui smiled and patted Chun Mo's shoulder lightly. "Okay, just focus on your work. I won't bother you anymore." "Mom, I'll accompany you." Chun Mo immediately followed Yishui. At this time, Yishui saw Joya, who had been following Chun Mo. This is also a beautiful woman. Yishui discovered that all the employees around her son were very beautiful and had good temperament. Li Lu, whom she had originally favored, paled in comparison to Su Yun, Shun Bing, Bairuashi, and the newly emerged Joya. When Joya saw Yishui looking at her, she immediately smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Mr. Chen's personal secretary. My name is Joya." "Life, secretary?" Yishui was slightly stunned, then turned to look at Chun Mo. "What did this kid do during the time I was away?" "There's also a personal secretary. 075, it's not that I won't give you food." The kitchen in Chun Mo's home. Yishui saw Joya busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but step forward to help. Yishui is a smart person. She looked at Joya's delicate skin, noble temperament, and her not-so-skilled knife skills. "I knew that this woman was probably more than just my son's personal secretary. But if it was a private matter between the two of them, she couldn't say anything." Joya kept asking Yishui to rest. She could do it. But Yishui was still a little worried and watched from the side. Chun Mo smiled and then chatted with Yishui about their recent situation. Yishui heard that Fu Limin had opened a new supermarket across the street and couldn't help but ask curiously, "How is his business?" "Chun Mo, I haven't found out, but I heard from my subordinates that the business doesn't seem to be doing well. They even started a price war with us some time ago." Yishui smiled. "How do we deal with it?" Chun Mo recalled. "We didn't lower the price, but we did a points lottery. I heard that there were almost no people left over there." Yishui looked at the high-spirited Chun Mo and couldn't help but sigh. "You young people have quick minds and many ideas. We old people can't compare with you." Chun Mo, "Mom, you are still young." Joya, who was busy on the side, listened to Chun Mo and Yishui talking and couldn't help feeling a little envious. What a harmonious and warm relationship they have. Joya glanced at Chun Mo secretly, feeling envious. How great it would be if this was hers. Joya's cooking skills have improved slightly now. At least it's good enough for ordinary home cooking. "Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Zhou." Yishui smiled and pulled Joya to sit down together. "You eat too." "I won't join you." When Joya said this, she subconsciously looked at Chun Mo. This was her own subconscious self-transformation. "Sit down." Chun Mo opened his mouth. Joya happily sat down and picked up some food for Yishui. "Sister Yi, please try this. It's my specialty." "Okay, thank you." "You eat too." Chun Mo. After lunch, Yishui couldn't help but walk around her own supermarket. The changes were so huge. She and Lao Chen worked hard for more than 10 or 20 years to achieve this scale. It hasn't been long since Chun Mo has completed a major upgrade of the supermarket. When the employees saw Yishui, they all smiled. Suyin also bought Yishui a cup of milk tea. Yishui smiled and took a sip. Her eyes immediately lit up. "It tastes really good." Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she cannot escape the captivity of milk tea. Suyin accompanied Yishui to understand the current development of the supermarket and performed her duties conscientiously. There may be a clothing store here in the future. As Su Yun was speaking, her cell phone rang and she glanced at the message with her beautiful eyes. It's a penguin message from Chun Mo. It's so sweet for a daughter-in-law to accompany her mother-in-law. Su Yun bit her red lips lightly, quickly rolled her eyes in response, and continued to accompany Yi Shui shopping. Chun Mo was naturally very happy about this situation, so he didn't bother Su Yun any further. Let the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law communicate well with each other. There's only 1 week left before I have to go to Shanghai University. Then we need to arrange everything here properly. For example, Li Lu and Bai Ruoxi both have to go to school after their summer vacation. Li Lu is fine. Her university is in Qingyang City, so she can work part-time while studying. If she wants to resign, her mother, Aunt Li, will be the first to disagree. Even Aunt Li wanted Li Lu to stop going to college and continue working here. Fortunately, there was Chun Mo, who made Aunt Li surrender with just one sentence. If Li Lu doesn't go to college, I won't accept her here. Shun Bing and Zhou Yin remained unchanged, each performing their respective duties. As for Su Yun, Chun Mo was going to take her away. Chun Mo's next development direction will naturally be to expand into big cities. Once things here are settled, Su Yun will come to Shanghai. Now, she may have to stay in the county as she has 2 real estate projects that have not been completed. However, if there is a suitable person to take over, Su Yun can come earlier. At night, Chun Mo's office. Several secretaries have arrived. Su Yun, Bai Ruoxi, Li Lu, Zhou Yin, Zhou Ya, Shun Bing. Salaries will be distributed tomorrow. Everyone should hand in a list of outstanding employees in their respective departments to Secretary Su. Li Lu and Ruoxi have left us for now. We will have dinner together tomorrow. Let's leave it like this for now. After Chun Mo finished speaking, everyone felt a little depressed. Maybe it's because Li Lu and Bai Ruoxi are leaving. Boss, are you going to school too? Shun Bing asked curiously. Chun Mo nodded slightly. Sisters Zhou Yin and Zhou Ya couldn't help but frown at the same time. However, the 2 people may be worried about completely different things. Su Yun's beautiful eyes were dim. She knew what this meant. Chun Mo was leaving. Are the 2 going to separate? Everyone hurry up and finish everything today so that you can have a good time tomorrow. Chun Mo said with a smile. Everyone agreed with a slightly disappointed tone. Okay. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Let me see who doesn't smile and deduct half of their salary. Li Lu was the first to show a real smile. Evil capitalists, Bai Ruoxi said, and poked her face with 2 white fingers. Others couldn't help but laugh when they saw Bai Ruoxi's cute actions. Shun Bing said righteously, don't be afraid, everyone. According to the labor law, the boss's behavior is illegal. We can sue him. Chun Mo. The girls laughed and gave Shun Bing a thumbs up. Well, we hired a lawyer to sue ourselves. Everyone's mood was eased a lot by Shun Bing's action. Prepare for the final work of this month. As the general secretary, Su Yun had to calculate the salary of everyone. Almost everyone had done it, but she was busy alone until late at night. Chun Mo made a bowl of noodles and quietly went into her office. Su Yun smelled the fragrance of noodles, looked up and saw Chun Mo, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Chun Mo put the noodles in front of her and said with a smile, Auntie Su, eat the noodles. When Su Yun smelled the aroma of noodles, she suddenly felt hungry and picked up the chopsticks impatiently. You did it. Well, I studied it for a long time and consulted with famous teachers, and then made it especially for you. Chun Mo looked at her sincerely. The corners of Su Yun's pink lips slightly raised. Oh, that's not easy. Let me try it. Take the first bite of noodles. Su Yun's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. Continue with the second bite. She looked at Chun Mo suspiciously. Did you really do this? Not Sister Yi, Chun Mo said dissatisfiedly. You look down on me, don't you? Su Yun suppressed her laughter and shook her head. No, don't be angry. I just think this noodle is so delicious. You should have a bite too. She picked up the noodles and brought them to Chun Mo's mouth. Chun Mo was not polite and took a sip, causing the soup to splash out. Su Yun couldn't help but smile and picked up the tissue to wipe him. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I won't give you food. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Chun Mo looked at Su Yun dimly. That's right, I haven't had any to eat yet. I didn't give you anything. I just ate. Su Yun was halfway through her words when, as smart as she was, she immediately realized that there was something else behind Chun Mo's words. Her beautiful oval face turned red instantly, and she buried her head in eating noodles. After a while, she said something in a low and vague voice. I can't run away. 076, couple, tacit understanding. Soo-yeon's words made Chun Mo smile brightly. Soo-yeon enjoyed the meal very much and couldn't help but praise it again. This noodles tastes really good. Chun Mo, teach me. How about I make it for you later? Soo-yeon looked at Chun Mo with a smile on her face. Chun Mo readily agreed. Okay, when I have time, I will teach you step by step. Soo-yeon. As the two chatted, Soo-yeon had one last bite of noodles left, so she picked it up and put it to Chun Mo's mouth. Gome. Chun Mo ate it with a smile. I plan to open GKAD and Dongyan branches in Shanghai and the provincial capital. When do you plan to do that? Within this week. Okay. If you need me to do anything, just tell me. Soo-yeon's words seemed to be saying, as long as you need me, I will be here anytime. How could Chun Mo not hear the deeper meaning behind this? The two looked into each other's eyes with deep affection, and Chun Mo couldn't help wanting to have a kiss with her. Wait, there's oil. Soo-yeon took out a piece of paper with her heart beating faster and seemed to be wiping it slowly on purpose. Chun Mo no longer cared about being a gentleman at this time. Printed it through the paper. Soo-yeon. Time passed slowly as the two of them were immersed in their own world. The cell phone on Soo-yeon's desk rang. Neither Chun Mo nor Soo-yeon paid any attention to the ringing phone. But it seems that if the other party doesn't answer the call, he will keep calling. Soo-yeon blushed and patted Chun Mo's shoulder gently. Wait, let me answer the phone. Chun Mo. Chun Mo stared at his phone unwillingly. Who is so ignorant? Soo-yeon suppressed her laughter and picked up the phone to answer it. Qingxue, you're downstairs? Okay, I've finished my overtime work and will come down now. Chun Mo. Su Qingxue, this evil star. Soo-yeon hung up the phone, turned around and looked at Chun Mo's resentful eyes. Her red lips couldn't help but rise slightly. She took a step forward and whispered in Chun Mo's ear, I am definitely yours. You can't escape from me in this life. That's what you said. Chun Mo put his arms around her waist. You won't be able to escape in your next life. Okay. Soo-yeon smiled dotingly and nodded. Chun Mo was temporarily satisfied and said, Let's go. I'll take you down. The two went downstairs, and Su Qingxue stood next to Soo-yeon's bicycle. She stood straight. It must be said that Su Qingxue's figure and appearance had inherited Soo-yeon's advantages very well. However, Su Qingxue now cannot compare to Soo-yeon in every aspect when she was at her most beautiful. The moment Su Qingxue saw Chun Mo, a complex light flashed in her eyes. Chun Mo has now become a business genius in the eyes of his classmates. She is the envy of male classmates and the object of admiration of female classmates. I heard that many classmates have contacted Chun Mo privately, so I will definitely be able to get close to him in the future. Everyone knows that Su Qingxue is the goddess in Chun Mo's heart, and she is flattered by everyone. Everyone thinks that Su Qingxue will most likely be with Chun Mo in the future. Chun Mo might not have been worthy before, but now, everyone's opinions have changed. But Su Qingxue herself may not have figured out the actual situation between the two of them. Will it matter in the future? Maybe, but that's also because of Soo-yeon. Chun Mo waved to Soo-yeon with a smile on his face, then turned around, closed the door, and went upstairs. He didn't even look at himself the whole time. Su Qingxue came here tonight with an inexplicable sense of anticipation in her heart. I hope that just as my best friend Lu Siyu said, Chun Mo actually still likes me. But now she was sure. Chun Mo has changed his mind. He likes. Su Qingxue still couldn't accept it. She felt that Chun Mo approached Soo-yeon just to take revenge on her. Revenge for unrequited love. Qingxue, get in the car. Let's go home. Su Qingxue came to her senses and sat in the back seat. Chun Mo watched from upstairs as the two people riding their bikes gradually disappeared around the corner of the old street. The next day, most of the employees in Laoji's supermarket have smiles on their faces, because today is the day to get paid. Early in the morning, Chun Mo drove with Soo-yeon to withdraw the money. After withdrawing the money, the two men gave 20,000 yuan of salary to Zhouya, asking her to take it to the employees of the 3 stores in the city and organize a dinner for the employees there. Chun Mo and Soo-yeon returned to the old street and started distributing wages to everyone as soon as they came back, following the same procedure as last time. Among all people, Zhouyan has the highest salary, followed by Shinbing. Originally, Chun Mo wanted to raise Soo-yeon's salary. Soo-yeon refused. She feels that her current salary is high enough. Besides, this is all I can do for now. Chun Mo knew that she had a strong sense of self-esteem, so he didn't force her. But Chun Mo still gave her a bonus. Sister Yin, how much is my salary? Well, look at it yourself and sign it. Su Yin handed him the salary envelope. Chun Mo smiled and signed his name in the collection column. He opened the envelope. 3,800 yuan. Aunt Sue, it's the same for us, right? Su Yin gave Chun Mo a doting roll of the eyes and said, Same. We're the same in everything. Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction. That's fine. Su Yin. A wonderful sweetness flowed in her heart. After receiving their salaries, the employees were visibly happy and smiled brightly. Following the previous process, Su Yin booked a restaurant for the dinner. Everyone works actively and handles things very quickly. As everyone was looking forward to it, it was finally time for dinner and the end of get-off work. The employees went to the hotel in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing. Su Yin want to call Yi Shui personally. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law seems to be very good. With Su Yun's emotional intelligence, others would feel comfortable getting along with her. The premise is that she doesn't hate you. Chun Mo was naturally happy to hear this, and drove Yi Shui and Su Yun to the hotel. Shin Bing was in the same car with Bai Ruoxi and Li Lu. Zhou Yan arrived by herself driving. Zhou Yan arranged a dinner for the employees in the city. There were more people at this dinner than last time, mainly new employees in the milk tea shop. Before the meal started, Chun Mo said simply, just like last time, Everyone, have fun eating and having fun tonight. Let's eat. After this brief speech, the employees actually wanted to hear more from Chun Mo. So, in order to hear Chun Mo say more, everyone came forward to toast him. A group of beautiful girls surrounded Chun Mo and cheered for him to drink. Chun Mo shook his head helplessly. You are all using the same old tricks again. Su Yin is concerned about Chun Mo. She saw it the last time Chun Mo got drunk and felt uncomfortable. Everyone just needs to drink as much as they can. The boss can't drink that much by himself. Sister Su Yin, would you like to help the boss have a few drinks? When there are people cheering together, everyone becomes enthusiastic. Su Yin raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and said domineeringly, Come on. Shin Bing smiled and said, Sister Yin has murderous intent. No, take care of yourself. Everyone calmed down immediately, but she still drank some wine. Su Yin still holds a very high status in everyone's hearts and is quite majestic. On the contrary, the boss Chun Mo usually has a smile on his face and is not arrogant, so everyone feels no pressure when getting along with him. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was already late at night. Everyone dispersed and went home. Shin Bing also drank this time, so everyone prepared to take a ride home. Someone came to pick up Bai Ruoxi and also sent Shin Bing, Zhou Yin, Li Lu, and others back along the way. As for Su Yin and Chun Mo, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and both refused to be sent by others. The two of them, along with Yi Shui, took a taxi home. Let's go to the Old Street supermarket first. The hotel is very close to home, only 5 minutes away. Mom, you go home first and have some rest. I'll take Aunt Sue back. She's drunk. Chun Mo seemed to have drunk just the right amount this time, and his mind was still clear. Okay, be safe. After Yi Shui finished speaking, she got out of the car and went home. Master, let's go. The taxi turned around and drove towards Su Yun's house. On the way to Su Yun's house, Chun Mo couldn't help but hold her hand. Su Yun also quietly leaned her head on Chun Mo's shoulder. Everything that happened between the two of them seemed to be in sync with each other. Time passes quietly. Here it is, $8. The taxi driver shouted. Chun Mo handed a $10 bill to the driver, then got out of the car with his arm around Su Yun and closed the door. Su Yun's pretty face was burning hot at this moment, and she didn't know if it was because of the drinking or because of thinking about what might happen next. She murmured softly, Are we home yet? Chun Mo hummed softly, Let's go upstairs and go home. The words, let's go home, seemed to be some kind of hint, causing Su Yun's heartbeat to accelerate rapidly. However, it seemed to be what she was thinking. After all, Chun Mo will soon leave Qingyang for the Magic City, and this opportunity is precious and rare. 077 in the stillness of the night. It was late at night, and under the dim street lights, the shadows of Chun Mo and Su Yun were stretched out. Sister Yin, lean on me. Su Yun's pretty face flushed. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chun Mo with a hint of drunkenness, and she snorted softly. She leaned on Chun Mo. Chun Mo hugged her and walked upstairs. Every time the two of them climbed a step, their heartbeats would speed up. The 4th floor, short yet long. arrived at Su Yun's door. Chun Mo whispered, "Aunt Su, where is the key?" Su Yun reached into her bag, took out a bunch of keys, and handed them to Chun Mo. Chun Mo supported her with one hand and opened the door with the key in the other. I don't know if it was because I was so excited, but the key didn't fit the keyhole properly. I had to change 2 keys before I could open the door. The room was dark. Su Qingxue is not at home. It's better not to be here. Chun Mo turned on the light. Su Yun narrowed her beautiful eyes, turned around, put her arms around Chun Mo, and whispered, "I want to rest. Is this your room?" Chun Mo still vaguely remembered that Su Qingxue's room was on the left, so the one on the right should be Su Yun's bedroom. Su Yun hummed softly, and Chun Mo hugged her and walked toward the bedroom. The bedroom door opened, and a fragrant smell filled the air. It is very similar to Su Yun's body odor. The room is clean and simple. There's a desk next to the bed and a bookshelf with a lot of books. Many of them were bought and read by her recently. In order to understand some of the things Chun Mo said, she quickly improved her knowledge and abilities and was thirsty for knowledge. There was a pure white, thin quilt on the bed, which exuded the same faint fragrance as Su Yun's body and looked very clean. Chun Mo helped her lie down gently and turned on the desk lamp. Su Yun's breathing became more stable. "Water. Okay, wait a minute." Chun Mo quickly walked out of the room and poured himself a glass of water. He helped Su Yun up and fed her some water. She took a big sip and then slowly lay down. Chun Mo put the cup of water on the desk. Looking down at Su Yun, she had a delicate face and perfect figure. Sleeping Beauty, that's about it. Chun Mo watched quietly and found it pleasing to the eye. It took a long time. Chun Mo, Su Yun seemed to be getting impatient and called out his name softly. Chun Mo immediately approached her. "I'm here." Su Yun slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which were exceptionally bright and clear, with a hint of anger in her eyes. "Are you going to look at me like this all night?" Chun Mo was stunned, and then his heart was beating like a drum. The meaning of Su Yun's words is self-evident, which is equivalent to an explicit statement. Chun Mo suddenly realized, "You are not drunk?" Su Yun bit her red lips lightly. Her face flushed to her ears. She closed her beautiful eyes and whispered inaudibly, "I'm drunk." "Is this the time to worry about whether you are drunk or not?" Chun Mo understood Su Yun's meaning very well, and he moved closer to Su Yun's delicate and flawless face. Su Yun also felt Chun Mo's breath, and her hands couldn't help but clench the quilt tightly. A new life is about to begin. Chun Mo looked at her beautiful face and her elegant and intellectual temperament. Unable to suppress his excitement, he slowly leaned closer to her ear and spoke. "Su Yun, you'll be mine from now on." Su Yun's voice was soft but firm. "Well, I will be yours from now on." For most people, it was a normal night like any other. But for Su Yun, this is the beginning of her new life. Not only Su Yun, but also Su Qingxue, who was living in her best friend's house at the time. She had been in a depressed mood since last night, and went out with Lu Siyu and a few of the girls to eat and sing, and even drank a lot of alcohol. Su Qingxue was drunk and hugged Lu Siyu, acting crazy and unwilling to go home. Lu Siyu had no choice but to take Su Qingxue home first. Although Su Qingxue was drunk, she couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, feeling very upset. It seemed as if something extremely important was happening. Some people feel that this night is too long, as if it is an endless night and full of loneliness and torture. But some people think it's too short. Chun Mo and Su Yun felt exactly the same way. The morning sun shone into Su's bedroom with warmth. When Chun Mo looked at her straight, Su Yun's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Chun Mo smiled slightly and pretended to be asleep shyly, deliberately whispered in Su Yun's ear, "Well, sleep a little longer." When Su Yun heard this, she couldn't help herself. She opened her beautiful eyes with a hint of anxiety and pleading. "You go first, okay?" Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "I thought you were still asleep." Su Yun bit her red lips lightly. Wake up, I beg you." Chun Mo coughed lightly. She didn't seem to be at home last night. This immediately startled Su Yun. "She's not at home?" Chun Mo picked up her phone and saw a message on it, which was sent from Su Qingxue's phone number. "Aunt Su, I'm Lu Siyu. Qingxue drank a little bit of wine and will rest at my house tonight. You don't have to worry." Su Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the news. Last night was indeed a bit risky. Su Yun also knew that Su Qingxue was having a party with her bestie during the dinner party. There was indeed some gambling involved last night. Chun Mo looked at her and involuntarily moved closer. Su Yun blushed and whispered, Ching Shua might come back at any time. Get up quickly. Chun Mo sighed softly. 078 first to go, last to arrive. Ah, what's wrong? Does it hurt? Sorry, let me blow on it. Who? Su Yun kissed Chun Mo gently on the face. Chun Mo couldn't help but smile. The two of them were flirting with each other, full of affection. Chun Mo melted into Su Yun's gentle embrace. It's past 8 o'clock. Hurry up and clean up. Su Yun was really worried that Su Ching Shue would suddenly come back, although she was also enjoying this moment. Chun Mo smiled and quickly cleaned up, returning the house to its original tidiness. Su Yun was originally going to get up and help clean up, but as soon as she stood up, her brows couldn't help but frown. If I wasn't worried that Su Ching Shue would come back at any time, then Su Yun will suffer even more. And Su, you continue to rest. I'll go take a look. Chun Mo smiled and left the bedroom first. Su Yun lay in bed. She felt very comfortable and experienced a wonderful experience she had never experienced before. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, the corners of her lips slightly raised. 10 minutes later, Su Yun felt sleepy, but at this moment a fragrance filled the air. Auntie Su, eat something before going to sleep. Chun Mo came to Su Yun with a bowl of noodles. Su Yun was tired last night and was indeed feeling hungry. Plus, Chun Mo's fragrance was too tempting. Su Yun suddenly lost all her sleepiness. Have you eaten? Chun Mo smiled and shook his head. No. Su Yun picked up the first bite and brought it to his mouth. Eat something quickly. Chun Mo took the first bite and nodded with satisfaction. Delicious. Su Yun took a bite herself, with an expression of admiration in her eyes. It's delicious. It would be great if I could eat it every day in the future. Chun Mo smiled and said, I guarantee you'll be able to eat it in the future. I'll remember this. Su Yun couldn't help but reveal an expectant smile in her bright eyes. The two talked for a while longer. Chun Mo left first. Not long after Chun Mo left, Su Ching Shue is back. Mom, you haven't woken up yet. Su Ching Shue's voice was heard outside the door. I just woke up. What happened? By the way, don't come in yet. Mom needs to change her clothes. Su Yun's voice sounded a little strange, with a slight tremor. Su Ching Shue stood outside the bedroom door, and just as she was about to push the door open, she put her hand down. Why do I feel like Mom is a little weird? A strange cry from Su Yun was heard in the room. Mom, are you okay? It's okay. I'll be fine soon. Su Yun's voice was a little anxious, and her steps were hurried. She opened the door and walked out, then immediately closed the door. Su Ching Shue looked at Su Yun's slightly messy waist-length black hair and slightly red face. It really looks like he just woke up. But Su Ching Shue always felt something was strange. Did you drink last night? Well, at the company dinner, I drank a little too much. Su Yun said as she turned around and looked around the room. Make sure Chun Mo left no clues at home. Did you sleep at CU's house last night? I heard from CU that you were drunk last night. You're not allowed to drink outside from now on. Su Ching Shue lowered her head slightly. Have you had breakfast? No. Speaking of breakfast, Su Yun suddenly remembered that Chun Mo had made breakfast for her in the morning, and there might still be traces of it in the kitchen. Go and have some rest. I'll make breakfast. Don't you have to go to work today? Su Ching Shue asked doubtfully. After all, Su Yun hasn't had a rest during this period of time. Even on weekends, she insists on working overtime. At this time today, according to Su Yun's usual habit, she should have gone to work. I took the morning off and will go back to work in the afternoon. Su Yun felt like she had a lot of lies to tell today. Oh, Su Ching Shue nodded and then returned to her room. Su Yun walked toward the kitchen with her long and beautiful legs. Sure enough, there was still boiling water in the pot for cooking noodles. She continued to burn it and then went down. 079, a good employee who loves to learn. Just when Su Yun was cooking noodles, Su Ching Shue's voice came from her bedroom. Mom, where did you put my book, Loneliness? Why can't I see it? Su Yun's hand below couldn't help but tremble slightly. All the noodles fell into the pot. Ching Shue went into her room. She endured the pain, walked quickly to the bedroom, and said anxiously, Ching Shue, the book is not in the room. I'll put it back in your room. There's none in my room. Su Ching Shue replied doubtfully. Su Yun rushed to the door of her room, her heartbeat almost reaching its limit. You didn't find it? Found it. Su Ching Shue happily took out a book from the drawer of the desk. Look, it's clearly in your room, but you said you put it back in my room. Ah, maybe I remembered it wrongly. The noodles are almost ready. Come out and eat. Oh, okay. Su Ching Shue agreed and followed Su Yun out of the room. Su Yun brought the noodles to her. Eat quickly and have a good rest after eating. Um, Hurry up and finish eating so mom can wash the dishes. No, mom, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll just wash it myself after I finish eating. Suyin sat down at the desk and picked up a book to read. After reading for a while, I went to the door to listen for Su Qingxue. She seemed to still be in the living room. I could only go back to my desk and continue reading. Suyin took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and concentrated on reading the book in her hand. It was a business management book, and some of the ideas were very helpful to her. As she watched, she took notes in a notebook. Time flows quietly, and this scene seems particularly warm. After finishing a chapter, Su Yun stood up and stretched her waist. It's getting late now. Su Yun was afraid that Chun and Mo would be stuck here for the whole day. He slowly opened the door and glanced at the living room. Su Qingxue was gone. She walked out of the bedroom and walked around the living room and kitchen to make sure Su Qingxue was not there. At the same time, Su Qingxue's door suddenly opened, and she walked out wearing a miniskirt. Mom, you want to go out? Su Yun's body stiffened slightly, and she quietly closed the door a little, turning around and smiling. Su Qingxue asked in confusion, "Didn't you say you would go in the afternoon?" Su Yun said calmly, "Something urgent happened, and I had to go over." "Oh, okay," Su Qingxue said, still standing there without entering the house. She seemed to have something else to say. "I'm leaving first. You can make something for yourself at noon." Su Yun didn't notice Su Qingxue's micro-expression at this time. She was just worried that Chun and Mo would be discovered. Just when Su Yun was about to leave, Su Qingxue whispered, "Mom." Su Yun paused, feeling a little flustered. "Have you been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. Qingxue shouldn't have seen it." "What's wrong?" "That's right. Do you know when Chun and Mo goes to school?" Su Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this question. "Probably this week." "So early. He has something else to do first. Mom will take you there then." "No." There was a hint of disappointment in Su Qingxue's voice that could not be concealed. She wanted to go to school with Chun and Mo. This summer, Chun and Mo has changed a lot, especially the people around her, her classmates, and her best friends. All of them are flocking to Chun and Mo. The female classmates were even more envious of Su Qingxue. Someone was saying that Chun and Mo was still the same as before and often stayed downstairs of Su Qingxue's house. Everyone still thought that Chun and Mo was pursuing her relentlessly and wanted her to be his only friend. 080 Avoid suspicion. Not long after Chun and Mo went downstairs, Su Yun also came down. But in order to avoid suspicion, Su Yun threw down a sentence and rode away on her bicycle. "See you at the office." Chun and Mo. Her long and slender legs came in handy this time, pedaling a bicycle fast. It seems that he has recovered well and his legs are strong again. Chun and Mo smiled and walked leisurely through the streets and alleys. Many people on the road greeted him with a smile. Chun and Mo didn't know many of them. Because of the Old Street supermarket, GKD, and the milk tea shop, all the neighbors nearby know Chun and Mo. Chun and Mo returned to the Old Street supermarket. "Boss." The shop assistants greeted Chun and Mo with a smile. Chun and Mo smiled and nodded, then went straight to the third floor. In the office on the third floor, Su Yun was busy sorting out the accounts of several stores. These things could be handed over to others. Li Lu is Su Yun's best successor. She has learned a lot from Su Yun during this period of time, but now she needs to study first and then take care of her work here. Su Yun still needs to hire an assistant. There are many trivial matters that can be handed over to assistants to handle. She now focuses her main attention on 2 real estate projects. One is our own factory, and the other is a housing project on South Street. This may be the first residential real estate project in Qingyang County. Therefore, when Party A received Su Yun's proposal for this project, it chose Su Yun's bid without any hesitation. Of course, this is also a test for Su Yun. However, this community is not the kind of landmark commercial plaza property that Su Yun and Chun and Mo were discussing. Su Yun originally wanted to build a commercial plaza property, but was rejected by Chun and Mo. The economy of Qingyang County cannot support such a comprehensive commercial plaza. Even the current Qingyang city cannot. Without sufficient purchasing power, this square is just a decoration and a burden. "You're back so soon?" Su Yun said to Chun and Mo with a gentle smile on her face. "Chun and Mo." Su Yun coughed lightly and said softly, "Your mother just asked me where you were last night." Chun and Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "What did you say?" Su Yun said with shame in her eyes, "I said, you slept at my house last night." Chun and Mo was stunned. How could he say that? Seeing Chun Mo's surprised expression, Su Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chun Mo knew that she was teasing him on purpose. Ah! Su Yun screamed, and Chun Mo got so angry that he hugged her. No, this is the office. Sister Shu Wei is here. When Chun Mo heard the last sentence, he immediately let go of his hand. But as soon as he let go, Su Yun ran away quickly, accompanied by a burst of clear and pleasant laughter. Chun Mo. Oh, I got cheated again. This vixen. Su Yun arrived outside the office, her beautiful eyes full of smiles as she said, I'm going to recruit people. I need to find someone to take over Ruoshi and Li Lu's positions first, as well as my assistant. How about that? Okay. Hey, come in and see why your computer screen suddenly went black. Chun Mo waved towards Su Yun. Su Yun's lips curled up slightly. Is the screen black? Then I come in. Chun Mo nodded sincerely. Well, come in quickly before it breaks down. This computer is not cheap. Su Yun closed the office door with her backhand, saying with a hint of cunningness, Oh, you want to trick me into coming in? Humph, I won't be fooled. Chun Mo. She turned bad. Aunt Su was so kind and gentle, but she turned bad. Who did she learn this from? Excluding myself first. Su Yun went downstairs and had someone post a recruitment notice. By the way, look for people in charge of the milk tea shop and GKD store. It would be best if he could take over Li Lu and Bairuashi's job. On the other side, Chun Mo drove out and received a message from Bairuashi saying that she was at the train station and was preparing to go home. At the station, Chun Mo saw Bairuashi who was about to leave. Next to her stood an old man with a righteous look and a strong aura. Boss! Bairuashi waved at Chun Mo with a smile on her face. Ruashi. Chun Mo walked over. This is my grandpa. Grandpa, this is the owner of our store that I told you about. Bairuashi raised her proud little face and introduced herself to the old man. Hello, Grandpa. Chen Monta greeted politely. The old man looked at Chun Mo and nodded with a smile. I've heard Ruashi mention your name many times. You're young and promising, not bad. It was just an accident. I was lucky. By the way, Ruashi, this is a gift for you. Chun Mo took out a little Overlord game card and handed it to her. Ah, I like this. Bairuashi happily took the game card. Chun Mo understood her. Her grandfather gave her books, and her grandmother gave her money. Then I'll give it to you too, Bairuashi said as she searched her body, but found nothing on it. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chun Mo smiled and said, No need. Bairuashi bit her red lips lightly and said affirmatively, The gift. I'll give it to you next time. Chun Mo nodded and said, Okay. Ruashi, it's time to check the tickets. The old man reminded. Oh, okay. Goodbye, Chun Mo. Before leaving, Bairuashi took a step forward and hugged Chun Mo. Chun Mo, goodbye. When Chun Mo was hugged by Bairuashi, the old man looked at him with a hint of hostility. Chun Mo coughed awkwardly and watched Bairuashi pass through the ticket gate. Send Bairuashi away. Grandpa, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The old man nodded calmly. Chun Mo drove out of the station and returned to Laojia's supermarket. Because of Su Yun's recruitment announcement, many people came here and many people were eliminated at the end of the day. In the end, only 5 qualifiers remained. In the office, Su Yun was not very satisfied with the list, so she handed it to Chun Mo and asked him to choose. Chun Mo took a quick look, and the system quickly gave score. Among 5 people, only 1 scored over 60 points, and the others all scored less than 60 points. Test. Name. Lin Yuning. Age. 28. Height. 160. Education. High school graduate. Rating. Appearance 62. Figure 68. Temperament 66. Ability 64. Potential 66. Overall rating 65 points. Bronze level assistant. This one is barely okay. Lin Yuning, please take over Bairuashi's job first. Li Lu can still take care of the first floor for the time being. Su Yun nodded slightly. Now the main focus is to recruit her assistant so that she can free up some time temporarily. Chun Mo is going to Shanghai in advance, and she is going to go with him to help open the GKD and milk tea branches. But now we can't recruit suitable people at the moment. Aunt Su, what do you think of Zhouya? Su Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you asking her to be my assistant? Chun Mo nodded. Su Yun thought seriously and said, If you trust her, then it's fine. Her ability is no worse than her sister Zhou Yan's. Chun Mo judged from Zhou Yun's performance and her personality during this period. She is different from Lin Hao and his son. Chun Mo stretched and hugged Su Yun. It's okay to just let her be an assistant, and this is also the last test. Su Yun's pretty face flushed as she whispered, "Just make up your mind. I'll listen to you." 081 who? Our daughter. Su Yun really wanted to stick to Chen Mo, but reason told her that this occasion was not appropriate. "Aunt Su, should we still go to your house tonight?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. Su Yun couldn't help but shake her head when she thought about being blocked in the bedroom by Su Qingxue during the day. "No. Then, where to go?" Chen Mo asked seriously. Su Yun's heartbeat quickened. "I don't know." "Chen Mo, my home." Su Yun spat lightly. "Sister Shui is at home." Chen Mo sighed. "What should we do then?" Su Yun couldn't help blushing. It was the first time in her life that she discussed with someone where to go on a date in the evening. "It seems we have to buy a house for the two of us." Chen Mo looked at Su Yun seriously, his eyes burning. A love nest for two people. Su Yun thought about it and decided that under the current circumstances, it would be necessary for the two of them to buy a house. But her current financial situation is not very good. Even though Chen Mo is rich, since it is a house for two people, she wants to pay half of the money. When the housing estate we contracted this time is completed, shall we buy one in this community? There was a gleam of anticipation in Su Yun's beautiful eyes. After completing this project, she will have enough money to pay the other half of the house. Chen Mo smiled and said, "If possible, I hope to buy it tonight." Su Yun. She wanted to buy it tonight and enjoy her time alone, but reality didn't allow it. Just as the two were discussing the secret, outside the office, there was the sound of high heels stepping on the ground, which sounded quite sexy. "Boom boom. Come in." Before Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhouya pushed the door and walked in. She has a mature figure and extremely fair skin. The diamond necklace hanging around her neck sparkles, revealing her noble lady temperament. Zhouya's every move is elegant and sexy. "Boss, Secretary Su, is there something urgent for me?" Zhouya looked at the two of them with a calm smile on her face. Chen Mo handed her the information compiled by Su Yun. "From now on, you will be Secretary Su's assistant and also the manager of the second floor." "Oh, okay." Zhouya was stunned for a moment, then agreed immediately. She knew this might be her chance. For the next night, Su Yun and Zhouya were doing the handover task. This was a huge test for Zhouya. Until late at night, the two were almost done. Basically, there's nothing else to do, except that the community project we are undertaking needs special attention. If there is anything, please call me. By the way, there's a new assistant, Lin Yuning, who will also help you with some chores on the second floor. "Yeah, okay." Zhouya looked at the notes in her hand carefully. This is her last chance. She must seize the opportunity. Chen Mo returned to the office at this time, glanced at the two women, and said, "Okay, go back and rest early. Sister Zhou Yin is waiting for you downstairs." "Well, I'll go back first." Zhouya was very tactful and left first. Chen Mo just chatted with Zhou Yin for a while and planned to set up a basic mobile phone production department here first. As for research related to high-end technology, it will all be conducted in Shanghai. This also gives Zhou Yin more room to play. After all, what this small county lacks most is talent. Although Chen Mo said that he would be responsible for the core technology, he couldn't always do everything himself. It would be much simpler if he had a stronger helper. Chen Mo watched Zhouya leave, his eyes fixed on Su Yun. Su Yun smiled gently, stood up and walked towards Chen Mo and said, "I'll go back first. I still have to pack my luggage. Have you bought the ticket to the Magic City tomorrow?" Chen Mo took her bag and said, "Let's go to the provincial capital first, and then take a plane to the Magic City." Su Yun's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation. "Take a plane?" Chen Mo, "Well, you're not afraid, right?" Su Yun raised her red lips slightly. "What are you afraid of? Aren't you here with me?" Chen Mo, "It's getting late." She glanced at the watch on her wrist. "It's almost dawn." Chen Mo smiled slightly, showing an expression of understanding. "Okay, go home and sleep." "Su Yun, is that what I mean?" Chen Mo whispered, Didn't she go out to play with Lu Siyu today?" Su Yun twisted her waist and raised her hips as she walked in front. She turned around and smiled, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, "Who is with Lu Siyu?" Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who?" "Our daughter. Su Yun Stamil." "Our daughter. Chen Mo, you really said this." Chen Mo held back his laughter and quickly supported her with one hand. "Be careful. If you fall and get hurt, then I will definitely have to take care of you at your house tonight." Su Yun really couldn't do anything about Chen Mo. Then she thought about how Chen Mo used to be obedient in front of Su Qingxue, and she couldn't help but get angry and said something vicious. "If you dare to call her like that in front of Qingxue, I'll consider you awesome. Chen Mo's smile became brighter and brighter. Really? I told you not to cause me trouble when the time comes. Su Yun's method of provoking the opponent suddenly stopped working. It is really possible that Chen Mo did this. Now, you seem to not care about Su Qingxue at all. Su Yun's feeling is very accurate. Drive you back. Chen Mo opened the passenger door. Su Yun was indeed tired today and didn't want to ride the bike. Her legs and waist had not fully recovered from the fatigue last night. Moreover, it was easy for her to be bullied by Chen Mo while riding a bicycle, and she had no power to fight back. Chen Mo drove Su Yun to the downstairs of her house. The two stayed in the car for half an hour. Chen Mo also saw that Su Yun was really tired, otherwise he would not be willing to let her go. When Su Yun got off the car, her pretty face was red and there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. Before getting off the car, he gave Chen Mo a reproachful look and said, "Drive back safely, good night." "Good night, wife." Su Yun stood there in a daze for a moment, staring at Chen Mo in a daze, with shame and happiness welling up in her eyes. She sat back in the passenger seat again, walked forward and hugged Chen Mo tightly, saying very gently, "Good night, husband." 082 not good at playing. "Good night, husband." Su Yun said this softly, her beautiful oval face flushed. Even though she was wearing high heels, she ran upstairs quickly with her long, beautiful legs, as if she was escaping. Chen Mo looked at her beautiful back and couldn't help but smile. "Go home. Getting ready to start our business trip time tomorrow." Su Yun returned home and found Su Qingxue looking at her seriously. "Qingxue, why are you still awake so late?" Su Yun gracefully took off her high heels with one hand and put on slippers. "Mom, why did you come back so late?" Su Qingxue looked at Su Yun with bright eyes. Su Yun seemed to have seen through her secrets and said with a guilty conscience, "Working overtime, handing over work, and going on a business trip tomorrow," she said as she took a glass of water and drank it. "Business trip? Are you alone?" Su Qingxue's eyes showed curiosity. Su Yun drank a glass of water, turned around, and got another glass of water. She didn't dare to look directly at Su Qingxue. "About the same. Where are you going on business?" "Huh. What a coincidence. The city where your university is located is the Magic City," Su Yun said with a smile. Su Qingxue immediately smelled something unusual. "Devil's City? That's really a coincidence. Okay, there's still a lot to do. After taking a shower, we still have to pack our luggage. Qingxue, you should go to bed first. By the way, don't go out and play crazy when you're home alone." "No." Su Qingxue was distracted for a moment, watching Su Yun go into the bathroom with some clean clothes. The next day, morning, Chen Mo hugged Yi Shui. "Mom, please stay home and take care of yourself. If you have any questions, you can find Li Lu and Shan Bing." "Got it. Be careful and remember to let Mom know when you get there." "All right." Chen Mo and Yi Shui waved their hands. Zhouya, wearing a professional hip skirt and looking very sexy, helped Chen Mo carry the suitcase and put in the trunk of the car. Li Lu and Shan Bing waved to Chen Mo. Shan Bing smiled and said, "Goodbye, boss. Don't worry about your family." Li Lu's eyes were complicated. The two of them might have fewer and fewer opportunities to meet in the future. But she also had a plan in her mind. She would study hard, and when she became better, she would naturally be able to meet Chen Mo. "Sister Bing, the family is relying on you," Chen Mo said with a smile. Shen Bing straightened her back. "Don't worry." Chen Mo waved and drove away. A trail of dust followed the car away. A few minutes later, Chen Mo's car arrived downstairs of Su Yun's house, and he sent her a message. 3 minutes later, Su Yun was wearing a pair of slim blue jeans. She walked with her long, slender legs, looking healthy and full of energy. Su Yun had a smile on her face and was holding a suitcase in her hand. Chen Mo got out of the car, took the suitcase from her, and put it in the trunk of the car. Then 2 people got in the car, and the car suddenly accelerated. It was obvious that the driver was quite excited. At the same time, on the balcony of Su Yun's house, Su Qingxue watched all this coldly. Su Yun went on a business trip with Chen Mo. Why did Mom lie to herself that she was alone? Chen Mo. Su Qingxue clenched her teeth tightly. The other side, Chen Mo drove with Su Yun, listening to music and humming songs all the way, happily heading to the provincial capital. "How many hours does it take to get from our county to the provincial capital?" Su Yun took out a book from her bag. The title of the book was Marketing Management. This book was recommended to her by Zhou Yin. It is a classic work on management. If you take the highway, it will take about 4 hours. Well, Then we will arrive in the provincial capital around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Once we get there, we can take a plane directly to the Magic City. Almost. Aunt Sue, is there any place you want to go in the provincial capital? No. Then let's go straight to the Demon City. Chinamo was driving while Su Yun was reading a book, taking notes from time to time. Su Yun lowered her head slightly and raised the corners of her lips. Okay. At this time, Chinamo couldn't help but step on the accelerator. The speed of the car soared. He was already impatient to spend some time alone with Su Yun. Chinamo drives slower. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chinamo and Su Yun drove to the provincial capital. Nowadays, there is no such thing as buying air and train tickets online. To buy tickets, you have to go to a fixed ticket agency, where you can make reservations at some high-end hotels. Go eat first, then buy the tickets. Chinamo drove with Su Yun to an old restaurant in the city, specializing in Hunan flavor. The dishes ordered by Su Yun were relatively light. She seemed to be very concerned about her skin and figure now. However, since that night, Su Yun felt that her skin had improved a lot, and she felt rejuvenated, and she looked radiant. I don't know if it's Shinmo's credit. When Su Yun thought of this, her pretty face turned red. Chinmo ordered cured beef, a classic Hunan dish with excellent taste. Added another tonic soup. 4 dishes are enough for 2 people, as the dishes and soup were served one after another. At this time, Chinmo and Su Yun were both a little hungry, and they ate a lot. Drink some of this soup to nourish your body. Su Yun handed a bowl of soup to Chinmo seriously. Chinmo. It felt like she was hinting at something. Chinmo also filled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Su Yun. Aunt Sue, you should drink more too, otherwise you will raise the white flag and surrender in no time. Su Yun's perfect oval face suddenly turned red with shame, and she spat softly. Who surrenders in a short while, humph. Her innocent and naive look of denial perfectly illustrates what it means to be stubborn, inexperienced, and playful. We'll see. 083, a love affair at public expense? After they finished their meal, they asked the waiter and learned that there was an airline ticket agency not far from the hotel. Chinmo and Su Yun did not drive. They walked leisurely on the streets of the provincial capital. After just 2 steps, Su Yun's hand was suddenly held by Chinmo. Su Yun subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back. It may be that when they were in the county town, the 2 of them were in an underground relationship and kept it secret. Su Yun was a little uncomfortable with Chinmo holding her hand suddenly like this. But when I thought that no one knew me here, the nervousness in my heart slowly disappeared. Su Yun held Chinmo's hand even tighter. It is such a happy thing to walk openly on this bustling street with the one you love. It's just a bit hot. The temperatures in August and September are no joke. Su Yun's palms were sweating, and beads of sweat appeared on her exquisite oval face. Even her white short t-shirt had marks of sweat. Auntie Sue, let's go get some iced milk tea. Where can I buy milk tea here? Su Yun smiled and looked around the shops on the street. I didn't see any milk tea shops or fast food restaurants. This is a provincial capital, yet it is so poor in this regard. Nowadays, in domestic cities, milk tea and fast food can be regarded as a desert. Su Yun thought that after accompanying Chinmo back from Shanghai, she would speed up the pace of opening a branch. It would be a waste if this huge market is not developed. Just imagine that by then there will be GKD's logo and Dongyun milk tea signs all over the country. Su Yun's heart was surging. Aunt Sue, the provincial capital seems to be behind our county in this regard. Just drink some ice water. Chinmo took Su Yun to a nearby supermarket. He bought 2 bottles of ice water, unscrewed the caps, and handed one to Su Yun. Su Yun was not only hot, but her mouth was also dry, so she took a big sip. Chinmo drank almost half of it in one gulp. Slow down, don't choke. Su Yun smiled and spoke softly, wiping the ice water off his chin with her soft hands. It's okay, I feel comfortable. Chinmo looked at Su Yun with a smile. Let's go and buy the tickets first. The 2 left the supermarket and walked eastward on the street for another 3 minutes until they saw the airline ticket agency. In this weather, it's better not to walk unless it's cooler at night. Chinmo sighed. Su Yun smiled slightly and asked the sales agent, Hello, do you still have tickets from our provincial capital to Shanghai today? The waitress introduced with a smile. There's a flight at 6:45 tonight. It can be booked now. The ticket is 1,860 yuan per ticket. How many tickets do you want to buy? Su Yun looked at Chinmo, and Chinmo nodded slightly. 2 connecting tickets, thank you. Su Yun took out $400 bills from her bag and handed them to the staff. Now the company's financial power is in Soo Yun's hands. It was Soo Yun who paid for the meal just now. Not to mention, this business trip for the two of them could be considered as a publicly funded romance. The total for both tickets is $372. Here's your $28 change, plus the plane ticket. Thanks. Soo Yun took the money and the plane ticket. It was her first time to take a plane, and naturally the first time she saw the plane ticket. She couldn't help but take a look at it out of curiosity. It's just a little bigger than a train ticket, but there's no other difference. Soo Yun carefully put the plane ticket into her bag. The flight is at 6:45. Let's go shopping. It won't be too late to go to the airport after that. Good. Chin and Soo Yun hit it off immediately. They walked back to the hotel where they parked the car and then drove to the most famous scenic spot in the provincial capital, Orange State Head, a small island in the river with pleasant scenery and a huge bust of a great man. Annie Sue, let's take a photo here. Chin pulled Soo Yun to stand in front of the statue. I found a passerby and took the first photo of the two of us with my mobile phone. Soo Yun looked at the photo, where the two people looked as intimate as a couple, and her heart beat faster. Remember to send me the photos. Soo Yun whispered something to Chin smiled and said, okay, we can wash it out and put it home when the time comes. Soo Yun. The two found a shady spot under a big tree and sat for a while. But it was still too hot at that time, and it was time to go to the airport, so the two left first. It takes about 40 minutes to drive from the provincial city to the airport. Soo Yun saw Chan Mo driving alone and thought that he was tired too, and that he should take the driving test as soon as possible. This way, the two of them can take turns driving, allowing Chun Mo to have a rest. Are you tired? Soo Yun looked at Chun Mo with concern. I'm not tired. It's nothing. I didn't sleep the night before yesterday, and I'm still full of energy. Chun Mo replied with a smile that his physical fitness was at the limit of human beings. Chun Mo drove to the airport parking lot. After parking the car, the two took their suitcases to check in, got their boarding passes, and then went through security. Soo Yun went to buy some snacks. The two of them had dinner at 2 o'clock and are not hungry now. The food here is really expensive. Soo Yun showed the snacks to Chun Mo and sighed. Chun Mo smiled and said, after all, it is a scarce land. There is nothing we can do about it, even if it is expensive. The two sat and rested for a while, then heard the flight reminder, prepared to check in, and lined up for the shuttle bus. Soo Yun and Chun Mo boarded the plane for the first time. It takes about 3 hours to get from the provincial capital to Shanghai. It was almost 11 o'clock at night when we got there. It is still much more troublesome to book hotels online now. Chun Mo felt that it was his duty to accelerate the development of the internet. On the plane, Soo Yun subconsciously held Chun Mo's hand. It could be seen that she was a little worried, as it was her first time on a plane. Fortunately, the flight was smooth and there was no turbulence. 3 hours later, the plane landed at the Magic City Airport. It's finally here. Chun Mo and Soo Yun looked at each other, with a hint of expectation in each other's eyes. I don't know whether I'm looking forward to the next few days or tonight. The two got off the plane, took the shuttle bus, and left the airport with their luggage. Fortunately, there was a taxi parked at the airport entrance at that time. The two got in the car. Where are you two going? Blue Bay Hotel. Soo Yun spoke first. Chun Mo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and looked at her in surprise. Soo Yun smiled and said, when I went to the bathroom, I asked the flight attendant which hotel nearby was good, and she told me. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Smart. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped at a 4-star hotel, which looked fine from the outside. Soo Yun paid the taxi fare and walked into the hotel with Chun Mo. 2 women in uniform were sitting at the hotel reception desk. They smiled and said, hello, welcome to Blue Bay. May I ask where you want to stay? Chun Mo smiled and nodded, looking at Soo Yun. Excuse me, what type of room do you want to book? 1 room or 2 rooms? The front desk couldn't tell what the relationship was between the two lovers, friends, or something else. She was quite cautious in her words. The receptionist followed Chun Mo and looked at Soo Yun. Soo Yun is mature, beautiful, and elegant, and looks like a capable and beautiful woman. Soo Yun. Unexpectedly, Chun Mo suddenly set a trap for her. Let her do the talking. This was the second time in her life that she stayed in a hotel with a man, and it was Chun Mo both times. This time, Chun Mo deliberately asked her to ask for a room reservation. If a room is booked, to some extent, it means that Soo Yun is taking the initiative. Soo Yun suppressed her shame and tried to remain calm. A double room. She still followed Chun Mo's wishes and did not rebel enough to book 2 rooms directly. Soo Yun subconsciously wanted to save money. 2 rooms would be a waste, so she didn't book a luxurious suite. Okay, please provide your ID card, and the room rate is 88 yuan. Suyin took out her ID card and some money and handed them to the front desk staff. Here's your room card, ID, and change. Suyin took the things and then walked toward the elevator with Chen Mo. Although it was not the first time she stayed in a hotel with Chen Mo, her heartbeat could not help but speed up. She hoped to rest early tonight. 084 Fine Store. Ding dong. The elevator door slowly opened. The two stepped into the elevator. 9th floor, room 9006. Suyin looked at the room card in her hand. At this moment, Chen Mo no longer had any attention for the room card. His eyes stayed on Suyin. She was dressed differently today than usual, which gave Chen Mo a particularly fresh feeling. But with Suyun's figure, she will look good in any style of clothes. Suyun could naturally feel the way Chen Mo was looking at her, and she began to feel nervous and expectant. We arrived at the 8th floor, and the elevator door slowly opened. Chen Mo and Suyun walked out of the elevator one after another. Suyun walked in front with her long and beautiful legs. 9006, here we are. Suyun found the room by looking at the house number, swiped the room card, and pushed the door open. Chen Mo followed closely behind, and as soon as he entered the room, he hugged Suyun. Ah! Suyun exclaimed, leaned against the wall, and looked at Chen Mo with a little panic. Chen Mo didn't give her a chance to say more and kicked the door closed. The next morning, Chen Mo took the room card and quietly left the room. Suyun slept until the afternoon. When she woke up, her waist wasn't as sore anymore and her legs seemed better. Are you awake? Eat something. Chen Mo looked at her with a smile. Suyun stretched lazily, her skin as white as jade shining. Chen Mo handed her the clothes with a smile. Suyun's delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice was a little hoarse. Have you eaten? Eat up. Eat it all up. Chen Mo looked at her with a meaningful smile in his eyes. Suyun rolled her eyes at him in reproach. She glanced at the time on her watch and said in surprise, It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Have I slept for so long? Chen Mo nodded. That's right. If you get up later, we can continue the unfinished business. Suyun was slightly stunned, then showed a pitiful expression. She could hardly bear this happiness. Suyun got up immediately, enduring the discomfort, and said, Turn around. Suyun hurried into the bathroom. Half an hour later, Chen Mo and Suyun carried their suitcases and headed for the vicinity of Magic City University, where they first found a hotel to put down their luggage. The two came to the street near the university. In front of the gate of Shanghai University, there is a street with a lot of people. There are several universities nearby. There are a lot of students coming and going, and now that school is about to start, students are returning to school one after another. What greets you is the breath of youth. In addition, there are some mature girls who dress better than ordinary girls. They are girls who have evolved during their school years, but their immature side can still be seen. Chen Mo held Suyun's hand and strolled on the street openly, buying snacks along the way. Suyun was a little restrained at first. After all, she hadn't experienced such a simple and beautiful campus life for a long time. But along the way, Suyun's beauty and figure attracted the attention of young men and women who passed by. She and the handsome and sunny Chen Mo walking together are a pleasure to watch. This one is okay. Suyun handed a string of grilled gluten to Chen Mo to eat. Chen Mo finished it in one gulp, then smiled and said, It's okay, but not as good as what I had last night. Last night? What did you eat last night? Suyun took a sip of water and asked doubtfully. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. Want to know? Suyun looked expectant. Yeah. Chen Mo leaned close to her delicate ear and whispered, What I ate last night was my wife. Suyun paused for a moment, blinked her beautiful eyes, and the next second she understood something and her face turned red to her ears. The two looked into each other's eyes, feeling an indescribable ambiguity. Suyun and Chen Mo walked from the beginning to the end of the street and ate a lot of snacks, but had relatively few drinks. Annie Sue, how do you feel about this place? That's great. I think both GKD and Dongyun can grow here. Suyun said with confidence. Chen Mo smiled and said, So which shop do you like? Suyun's beautiful eyes swept across the street, and she said with her red lips slightly parted, We may not be able to rent the one we like, but right now, as long as we can rent a shop, it's fine. The location is not that important to us. As long as it's on this street, we can change it later. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. This strategy was correct. But the next step is how to rent a shop. I don't see any houses for subletting on this street. Suyin knew what Chun Mo was thinking from his expression and said with a confident smile, "Let me take a look. How about that restaurant?" Chun Mo looked in the direction she pointed and saw a restaurant that occupied two storefronts. The decoration is quite nice. Occasionally a customer comes into the store but leaves after a while. Obviously, this store is not suitable for this location. Su Yin straightened her back and walked quickly towards the hotel with her long, beautiful legs. Chun Mo followed with a smile. "Hello, both of you. Please sit inside. What would you like to eat?" As soon as Chun Mo and Su Yin walked in, a hot and sexy lady boss, wearing a blue Chong Sam with a curvaceous figure, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels, came up to them with a smile on her face. "Boss, what are your signature dishes?" "Our signature dishes are pickled chicken and pickled pig's trotters. Do you want both?" "Okay, I want both." Chun Mo nodded. The proprietress agreed with a smile on her face, and then quickly walked towards the kitchen and called out, "Sour chicken, sour pig's trotters." Chun Mo looked around the store's decorations, which were actually quite nice. At least it's better decorated than many stores on this street. But their decoration is far inferior to this store, and they are too busy to handle so many customers. So, this place is really deserted? Is it because it tastes bad? Or is there another reason? 085 Lady Boss. The proprietress still has her charm, and the lady in Chong Sam sways her figure as she walks. The proprietress looked to be less than 30 years old. She had fair skin and looked very pampered. Chun Mo was looking at the proprietress, while Su Yun was looking at the price list on the table. She found something wrong with the price. "Chun Mo?" Su Yun called out in a low voice and found that Chun Mo did not respond. Following his gaze, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of jealousy, "Does it look good?" Chun Mo said seriously, "She looks good and has a good figure, but she is far inferior to my wife." The murderous intent in Su Yun's beautiful eyes turned into a smile in the last sentence. Chun Mo's last sentence immediately made all the jealousy in her heart disappear. "Humph, you only know how to coax people. Look at this." Su Yun gently pushed the menu in front of Chun Mo. Chun Mo took the menu and looked at it, then smiled. So this was where the problem lay. Students really can't afford this price. After all, college students are the main consumers here. A vegetarian dish costs 10 yuan, an ordinary meat dish costs 25 yuan, and the pickled chicken that Chun Mo and Su Yun just ordered costs 88 yuan. Now in 2005, how much money can a college student have for living expenses per month? A poor rural family may have only 200 yuan, and the average family has 300 to 400 yuan. If they have 500 yuan, the family is considered to be very well off. Ordinary college students simply cannot afford to spend money here and will not come here to eat. A plate of egg fried rice at the roadside stall in front of the school costs 3 yuan, and it tastes so delicious. Chun Mo couldn't help but think of his school's cafeteria, where a serving of rice noodles with meat costs 2 yuan. He had a very deep memory of this incident. A meat dish here cost 25 yuan. Who would come here to be a fool? At the same time, the proprietress came over gracefully, carrying a plate of food. Even a beautiful woman like Su Yun couldn't help but look at the proprietress a few times. Of course, the proprietress's eyes would unconsciously fall on Su Yun. This was the first time she had seen such a perfectly proportioned woman, with just the right size and delicate beauty. There are undercurrents among beautiful women. Chun Mo didn't feel anything yet. His eyes fell on the dishes she brought up. This is their signature dish, pickled chicken. It looks pretty good and smells like wine, which is quite local. Please enjoy your meal. If you find anything wrong, please feel free to tell me. The proprietress looked at Chun Mo with a friendly smile. As a woman, she knows her attraction to men and knows how to use her advantages. Chun Mo smiled and nodded, picked up a piece of chicken and dipped it in the sauce. Took a bite. The taste is indeed good. The chicken is tender and the flavor has a hint of wine. This dish is perfect for people who drink alcohol. Young college students, unless they are from the Wuyu region, may not be able to get used to the taste. Overall, the taste is good. It's just the price that makes the largest consumer group here stay away. Take a bite. Chun Mo picked up a piece of chicken and brought it to Su Yun's red lips. Su Yun took a bite and her delicate eyebrows wrinkled slightly. It seemed that the taste was not what she liked. Chun Mo smiled and looked at her delicate red lips. "How is it?" "Well enough," Su Yun commented somewhat reluctantly. At this time, the proprietress brought another signature dish, pickled pig's trotters. The flavors of both dishes are the same. Those who like it will like it, and those who don't like this flavor style will not like it. For example, Suyun doesn't like this taste. Both signature dishes are the same to her. Chinamo felt that this store was simply opened in the wrong location. If we change to a slightly more upscale business district and find the right consumer group, the results will definitely be different. This hot boss lady doesn't look like she is cut out for business. At least now, she doesn't seem to be suitable for doing business. Hello, everyone. How do you like the taste of our signature dish? The proprietress smiled and looked at Chun Mo and Su Yun with her back straight. Yeah, it's okay. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. Su Yun had a calm and expressionless face. If you think it's delicious, you can bring your friends over to eat. If you're a regular customer, I can give you a discount. The proprietress has a soft tone, and coupled with her hot body under her Chong Sam, she is extremely attractive to men. There was a hint of coldness in Su Yun's eyes. She simply didn't like doing business this way. It was definitely not because the proprietress looked at Chun Mo with eyes full of charm and tenderness. Madam, how is your business? Chun Mo asked casually. Business, to be honest, isn't very good, so we really need a handsome boss like you to support us. The proprietress smiled, but there was no sadness in her tone. Are you naturally optimistic, or do you have something else to rely on? Chun Mo probed. Business is not good. Don't you want to change it? The proprietress's white and slender fingers lightly touched the black hair beside her ear. Her every move revealed the charm and tenderness of a mature beauty. She said helplessly, I thought about it, but it seems there is no other way. Maybe I haven't found the right consumer group. Only by opening a new location can we make a difference. It seemed that she knew the problem. Why not change the location? Because we have to pay rent to move to a new location. The proprietress smiled sincerely. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment. Don't you have to pay rent for this store? It's your own store. Halfway through his speech, Chun Mo reacted. The proprietress gave a relaxed smile of a wealthy woman. I see. This lady's business is not doing well, but she's still running here, and she doesn't look too worried. It turns out that it is my own shop, so I don't have to worry about rent. Then Chun Mo could understand. The proprietress said with some regret, I mainly want to promote the specialties of my hometown, and I also think they are delicious. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. The taste is indeed very unique, like nothing I've ever tasted before. It feels quite novel. The proprietress seemed to have found someone to talk to, and she couldn't help but sit down next to Chun Mo. This woman has a natural sexy temperament. Su Yun, who was standing aside, was alert as the radar sounded the alarm frantically. 086, a ray of hope. Do you still plan to keep this store open? Open it. The proprietress had a smile on her face and looked quite motivated. Chun Mo sighed, slightly in his heart. This rich lady was not short of money, so there was no hope of renting her shop. I have a good friend who recently found a new way of doing things. I heard it's pretty good. I plan to renovate this store and give it a try. When Chun Mo heard what the beautiful and sexy proprietress said, his heart sank, and he knew he had no chance. Su Yun looked normal, and even felt a little secretly happy. It's a good thing to have nothing to do with this woman. If I go back to Qingyang, it will be very dangerous for this woman to stay with Chun Mo. Then I wish you great prosperity in advance, Madam Boss. Thank you. Handsome boy, you are so nice to hear. I accept your good words. The proprietress's body trembled slightly when she laughed, and her plump bust couldn't help but tremble as well. It was truly an embarrassing scene. Fortunately, Chun Mo is not someone who has never seen big scenes. He smiled back without blushing or beating his heart. We'll leave first and not disturb you, the boss lady, from doing business. Chun Mo stood up and paid the bill. No, it's nice to chat with you. The proprietress also stood up and took the money from Chun Mo with a smile. 2 dishes cost 146. I'll give you 140. Come on, handsome boy. I'll buy you a bottle of ice water. She is quite capable and has a high emotional intelligence. Chun Mo took the water. Thank you. The lady boss smiled and said, when my new store reopens, come and support me. I heard that it suits the tastes of young people like you. Okay, I'll definitely come and show my support when I'm free. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he and Su Yun walked out of the store together. Take a sip. Chun Mo handed the water to Su Yun. Su Yun didn't care that it was a gift from the beautiful proprietress. It will be a waste if you don't drink this water if you're thirsty. There's no chance for this store anymore, Sister Yun. Do you have any other ideas? Chun Mo looked at Su Yun with a smile. Su Yun took a big sip of water and showed a comfortable expression. What else can I do? Let's find a store with similar situation and ask again. If there really isn't one, then we can only spend more money to rent a store. The second method has the possibility of becoming a big victim. If there really isn't one, then we can open a branch here. It's also possible to open one in the bustling city center. Chen Mo said calmly. Well, maybe it can develop better than here. And the downtown is definitely one of the strategic places we are bound to develop. Suya nodded slightly. Her development philosophy is consistent with Chen Mo's. The two of them walked around the street again and entered 3 shops that were similar to the restaurant they had just visited, but none of them had any intention of selling their business. Business here is not very good, but I can still persist, or the transfer fee is very high. Chen Mo would not accept such an obvious situation of being taken advantage of. It was already late at night when the two finished shopping. It seems that the plan of opening a branch this time is a bit difficult. It's getting late, Aunt Sue. It's time to go back to the hotel and rest. Chen Mo looked at Su Yun with a smile. Su Yun knew what he meant, and she thought about living alone in her own world. Her pretty face couldn't help but get hot, and she hummed softly. The first time is new, the second time is familiar, and by the third time, Su Yun was able to take the initiative. The two walked hand in hand on the street back to the hotel. The two of them didn't seem to have much interest in appreciating the scenery along the way. They went straight into the hotel and took the elevator upstairs. As soon as the elevator door opened, the two walked out of the elevator quickly, one in front and one behind. Su Yun's pretty face flushed. She never thought that this day would come. When the door opened, Chen Mo hugged her tightly from behind. Sister Yun, I want to see you wearing that white hip skirt today. Chen Mo whispered in her ear. The next morning, Chen Mo and Su Yun, who had not slept all night, were awakened by the ringing of the phone while they were sleeping. Chen Mo answered the phone with sleepy eyes. Hello. Mr. Chen, are you taking a rest? Chen Mo was half asleep and half awake, and couldn't tell who the other person was, but it was a woman's voice, and it sounded familiar. Did you not sleep well last night? I have something to tell you. The woman's voice was gentle and delicate, and it sounded more and more familiar to Chen Mo. It's not that I didn't sleep well last night, but I worked so hard that I didn't sleep at all. But considering his physical strength, it was not a big deal. Su Yun, who was working harder, was sleeping next to him, and the ringing of the phone did not wake her up. You say, Chen Mo replied subconsciously and became a little more sober. I have a good friend who I have known since childhood. She recently chatted with me, and we talked about our respective recent situations. Her business has been operating at a loss, and she wants to change industries. Our branch in Fuzhou is doing better and better. Fu City? Chen Mo's mind became clear at this time. The owner of the Fu City branch, the owner of that voice, is Lu Lan. We GKD and Dongyan are still looking for franchisees, right? Franchisees? We're still recruiting. Chen Mo said this as he gently stood up, turned around to look at Su Yun, who was still sleeping soundly, walked out of the bedroom with peace of mind, and came to the living room of the suite. Avoid calling and waking Su Yun up. She was so tired last night that her throat might be uncomfortable today. That's great. Lu Lan's voice was filled with excitement and joy. She has her own store, but it's not located in the city, but it's in an area with a lot of college students. A lot of college students? Chen Mo felt something was wrong. Which province is your friend in? It's not a province, it's a demon city. After Lu Lan said this, Chen Mo couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. No way. She's not the natural beauty, the sexy boss lady who carries a bad omen as I imagined. Right? Devil City, at Devil City University? Mr. Chun, how did you know? Her shop is indeed on the street outside Magic City University. Did she open a Wuyu restaurant? Yes. Mr. Chun, do you know my best friend? It's a long story. Chen Mo and Lu Lan chatted for about 10 minutes and then hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, the destined person is right in front of me. Chen Mo smiled slightly, not knowing whether the lucky charm on his body was working. It's okay to play a role. After all, it's a good thing. Seeing that Su Yun was sleeping soundly, Chen Mo didn't wake her up. After a quick wash, he went out alone to meet the hot boss lady. 087 sister, my name is Career. It was almost noon when Chen Mo left the hotel. I didn't sleep last night, and it was already 11 o'clock when I woke up this morning. And he was woken up by Lu Lan's phone call. At the same time, on the other side, Wuyu Hotel. The proprietress Li Wei was still wearing a red high-slit cheongsam today, and the most eye-catching thing was still her fiery bust. She received good news from her best friend Lu Lan today. The boss of the brand that her best friend joined happened to come to Shanghai. I originally thought I would have to take a plane to Hunan province to discuss cooperation, but it actually saved me time. Lu Lan gave her a phone number and asked her to send the store address to the owner, who would then come and inspect it himself. After Li Wei sent the message, she waited for the reply with some trepidation. Today her makeup is more sexy and charming than usual. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw her perfect hot body. It was indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that no one could experience such beauty in person. Just as Li Wei was feeling a little regretful, footsteps were heard at the store door. She looked up and was slightly surprised. It was the handsome and likable young man from yesterday. But today, that extremely beautiful food-protecting woman was not with him. Li Wei smiled, her beautiful eyes full of energy, and walked out of the reception desk. "Handsome guy, are you coming to eat again today?" Chinamo smiled and nodded. "Well, not welcome." "No, you're welcome. It's just that yesterday was the last day our store was open," Li Wei said with some sigh. She pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said, "The chefs have all received their wages and left, and I am the only one left in the entire restaurant." Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then I have come here for nothing," Li Wei said with an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry. I'll treat you to a drink. You can choose whatever you want." This sister is a generous person. Chun Mo glanced at the drinks and wine on the counter behind her and said with a smile, "You really just pick whatever you want?" Li Wei's beautiful eyes were filled with a cheerful smile. "It's so casual. I won't do this anymore anyway." She seemed to have gotten rid of the psychological pressure of running the restaurant during this period. She was in a much better mood and looked full of energy. Then give me a bottle." "Sister, what do you like to drink?" Li Wei didn't expect Chun Mo to suddenly ask about her preferences. She was slightly stunned and said, "Well, for white wine, I like to drink something with a stronger taste." She was pointing at a bottle of Bawangzui 70 degrees. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is domineering and fierce. Chunmo's alcohol tolerance is not very good. If Su Yin hadn't blocked the wine for him last time, he really couldn't hold it. He might not have had the energy to subdue Su Yin that night. "Why are you scared?" The beautiful Lady Li Wei showed a provocative smile. Who's afraid of who? But we can't just drink." Chun Mo took a look at the kitchen. Li Wei looked thoughtful. She didn't want to open the store today, but thinking that the boss would come to inspect, she came here to wait. "I was a little hungry at this time, and I didn't know when the boss would come. I need to see what ingredients are left." Li Wei said this while twisting her waist and walking towards the kitchen in a swaying manner. Chun Mo followed and asked curiously, "Can you cook?" "A little bit." Li Wei turned around and smiled and replied, "Chun Mo, or drunken chicken?" Li Wei was slightly embarrassed. That's a bit troublesome. Let's cook something else." Chun Mo smiled and said, "Then let me do it. It happens that I know a little bit about cooking." Li Wei laughed. "Huh? What a coincidence." "Yeah, what a coincidence." Chun Mo smiled as he saw her open the refrigerator. There was chicken, beef, meat, ribs, quite a lot of ingredients. "What can you cook?" Beef or spare ribs?" "Let's have both. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten these two dishes for a long time." Li Wei smiled with a hint of anticipation. "Then I'll help you." It's okay, it's okay." "Sister, you put on makeup today, right? You'd better not do it, otherwise your makeup will be ruined." I'm just being polite. It's really inconvenient to cook with makeup on," Li Wei said a little embarrassedly. Chun Mo smiled and took a look at her exquisite and hot body. "You are dressed so beautifully. Are you going on a date today?" Li Wei coughed lightly and laughed. "What date?" "I'm not interested in men now. I just want to pursue my career." Chun Mo subconsciously replied, "Sister, my name is Career." Li Wei was stunned by his words. "What do you mean you call it career?" "What did I just say, career?" She immediately came to her senses and couldn't help but spit with a smile. "Bah, you little bastard, you're taking advantage of me, aren't you?" Chun Mo looked at Li Wei with a righteous look on his face. "Sister, what's wrong? How'd I take advantage of you?" Li Wei said angrily. "You said me." "Bah." Li Wei blushed. She didn't expect that Chun Mo, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be so talkative. I have never seen anyone who can take advantage of others and still look so righteous. While the two were talking, Chun Mo never stopped his hands. His knife skills were superb and skillful. Every movement he made was extremely delicate, effortless, and looked full of beauty. There's a saying that goes, anything done to the extreme can be called art. Chun Mo gave Li Wei this feeling at this moment. Watching him cut vegetables is full of a pleasing beauty. Li Wei had met many chefs, but no chef, not even the chefs of top hotels, had ever given her this feeling. She looked at Chun Mo's handsome and sunny profile, and her liking for Chun Mo increased rapidly. At the same time, she also became extremely curious about him. He is so young, but he has such amazing knife skills. I wonder if his cooking skills are also so amazing. Chen Mo cooked and added ingredients in a series of movements so smoothly that Li Wei, who was watching beside him, was stunned. As the enticing aroma filled the air, Li Wei's saliva began to water like crazy, her appetite completely aroused by the aroma. She felt like her stomach was being captured just by smelling the aroma. Chen Mo cooks very quickly. In about 10 minutes, 2 delicious dishes are ready. Oh, there's no rice. I'll make some. Li Wei remembered it and immediately went to cook some rice. When she came out after cooking, the dishes were already on the table. The meal will take a while. Let's drink something first. Li Wei sat next to Chen Mo with wine and a glass. She looked at the 2 delicious dishes in front of her and couldn't help but say, I suddenly feel that my wine is not worthy of your dishes. Chen Mo smiled faintly. The focus of this meal is not the food, nor the wine. Li Wei asked in confusion, what's the point? Chen Mo looked in her charming eyes and said, the point is people. Li Wei couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. 088 This is my bottom line, gift plus update. That's right. If you drink with boring people, it's better not to drink. Li Wei agreed with a smile. Chen Mo smiled without saying anything and poured the wine silently. Li Wei smiled and said, pour me half a cup. I have something to do in the afternoon. Chen Mo never urged people to drink, so he just followed her instructions and poured her half a cup, about 5 cents. By the way, we've been talking for so long, but I still don't know your name. Li Wei held the wine and looked at Chen Mo curiously. Chen Mo, Li Wei. The 2 of them officially met. Li Wei held up the wine glass and said, come on, Chen Mo, you and my sister get along very well. I'm glad to meet you. Chen Mo raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Me too. They both took their first sip. Well, no, I want to taste your cooking skills. Li Wei looked at the 2 plates of delicious dishes on the table and had been patient for a long time. She picked up a piece of beef and ate it in one bite. Li Wei's eyes widened. She had never tasted such a flavor before. For the first time, she experienced firsthand what it meant to eat something extremely delicious. Li Wei stood up suddenly and looked at Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes, sparkling, as if she was looking at a priceless treasure. Chen Mo, shall we cooperate? Chen Mo was startled when he stood up. Sister, what are you collaborating on? Open a restaurant. With your cooking skills, it will definitely be a big hit. I'll pay, you'll provide the cooking, and we'll split the profits 50-50. How do you think? Li Wei looked at Chen Mo excitedly. She has already drawn up a huge blueprint for a catering empire in her mind. 4-6. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't react, Li Wei couldn't help but raise the stakes. Is Sanchi okay? I can't give in anymore. Chen Mo blinked. Li Wei bit her red lips lightly and said helplessly, brother, you are so old. 28 is my last bottom line. Chen Mo laughed and shook his head, then picked up a piece of braised pork ribs. The taste is really excellent. No wonder Li Wei was so moved. Even broke his own bottom line. Chen Mo's smile made Li Wei lose the confidence to negotiate. She thought Chen Mo was still not satisfied with the share. She picked up the wine glass, drank it in one gulp, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, 91. You take 90% and I take 10%. Is that okay? It seems that if Chen Mo is not satisfied with the share, Li Wei might kill him here. Sister, don't worry. The profit sharing won't be 90% to 10%. Our company stipulates that if you own a store, we will adopt a 50% profit sharing policy. Li Wei was stunned by Chen Mo's words. She didn't understand. What do you mean? Company policy? Chen Mo smiled and said, didn't Sister Lu Lan tell you about our franchisee requirements and profit sharing model? Willowland. Li Wei became even more confused now. Maybe it was because of the alcohol she drank. Her mind was a little fuzzy. You know Lu Lan? Wait, let me explain this relationship. Li Wei looked at the wine glass and pondered. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Chen Mo, her red lips slightly opened in surprise. You're the boss of GKD. The main reason was that she had just been thinking about opening a restaurant with Chen Mo. I never thought of going to my good sisters. All these things were mixed together, and she couldn't understand them all at once. Plus, Chen Mo was so young, she didn't even think about it. Looking back now, she should have noticed something unusual long ago because of the beautiful woman who followed Chen Mo yesterday and his calm and relaxed temperament that was completely different from his peers. Now add in Chen Mo's cooking skills. Li Wei became more curious about the young man in front of her. Are you really the boss of GKD? If you mean the GKD that Lu Lan joined, then it should be correct. Chun Mo said this and took a sip of wine. Well, this wine is indeed strong. Li Wei's beautiful eyes were full of smiles. I have been waiting for you to come. It turns out that I have seen you yesterday. Now should I call you Mr. Chun or brother? Chun Mo smiled. It's all right. It depends on what you like. Li Wei's sexy red lips slightly raised. I like them all, so I'll call you Mr. Chun, brother. Chun Mo. Li Wei lightly lifted her black hair, smiling charmingly and alluringly. She was a little hesitant about Lu Lan's proposal to join the franchise. After all, she had never seen a physical store of GKD, nor had she gone to conduct an on-site inspection, so she was not sure about it. But now, Chun Mo alone dispelled all the doubts and hesitations in her heart. Brother Chun, besides GKD and milk tea, do you have any restaurant franchises? No. Li Wei is still thinking about the restaurant. The main thing is the dishes cooked by Chun Mo. They are so delicious. It will be a shame not to become a chef, Li Wei said in an intimate tone. Brother, you are not still in college, are you? Chun Mo pointed to the gate of Magic City University, which was diagonally opposite the hotel. Magic City University? This is great. Li Wei smiled brightly. She picked up the wine glass in a very good mood and found that the wine was finished. Chun Mo smiled and poured her a glass of wine, which was still around 5 cents. Pour a little more. Thank you, brother. Li Wei no longer had any concerns about meeting her boss in the afternoon, and as she was in a good mood, she couldn't help wanting to drink a little more. Chun Mo poured her some more. Li Wei raised her glass. It's nice to meet my brother again. Chun Mo smiled and touched her. Glad. Li Wei took a sip and started eating the dish immediately. She hadn't even tasted the delicious food yet because she was shocked by Chun Mo's identity. As she ate, her eyes looked at Chun Mo brighter and brighter. Sister, don't look at me like that. It's scary, Chun Mo said with a smile. Li Wei coughed lightly and felt that she was a little too reckless. She immediately tried to excuse herself. I admire you, but don't be narcissistic. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. I know, I'm not narcissistic. Li Wei looked at Chun Mo and suddenly woke up. By the way, we haven't talked about business yet. Can you tell me more about the details of joining? Talking about business, Chun Mo restrained his smile and said seriously, GKD fast food franchise and Donyan milk tea franchise. Do you want to join one of them or both? Li Wei pondered. If possible, I want to join. Is my store big enough? Are there any other requirements besides a store? Chun Mo brought a franchise contract with him before he came and handed it to Li Wei. Specific requirements, as well as the share, all the details are written in the contract. Take a look first, and I'll tell you if you don't understand. Li Wei took the contract and was surprised at how calm and measured the other party was. She read the contract carefully and nodded slightly. It's much better than the 90:1 split we just had when we opened a restaurant together. After she said this, the two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. Li Wei extended her soft jade hand. Brother, happy cooperation. 089 new franchise. Li Wei is determined to join GKD. Fast food and milk tea shops can be opened together in this place. Li Wei couldn't wait. Brother, when can we start decorating? Chun Mo smiled and said, if you want, you can do it now. Li Wei was full of energy. Okay, then I'll contact the decoration team now. Chun Mo picked up the wine glass. Let's have a drink first? Ah, sure. Li Wei opened her red lips and drank a lot in one gulp. From the way she drank, we could tell that she was very happy. The two drank but didn't finish the food. However, Chun Mo grabbed the food before Li Wei could eat it. It could be described as snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Li Wei's beautiful eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. If you don't give me food, who will you give it to? Chun Mo smiled and said, give it to my Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue? Li Wei immediately understood that it was the beautiful sister who followed Chun Mo yesterday. It seems that the relationship between the two is not simple. But that's normal. With Chun Mo's good looks, young and sunny body, and mature and stable personality, he is everything a woman wants. Which sister would not love him? Not only older sisters love it, it's also very popular among young girls. Li Wei watched Chun Mo pick up all the meaty ribs, leaving the bones for her. He also picked the tender beef and left the chili and coriander for her. It's a bit too much. Li Wei was angry but dared not speak out. Chun Mo said seriously, chili peppers and bones are more delicious when eaten with wine. Oh, I see there's some peanuts over there. Can I pour them for you? Li Wei, this is too much. The next second she smiled. Peanuts? Okay. Chun Mo poured the peanuts into her beef bowl, then took out some paper and a pen and sat down next to her. Li Wei looked at Chun Mo curiously as he wrote and drew on the paper. It takes about 5 minutes. Chun Mo handed her a sketch of the decoration layout. Decorate according to this pattern. If you have any questions, call me. I'll tell you the detailed dimensions of some places tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Li Wei took the sketch, spread it on the table, and looked at it carefully. The picture drawn by Chun Mo was concise and clear, and she could probably understand it. The decoration of her place was already in good condition. As long as the unwanted objects and decorations are cleared out, many of them can still be used. I'm leaving now. Chun Mo finished eating and packed up his food to take away. Okay, bye. Li Wei followed him to the door and waved. It would have been fine if she didn't wave her hands, but once she waved her hands, her upper body moved along with the movement, and suddenly the waves became turbulent. When passers-by saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn around to appreciate this amazing scene. When Chun Mo was about to reach the hotel, he received a call from Su Yun. As soon as the phone was connected, her lazy voice came. Husband, where have you been? Chun Mo, I want to discuss a cooperation, and I also made you some delicious food. Su Yun, cooperation? What cooperation? She was not concerned about food at first, but about cooperation. This shows that she is a very career-oriented type. Chun Mo, I'll tell you when I get back. By the way, are you up? The next second, the sound of Su Yun taking a breath of cold air was heard on the phone. It hurts. What's wrong? Chun Mo asked with concern. Su Yun's tone was slightly resentful. Humph, what do you think? Bullying someone for a whole night. Chun Mo coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm hanging up now. Bye. Okay, bye. Chun Mo hung up the phone, walked into the hotel lobby, and renewed the room rate before it came out in the morning. The receptionist nodded and greeted Chun Mo with a smile on her face. Chun Mo responded with a smile, then walked towards the elevator. Just then, someone came down and entered the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator door slowly opened. Chun Mo walked out of the elevator and went straight to his room. When I arrived at the door, I swiped my card, opened the door, and walked in. Crash. As soon as Chun Mo entered the room, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Aunt Sue, this is... Chun Mo closed the door gently and then tiptoed to the bathroom door. There was a shadowy figure inside, with an artistic beauty. Chun Mo put his hand on the handle of the glass sliding door, then opened the door, went in, and closed the door with lightning speed. After a second of silence, there was a cry of surprise from inside. Chun Mo, you scare me to death. What are you doing? Su Yun's shy and frightened voice rang out. Next came Chun Mo's serious voice. Aunt Sue, I'll help you. But want your help. Are you sure you don't want to? Then don't blame me. Don't. I surrender. Now, Su Yun didn't know how many times he had to surrender every day. Even though she was bullied every day, Su Yun enjoyed it. Half an hour later, Su Yun walked out with her slender, white jade legs. Her delicate and beautiful oval face was flushed, and she gave Chun Mo a look of shame and resentment in her beautiful eyes. Chun Mo sighed lightly and said helplessly, people who help are still despised. It's really hard to do good things now. Su Yun laughed angrily. Good people and good deeds. If this is called a good deed, I don't know how many people would be eager to do it. He is really ungrateful after getting an advantage. Chun Mo suppressed his smile and brought the food he brought back to Su Yun. Come, try this dish. When Su Yun smelled the fragrance of the food, she, who originally didn't feel hungry, suddenly felt hungry. She picked up a piece of beef and ate it, then was stunned for a moment, and then immediately picked up a piece of pork ribs. Where's this dish made? What's wrong? It's not tasty. It's delicious. It's worthy of being a big city. I've never eaten anything so delicious in Xinjiang. Where's this restaurant? We can go there to eat again. It's a bit far. It doesn't matter. No matter how far away this tastes, it's worth going to eat. Chun Mo felt like he had dug a hole for himself. Let's talk about it when we have time. Oh, by the way, what did you mean by cooperation? Su Yun looked at Chun Mo curiously. The branch store has been found. So fast. This is the contract. We will be preparing to purchase our staff training, instant food making machines, and milk tea machines. Su Yun took the contract and looked through it carefully until she reached the last page for the franchisee to sign. Li Wei, where's this store? I'll take you there and you'll know when the time comes. Chun Mo smiled. Mysterious. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I will know it sooner or later anyway. Su Yun put away the contract and then started calling contacts to advance the process of joining. I had my first experience joining Willowland. Su-yin found things much smoother when he started to operate. Once she started working, she couldn't stop. It's a pity that her computer is not with her, otherwise she would be even busier. Some things cannot be done and can only be handed over to Zhouya and Li Lu in the county. Zhouya also reported on the situation of each store in the county, as well as 2 projects. Everything was going well for the time being. In addition, Zhouya also specifically asked Chun Mo to answer the phone. Su-yin pricked up her ears and heard Zhouya's seductive voice say something. Boss, do you need someone to come to the Magic City? 090 don't call me. Chun Mo righteously rejected Zhouya's charm. What are you doing here? I have Secretary Su. Everything will be fine. Just work hard. If you have anything to ask, talk to Secretary Su. Don't call me. Su-yin raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard Chun Mo's answer, and she was quite satisfied. Chun Mo sat next to her, handed the phone back to her with a smile, and pointed out the window. What's wrong? Su-yin looked out the window with a hint of confusion. Chun Mo leaned close to her ear and whispered, It's getting dark, my lady. Is it time to go to bed? Su-yin was numb. She looked at Chun Mo pitifully. Husband, please forgive me, I really can't take it anymore. Chun Mo looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help laughing. Alas, my wife is useless. Su-yin. She bit her red lips lightly, unable to refute. I am really useless, no? No, it should be Chun Mo's problem. Chun Mo smiled when he saw Su-yin looking like a bullied wife. Let's go out for a walk. Su-yin looked at Chun Mo with slight surprise. Chun Mo, why? Not going. Su-yin immediately took Chun Mo's hand and said, Go, go, go. Chun Mo. The 2 of them packed up a bit and then went out. I took a taxi in front of the hotel and headed to the most famous place in Shanghai, the Bund. The night view of the Bund is quite good. When Chun Mo was in college in his previous life, he came here several times with Su Qingxue. Now, the person who is accompanying him is still surnamed Su, but his mood is completely different from when he was accompanying Su Qingxue. Su-yin looked at the Bund night scene with tall buildings and bright lights and couldn't help but sigh. I wish Qingyang could develop like this someday. Chun Mo smiled slightly. This cannot be developed into this by the power of one place. It takes 100 years to create it. Su-yin probably understood this sentence. It is impossible to achieve this level by relying solely on the human and material resources of one place. It requires major official policies, a unique geographical location, and the development of the times. All these factors combined have created the magic city of today. The wind is quite comfortable. Chun Mo took Su-yin for a stroll along the Bund. Su-yin leaned on Chun Mo, enjoying the beauty of their world of 2. At this moment, she felt that her life was very good. But when she thought of the age gap between them, she couldn't help feeling sad. Yi Shui, would you agree with the relationship between the 2? Su-yin found it difficult. If possible, as long as Yi Shui agreed that they should be together, it would not matter even if she did not want a formal status. She was willing to stay by Chun Mo's side and be his personal secretary. The 2 walked for a while. Su-yin felt her legs were a little sore. After all, she had not fully recovered from last night's injury. After walking for a while, I started to feel uncomfortable. So Chun Mo squatted down in front of her. Su-yin's pretty face flushed slightly, and she glanced at the people around her, but no one noticed them. What? Come up. It's not like you haven't memorized it before. Chun Mo turned around and opened his arms. At this moment, Su-yin couldn't help but think of the opportunity that brought them closer. It was because Chun Mo rescued the beauty, and she sprained her ankle, and he carried her home on his back. Su-yin bit her red lips lightly, then leaned over and lay on Chun Mo's back. Hold tight, Chun Mo said with a smile. Su-yin gently hugged Chun Mo with her hands, her face resting on Chun Mo's shoulder, and spoke softly. Chun Mo, am I heavy? It seems a little heavier than the first time I carried you. Really? Ever since Su-yin and Chun Mo became closer, she has paid special attention to her skin, figure, and body shape. Then I have to lose weight. She has a perfect figure and has lost weight. Don't reduce it. It's best to keep it as it is. Why is it best to keep it as it is? Because I like it. Su-yin blushed and whispered softly in Chun Mo's ear, Okay, if my husband likes me, I won't lose weight. Chun Mo suddenly became full of energy and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Walk slower. I am in a hurry. What's the hurry? Su-yin looked confused. Chun Mo said seriously, in a hurry to go back to the hotel. Su-yin held her forehead. I shouldn't have flirted with him just now. I have to bear the consequences myself. We hailed a taxi on the roadside and returned to the hotel. Fortunately, Chen Mo still sympathized with Su Yun's discomfort tonight. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. This was the earliest day they went to bed since they came out. The next day, Chen Mo was still energetic, and Su Yun also had a rosy complexion and looked in good condition. The two packed up, had breakfast at the hotel, and then headed to the franchise store. Su Yun still doesn't know where this franchise store is. When she followed Chen Mo to the familiar street and arrived at the Wu Yu Hotel, Su Yun asked in surprise, "The franchise store you're talking about is not this one, right?" Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, Aunt Su, you guessed it right." Su Yun. She looked at Chen Mo in surprise. "Then the boss lady is going to continue to do other business, right? How did you convince her?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "Maybe your husband is too attractive?" Su Yun raised her eyebrows. "Narcissistic, tell me, are you really attracted by that woman?" Chen Mo, ahem. Su Yun raised the corner of her mouth. "No? That's good." Chen Mo. Cunning Aunt Su deliberately tested me. Chen Mo just exposed himself, and Su Yun saw through it at a glance. "Aunt Su, your psychology book was not read in vain." "That is." Su Yun nodded with a little pride. She had originally only wanted to learn some psychology to manage her employees, but she had never expected it to be used in this way. A pleasant surprise. She couldn't help but sigh that knowledge is always useful, which makes her more motivated to learn and absorb new knowledge. She has to keep up with Chen Mo's footsteps, otherwise she will just be a decorative vase. Su Yun absolutely didn't want this to happen. She wanted to be a reliable confidant of Chen Mo. "You haven't told me how you convinced the boss lady." Su Yun is very concerned about this matter now. "That lady boss is too dangerous." Chen Mo smiled and said, "She is a good sister of Lu Lan, the owner of the franchise store in Fu City." Su Yun frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then she suddenly understood. Was it Lu Lan who introduced our brand to her? No wonder she said before that she was ready to change her career. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "Smart. I'll reward you when I get back to the hotel." Su Yun's smile suddenly faded, her beautiful eyes full of pity. "You don't have to use this reward." 091 Aunt Su, I'm Num, Gift Plus Update. "Mr. Chun, my brother." Just as Chen Mo and Su Yun were talking, a charming voice was heard. Su Yun looked at Li Wei, who walked out of the store. His eyes suddenly changed from pitiful to cold. "Brother Chun, it seems a lot of things happened when I was away yesterday." Chen Mo coughed lightly and said seriously, "Let me introduce you. This is our company's general secretary, Su Yun." Li Wei smiled and said, "Hello, Secretary Su." Don't hit a smiling person. Su Yun shook hands with her. "Hello." Su Yun has always been serious and responsible in her work. Public is public, private is private, and private matters should be resolved privately. Regarding staff training and our GKD production machines, just contact our Secretary Su. "Okay, I'll have to trouble Secretary Su from now on." "It's my job, you're welcome." Su Yun replied sternly. "Has the construction started?" "Yes. Can you help me see if this kitchen should be demolished, or can it continue to be used?" "Take a look." Su Yun and Li Wei walked into the hotel together with their long and beautiful legs. The two women have mature and slender figures. Su Yun wears a white wrap skirt and black stockings and high heels. Her every move is sexy and seductive, and every step she takes is enough to make people crazy. Li Wei was wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam, which made her already hot body even more amazing. The cheongsam made her body curves present a perfect S shape. When the two of them walked together, they were both beautiful in their own ways. Just their seductive backs are enough to make people imagine. Chen Mo enjoyed this pleasant scene alone. Su Yun and Li Wei discussed the decoration of the store together. Chen Mo occasionally gives some critical advice. In the afternoon, Chen Mo took Su Yun to buy a laptop. Su Yun thought it was too expensive at first and was a little reluctant to spend it. But under the pressure of Chen Mo's domineering president, she could only accept it obediently. After all, it is for better work, not for personal entertainment. Su Yun could still accept it in her heart. Chen Mo also bought one for himself, as he would need it frequently in the future. After all, the network was almost ready to start up. Penguin Empire is still focusing on the Penguin software. Then, can we try software similar to WeChat, which is the leader in chatting and payment? There's also shopping software. The reason why Taobao was able to rise overnight, while a similar app like it failed miserably, was that the most important reason is that there is no payment guarantee system of its own. In addition, Taobao is free, which is a huge advantage in attracting merchants compared to eBay, which charges a fee for listing products at the same time. In addition to this advantage, it was launched early. After all, the first person to eat the cake always gets the most. In addition to these, the most important thing is promotion and harvesting users. For example, Pink 6C, which has emerged in the post-online shopping era. Why is it becoming popular again? That is how it harvests users, using the simplest and most brutal method. In economics, it is called the market multiplication method, which is to give money directly to users and word of mouth spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Plus, the prices on Pink 6C are really cheap. To a certain extent, its popularity is also due to the well-developed internet at that time. With everyone having a smartphone, the speed at which information can be spread through the circle of friends is terrifying. Would it work in this era when the internet is still barren? Chinamo thought about what he could do now. Make a payment software for chatting combined with an online shopping platform. It is equivalent to Weixin and Taobao. It's a bit of a pity that Chun Mo majored in design. It would have been more convenient if he had majored in software. Change major again in sophomore year? I suffered this loss in my previous life. I was cheated by my programmer partner. If you don't understand the technology, it will be very easy to be tricked by an insider. Every failure makes you wiser. The important core position around Chun Mo now must be filled by someone he can fully trust. For example, like Aunt Sue. The next few days, with the cooperation of Su Yun and Li Wei, the renovation of the hotel is progressing steadily. Basically, every day is different. The main reason was that Li Wei was looking forward to the opening of the new store. She was almost using a whip to urge the progress and even called in another team of people. Su Yun has been helping to recruit employees these days. GKD and the milk tea shop require a total of 10 employees. In this era, the thing that is least lacking is employees. In another week, Chun Mo will officially start school. He wonders if he can find a way to escape the military training, which lasts for a month. Before school starts, Chun Mo still needs to go back. After all, Joya's matter has not been dealt with yet. Why go back this time? I'll see how she performs first and then decide how to deal with this kid Lin Hao. However, Shun Bing said on the phone that his father Lin Fifan had been proven to be innocent and there was no way he could escape. This is good news for Chun Mo. During this period, Su Yun was immersed in work every day, dealing with Li Wei's affairs while remotely controlling Qingyang. Especially for projects on construction sites, she basically has to make more than 10 calls every day. When it's time to go to bed at night, Su Yun always deliberately sits in front of the computer and works hard. She only hates that there is too little to do and she can't stay up late. It would be best if she could stay up until Chun Mo goes to bed. But unfortunately, every time she tried to delay time, Chun Mo would just pick her up and reward her without saying anything. Su Yun deeply experienced what it meant to be in pain and happy at the same time. However, one day, she and Chun Mo were so busy enjoying their own world that they did not rest all night. The next day, she had agreed to train Li Wei's employees in the morning, but she slept until the afternoon. When she went there in the afternoon, Li Wei looked at her with a meaningful look. In this way, Chun Mo and Su Yun spent several busy and fulfilling days. Su Yun looked energetic. Her skin was rosy and shiny, and her eyes were bright, as if she had eaten something very nutritious. The whole person is radiant. She is radiant, and her every move reveals the graceful demeanor of a mature beauty. This made Li Wei curious. One time, she couldn't help but ask Su Yun what cosmetics she used, as she also wanted to use them. Su Yun. There was no way she could lend out this cosmetic. After spending some time together, Su Yun and Li Wei's relationship has become much more harmonious. Appreciate each other's abilities. The shop has been almost renovated. With all the production machines moved into the store today, employees are being trained to familiarize themselves with the operations and rules and regulations. In a few days, we could pick a good day and open the business. It just happened to coincide with the start of school at several nearby universities. To some extent, Li Wei's store has the best timing, location, and people. Chun Mo saw that Li Wei's shop was basically set up, and there were still 2 days before school started. He bought a plane ticket and rushed back to Qingyang with Su Yun. 092 return to Qingyang. August 30th, 9:30 in the morning. A section of Su Yun's snow-white shoulders were exposed outside the sheets, and her black hair was slightly messy. Chun Mo looked at her with a smile. Hurry up, you're going to miss the flight back home. What time is it? It's 9:30. Did you oversleep again? It's all your fault. She has been waking up late every day during this period. There is nothing she can do about it. is really tormenting. Soo-yun blushed and hurriedly stood up, picked up her clothes, and put them on quickly. Chun-mo watched her put on her clothes and couldn't help but smile. Aunt Sue is so beautiful, and her every move is heartwarming. The beauty wakes up in the morning, this beautiful scene that makes people's nose bleed. Only he can appreciate it. The two of them simply washed up and packed Soo-yun's luggage. After all, Chun-mo was about to go to school, so he left the luggage and a computer with Li Wei. Li Wei came to pick up the luggage at the hotel entrance. Before sending Chun-mo to the car, she leaned close to Chun-mo's ear and whispered, "Come back soon, sister is waiting for you." Soo-yun on the side had a blank expression on her face. She had gradually gotten used to Li Wei's behavior of deliberately making her angry. Chun-mo smiled and waved to Li Wei. Li Wei smiled and said, "Goodbye, Secretary Sue." Soo-yun smiled back, "Goodbye." The two got in a taxi and headed to the Magic City airport. The flight was at 10:30. The two of us checked in, went through security, and checked our tickets. We rushed all the way and luckily made it to the plane. Why is this seat different from when we came here? After Soo-yun sat down, she found the seat was spacious and comfortable. This is first class. That should be expensive, right? Fine. This ticket was bought by Chun-mo. The price was 2.5 times that of the economy class ticket he had just come from. One ticket cost more than 500 yuan. You haven't had enough rest, right? You can still sleep for a few hours here. I'll just book economy class from now on. I think it's pretty comfortable. We don't need that little money. Chun-mo shook her hand. Soo-yun felt a little warm in her heart, and she slowly closed her eyes with a smile. After a while, Soo-yun really fell asleep. It seems that I did not sleep well last night. No, it cannot be said that I did not sleep well. I did not sleep at all. After all, they both knew that after returning from the Magic City, the chances of being together and being affectionate would be much less. Aunt Sue was able to liberate herself last night. Just when Chun-mo was about to close his eyes and rest for a while, a flight attendant who was about 25 or 26 years old came straight to Chun-mo. She has delicate features, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, a well-proportioned figure, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings, which match their stewardess uniforms and are particularly eye-catching. The stewardess half knelt in front of Chun-mo. "Hello, sir. Would you like something to drink?" Chun-mo had heard about the first-class service, which was quite different from that of the economy class. The flight attendants in the first class are better looking and more beautiful, and they treat the first-class passengers with extremely good attitude. "Just give me a glass of water. Do you need ice?" The stewardess' voice was gentle and considerate, and her eyes were full of a friendly smile. "On the rocks. So what would you like to eat for lunch? Since we are in the capital of Hunan province, we have specially prepared some special dishes. Would you like to try them?" Chun-mo glanced at the name on her name tag. Su Tingting. "Okay, prepare to." Su Tingting smiled and said, "Okay, is there anything else you need? Just tell me." Chun-mo shook his head slightly. "No need." Su Tingting stood up and gently adjusted the hem of her skirt. "Please wait a moment." Chun-mo looked at her, leaving back, and raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, Su Tingting came over with a glass of water in her hand. "Your water, sir." "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome. Then you could take a rest." Su Tingting stood up gracefully and left. Chun-mo took a sip of water and felt a lot better. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep unknowingly. More than an hour later, Chun-mo woke up and it was almost time for dinner. Flight attendant Su Tingting brought out several lunches and distributed them to the first-class passengers. When she came to Chun-mo, she put down the lunchbox with a smile. "Did you sleep well? Good. Does your neck feel sore? Do you need a headrest?" Su Tingting asked softly. Chun-mo smiled and said, "If there is a headrest, please give me one." Su Tingting nodded meekly. "Okay." She distributed the first-class lunch and took out a headrest. "Sir, do you need my help?" Su Tingting walked to Chun-mo's side with a smile. "Isn't it just around the neck?" "Yes, but you need to adjust the tightness. It will be better for your cervical spine." As she spoke, she helped Chun-mo adjust the headrest. I don't know if it was intentional, but her slender fingers would touch Chun-mo's neck from time to time. "Okay, feel it for yourself." "Not bad, thank you." "You're welcome." Su Tingting smiled and turned away. She walked with her long and beautiful legs, and her back looked quite charming. After seeing her leave, Chun-mo took off his headrest and gently placed it under Soo-yun's swan-like neck. Soo-yun hummed softly, slowly opened her eyes, and saw Chun-mo. "Hubby, how long have I been sleeping?" "Chun-mo," I smiled slightly. "Not long. More than an hour. Are you hungry?" Soo-yun nodded slightly. She hadn't even had breakfast. "Here, Eat it and see if it tastes like our hometown. I opened the lunchbox and saw the dishes. Pig blood meatballs, bacon, they were really hometown specialties. Just when the two of them were eating. When flight attendant Su Tingting was serving water to other passengers, she discovered that the headrest she had used for Chun Mo had moved under Su Yun's head. She couldn't help but wonder, what is that beautiful woman to him? They seem very close, and there seems to be a big age gap between them. Could be my girlfriend? On the other side, Chun Mo and Su Yun finished their meal and rested for more than an hour. The broadcast on the plane sounded, announcing that we had arrived at the provincial capital airport. They also had to go to the airport parking lot. The parking fee was quite high during this period, 30 yuan a day. Chun Mo stayed in Shanghai for a total of 8 days. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh. Everything costs money when going out, so let's not drive out in the future. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. From now on, just fly the plane. Su Yun laughed. Flying a plane? In a dream. For Su Yun, flying on a plane was something she would never dream of. Even though she knew that Chun Mo had a bright future, she still felt that it was a very distant thing. 093 Break the rules. Around 5 in the afternoon, Chun Mo and Su Yun drove to Qingyang County. Finally, I'm home. Su Yun hadn't been away from home for a long time. When she looked at the familiar old street in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Boss! Li Lu shouted happily to Chun Mo. Also beside her were Zhouya and Shunbing. Zhouya was as elegant and ladylike as ever. She wore a professional knee-length suit and black stockings, looking quite like a working woman. Shunbing, as always, is full of the temperament of a cool and domineering lawyer. The tight white trousers make her straight and slender legs look particularly sexy and powerful. In addition, her sharp eyes make people feel as if they have committed a crime and are about to be prosecuted at any time. Sister Yun. Bing Bing. Shun Bing smiled and hugged Su Yun gently, being close to the beautiful woman. But she saw Su Yun's rosy face, radiant complexion, and fair and tender skin. It was less than 10 days since she last saw Su Yun, and she seemed to have become 10 years younger. Huh, Sister Yun, you feel much better. Really? Not bad. No, look how soft and tender the skin is. I used to be like this, right? Sister Yun, tell me the truth. Did you take any supplements? Su Yun's pretty face couldn't help but get slightly hot, and she spat softly. There's no such thing as taking any tonic. Let's all go in. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Chun Mo secretly. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection, and Chun Mo was looking at her at this moment, with a smile in his eyes. Boss, Sister Yun won't tell me, so you tell me, and I'll give you a benefit. Shen Bing quietly leaned towards Chun Mo and whispered. Chun Mo smiled and said, benefits? Am I the kind of person who can be easily bribed? Hey, Sister Bing, what are the benefits? Su Yun. Shen Bing laughed dumbly. Benefits, let's talk about it in private. Don't let Sister Yun know. Chun Mo. Yes. Su Yun. Why don't you two speak louder? People across the street from the supermarket can hear us. Go in first. Don't block the customers from buying milk tea. Su Yun gently pulled Chun Mo, who was standing at the door, towards her. Zhouya, who was standing by, saw this subconscious act of intimacy. Zhouya looked at Chun Mo tenderly at this time. Boss. Chun Mo nodded slightly. Let's go. Everyone dispersed and got busy with their own things. During the time that Chun Mo was in Shanghai, the company was operating normally, and the first real estate project was also progressing steadily. But real estate is a money-eating beast in the early stages. Invest $2 million in advance as capital to get the basic platform up and running. Then use land loans as financing, plus the pre-sales that are about to begin, to stabilize the capital chain, and then start explosive development. If you want to quickly gain a foothold in this industry, sometimes you have to follow the default rules of this industry, unless you have the ability to break the rules and reshuffle the cards. Obviously, GKD does not have this strength now. In the office on the 3rd floor, Zhouya is reporting her recent work to Su Yun. Overall, Zhouya did a pretty good job. Seeing that they were busy, Chun Mo left the office first. As soon as I went out, I met Yi Shuhui, who was coming back from buying groceries. Yi Shuhui only found out that Chun Mo was coming back today when she woke up from her nap at noon. There was no food prepared at home, so she hurried to buy some dishes that Chun Mo liked. Just came back. Mom, what did you buy? These are all your favorite foods. I'll carry it for you. When you're not around, Secretary Zhouya often takes the initiative to buy groceries for me. A few days ago, she even cooked me one of her specialties, saying she learned it from you. The taste is okay. Chin Mo couldn't help scratching his head after listening to this. He really couldn't teach his disciple Zhouya. Chin Mo chatted with Yi Shu Wei for a while and then took a rest. When I woke up, it was already dark. Chin Mo looked at the time. It was past 9 o'clock. He walked out of the bedroom and saw Yi Shu Wei watching a TV series. Awake? I was heating up some food for you. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. You do what you want. I can do it myself. Chun Mo heated up the dishes himself. Maybe because he was hungry, or maybe because he hadn't eaten Yi Shu Wei's cooking for a while. He ate a lot. Mom, you should go to bed early. I'll go to the office to check. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Yi Shu Wei is now completely reassured about Chin Mo. Chin Mo is better than both her and the old man. If it weren't for Chin Mo, she would have been kept in the dark about Fu Liming taking advantage of her. Now Fu Liming's newly opened store is facing the embarrassing situation of closing down. He simply couldn't compete with Chun Mo's group of people. A price war caused me to suffer heavy losses. The most important thing is that we haven't retained the guests yet. People bought from him once and went back to the Laojia's supermarket to buy again the second time. If he continues like this, he will lose everything. It won't be long before Fu Limin can't hold on any longer. On the other side, Chinamo looked at the busy Su Yun and Zhouya and couldn't help asking, "Have you eaten?" "We've eaten," the two women replied in unison. "Bing Bing bought us some food." Su Yun looked up at Chinmo, replied, and continued working. "Aunt Su, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early today." "Okay, I'll finish this for a while." Su Yun nodded slightly. She returned to Qingyang and has not been home yet. She's been working here. It's been almost 10 days. I wonder how Su Qingxue is doing now. At the same time, the crisp sound of high heels was heard outside the door. Xin Bing pushed the door open and walked in, holding a contract in her hand. "The boss is here. This is the purchase contract that our legal department has drawn up for the Oriental Community Project. Is there anything else that needs to be modified?" Chun Mo took the contract and glanced at it. He still trusted Xin Bing in this regard. "Annie Su, take a look." Chun Mo handed the contract to Su Yun again. Su Yun read the contract very carefully, and many of the clauses were discussed by her and Xin Bing. "I'll take it home and take a look at it tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Sister Yun, let me take you there." Xin Bing smiled and took Su Yun's arm and said, "Chun Mo." Su Yun looked at Chun Mo with a smile in her beautiful eyes. "Then Bing Bing and I will leave. By the way, my luggage is still in your car." Chun Mo nodded and looked at the plump lady. "Secretary Zhou, you should also go off work and have a rest." Zhouya looked up. She looked at Chun Mo and nodded slightly. The four of them went downstairs together, and Chun Mo put the luggage in the trunk into Xin Bing's car. "Bye, boss." "Bye-bye." Chun Mo watched the two women leave, and at the same time, looked at the woman in black stockings next to him. "Get in the car." Zhouya nodded meekly. 094, it's late at night. Zhouya sat in the passenger seat. Her figure was quite impressive. A pair of beautiful legs and black stockings were leaning sideways and together, and her expression showed a hint of submissiveness. It seemed that no matter what Chun Mo wanted to do to her at this time, she would obey and agree. "I'm a little hungry." Zhouya spoke first. "Before you tell me the answer, can you let me show you my cooking skills?" She has a pair of beautiful eyes with a hint of tenderness. Chun Mo nodded gently. "Where to?" Zhouya pulled the seatbelt around her body and buckled it. "My home." Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Qingyang City?" Zhouya said calmly, "No, I still have a house in the county, which my parents left for me and my sister." As expected of a lady from a wealthy family, she owns properties everywhere. "Come on, I'll show you the way." Zhouya seemed to be in better spirits, and her eyes were shining as she looked at Chun Mo. "Okay." Chun Mo agreed and stepped on the accelerator. "It's over there in the old finance family building, you know? It's the building next to the bridge." Zhouya gave Chun Mo directions, and after driving for about 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a 6-story building. "Bring it on." Zhouya unbuckled her seatbelt and took the lead in stepping out with her long, beautiful legs and high heels. The scene of her getting out of the car was sexy enough. Second floor. Zhouya walked in front of Chun Mo. She was wearing high heels, and every step she took looked extremely elegant. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhouya opened the door, turned on the light, and Chun Mo followed her in. "Here are your slippers." Zhouya gathered her skirt with both hands and squatted elegantly in front of Chun Mo to change his shoes. "I bought this morning. I think today might be my last day as your personal secretary. Try it on and see if it fits. Is it size 44? Good. Chun Mo looked at Zhouya, who was gentle and considerate in front of him, and his heart was slightly moved. What dishes do you want to eat? I want to buy steak today, as well as many other dishes. My cooking skills have skyrocketed recently. Zhouya looked at Chun Mo with confidence. You're good at cooking, right? I heard you've been cooking for my mom all this time. Well, I think I'm still your personal secretary, so it is my duty to take care of Sister Shui. Zhouya took all the vegetables out of the refrigerator. She did prepare a lot, but her best dishes were probably the two dishes that Chun Mo taught her. One is stir-fried beef, and the other is braised spare ribs. Chun Mo helped her prepare the food, and Zhouya looked at Chun Mo's knife skills with envy. Working together, the process was quite fast. In less than 20 minutes, two delicious dishes were served on the table. The dish is ready. Zhouya looked at Chun Mo and said softly, I want to drink some wine. Chun Mo nodded. As you wish. Zhouya turned around and took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, and the cork popped open. She took out two wine glasses and placed one in front of Chun Mo. Zhouya poured each of them a small glass of red wine. The aroma of the red wine is mellow and pleasant, and it doesn't look like cheap stuff. This was given to my father by a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong a long time ago. Zhouya sat down next to Chun Mo. She picked up the wine glass, her beautiful eyes still smiling. Come, let me toast you first and wish you a bright future. Yes, thank you. Chun Mo raised his glass and clinked it with hers, then took a sip. The wine has a mellow aroma, leaving a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. This tastes really good. Chun Mo only took a small sip, but Zhouya, who was next to him, drank it in one gulp. After she finished drinking, a red flush appeared on her delicate face. Zhouya felt a little hot and unbuttoned the collar of her shirt. Suddenly, a bottomless whiteness appeared. She poured herself another half cup, picked up the glass, looked at Chun Mo, and said, The second cup is for you, for giving me a chance to be your personal secretary. After Zhouya finished speaking, she raised her head again and drank it in one gulp. I did it. You can do whatever you want. Men in Xinjiang don't drink just to taste it, right? Zhouya seemed to have liberated herself. After drinking, she looked at Chun Mo proudly. Chun Mo. Judging from Zhouya's attitude, she won't give up until she gets drunk. Provocation. Chun Mo saw through her conspiracy. Zhouya was actually quite smart. I can't represent the men of Xinjiang. I can only represent myself. Chun Mo still took a small sip calmly. Zhouya was slightly stunned as she poured the wine. Then she smiled and said, Okay, I'll have the third cup on behalf of Lin Hao. Thank you. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Thank me? Certainly. Zhouya nodded affirmatively. He has been domineering since he was a child. In addition, he has been influenced by Lin Fifan and has done things recklessly. He fights, eats, drinks, and gambles. Just like Lin Fifan, he is going further and further down that dead end. As she spoke, she picked up the wine glass again and took a big sip. The red wine dyed her lips red, making her look particularly beautiful. I have advised him, taught him, scolded him, and even beaten him, asking him to stop fooling around, but it's all useless. I hate myself. Zhouya said this self-reproachfully, raised her head again, and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Her delicate face turned even redder. She was getting drunk. I feel that I have an unshirkable responsibility for his becoming like this. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't met Lin Fifan. It didn't seem like Zhouya was saying this to Chun Mo at this time. More like talking to myself. She picked up the bottle again and poured wine into the goblet. You'll get drunk if you drink anymore. Chun Mo wanted to take the bottle of wine from her hand. Leave me alone. This was the first time Zhouya showed her angry side towards Chun Mo. She continued to pour herself a glass of wine, and when she finished, her eyes were slightly tipsy. Chun Mo, do you know how you make me feel? Zhouya took a sip of wine, leaned close to Chun Mo, and whispered, The first time I met you was in GKD in Xinjiang City, right? You don't know how irritable I was at that time. When I saw you walking towards me with a smile, it was like a ball of warm light enveloping me, and I felt very comfortable. When she said this, there was light in her beautiful eyes. After Zhouya took another sip of red wine, she sighed softly. The second time I saw you, it felt like the warm sunshine turned into a cold and ruthless hell. Zhouya slowly raised her head and looked at Chun Mo. Do you hate me? Chun Mo shook his head slightly. Zhouya then smiled, nodded slightly, and whispered, That's good, that's good. It's not my fault this time. As she spoke with a smile, tears flowed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Chun Mo also remembered the first time he met her. She was dignified, elegant, and beautiful. When he first met Joya, he had a good impression of her, but he didn't expect that she was Lin Hao's. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw what happened next. He picked up the glass and drank it all. After Chanamo finished drinking, he looked at Joya, whose eyes were filled with tears, and felt pity for her. You don't need to feel guilty. It's not your fault that Lin Hao became like this. Joya looked at Chun Mo with tears in her eyes. Really? Chun Mo nodded affirmatively. I don't know, when they were already standing close to each other. The look in their eyes as they looked at each other seemed to have a magical attraction that gradually brought them closer and closer. Joya slowly raised her pretty face and closed her beautiful eyes. Maybe it was the effect of the alcohol, or maybe it was Joya's graceful and charming manner. At this moment, Chinamo held her tightly in his arms and leaned toward her red lips. 095 finally convinced. Joya's whole body trembled slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled gently. The breathing of both of them became heavy at the same time. Chinamo picked up Joya. When she stood up, her arm knocked over the wine glass on the table, and the red wine spilled onto the table. Chunimo hugged the dignified and elegant woman, turned and walked into the room, and closed the door heavily. At the same time, at 1 o'clock in the morning, in the detention center of Qingyang County, Lin Hao suddenly woke up from his sleep. He sat up, sweating profusely. He had a nightmare. In the dream, a divine monkey holding a magic needle shouted, "Monster!" It smashed down hard on his face. Lin Hao took a few deep breaths. He felt very stuffy and almost couldn't breathe. Looking at the dark cage, he felt a little scared. The main reason was that Lao He brought him devastating news 2 days ago. Brother has been sentenced to death penalty. It's all because of that old bastard Yen Laosi, a sinister and cunning bastard. At that time, Lin Hao was slumped in the chair, his face pale. Moreover, according to Lao He, his subordinates are now in chaos. Some have left, some have dispersed, and some have even proclaimed themselves kings. The most hateful are those who surrender to Yen Laosi. Yen Laosi has always been Lin Fifen's biggest rival. This time, it was him and the forces behind him who were behind it. Now, under the coercion of Yen Laosi, the people who originally worked under Lin Fifen are like dogs that have lost their homes, barely surviving. Maybe it's safer for Lin Hao to stay inside now. In Joya's bedroom, what unfolds is a long night. Endless tenderness. When the next day's sunlight shines into the room, Joya slowly opened her eyes, and suddenly she felt a pain in her waist and legs, and she couldn't help but frown. The person who was sleeping next to me last night is gone. Where is Chen Moran? Joya wanted to get up, but she felt weak all over. It was difficult for her to move a finger now. I don't know if it's because of the drinking or because I've been suppressing myself for too long. Last night was a little crazy. Joya got up with difficulty and put on a black nightgown, showing off her beautiful figure. Chen Mo. She opened the door and called softly, her voice a little hoarse. She smelled an appetizing aroma. You can still get up by yourself. Chen Mo, who was holding a bowl of soup in the kitchen, looked at her with a teasing smile. Joya leaned against the wall, her eyebrows slightly raised. It's you who can't do it. Chen Mo laughed and nodded repeatedly. Okay, it's okay, there's still time. Let's continue tonight. I'll try harder. Joya was slightly stunned. She regretted why she was so stubborn just now. Wasn't she quite docile in front of him before? Why should we try to be brave at this time? Besides, what's the point of winning? But since it has already begun, I can't give up easily. She coughed lightly. Just keep going. Who's afraid of who? I don't know if it's because she has let go of all the pressure, but Joya now has a fearless courage. Chunimo smiled and said, Okay, don't say I'm bullying you. Drink this soup first and have a good rest to recover. Joya looked at the bone soup that had been boiled into white, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. It has been a long time since anyone cared about her like this since her parents passed away in a car accident. Not to mention making soup, he didn't even ask a single question. Joya looked at the soup, her eyes slightly red as she whispered, When did you get up to cook it? Chunimo said with a smile. I woke up at 7 in the morning. I was so energetic that I wanted to do some work. Joya glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. I didn't expect I slept for so long. But it may also be because I don't go to bed until 4 or 5 o'clock. Joya carefully picked up the soup in front of her and took a sip. She immediately felt warm and comfortable all over. She looked up at Chinamo, her beautiful eyes shining. You should drink a little too, and then go to rest. Don't say I bullied you later. Chinamo smiled and said, Okay. The two had breakfast together and then lay down to rest. After seeing Zhouya fall asleep, Chen Mo tiptoed out of the room. He had one more thing to do. At noon, Shen Bing received a call from Chen Mo. After hanging up the phone, Shen Bing packed up and went to the police station. She sighed slightly in her heart. It seemed that Zhouya had convinced Chen Mo. A few hours later, in the detention center, Lin Hao was in a depressed mood. He had not slept the whole night. Lin Hao, following a loud shout from the guard. Lin Hao couldn't help but tremble. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Here, come out." As the iron gate opened, Lin Hao looked at the policeman at the door with trepidation. "I don't know if I should judge myself. What are you standing there for? Come out quickly. The plaintiff has withdrawn the lawsuit." "Ah." Lin Hao's eyes widened in surprise, and then he immediately ran towards the door as if escaping. "These are your things. Take them all." A bag was thrown in front of him. Lin Hao was extremely happy. Life here was too uncomfortable, and he didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. He immediately changed his clothes and quickly walked to the gate of the detention center. He closed his eyes slightly and waited quietly for the gate to open. "This way out." The uncle guarding the gate shouted loudly, instantly waking Lin Hao up. "You thought we were filming a movie? I'll open the door for you. Go out this way." The uncle pointed to an inconspicuous side door and said. Lin Hao couldn't help but lower his head and walked out of the small door silently. However, as soon as he walked out the door, he saw an extremely familiar figure. Chen Mo. In an instant, Lin Hao's fist hardened. "You bastard! How dare you show up in front of me?" While he was glaring at Chen Mo, an elegant and beautiful woman in a red dress stood beside him. Zhouya said in surprise, "Lin Hao." Lin Hao paused, looked at Zhouya, then turned to look at Chen Mo. Sure enough, what Uncle Hayes said is true. What is true? Zhouya looked at him with confusion. You, and Chen Mo. Lin Hao roared at Zhouya. Zhouya was slightly stunned and stopped where she was. Chen Mo looked at Lin Hao calmly. "What's wrong with me? Isn't it just to compensate you for damaging my things, give me the house and savings, and work for me to pay off the remaining debt for you?" "What do you mean?" Lin Hao glared at Chen Mo. "Why do you think you were able to get out? Why did I withdraw the lawsuit? Also, the black uncle you're talking about, is he the short, fat black guy who bullied your mom?" "What? Uncle Hay bullied my mom?" Lin Hao was shocked and angry after hearing what Chen Mo said. At the same time, Lao He, who happened to appear, couldn't help but tremble when he heard these words. "Howsy, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. I saw him go to your house. You've seen the photos." Lao He hurriedly explained loudly. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Mo, then turned to look at Lao He, and finally his eyes fixed on Zhouya. "Mom, tell me. 096 just came out and went in again." At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhouya. Zhouya met Lin Hao's gaze, glanced at Lao He again, and said slowly, "That morning, Lao He came to knock on the door early in the morning. He brought some specialties and said to bring them in and drink a glass of water. Then, not long after entering the room, he rushed towards me." Before Zhouya finished speaking, Lao He suddenly became anxious. "Sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. I didn't do this. Even though my brother is in jail, he will always be my brother," compared to Lao He, who is anxious to cover up his crimes. Zhouya said calmly, "You could deny it, but don't you know that I have cameras at home? Everything you did that day was recorded clearly." Speaking of cameras, not only Lao He, but also Lin Hao had an unpleasant expression on his face. Lin Hao clenched his fists, turned around and glared at Lao He, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, "Lao He, well, my mother said it's not false, right?" Lao He's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help but step back. Seeing that his lie was exposed, he simply gave up pretending. He grinned. "I saw that my eldest brother had gone to jail, and my eldest sister-in-law was alone at home. I was afraid that she would be bullied, so I took care of her. Now you don't thank me, but blame me. Lin Hao, your father has been sentenced. If you follow me in the future, I promise you will have good food and drink. Your mother, Uncle Hay will take care of her, take care of your mother." Lin Hao roared angrily. All the frustration in his heart was concentrated on his fist, and he smashed it hard at Lao He. Lao He is an old hand with a lot of experience in fighting. To put it bluntly, Lin Hao is still a young man with a ruthless face. Moreover, he suffered in the detention center every day with poor food and sleep. How could he be a match for the dark and strong old man? Lao He dodged it easily, grabbed his wrist, and slapped him in the face. Bang! This crisp sound reached everyone's ears. Lin Hao stood there in a daze. "Howsy, you didn't respect Uncle Hay before. Now that your father is gone, you're still like this? I should teach you a lesson. Lin Hao raised his head. His eyes were red. Old Black, let go. Sister-in-law, if you follow me from now on, Lin Hao will have a good ending otherwise. Draft. Lin Hao roared and bit Lao Hei's hand. Lao Hei suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He raised his hand and continued to slap Lin Hao. If you don't let go, I'll beat you to death. What are you looking at? Fight me. Lao Hei shouted to his younger brother behind him. It seemed that Lin Hao was about to be beaten up by a group of people. Zhouya looked at Chun Mo anxiously, as if after what happened last night, she had subconsciously regarded Chun Mo as her backbone. Chun Mo sighed softly. For the first time, I felt the helplessness of parents. Chun Mo walked forward quickly. His speed was amazing, and he was in front of Lao Hei in a blink of an eye. He raised his foot and kicked away the thugs who came to help from both sides. He raised his hand and slapped Lao Hei hard on the fat face. Bang! Very crisp. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Lin Hao, who was biting Lao Hei, couldn't help but look up at the scene. He couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Chun Mo. Chun Mo looked at him calmly. Let go, step back. Lin Hao didn't know why he subconsciously opened his mouth and unconsciously retreated behind Chun Mo. It might be because the other side had already taken out a machete that was glowing with a cold light. Careful! Lin Hao couldn't help but remind. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Use a knife. Lao Hei covered his swollen face and glared at Chun Mo with gritted teeth. Chop him to death for me. The knife came straight towards Chun Mo's face. Lin Hao, who was watching from the side, was so scared that his legs were shaking. Zhouya, who was far away, was afraid that Chun Mo would get hurt, so she shouted, Chun Mo, be careful. Bang. It was a loud bang. Everyone only saw Chun Mo kick the opponent's knife away with a kick in the air and then kick him in the neck. He flipped over at an incredibly fast speed and punched the man in the face. Lao Heizi was knocked back several meters by the punch. His balance was unstable, and he fell to the ground like a ball. The first 3 people who attacked were knocked down in less than 3 seconds. Put down all the knives. The policeman appeared with a baton in his hand, pointing at the thugs with weapons behind Lao Hei, and warned them. Shen Bing breathed a sigh of relief. When she saw Chun Mo saving Lin Hao, she immediately ran to the door of the detention center. It has to be said that these hooligans are used to doing whatever they want, and during this period of time, they have been obsessed with fighting for the chassis, and their weapons are basically always with them. I didn't expect Chun Mo to be so difficult to deal with. When Lao Hei shouted, the gangsters didn't think too much and just picked up their weapons and started fighting. At this time, even if the uncles did not show up, Chun Mo could still intimidate these guys. Of course, it's nice to come. Put your knives down, everyone. The uncle shouted sternly. Immediately afterwards, the gate opened and a team of well-equipped soldiers rushed out. The hooligans immediately dropped their knives and squatted down with their heads in their hands. Are you all right? The uncle glanced at Chun Mo and Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao's head swollen like a pig, he couldn't help but cough lightly. Are you the one who just left? Lin Hao nodded. Uncle, great. Send them all to the police station. Lin Hao just came out and went in again. Fortunately, he was the victim this time. Lao Hei must first pay for medical expenses because they were in possession of controlled knives, engaged in group fights, and are also subject to the recent anti-gang investigation. Lao Hei was taken to the detention center, and Lin Hao was taken to the hospital. Both have bright futures. Lin Hao was admitted to the hospital. His injuries were not serious, but he was mainly worried about concussion, so he needed to be hospitalized for a few days for observation. Looking at Lin Hao lying on the bed with his back to everyone, silent, Zhouya sighed softly, looked at Chun Mo and Shun Bing helplessly and said, You go back first. Chun Mo and Shun Bing walked out of the ward. Zhouya followed the two of them out the door and closed it gently. Chun Mo stopped and said, Sister Bing, could you please buy me a bottle of water? Shun Bing glanced at Zhouya, nodded slightly, and went downstairs first. She knew they had something to talk about. Chun Mo and Zhouya walked to the other side of the stairs where no one was. Zhouya looked at Chun Mo and said softly, Thank you. Chun Mo shook his head. Take good care of yourself. I will only give you 2 days off. All the work in Xinjiang will be handed over to you in the future. Zhouya was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, Leave it all to me? Chun Mo looked around and saw no one. He took a step forward. Zhouya subconsciously took a step back and leaned her back against the wall. Chun Mo gently lifted her delicate chin with his fingers and looked into her eyes. From now on, you will be my personal secretary. Zhouya's voice trembled. I didn't agree. Chinamo raised his eyebrows. If you don't agree, try it. Zhouya's heartbeat accelerated wildly when she thought of last night. She tilted her pretty face slightly upward, with the look of a proud and arrogant lady. Just give it a try. I'm not afraid of you. 097, is it evolution or evil? Someone is coming. Momo. Zhouya was panting, her delicate hands tightly grasping Chunmo's shoulders. Silently, Chinamo couldn't help but let go of her. Who called Mo? Zhouya raised her red lips slightly. Of course it's you. Chinamo was speechless. Don't call me. Mo. Zhouya turned her mature and plump body slightly and escaped from Chunmo's clutches. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Just call, She has changed. Maybe this is her true character? At the same time, someone walked outside the door, and Zhouya suddenly turned into the dignified and elegant, beautiful woman again. Her extremely seductive waist and hip curves are unforgettable. Chinamo looked at her threateningly. Go ahead and scream. I'll let you scream enough then. Zhouya and Chunmo kept a safe distance. She lightly touched the black hair beside her ear with her slender fingers and said charmingly, Okay, I'll be waiting. Chunmo. Well, Zhouya has completely evolved into a fairy. Chunmo said unhappily. Let's go. Zhouya said with a smile. Mo, you haven't told me how much his monthly salary is. Chunmo gritted his teeth and said, You are fired. Zhouyame's eyes lit up. Expulsion, do you mean you want me to be your underground lover? When Chunmo heard this, he staggered and almost fell down the stairs. Has this woman evolved or become evil? Fortunately, there is no one on the stairs now. Let people hear inappropriate gossip spread throughout Qingyang County. Zhouya watched Chunmo almost fall down and couldn't help but smile out of concern. Hey, be careful. Are you too happy to hear this news? Chunmo left the hospital and drove back to Laojia supermarket with Xinbing. Suyin was walking downstairs in a hurry, with two women beside her. One is Zhou Yin, who is wearing a work uniform, showing her temperament as a workplace queen. The other is a newly hired female assistant who previously followed Zhouya. Is the matter settled? Suyin looked at Chunmo and said with concern, Well, where are you going? Let's go to the community project and then go to the original factory site. Shall we go together? Chunmo nodded slightly. The factory project has been temporarily halted due to funding constraints. After comprehensive consideration of all aspects and Zhou Yan's proposal, the factory project will be moved. And this area will be taken over by Su Yun and turned into a residential community project. The group first arrived at the community project. For Su Yun, the main focus was on quality. The first group of people under him, from on-site housing and construction personnel to project construction workers and project managers, all strictly followed Su Yun's requirements, ensuring that there were no problems at every step before moving on to the next step. So the overall progress is now slow. In addition to quality issues, Chunmo is also concerned about safety issues. In terms of civil engineering, quality and safety are the most important. Fortunately, the community project has temporarily entered a land for capital model and can maintain operations. If you enter the pre-sale phase next, you will basically have no worries about funds, and you may even earn your first pot of gold. This is real estate. Chunmo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Looking at the project site in front of us, the construction team is working in full swing, from demolition to redesign and foundation laying, which is the most important work stage at the beginning of a project. As long as the foundation is completed, the subsequent construction results will show visible changes. As long as the construction site operates normally, you can see a high-rise building rising from the ground in a few months. Boss Su. Hey, Boss Chun. A project manager wearing a white hat came up quickly. The chief engineer's name is Zhang Jianya. He is around 45 or 46 years old this year, which is a stage where his experience and ability in civil engineering have reached its peak. He had met Chunmo before, and it was Zhou Yin who recommended him to him. But after Chunmo decided to sign him, he basically never saw him again. Usually, Su Yun and he had work contact. Zhang Jianya only knew that there were big shots behind this project. Between Su Yun and Chunmo, he naturally assumed that Chunmo was the one with a stronger background. And Su Yun, this mature, plump, and beautiful woman, may just be a tool pushed forward by Chunmo. But after a period of working contact, Zhang Jianya couldn't help but admire Su Yun's abilities. It seems that she is more than just a vase. She dealt with the first batch of shoddy construction teams with thunderous means, fired them all, and took them to court to compensate for losses and lost wages, which immediately shocked everyone. No one dared underestimate this mature and beautiful woman anymore. Zhang Jianya couldn't help but admire and appreciate Su Yun, but he dare not have any other unreasonable thoughts. For someone who has reached his level, he knows that one wrong step will ruin everything. If it is not yours, never try to touch it. Otherwise, you may end up cutting more than just your hands. Chief Engineer Zhang Chinemo and Zhang Jianya shook hands. It's rare for you to come to the construction site. Please come this way. Zhang Jianya warmly greeted Chun Mo, Su Yun, and others to go to the office. I won't go to the office. I'll just walk around inside. Chun Mo pointed inside the construction site. Okay. By the way, Xiaoli, go get the hat. Zhang Jianya said to the young man wearing a yellow hat beside him. The young man turned around and ran to get 3 white hats. Come here, Mr. Chun, Mr. Su. Be careful where you step. There's mud and water all over this place as we're laying the foundation. Su Yun seemed to be prepared. She did not wear high heels, but changed into a pair of thick-soled sneakers. Su Yun is now the plump and beautiful Secretary Su in front of Chun Mo. In front of other people, President Su always exudes his full aura. It will take about half a month to complete the foundation here. Well, as long as the construction progress is completed within expectations. After Chun Mo and his group walked around the construction site, they chatted with Zhang Jianya for a while and raised the official requirements. This is a way to put some pressure on him. Zhang Jianya was positive and confident, patting his chest. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I also know that this is the first batch of reconstruction in our county. Its importance is self-evident. We must ensure quality and quantity and complete it on time. Then you continue to work. We still have to go to the next construction site. Okay, take care. Chun Mo, Su Yun, and Zhou Yinan went to Yiqiao factory. There have been some changes here compared to before. It gradually gained popularity, and it seemed that in addition to Chun Mo and his friends, there were other people preparing to stake their claim here. I heard that a tire manufacturer is planning to build a large private school here. Chun Mo knew about this school. One of the main reasons why this place later became a new street in the county was the successful establishment of this private school. The school has integrated primary, middle, and high schools, and its reputation has been completely established, especially after it produced students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Many middle and high school students in the city go here. The land that Chun Mo currently holds can become the next school district housing. But we need to wait for Su Yun to complete the first project first. In terms of real estate, things are on the right track. Next, it's Zhou Yan's turn. Chun Mo looked at the long-legged queen Zhou Yan. Get ready to go to the Magic City. Zhou Yan nodded happily. I was waiting for you to say this. By the way, how is Lin Hao? Chun Mo coughed lightly. You have to ask your sister about this. 098 farewell before leaving. Zhou Yan drove to the hospital. Chun Mo and Su Yun drove back to the old street. Su Yun unbuckled her seatbelt and looked at Chun Mo with a smile. Wait a minute. I'm going to get something from the office. Good. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. While he was waiting for Su Yun to come downstairs, I couldn't help but check my current situation in all aspects. Host, Chun Mo. Age, 18 years old. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 76 points, eye-catching. Skills, photographic memory, master voice, master cooking, marketing master, master sports. Points, 36,000 points. Fame, 1118 obtained the title, a little famous. Assets, 15.888 million yuan. Ranked first in Qingyang County. Ranked 18th in Qingyang City. Obtained the title, multimillionaire. Business popularity, bonus 20%. Minor celebrity. Business popularity, bonus 20%. Now it's time to use the points. At least exchange it for something useful. Chun Mo looked carefully in the system store. His eyes were fixed on a secret book called Huangdi Neijing. Huangdi Neijing. It can be used to harmonize yin and yang, and is beneficial to beauty and youthfulness. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. This is good stuff, especially for women. Isn't it 10,000 times better than any cosmetics? Do you want to spend 5,000 points to redeem Huangdi Neijing? Yes. The moment Chun Mo made the exchange, everything in the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine merged into his mind. The effect of this technique became clear instantly. I wonder if I can practice with Aunt Sue tonight. Chun Mo was a little impatient. At the same time, Su Yun walked down quickly with her long and beautiful legs. Her plump upper body trembled slightly as she walked, which was breathtakingly beautiful. She opened the passenger door and got in. Let's go home. Soo-yin looked at Chun Mo with a smile on her face. Chun Mo stepped on the accelerator and the car started quickly, passing through the old street. At this time, there were no people on the street. The car window was opened and a cool breeze blew in. Soo-yin stretched lazily, revealing a section of her fair waist. She turned around and looked at Chun Mo with a smile. Chun Mo glanced at her and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Soo-yin said softly, "You are going to the Magic City tomorrow. If you don't take a closer look, you won't be able to see it anymore." Chun Mo parked his car downstairs of her house and said, "If you want to see it, just take a plane to Shanghai. You can see it as you like." Soo-yun's red lips curled up into a smile. "Okay, I will definitely come. By the way, this is for you." She took out a small square box with exquisite packaging from her bag. "What?" Chun Mo took it from her doubtfully. "Take a look," Soo-yun said softly with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Chun Mo slowly opened the small square box. It contained a men's watch that looked fairly expensive. "When did you buy it?" "I bought it in Shanghai. When I was buying the computer that day, I said I was going to the bathroom, and then I went to buy it," Soo-yin said with a little pride. Chun Mo smiled and said, "Not cheap, right?" Soo-yin took out the watch, put it on him carefully and gently, and said softly, "The price is not important. I just want you to think of me when you see this watch." Chun Mo's heart couldn't help but warm up. He held her hand and held her in his arms. "Sister Yun," Chun Mo whispered in her ear. Soo-yun's body trembled slightly. When Chun Mo called her, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "Husband, we're going home?" "Ching Shue is." Soo-yun looked embarrassed. "We did it quietly. She should be asleep and the lights in the room are off." At this time, Chun Mo was like a devil who led people astray. Soo-yun bit her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. She thought that tonight might be their last night together. "I don't know when we will meet next time. Your own man, you have to pamper him." Soo-yin gave Chun Mo a look and whispered, "You have to listen to me when we go home, okay?" "Good." Chun Mo agreed readily. Every second of hesitation would be disrespectful to Soo-yin. Chun Mo parked the car, and his eyes subconsciously fell on his watch. Should he also prepare a gift for Soo-yin? Wait, isn't my gift better than all the other gifts? Chun Mo suddenly understood what was going on. He got out of the car, walked quickly towards Soo-yin, and took her hand. Soo-yin smiled gently and looked calm. If it were in the past, she would have been panicked and fled away out of guilt. After nearly 10 days of adjustment in Shanghai, Soo-yin has gradually gotten used to it. Although she was still a little afraid of being seen, she now cared more about Chun Mo's feelings. "Hurry up and go upstairs." Soo-yin took Chun Mo's hand and walked upstairs with her plump legs. Her legs are in perfect proportions, and it's a pleasure to look at such beautiful legs, even when she's climbing stairs. Chun Mo smiled and followed her pace. After reaching the 4th floor, Soo-yin was a little out of breath. She had been exercising quite a lot recently, but her physical fitness didn't seem to have improved much. Is it because all the energy was used to deal with Chun Mo? When she just came back yesterday, she had difficulty going upstairs. If it's always like this in the future, it's better to live in a building with an elevator. Soo-yin took out the key, glanced at Chun Mo, and then gently opened the door. The living room was pitch dark. Chun Mo followed Soo-yin and quietly walked into the house. "You go in first." Soo-yin pointed to her room and spoke in a very low voice. Looking at her cautious appearance, Chun Mo couldn't help but smiled and nodded, then walked towards her room. At the same time, Soo-yin gently came to Su Qingshue's door. It was very quiet inside, without any noise. Only then did she feel a little relieved. She turned and walked back to her room. Opened the door. Chun Mo was sitting at the desk with a notebook in his hand. Soo-yin looked at the notebook and her eyelids twitched. She ran over and said shyly, "Don't look at it." Chun Mo had just opened the first page and hadn't noticed anything yet, but after hearing what Soo-yin said, his curiosity was instantly piqued, and he had to take a look. Chun Mo grabbed Soo-yun's hand as she tried to grab the notebook and pulled her into his arms to sit down. She couldn't help but twist slightly. "Chun Mo, don't look. What did you call me?" "Husband." Soo-yin blushed and called out softly. Who knew that Chun Mo would go even further and said seriously, "I'm your husband, and I can't read your notebook?" President Su, who appears to be full of aura outside, is now like a mature and beautiful wife being bullied in front of Chun Mo. 099, the explanation is not clear. I've known for a long time that Baldy Wong had ill intentions, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Fortunately, I met Ching Xue's classmate, Chen Mo. If he hadn't shown up in time, I might have been in danger. I even sprained my ankle when I was hiding from Baldy Wong. On the way back, it was Chen Mo who carried me back. His back is very strong and gives me a sense of security. When Chen Mo read this, Su Yun's pretty face was already hot, and she covered her face with one hand. Just look at it, don't read it out loud. Be careful, Ching Xue, wake up. Aunt Su, have you been eyeing me for a long time? Chen Mo looked at her with a smile. Su Yun did not deny it, but said in a roundabout way, I just think you're a good person and I feel safe. Chen Mo leaned close to her ear and whispered with some distress, Sister Yun, did you feel lonely and insecure before? Su Yun slowly turned her head, looked at Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes, and nodded gently. When I encountered those disgusting people and things in the past, I always wondered what's the point of having this attractive appearance? It only adds trouble. No, don't think like that. Chen Mo immediately interrupted her negative thoughts. Su Yun smiled and said, I definitely don't think so now. Not only that, I have to take good care of it. Otherwise, someone might not like it one day. Chen Mo looked at her seriously. Aunt Su, I admit that your beauty is part of what attracts me, but your soul is the more important part. Su Yun turned around. With a hint of smile in her beautiful eyes, she put her arms around his neck, exhaled sweetly, and said, Really? How attractive is it to you? She let out a soft cry, then quickly covered her mouth, fearing that she would disturb Su Qingxiu. Chen Mo didn't care about all this at this time. The seductive Su Yun made people want to bully her severely. He picked up the beautiful woman in his arms and went to Wushan together. One night passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo was gently awakened by Su Yun early in the morning and put on his clothes under her apologetic look. Before Chen Mo left, Su Yun said all kinds of sweet words, fearing that he would feel uncomfortable. She was also afraid that Su Qingxue would wake up early and then trap Chen Mo in the room again. Chen Mo naturally knew what she was thinking. Before leaving, he gently bit her beautiful red lips at the door. Su Yun was both embarrassed and frightened, but she finally managed to push Chen Mo away. After all, he is leaving, so just satisfy him whatever he wants to do. Normally, no one would disturb them at this time. When Chen Mo left contentedly, Su Yun's pretty face flushed. After seeing Chen Mo driving away outside the corridor, she slowly turned around and went back to the house. After closing the door, a faint voice was heard. Mom! Ah! Su Yun was startled. Maybe it was because he felt guilty. He was frightened by Su Qingxue's call of Mom. Qingxue, why didn't you make any noise? I was scared to death. Su Yun gently patted her heart, which was heaving. Mom, are you going out? Su Qingxue looked at Su Yun, who was only wearing a skirt, revealing a long section of her white, beautiful legs. The skirt was a little sexy, not suitable for going out, right? Just now, it seemed like someone was knocking on the door, so I got up to take a look. Su Yun made up an excuse. Knock on the door? Why didn't I hear it? Su Qingxue looked at Su Yun in confusion, always feeling that something was wrong with her mother. But to be honest, since Su Yun came back from her business trip, there have been significant changes in all aspects of her physical condition. Her skin is rosy and shiny, her eyes are sparkling, and she is full of charm. The whole person looks full of energy. Now, when Su Qingxue and Su Yun go out together, people will mistake them for sisters. You didn't hear it? Maybe I heard it wrong. By the way, have you packed your luggage? Su Yun naturally changed the subject. Su Qingxue nodded. Everything is ready. Tickets for 10 o'clock. Su Yun turned around, took out the bank card from her bag, and handed it to her. There are 7,000 yuan in the card. 5,000 is for your tuition. After paying the tuition, the remaining 2,000 will be used for living expenses. Don't be too frugal. If you don't have enough money for normal expenses, call Mom. Su Yun now feels a little more confident when she says this. Not to mention how much money she can make from the current real estate project. Even if she only receives her current salary, is enough to support Su Qingxue's tuition and living expenses. To some extent, this was the confidence that Chen Mo gave her. Su Qingxue took the bank card and nodded slightly. She knew that all this money was earned by Su Yun working for Chen Mo. Mom won't send you to school. The journey is so far. Why don't you contact Chen Mo to go together? Su Yun told Chen Mo about this. It's like pillow talk. Su Yun booked train tickets for the two of them to the provincial capital, and then bought plane tickets from the provincial capital to Shanghai together. Let Chen Mo look after Su Qingxue. After all, She is so far away. If something happens to a beautiful girl, it will be too late to regret. Chen Mo agreed, but he would never take the initiative. Suyin hopes that Su Qingxue can take the initiative to contact Chen Mo to ease the relationship between them. Let's talk later. I'm going to wash up. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she turned and went in the bathroom. Suyin looked at her daughter's graceful back and couldn't help but sigh. Since entering school, Su Qingxue has been loved by teachers and classmates for her excellent academic performance and outstanding appearance. This also cultivated her arrogant, cold, and superior character. It was always others who took the initiative to stick to her. It is almost impossible to ask her to take the initiative to find someone else. After washing her face, Su Qingxue looked at herself in the mirror. She had a beautiful face, delicate features, and fair skin. I couldn't help but think of what Su Yin had just said. Should I take the initiative to contact Chen Mo? She bit her red lips lightly, feeling a little conflicted and hesitant. But finally, she took out her cell phone and found Chen Mo's Penguin account. Open the chat box and type, "When are you going to the train station?" I read it for 3 seconds and deleted it immediately. Then turn off the Penguin and put away your phone. On the other side, after leaving Su Yun's house, Chen Mo drove home and had breakfast on the way. When he got home, Yishui had already woken up and packed some luggage for him, mainly coats and other things to wear when the weather was cold. I also prepared some snacks and fruits for him to eat on the way to school. "Mom, please take less clothes. I might come back during the National Day holiday. Let's talk about it after National Day. It's getting cold over there quickly. Take it with you." Okay. Mom, you should take care of yourself at home. Call me if you have any problems. Well, study hard in school. Then you can have a relationship when you are in college, but be careful, Yishui said with a righteous look on her face. Chen Mo, well, Mom, are you a little more open-minded? Yishui, you little brat. Your mother doesn't know that you've always liked that girl, Su Qingxue, right? If you like her, go after her. Chen Mo, Mom, I don't like her. Yishui saw through Chen Mo's expression and said, "Don't be embarrassed. You go to my house every day and try to please your Aunt Sue. Do you think I don't know?" Chen Mo, well, this is really hard to explain. 100 send the boss to school. Yishui thought Chen Mo still liked Su Qingxue, but she didn't know that Chen Mo had already surpassed Su Qingxue. Go straight to the beautiful, gentle, considerate, and capable Aunt Sue. As for Su Qingxue, looking at her any longer would be a waste of time. 9 o'clock in the morning. The Laoju supermarket opened, and the clerks and employees came to work one after another. Suyin also came. She came in Xin Bing's car. Next to her was a beautiful girl, Su Qingxue. "Boss Su, is this your daughter? She's so beautiful." "Yeah, it's okay." Suyin replied modestly with a smile on her face. "She looks like President Su, has a great figure, and is a college student." A group of employees praised Su Qingxue. Although Su Qingxue is beautiful, everyone has seen many beauties here. There is no need to say much about Su Yun. Apart from Su Yun, Bai Ruoxi was much more beautiful than Su Qingxue. Now, there is Shun Bing, and the sisters Zhou Ye and Zhou Yan. Everyone rushed to praise her, all for Su Yun's sake. Everyone here knows that Su Yun is the housekeeper, and all matters, big and small, have to go through her hands. The boss Chen Mo is a hands-off boss. He doesn't care about anything except very big matters. Everyone get busy. Su Yun smiled and dismissed everyone. Su Qingxue stood beside Su Yun, feeling a little uncomfortable until she saw Chen Mo appear. "Boss, are we going to school?" "Boss, academic success." "Boss, you can find a girlfriend when you go to college." "If the boss finds a girlfriend, all the girls in our store will cry to death. Haha." Everyone laughed in good faith, and one of the young girls working in the shop actually blushed. I don't know if what he said hit the nail on the head. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Wait until I find you a powerful boss lady, and then we'll see if you can still laugh so happily." Everyone immediately waved their hands. "Forget it. Study hard and don't date." Su Yin looked at Chen Mo from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and sweetness. "Let's go." Chen Mo put the luggage in the trunk of Xin Bing's car. "By the way, where's your mom? Isn't she sending you off?" Su Yin didn't see Yishui, so she couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo was beside her, lowering his voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. "My mother said that there will be a lot of people sending me off, so she won't join in the fun this time." "What, Mom? Get in the car." Su Yin was stunned for a moment and blushed a little at the title. She felt like she was about to become Yishuhui's daughter-in-law. Chen Mo smiled and waved towards the upstairs. Su Yun subconsciously looked upstairs and found Yi Shuhui sticking her head out from the corridor on the third floor with a smile on her face. She waved at Chen Mo. Su Yun also smiled and waved. Okay, let's go. Chen Mo walked to the back seat and was about to open the door to get in when he suddenly saw Su Qingxue, who was already sitting inside. At this time, Su Yun had already opened the passenger door and sat in. Chen Mo could only open the door and sit in the back seat. Su Yun looked at Chen Mo, who was sitting in the back seat, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Chen Mo looked at Shun Bing driving and couldn't help but take out the car keys and handed them to Su Yun. "Aunt Su, here are the car keys. Your driver's license procedure should be almost complete. Remember to get the license and let Sister Bing accompany you to practice driving." Su Yun looked at Chen Mo, slightly hesitant, but still took the car keys. "I'm already his, so why should I be embarrassed?" She nodded crisply and agreed. "Okay." Shin Bing smiled and said, "Once I get the license, I'll take Sister Yun out for a race." "Su Yun, I'm not going." Chun Mo smiled. "Sister Bing, please don't bring my Aunt Su." Shin Bing raised her eyebrows. "What? Your Aunt Su?" Chun Mo remained calm and continued in front of Su Qingxue. "Well, is there a problem?" Su Yun's pretty face turned slightly red. She glanced at Su Qingxue in the rearview mirror, and she didn't seem to be dissatisfied or surprised. "We all work for him, but it doesn't count as his." Me too." Shin Bing was slightly stunned, wondering how she got dragged into this. Chun Mo understood and continued Su Yun's words. "By the way, my lawyer Shun, remember to continue to optimize our franchise contract." "Okay, boss." Shin Bing said this with a fake smile, and she couldn't help but step on the accelerator hard to shift gears. The car accelerated suddenly. Su Yun couldn't help but grab the handle on the door frame. "Bing Bing, slow down." "Chen Mo, Sister Bing, can you be faster?" Shin Bing raised her eyebrows. "Okay." The car's speed increased again. Su Yun. At this moment, Su Qingxue, sitting in the car, seemed like a person from another world. She simply couldn't fit in with Chen Mo, Su Yun, and the others, even if one of them is her mother. Encouraged by Chen Mo, Shin Bing drove very fast and arrived at the train station in about 10 minutes. Su Qingxue got off the car, took her luggage, and walked in front. Su Yun originally wanted to help her, but she refused. So, Su Yun took some luggage for Chen Mo. A group of 4 people entered the station hall. "The tickets are for 10 o'clock. It will probably take another 40 minutes before the ticket check starts. Please sit for a while." Su Yun found a seat and sat down. At this time, there were quite a few young people carrying luggage in the station. Most of them were students going to college and their accompanying parents. Chen Mo's cell phone rang just as he sat down. "Joya?" Chen Mo stood up and answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, there was a sound of heavy breathing coming from the other end of the line. "Are you still at the station?" "Exist. Where are you?" "I'm at the station entrance." "Then you stay at the door, and I'll come out." Chen Mo hung up the phone, walked out of the waiting room, and saw the graceful Joya at a glance. Standing at the door, she was sexy yet elegant, and passers-by couldn't help but stare at her. Her looks, figure, and temperament are rare no matter where you are. Silently, Joya waved at Chen Mo with a charming smile. Chen Mo looked at her with murderous eyes